can see. Fly with me, come on baby, set me free. You say that you know the truth. Inside of me, inside you, always got something to prove. Don't know what it means to lose. What would you do? Oh, look at the light in your eyes, beneath the will of the skies. Baby, keep holding on tight, we'll win the fight. Oh. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one, invincible, invincible. So wild and so young, just you and me. A million to one, invincible, invincible. So wild and so young, 'cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible.
for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. Control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo, mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo, mojo.
Some days I just can't get up, comatose, stupor. Same old energy, scared of what the future holds for me and all my friends. We want so much better. We can only get there if we all just come together. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. No one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. Love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got each other. Recognition, demolition, I just need your light. Upside down, turn it around. I know you know I'm right. Take this love and give it, girl, your heartbeat, heartbeat. We can only get there, it's a two-way street. So take my hand, let's own this moment. No one can stop us now, now. Your love is what's most important. And no one's gonna take us down. So love me now. We ain't got a lot, but we got this moment. I can hear whispers from far away.
Take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young, 'cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young, 'cause we are invincible.
In this show, it's always a fun-filled day. To add more sunshine and joy, please welcome our Game Master, Mika Pabs.
Aw, you guys! You guys think that I bring you happiness and joy? Aw, you sweet summer child. Let's change that a bit, actually, because as you guys know, our Wheel of Misfortune right here tends to be a little moody. And right now, we have a fresh new episode for you guys. And we have, again, another set of players for today's episode of Wheel of Misfortune. This time from WCS Thailand. Let's say hello to our first guest. We have Higo. Higo, how are you? Hello and welcome to Wheel of Misfortune.
Hello. Hi, Mika.
Okay, so quick question for you. I know that you guys were asked to prepare really weird things. What was the weirdest one?
I think a bottle of mayonnaise.
We tend to expect the unexpected over here at the Wheel of Misfortune. Let's say hello to our second guest. We have Allison. Allison, welcome to the show.
Hello. Hi, Mika.
All right. What about you? What are you expecting from this little show that we have?
Crazy.
We've definitely seen crazy in our previous episodes. And last but most definitely not least, the man who almost made me convert from WCSPH over to WCS Thailand. Supporter, how are you, my dude?
Hello, Mika. Hello, everyone.
Hey, supporter, what about you? What was the weirdest thing that you had to prepare today?
I don't know why I have a bottle of cinnamon here with me right now.
We haven't seen that one. We also haven't seen that one just yet. Do you guys know what you're going to do at all?
I have no idea.
We're gonna have fun over here. Let's actually check out our mechanics for our Wheel of Misfortune. The rules are actually really easy. All you have to do is impress our misfortune. You know what? Actually, don't pay attention to any of the rules over there. That's really the only rule you have to pay attention to. Because if she likes you, she'll give you a point. And if you get a point, you get immunity from our Wheel of Misfortune. And we have to introduce, our special guest because her name is practically on the show. So let's bring her out, our very own Miss Fortune with a guest. Oh my
Yes,
God.
I brought a special guest with me over here.
Hello.
We've got my best friend Pixie. Hello, Pixie. It's your time to shine. Say hi to the camera.
Hey.
Let's just appreciate her beauty for a little bit.
Aw.
Yes, she is
Hi,
beautiful.
Pixie.
Okay, I'm gonna put her down so she can go run around
All
and play.
right, you go take over. I'm gonna hang out with Pixie. Hi, Pixie. Hello.
Pixie.
And the
Oh,
show is done. The hosts are distracted by the dog.
That's it.
But basically, that is it. All you have to do is impress our Misfortune and Pixie. And Pixie, bonus points if you get to impress Pixie. But you have a series of special challenges that you will be doing. The first of which is...
Contestants, I'm sure you're wondering why there should be a potato next to you.
What?
Please bring out your potatoes. Today we're gonna do a little art project. This game is called Wild Fruit, even though a potato is in fact a vegetable.
Wild vegetable?
It is a root. It's a root crop, but the game is called Wild Fruit. And with that potato, I want you guys to carve it with whatever means necessary into your favorite Wild Rift champion.
You have 30 seconds to do this. That starts right now. Go, 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 go. You can use your hands or...
You can use your teeth. You can use your...
Our previous contestants got a little creative.
Yeah. That Misfortune a few episodes ago.
Ah,
With the that was amazing.
yeah,
That was my
yeah.
personal favorite for obvious reasons.
Of course. You guys have 5 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Potatoes up. All right, let's do this one by... What is that? Higo, care to explain what you've done over here?
I don't think you guys gonna understand this at all, but this here is a kali.
You know, we're gonna have to take your word for it because
I'm not sure she bought it. I think you're in danger, Higo.
I don't think my imagination is that crazy. Come on.
Allison, what about yours?
It's a weirder jinx.
All right, supporter. Let's go, my dude. What do you have?
It's a number 4 for Shin.
That's
Alright,
very
alright.
creative. Okay. I'm going to say I believe in work smart, not hard, and I'm gonna have to go with supporter as the winner.
There you go.
And the loser who will have to spin the wheel of misfortune is Elisant, because I could kind of see the face. So, Elisant, are you ready for what the wheel of misfortune has in store for you? Let's go! Okay. I spun it quite hard.
Whoa. Why does it do that?
It's perfectly on draw a mustache.
Okay. All right. That's fitting.
So,
Okay.
oh no, I want a goatee and a soul patch right
All right, Elisant. Let's see it.
You kind of look like a beauty blogger. Yeah.
there.
I'm a cosplayer.
This. Okay. Like this. Do like this.
Oh, very handsome. Very
Girl,
handsome.
You
Thank
look
you.
snatched.
Misfortune approved.
Snatched.
We are far from done. We still have a couple more challenges to go. What is their next one?
You must name 3 champions and rank them based on how good they would be on running a street food restaurant.
So, Higo, you have almost no time to think this through.
Okay.
What is your tier list?
My
Who
top
is
of
gonna run
mind,
your restaurant?
the first thing
Yes.
is Renekton. He's the butcher of the stand, it's in his name. So he's going to be like the best butcher in town. Of course, he has like the biggest cleaver. He's gonna run one of the biggest food stand out there, and people will have to like come try what the taste of an apex predator like what they do, what they eat.
He's got branding. He branded Renekton's food
Yeah,
stand.
I like it.
I like it.
Kind of graduated from marketing school, so
So who would be kind of meh?
maybe it's a bit of a slander, but the way that Akali eat her ramen doesn't look like she like appreciate the taste of it. You just
Like,
shovel it
we'll
up.
sit down.
Yeah, it just
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
she's like she's in a hurry.
Who would be the worst at running a street food restaurant?
Fish, because just the way you look at him is more of a he is so used to feeding the fish rather than serving fish.
Good job, Higo. All right, Elisant, you are up. Who would be let's start at the bottom actually. Who would be the worst at running a street food stand for you?
Camille. Yeah, she's too high.
All right, who would be kind of meh?
Vegas. He would just drink.
And who do you think would be the best?
I think wine. Cause she eat a lot on that series.
Interesting. pick.
Interesting.
Okay. All right, supporter, let's have your choices. Let's also start at the bottom for this. Who would be your worst at running a street food stand?
I think Annie would be the worst. I don't want Chai to work in a cooking or to anything. It can be enjoyed.
That's true.
Who would be kind of mad at running a street food restaurant?
Bro. I think he can work hard in bakery, and also he can. I mean, sometimes people may be scared of him. We don't muscle.
Too much muscle. Maybe all the food is cold too. And who would be the best at running a street food restaurant?
I'm not selling, but Leona got the barbecue skin in Buriram. I'm just saying.
The judge for this, of course, is our misfortune, and she will decide who gets this job.
You know, as much as it was a good sell, I have a hard time believing that Renekton would be good at selling because he's an apex predator. So I'm gonna say that the winner is probably supporter,
Okay.
and the loser is Higo.
Oh, reverse swept.
So Higo, are you ready to spin the wheel of misfortune?
Here we go.
Please not be the mayonnaise. Please not be the mayonnaise.
Be blindfolded until your next turn. All right.
Okay, all
Higo,
right.
you gotta blindfold yourself.
All right. I'm actually interested to see what he's gonna use as a
I know,
blindfold.
right? What is that?
It's a. Okay.
Oh, what does
all
it
right.
say?
I
can't read it.
I have X-ray vision. I have X-ray vision. Wow. Okay. All right. Well, it might be a good thing because we are down to our last challenge of this episode, or it might be a bad thing because misfortune. What do they have to do?
All right, so as a pirate, I really love hidden treasures. And I believe
Ooh.
that every single person has a hidden treasure buried deep within them. So, I want you contestants to tell me what your hidden talent is and why is it hidden.
Let's start
I
with
like
supporter. Supporter, you have 30 seconds to show us your hidden talent. 3, 2, 1, go.
I can roll my tongue.
Oh, he can roll his tongue. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good job. All right, Alicent, let's have your hidden talent. 30 seconds to show and tell in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, she's making her eyebrows dance.
Oh, you're making your eyebrows dance?
Oh, it's so funny. I just tried to do the same thing. Okay. All right. Good job, Alicent. All right. The blindfolded Higo. What do you have for us in 30 seconds? 3, 2, 1, go.
Do you guys see my hand right now?
Yes.
Okay, look at this. I can make my finger dance like this, back and forth.
Whoa! Whoa!
And then I can
Whoa!
just turn around like this.
That's so cool.
Gosh.
Okay. So remember when I said that everybody has a hidden treasure inside them? 2 of you have absolutely no treasure inside you. I am going to say they were super lame. So the winner is very obviously Higo.
Whoa! That's a good.
Sorry, Alicent, but everyone can move one eyebrow. Come on. Pixie, is it time to spin the wheel of misfortune?
Is it time to spin the wheel? Yeah.
Would you like to
Time
spin
to
the
spin the
wheel?
wheel.
Okay, I'm gonna spin the wheel now. And we are spinning it!
All right.
Go closer to the camera for one round.
Well, we are just about to wrap up. So, Alicent, why don't you move as close to the camera as you can and say goodbye to everybody for us? Yeah.
That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect.
All right, Alicent, thank you so much. And thank you guys for tuning in.
Wait! We haven't picked the overall loser.
Oh my gosh, she still wants more misfortune.
I want more wheel.
She wants more misfortune. Well, guys, I guess you aren't safe after all because misfortune wants to spin the wheel one more time. So we're gonna grant it, of course.
It's pretty obvious that Alicent lost twice, and it feels a little wrong to have to make her spin it again. So in the spirit of Pixie the dog, I'm going to be really kind to Alicent and give it to Supporter.
All right.
Supporter, are you ready to get supported? I was trying to come up with a pun and it didn't happen. I'm so sorry. Okay, you ready to spin the wheel? Let's go! Spun it a little hard there.
Wait, you said you have a jar, right?
Yeah,
said you have a
didn't
jar
you
of
say
mayonnaise.
there was a jar of mayonnaise with you?
I said cinnamon, not mayonnaise.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Okay, let's do just one arm.
Yeah.
Rub it like a lotion. Exfoliate like a lotion commercial where they go like this.
Oh, I think that's actually good.
That might be, it's like healthy fats, right?
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys, WCS Thailand, for being such good sports. And thank you guys for tuning in. Be sure to tune in as well to the WCS Finals. And we will see you on the next episode of Wheel of Misfortune.
thằng lượng nữa. Nhưng tuy nhiên là rất khỏe ở tình huống này. Kill that trick and flip is just too far, and they're going to get the kill. Seguido ganando para el kill. Viene rápidamente para el cuadro. Exacto, boa resposta. Sakit banget, lengkap lagi. Không, em biết rồi. Nhưng mục tiêu được lựa chọn của em lại là Harry. Very close to the boost ball. What a great one for cover. Ôi, tao. 等一下，哇，用这些阵容猛击找到一个大绝。平中的节奏加上好的大的一起制造，快快上 Q。
Today will be the day to determine which team will continue their journey to greatness as we are back in the WCS Finals play of Day 4. And welcome everybody, I'll be your host for today. It's going to be Choo Choo again. And the WCS Finals playoff brought to you by Riot Games and also sponsored by Ghosty Gamers and One Esports. And don't forget to join in the hype train on Twitter as well. If you guys use our official hashtag, which can be hashtag WCS, hashtag WCS Finals, and hashtag World Rift Champions SEA. Be sure to stay tuned and join in the train hype for discussions because we have so many to talk about today. And joining me on the panel is Dacia, we have Odoluz and the Happy Riku, so cute! How are you guys feeling?
Why are you saying, oh my god?
What's that supposed to mean?
I'm just all over the place right now. Definitely excited and kind of want to have a hashtag here.
What hashtag you want to have?
Hashtag Uncle Otto and then hashtag Kid Riku.
Oh my god.
You okay with that?
I guess so.
Now you don't have a choice.
Okay, I agree now.
I feel like I'm a hashtag old lady Chu. I don't know why. It feels that way. But are you guys hype up for today? We have the upper bracket semi-finals. Who's winning, going straight into the icons. Oh my god, this is the day.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a sweaty day. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be an intense day. Just because of, the stakes are incredibly high. We'll get to find out at the end of the day, the first two teams going into icons.
I smell it. I smell it now.
What do you smell?
The road to icons. Let's go.
Sniff, sniff, sniff.
I'm afraid not every team can actually sniff it out yet. Yes,
That's
we
true.
do have the double bracket, but hey, not everybody can actually go to the icons. Only 4 teams will qualify themselves into that, and also the second to fourth place, if I'm not mistaken, they have to play for the play-in.
Yep, you're right. They have to go through the rigorous stage of play-ins, and then the champion will be automatically invited into the playoff stage.
But you guys just joined us today, sorry Otto, for you guys just joined us today, in case you don't know what's happening in the WCS Finals playoff, this is the format you guys should be familiar to it by now, so check it out.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness, or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
What will they choose? Sim. There you go. I got it right. I'm so proud of myself today.
I'm so proud of
Indeed.
you.
Me too.
Yeah, thank you so much,
So
my
proud of
masters
you.
and senseis. But definitely, it's gonna be the upper. We're up to the upper bracket semi-finals here. We already halfway through. Only few more steps away. One more steps away for these guys to get into the icons. Now, if you're in their shoes right now, how are you guys feeling?
Simply nervous.
Yeah, I'm no pro player, so I'm like,
I mean, if I was there, I would probably ought to lose. Right?
yeah. For me, it's like internally screaming and externally screaming for like the entire day, most likely.
That says so many things are actually at stake here, and we're actually just gonna flashback a bit when it comes to recent matches, all the champion draft and pool. When it comes to that, there's a lot of poking champions that have been mentioned before. I mean, like, why?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It feels like the wave clear duty is being relegated to a lot of these amazing and talented players in the WCS, and I feel like they're gated just by wave clearing, and I wouldn't say it doesn't create much of an impact, especially early. You don't have microplays as a virus. Varus. I'm so sorry. Varus. You don't have microplays as a Ziggs unless, I'm thinking satchel and then you dunk, you bouncing bomb. I think that's the first thing that comes into mind, but that's not what people are expecting when you play these certain champions. And I feel like I'm going back to the usual, like, I miss them when they're on the Vayne or on the Kaisa, you know? Like, I want these flashy champions, especially with the players that we have.
It's all about the flashiness.
Yeah,
Right? It's all about the excitement.
Yeah,
I remember yesterday I called the pick boring, a very bit boring. But really, okay, so the Poke Champions is not all just that. They're not there to wave clear. Our Southeast Asian teams already have identified that if you are on that champion, you have a consistent damage source. And that's what we've been seeing so far from these players. And I know that we will be talking a lot about blocking, about Marquee, who share, a lot of these champions. And believe it or not, as easy as it looks, it's not as easy as you think it is. Because for me, proper positioning, divine positioning, is really required for you to be able to dish out maximum amount of damage.
Yeah, I super agree with you there. I mean, there's still the big threat of how popular assassins are. We've seen compositions that are comprised of double assassins. We're thinking about Rengar Kha'Zix and then Zed Akali in the mid lane. So the positioning is going to be very vital to make sure that you're not reached. But I feel like the reason why we're not seeing Vayne and Kaisa is because Varus and Ziggs just destroys them in the early game. It's the laning phase that really gates them.
How does it scale to the late game, though? You didn't mention about Vayne and Kaisa. When it comes to scaling, those kind of marksmen, is actually scaling way better when it comes to the champs that actually do a lot of poking.
If you think about it, the marksmen were originally intended to be the objective breakers, right? So when it comes to objective taking, the big Baron plays, the Elder play, they shred that, right? And also, they also have this particular role to take down towers. But in Wild Rift, because the towers are too squishy, you can now go to other alternatives that will be just as strong come late game, and that's the Varus, and that's also the Ziggs.
Oh yeah, Ziggs is just a very big tower destroyer. Like, I think it's so important that you have a Ziggs, and then imagine if you get all Rift Heralds, that's just tower destruction heaven.
Well,
heaven. That's a bad term, but I'll think about
heaven.
it.
Tower destruction heaven. Okay. So
I think I just mashed all three words and then they didn't fit, and I'm just forcing them to fit, you know?
Yeah,
It
I'm
works.
trying to actually picture in my mind, which kind of difficult thing for me to do. But again, to remind you guys, we're down to the upper bracket semi-finals, and whoever wins this will place themselves into the upper bracket finals later. And remind you, there's only one champion, but there'll be 3 more to join in the play-ins. The first series we have for today is going to be RRQ.
Of course I am.
Excited!
My God.
So, you guys are too excited today for this.
Yeah.
Is it nervous or excited?
Excited.
I think it's a combination of everything, you know?
I'm not nervous because I'm not the one playing. Let's just put it out there. And yeah, definitely excited for this Riku.
I know. This is just so crazy, right? Like, imagine this is RRQ's first time in the WCS on an SEA level Wild Rift tournament. So, yeah, a lot is on the line here.
And for the second series, we still have another exciting match,
my
not just the
God.
first one. BRU versus Team Flash. Now, that's going to be the hard part for BRU. We have so much to talk about when it comes to the second series, but let's talk about RRQ first. You mentioned just now, just to get into it, they are the team that haven't got that sort of international experience yet. If you compare to Flash, which is so well known.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, RRQ has always had in the regional experiences the playoffs curse. Like, they do so well in the group stages, but when playoffs come, it's like where is the group stage RRQ? Why are we getting the playoffs RRQ? So now I wonder what kind of RRQ are we getting, because guess what? We are in the playoffs.
Yeah. Just to give context,
Yeah.
almost all regional playoffs that RRQ played last year, they placed close to last.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. That's true.
It is
Like
true
fifth,
because I know
seventh, eighth
RRQ.
place,
They're
yeah.
barely getting in for WCS as well, right?
Yeah, for the season, they were able to eke out number 5 during the regular season. And what a story for them, right? Now we're seeing them here in the international stage.
How did that happen?
Just,
Growth,
hey,
roster changes, a lot of things, a combination of a lot of things.
That's a long journey coming up from all the way down there,
I know.
from a nobody to Mr. Somebody, up to the maybe a hero to us, representing SEA one day. Hopefully.
One day,
I'm loving
today,
that. I'm loving
maybe
that.
tomorrow.
I'm loving that. I'm loving that. I mean, we have this friendship thing ongoing, right? Through like MYSG. Oftentimes, root for the Filipino teams whenever their
Yeah.
teams doesn't really progress. And it's not just that. Also, the Indonesian fans, I believe, is also going to be all out on support onto RRQ just because of the organization itself.
Yeah, the organization is so well known in SEA, but definitely RRQ for One Roof team now. I am loving their Cinderella story so much. It just shows how much resilient, how much they have that stamina to actually mental strength. Plus for that, I mean, how can somebody from all the way down there manage to be up here and one of the strongest as well?
Just RRQ things. Let's go.
Yeah, just RRQ things. I'm pretty sure Autolus is so excited to geek out about RRQ and their growth and how they started from, playoffs curse to now in the playoffs of the WCS.
Well, talking about RRQ, let's just jump straight into what's behind the Kings of Kings. This lineup for Rex, Regum, Qeon coming up from the Philippines. It will be Devil J, Chaz, Helios, Marky, and Axozen. So your thoughts on this regarding RRQ or Duluth? Are they prepared?
Oh, they're more than prepared. It's a long time coming. RRQ, it's not just the starting 5, right? We also have to consider their coach, Kaiku, and Coach JM as well, our coach Three Fingers. This is really, we dub this as the all-star team, right?
Yeah.
They could just really attack on all angles, but talking about RRQ right now and what changed from, them being the number 5 seed all the way to the champion, I believe it has something to do with Helios and Devil J really stepping up on the side lanes. Helios will be our focal point for today because he will be facing up against Bruce, and that's going to be a very interesting matchup. Now, on the jungle though, do not count out Chaz, because I believe that Chaz is not just the best jungler in the Philippines, but is also in contention for the best jungler in the Southeast Asia region.
Yeah, I know. I think we have all the best roles from the Philippines in one single team. Like what Adaluz has mentioned, the best jungler in the Philippines, that's Chaz. The best mid laner in the Philippines, that's Helios. Every single person. It's just so, I feel like that's the perfect match to defeat Flash Wolves.
And to balance it all out, they still have veterans to really captain the ship, right? We did say that this is going to be the first rodeo for RRQ, but believe it or not, this is not. I actually look at their players and see them as more relevant internationally just because Exosen was able to reach the highest level of competition during his League of Legends PC days 9 years ago. He was part of Worlds. So if you actually think about it, wait, are they really at the back foot when it comes to experience? I don't think so.
Yeah,
Do they have that?
Yeah, that's the thing, Autolus. Like, I'm looking at this matchup up against Flash Wolves, and my emotion, my feelings right now, I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. So I feel like, you know, RQ is prepped from their roster, from their play style, from their mechanics. I think overall, this is a very, very solid team.
I'm loving the fact that at least they got someone so veteran to actually guide them through to actually just handle the mental pressure.
Yep.
That's everything for the players.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about RRQ is that they're a combination of different things. Like, we have the veterans, the legacy players, Marky and Exosen at the bottom, and then we have new blood, people that are leading like the Wild Rift scene in esports locally. Like, we've got Helios, Chaz, and Devil J, who seem to be just very stable and consistent players overall.
And you also, I want to get into it. You mentioned about the role or the players swap back then. How does it actually? Is it really getting better when it comes to the impacts coming up for RRQ?
The best part about the role swaps that did happen week number 2 during our regular season, right, in WCSPH, was it was done early parts of the tournament, right? And it gave them so much time to really fast-track those adjustments that is needed to really stand toe-to-toe against the best of the best. Again, Philippines as a region is a region that really, you know, have teams beat each other. It's not a top-heavy region, unlike Masters. They can really, you know, battle it out, duke it out, and it's really...
Balagbagan?
Exactly. Balagbagan is also the hashtag for RQ. But yeah, for me, being the number 5, on paper, being the number 5 team during the regular season just helped them because the eyes were off them and they just, you know, went on a rampage. Now they're here.
Yeah, it's like the battering ram. Boom! They open up the gates, break their curse, and it's just such a beautiful thing to watch their growth in general.
I love it.
I'm worried when you mention curse because some teams it happens to be jinxed all the way. Hopefully this is not the case though.
We're past that already.
Yeah, it's a clean slate for RRQ for their WCS run.
For this time at least.
Yeah.
So we're looking at them very strong. I have to say, grinding all the way from qualifiers at that. They have fought a long journey. One more step. Just one more step towards the icons. Imagine that.
Let me push them. Can I just push them? Okay, all right. Go there.
They need your energy. Give them your energy. Take our energy. There you go. That's going to be a huge ball. Invisible ones that hopefully going to reach out to them. But definitely for the side of RRQ, I'm loving the Cinderella story. And they are very, very strong when it comes to mentally, physically. But what we have next is going to be one more team to discuss about. This is going to be a well-known team, well-versed when it comes to League of Legends, PC, or War Rift. They are very well experienced.
Yeah, I know. Like, I say I'm not worried of RRQ's match up against Flash Wolves, but I mean, there's still a little bit of that leeway because it's a best of 5. We're talking about Flash Wolves, who dominated the Masters region, who is still undefeated, by the way. They were 14-0 series-wise in their groups, and then they dominated the playoffs, and they defeated Cerberus as well in that BO5. So they're still undefeated series-wise. So the biggest question is, will RRQ be able to break off that streak, especially with such a high-stakes game?
Quick trivia for me. When I entered the Wild Rift scene as a caster, I had my eyes I really did set my eyes right away on Flash Wolves just because of their history in League of Legends PC. So rich. And they have, you know, the most players that they were able to send to other regions as an import. That says a lot about their org.
That's kind of true. And plus, if you compare, including the Summer Super Cup, and they got 4th in C Champs. And if you compare with RRQ right now, who's pretty much don't have that much history when it comes to this achievement, that's why I'm asking, are they really prepared for RRQ? But
they actually want that. They want the eyes off of them.
Okay, so if RRQ had a playoffs curse in locally, I feel like Flash Wolves has a WCS SEA curse, but I'll dabble onto that a little bit more.
Now, we talked about Flash Wolf. We definitely want to see their faces more. Let's check out the players of Flash Wolves. Coming up from Masters region, Masters Rise, they say. Yes, Sarah, Cookie, Breeze, Locking, and Eason coming up from this team, one of the most fearsome of the Masters.
Oh yeah, definitely, right. We talked about how they never dropped a single series from the regionals up until now, and it's so crazy because they're so dominating, and it's so scary if this is a BO5, and that's where the Masters region in general thrives. But I know earlier we talked about the SEA curse, right? Whenever Flash Wolves remembered the PH region, they were Team Secret. They were able to send Flash Wolves home in the lower bracket. Also remember, FLA, Fatal Adversity, also sent home one team during the play-ins BO5. And I feel like this could be setting up to be a story of, is the Philippine region the bane of the Masters region? I think so.
Arch nemesis, really? That's what happened in the past, and I'm hoping that it will happen.
It's gonna keep continuing.
History repeating itself.
Yeah. I know. But then again, yeah, just regional differences again. 1-6, Philippines will just battle it out, right? You know, the top 6 teams that we have really studies each other and really has something to offer that can really get them the advantage, right? Meanwhile, Masters region, Flash Wolves, one team. So really the responsibility for Flash Wolves is so big right now because they are carrying the whole region at their backs.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of true. They're the only sole team coming up from Masters region this time. And plus, speaking of which, you talked about they have been playing a lot of best of 5, even versus, I think it was CES, they had a reverse sweep in the best of 5. Is this something sort of their stamina? They like to do the marathon for Masters?
Yeah, I feel like the Masters region in general likes to ramp up. I wouldn't call it like they're the team that needs to warm up, lose 2 games, and then send it to a reverse sweep. I don't think they're that team. I think in general, they like prolonged and controlled games, as in we're talking about 20 to 25 minutes of game time. This is literally the master signature. And
26.
26, yeah, 26-minute games. And it trickles down to even series-wise. And I feel like the longer a game in the series gets, the stronger the Masters region gets.
I think at one point it was 32 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Wow!
The longest game that we have had. It was Cerberus Esports versus Flash Wolves, in where we saw Flash Wolves just weathering the storm, and we talked to Bruce. He said, man, I want to lose. I need some good music and some junk food. Well, man, I hope you prepared some for today because you'll need
it. Spicy! Roasting them straight from the start now.
I'm sorry. I had to do it.
I hope you don't need any tissues for today. That's it.
You know, yeah, actually, so what if Flash Wolves wins and we're the ones that will need junk food and music to cheer ourselves up.
Hey, but hey, we might actually see a best of 5 entirely, since we're talking about the Masters region. It's just signature. The thing is, can RRQ sustain with that kind of long fight?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay, my argument is that they had enough practice against Fatal Adversity. Fatal Adversity, their average game time when they win is usually 20 minutes, around that time. RQ had a bit of practice already during the Grand Finals, and they were able to match the slowness, the steadiness of the game, and then they're like, okay, we agree. We're going to fight you, Third Dragon. We're going to fight you, Elder Drake, and we're going to be fine because we're going to just mech check you. We know our champions are really good at skirmishing and fighting. So that's why RQ can say to Flash Wolves the same thing. Okay, we're going to trade objectives. See you later.
And what I'm more excited about this matchup is, again, the mid laners that we have, right? Helios was unchallenged in our region. He's by far the best laner that we have, the best mid lane.
Yes.
So I got to meet this person in real life, right? And I saw him.
Did you feel his mid lane energy?
He has an aura.
What kind of aura?
Just that arrogant aura.
Arrogant aura?
He will just,
Really?
you know, on the get-go, he will just say, I'm the best mid laner. I'm the best mid laner. on
He
the list."
knows,
Yeah,
he
he
knows.
And my question for him was, okay, so you're the best mid laner for the Philippines. What's next? Southeast Asia, baby.
Ooh,
Hey,
this is
might as
it.
well just go to the Worlds because they are one more step away to the
I know,
icons.
icons.
You know, it's gonna be beyond his expectation if he's just saying SEA though. Yeah, he's putting his head way too high. Calm down,
Yeah, I know.
Otto. But you mentioned about Helios. Now we want to look into Bruce. Also, you guys talk about his interview back in the days. How can he actually, you know, try to calm himself down about junk food and music? And he also did mention that he actually been told to play marksman.
Yeah, I feel like this series in general is going to be a little bit of that rock, paper, scissors on what Helios and what Bruce is going to play. Because Flash Wolves, their composition, the way that they play it revolves around Bruce. When we look back at year 0, it was Bruce side laning, farming. The reason why Flash Wolves plays, takes a while to ramp up is because they need Bruce to farm the side lanes, and he's a power farmer. It's so crazy how much GPM he's actually getting, and then once he has the most gold, he fights. And then the reason why they win is because they have more gold versus the other team. So I'm looking forward to see how RQ can stop that or can slow down the growth.
But before we get into deeper when it comes to between Bruce and Helios, you know, we're going to drop the numbers here first when it comes to the series. Say it out loud, starting from our so happy Riku with our prediction, and what will the score be today?
Well, it's gonna be 3-1 RQ.
3-1.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That hair flip, though.
Just because she can.
Yeah, I can.
I'm loving the hair today.
Thank you.
Or at least you want to flip your hair as well? You can. Wow.
3-0 RRQ.
Oh! Okay, from my side, it's going to be 3-0. Alright.
Oh, let's go!
Yeah, we're friends
Hey,
today.
where's my fist bump, guys? Okay.
Air fist. Speaking of that, we want to mention definitely why is it going to be 3-0. I'm loving how RQ always pacing at the game quite fast when it comes to Flash. We're dragging it for a bit longer. And we want to talk about Helios and also Bruce as well. So can we have the comparison between Bruce and Helios, if we can, especially the rock, paper, scissors you mentioned before?
Yeah, the thing is, our very first series with Flash Wolves in the WCS, it was just a constant AD carry in the mid lane. It was Kaisa, it was Graves, it was a lot of these squishy champions in the mid lane. And my biggest worry for Bruce is that he may not even survive the laning phase because Helios is so proficient in assassin champions. And we will look at the rock, paper, scissors.
Oh,
I love
there
that.
you
There we
go.
go. We got
Loving
Zed is
this.
going to kill the squishies, the AD carries in the mid lane.
Yep.
Except Akshan, there is that little bit of counter because once the death mark comes in, you just heroic swing out and you just remove the burst. Anyway, moving forward, and then Lucian, or rather AD carries in general, outrange the melee champions in the mid lane, so you can just poke them out, you can get priority. But at the same time, tanky champions, tanky melee champions, counter out assassins just because you do not give them any sort of kill because you're that tanky in the lane. But of course, who's in the middle? It's the Garen. He just survives and is such a safe pick. You can put him in mid lane and top lane, but mid lane in general, just deny kills. You can just regen. You're fine as the Garen.
So Garen is the rock, paper, scissors all.
Yeah,
So it can be all.
What's better than rock, paper, and scissors?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Typhoon.
Oh my God.
Okay, so I used to play that when I was young, right?
Typhoon?
No, it's more of like the
Water
rock,
balloon?
paper,
Ah.
and scissors, right? But when you go competitive, you'll just invent things, right? I have typhoon.
Jack and
I was like, that doesn't work. That doesn't apply to the rules, okay? But you guys
How we
who
do it.
just kind of new, just like how I am kind of new to League of Legends and also Wild Rift, it's about poke, sustain, and burst, right? When it comes to rock, paper, scissors, it's all about sustain. It's going to be rock, I assume. Scissors is going to be which one? Poke? Is it going to be poke?
Well, you're poking with scissors, definitely.
Oh, it's a different. Is it a composition rock paper scissors?
Yeah.
So like poke composition will be rejected. No, denied by heavy engaged comps, and heavy engaged comps will be denied by Professor Autolus.
It's poke
disengaged
sustainable.
comps.
Disengaged.
Yeah, there you
Disengaged
go.
comps.
Very good
Sustainable.
Just say the opposite word. Yeah, that
I
makes
think
sense.
the trend that we have right now is because we are so into the double marksman thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zhao has just elevated himself
Oh,
as
yeah.
a most picked champion or the rec outer.
You talked about the ADC, so we
Yep.
want to jump into just a tiny bit about the dual lanes. When it comes to Flash Wolf and also RRQ, it's very similar for the dual laners.
Definitely. I still would give the mechanics to Eason, but the experience and the shot calling would definitely be on Exosen's edge, right? When he got picked up by RQ right after the fall season.
Yeah.
Right after the fall season, Exocet announced his free agency, and his good friend Kaigo just called up his number. Hey, you know what? Time to run it back, baby.
Yo, what's up,
Time
EXO?
to run
got-
it back. Time to run it back. And now they're here, right? So very good call, I would say.
Yeah.
Very valuable call. And regarding the marksman, we are seeing Locking, who is basically the starting five, unless he will be subbed out for Demon. And he will be going against Marky. Marky is also a veteran, has been in the competitive scene for years. I'm not going to reveal your age, brother, but yeah, their champions are very much the same. You will see the Varus, you will see the Ziggs, right? You will see this very safe champions that can really dish out that damage from a mile away. And one quick trivia about Marky, he used to be
go ahead.
the best Ziggs in the server, right? We have a ranking in
Yeah.
game.
Oh
So
yeah.
we copy their runes. We copy his runes, right? For
Please
Ziggs.
copy
Thank you,
his
Marky.
runes. Oh, it'll be interesting. Sometimes you will have the graphic, like what can you actually copy out? Well, we do actually for the MVPs, right? You can copy out
yeah,
their
exactly.
runes and also their itemization. But Riku, so he mentioned about the dual lanes are actually similar. So the key point, where is it?
Okay, there's a little bit of mirroring, right?
Yep.
Marky and Locking are going to be wave clearers, and then Exocet and Eason are going to be the engaged people. So I'm looking forward to see if they're going to diversify or it's still going to remain the same.
Will be the same or not? Indeed, or as we said, sim. Speaking of, we're gonna jump straight into our matchup of first series in the upper bracket finals. Right now, let's go!
Let's go!
So excited. Let's give it a go. When it comes to the battle, it's always starting off with the banana picks and the draft itself. RRQ versus Flash Wolf. Whoever wins this first series, even the first game will tune for the rest of the matches. They set up the tune here.
Let's play a quick game here, Riku. Do you think Yumi will be bad against RQ?
I don't think it's going to get banned. I have a feeling Exocet is very important.
Bang!
Okay, fine. Okay, I failed the first test. Oh,
Bang,
no.
bang! Hey, Karma and Yumi, straight out bad. I believe this is more of a regional bad.
Yeah, because Federal Adversity picked it up, has been incredibly strong. Now I'm curious to see if the Olaf looks like that's going to be a no. These bans will definitely change what's open. Like the Camille's going to be possibly open, the set as
Ooh.
well.
The Gragas.
The Gragas,
that
the
can be
Jace,
flexed
never mind.
all over for Flash Rules. Can even be played by Bruce.
I think this is a very norm pick coming from both teams. Olaf and Jace always being banned now, either from RRQ or Flash Wolf.
Yep.
Definitely, we won't be looking at Rakan, usually on the RRQ side. Oh, it's going to be Gary. You mentioned about rock, paper, scissors just now.
Remember, Garen is in the middle.
typhoon.
The typhoon. That means RRQ has leeway to play Zed or Akali, but that's Chaz's best champion, and Devil Jace as well, and Helios. He can play
Yeah,
that too.
exactly.
Everyone.
That's the champion that I did pick out as one of my auto-lose, auto-win conditions for FLA against RQ. They have to respect the Riven because it can
Camille.
be flexed by 3 players. Now we have Camille, a very, very strong laner that can still be flexed onto Jazz.
Exactly, right. So Flash Wolves get Galio right here because Camille Galio has been a very staple pair. Hexac Ultimatum in the hero's entrance. It's very
Wow.
solid. It's very ease of execution. Of course, you got to get it here.
Yeah, you have to remove it from
Yep.
our good friend. So Sen, Galio and Ziggs being picked up here by Flash Wolves. Very, very combo-centric, as I would say. Long cooldowns, but still very effective when it comes to team fights. Now locking, now has it. Oh, wow, okay. So Senna will be picked up here. I believe this is the time for Exosen to go for the Gragas, right?
If
Yeah,
they want to.
Yeah, there you go. That's going to be the Gragas. So stable. You have engaged, body slam into the explosive cast. You can use it defensively or offensively.
Also a mid lane champion that really just turned into a support, Exosen. Really, doing himself some favors here and not really adjusting too much when it comes to mechanics. What will be the last pick here for Flash Wolves? I believe this is going to be a jungler.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're going to go for double
Yep.
80 carry composition, which is not exactly, well, it's already there. There's already the Ziggs. Will Bruce pick up a 80 carry or range carry in the mid lane? Because RRQ, they have a lot of flex junglers. It's a Gragas jungle, could be a Camille jungle. That means Xin Zhao can still be picked if RRQ sees an opportunity. It's going to be range.
Such respect for the
Oh,
Aurelia.
yeah.
Lucian will be a hot pick here, Riku. I don't see Chaz as... I know he can play anything, right?
Yeah.
But I think that the Xin Zhao on Chaz is a waste on his
Yeah,
behalf,
wow.
I would say.
A waste
Why
of his
so?
talents.
It's a very straightforward champion. Yeah?
That's kind of
so
true.
you basically just go in and that's it, right? You won't be able to really show the flashes and dances of the Aurelia that has been banned here. But then again, if it fits the composition, looking at the
not?
screen
Why
right
not?
now on the left-hand side, shout out to Coach Kaigu. He's the brains of this team.
Well, the next band, we expected something coming out from maybe an
Lucian?
ADC.
Oh,
Oh,
no. Okay.
there you go.
Wow.
Corki out. And that's going to
Could be
be...
a Lucian mid.
Could be a Lucian mid, but that opens up a potential of what we talked about. Like a Zed could be open as well. Flash Wolves can pick up Qeon actually. And have
A safer one,
a safer pick in the mid lane in case Helios. He can actually go for Ari or the Zed as well. Still an assassin versus a squishy champion.
Yep.
And I feel like if Helios picks up an Ari, then it fits the comp so well. I can see Hexac Ultimatum single target,
Darius.
Charm as well.
Okay. Good thing for Flash Wolves is they didn't really rush picking the mid lane because that
Oh,
will just
yeah.
heavily get countered. If you actually pick a squishy champion against RQ right now, you have Camille that can just go in and engage on the
There it
primary target.
is!
And now we are seeing Helios just blind picking Zed. He doesn't care right now here, Riku.
Yeah, that's the thing. It still could be Darius mid, but I don't think... Well, because Flash Wolves has played for every 5 games, it has been 80 carries, range squishies in the mid lane.
This is a Chaz jungle.
It is.
Yep.
It is. Now what will Flash Wolves pick? I know you can flex a Darius in. I know you can flex the Galio in the mid lane, pick a Rakan, but at the same time, what do you do? Just Bruce brave this?
He needs to play...
Oh,
Same.
yeah, that makes sense.
This is an
Yeah.
Rock,
interesting
paper,
lineup.
scissors.
Yeah,
You
the
pick
tap.
something tanky against the assassin.
Now, speaking of which, when it comes to this draft, who do you think, in your personal take, Riku, who do you prefer? Definitely, we are rooting for RRQ, but at the same time, that Singe last pick really plays a lot of role
Can I
here.
just say, we got bamboozled by FW.
Yeah.
I mean, in the interview, Bruce said that he's asked to carry. You're
That's
not going to
But you
carry on
can't
this
play
team.
squishies against the Zed,
That's
so
true,
it's
though.
too risky against Helios.
That's kind of true. And usually we saw a Renekton, even Garen being banned out for this state, maybe because of this reason as well, and they picked the Darius.
So excited to see RQ. Yeah, the Darius, there's 3 tanks basically on the side of Flash Wolves. So they're trying to prevent deaths to make sure that the assassins on the side of RQ will not get what they want. RQ, such a classic 1-3-1 comp, right?
Exactly.
Camille gonna side lane. You've got the Zeds gonna split push. And what's a 3-man? What's the 3-man required to have? Disengage. They
Disengage.
have the Gragas.
That's true. And also, I'm looking for, is it going to be a Hullbreaker Camille or not? Because if they are desperate enough, they can just go for the split.
I don't mind anything, right? At this point, Devil J could just assassinate Ysera by himself. So if he's feeling confident, go all out on damage, but if he wants to play the macro, then Hullbreaker first item is not a bad buy.
Oh boy, I really can't wait for this match to actually start. There's going to be an interesting one. Husky and Omo take our upper bracket semifinals. Away into the rift we go.
I am getting the chills right now, Omo. The panel says RRQ, you dress like an RRQ ambassador. I'm the only one who is all blue, you know, Flash
Are you
blue.
neutral? Oh, you're not even neutral. You're Team Flash Wolves.
I got a smile, you know, just to keep my hopes up. But interesting, last time we covered their upper bracket against PSO. Now here we are again covering RRQ Flash Wolves. What are we looking at?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting one for sure, like our panel touched on, right? RRQ, they have not quite been tested yet, but in their match against Persis, they looked so good. But then again, of course you would, right? Persis is not exactly the strongest team here. Flash Wolves, now they were tested. That matchup, all 5 games. Maybe we see another 5-game series here today.
I think it deserves a 5 games, right?
Oh,
the
God,
team
no.
that wins this, the teams that win this go to Icons, Omo.
Yeah.
They have to play 5 games. It would be a waste if we don't get all of that action.
And we got to keep in mind as well the regional pressure. If Flash Wolves lose here, that means that their chances to go to Icons as the only Masters team gets dropped tremendously, right? They have to fight their way through the lower bracket, but RIQ, they have a bit of a safety net here. If they lose here, it's either them or Fennel. One PH rep will make it to Icons. There's that to consider too.
Yeah, there is still the torch, right? RQ is holding it right now. If they drop, then at least if they lose in the lower bracket, they just pass it to FLA. But we get something out from Bruce, you know, the cinch into Z, something that we did not expect Flash Wolf to bring out.
Yes.
How is this looking at right now? Because I cannot wrap my head around what is Flash Wolf trying to go for.
Yeah, it's just a pretty good matchup for the Cinched overall, right? The Zed has to come to melee range if he wants to farm. You walk up, you flip him, you do a bunch of damage. We might see a 2v2 for the Scuttle, though.
Yeah, Flash Wolf's
Bit
cookie,
dangerous here,
showing up to the objective, force away. One smoke screen blinds him up, RRQ gets the Scuttle. Ysera pretty much in the middle of that lane, so if Devil J wants to make an aggressive move, there's going to be chats around that area.
Yeah, Devil J had a bit of lane prior as well. That's part of the reason Cookie had to just give that one up. He'll lose a bit of time, but it's not really a big deal. He gets to just walk down bot, take the bot side Scuttle. Pretty close trading from all these lanes so far, but as expected from Flash Wolves, as expected from a matchup as hype as this, as high stakes as this, I don't really think any of these teams are going to flip a play until we get to the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, and we put both Bruce and Helios, well, the panel put those two under a microscope. We talked a lot about Helios as one of the best, or the best mid laner from the Philippines, and Bruce, you know, his team asked him to play marksman. Maybe today they came in and be like, yeah, we're done with marksman. We do get a gank onto Ysera though. Chaz flashes forward, barrier pop by Ysera, but this should be first blood, and it will be the collateral damage to grab it for RRQ.
And there we go, right? The Graves needs to get something going. He needs to get some sort of lead, and he finds that in the best possible lane, helping Devil J out. This Camille into Darius matchup. You know RRQ wanted this matchup. Yeah. You could tell from the ban phase, because in the second phase of bans, they banned away the set. They didn't want to play that matchup. First phase, they banned away the Garen. They didn't want to give Ysera something he was so comfortable on. They knew he would play Darius, but they said, you know what, we'll just ban the Cocky instead. Give you the Darius. We're confident in taking this matchup, and right off the get-go, they get a lead.
Force the default from Flash Wolves and play around it, right? Play to it. The Flash Wolves now losing that first blood gives Devil J a lot more breathing room. We see Bruce trying to be active, get some vision on that top side river, but with RRQ getting the slight lead, we see Flash Wolves trying to respond down bot with this Ziggs Galio.
And something great to see as well is Chaz is using this Graves pick so well. We always talk about how Graves, he farms so fast, he clears so fast, so much gold, so much EXP. He was 2 minutes 30 into the game and he was like level 5. He used his collateral damage to get the kill, and the best part of that is he's going to get to buy, he's going to get to recall, and his out's going to come back up for the Dragon fight, for the Herald fight. He's going to be ready to go. Same with Helios. Great reset timings coming from RRQ.
Feels like a rhythm game. RRQ getting all the
yeah.
timing in, and we're just 20 seconds away for the first set of objective to spawns.
Yeah.
I know you hate that turn rip break. I know
Let's
you
go
don't
with
like
first spawn.
First spawn.
First spawn. I think
we
it's
do first spawn.
Yeah, less so of two evils.
Yeah, I was thinking of like first light or something.
That's a bit too cheesy.
Okay, first spawn.
Yeah,
we'll stick with that.
I'm cool, you know, so I gotta play it cool. I can't go for the cheesy plays here.
First spawn. Okay, here we go. Chaz shows up. Trying to clear that mid wave. RRQ wants that priority, but Bruce from Flash will fist on that bottom side. Cookie is going to clear our vision, and now Ethan goes in. Gets the Justice Punch into a taunt Mega Inferno Bomb just to chunk down both Marky and Chaz, but no follow-up from Flash Wolves.
It's a good bit of damage, and just like that, RRQ, they make the call. Let's trade objectives. We'll give you this Cloud Dragon. We're a bit too low here, but it's not going to go down for free. RRQ, they have Chaz soloing the Herald. The rest are going to be a distraction.
Yeah, damn Marky and Ethan, Justice Punches away, explosive cast just to try and knock Ethan away. Well, doesn't matter though. Cookie still gets the smite off.
Yeah, they were just trying to be annoying there, right? They were trying to distract Flash Wolves. Maybe you coin flip a steal, though it's unlikely. It's a nice play from Ysera. He's honestly trading very well in this matchup. And like you said, this is the default. It's a pick he's played a bunch of times. I'm sure he's played this matchup a million times in scrims, doing a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, Ysera getting that early proto belt, right? In case Flash Wolf needs an engage, he can be the primary one. Well, he can be the follow-up to Eason, then you can chain it into Bruce. We saw some fantastic combos with a pick like Darius from the side of Team Flash. Flash Wolves have a slightly different argument to that, but so far Ysera, despite being put on that back foot early on, was able to hold on to that structure.
Yeah, for sure, and that might not last too much longer, right? Because you see Chaz and Devil J, they're making their way up the top side. I gotta point out as well, right? RRQ, you could say they were forced to trade for Herald, but I don't really think so. I think they're really happy with Herald. Combo with a Graves, combo with a Camille, you're gonna take structures down like butter. You're gonna slice through it, easy. And they're gonna go for this topside turret. Chaz, he's camping here. But Cookie, he's aware. Eason, they're all aware. They know this is where the next play is coming from.
Ysera just absorbing the pressure. You have Eason to back him up. Hero Centrance, he has both sums. If RQ shows up, Flash Wolves can easily counter-engage. But they took the Rift Herald away from Locking, who is playing that Ziggs.
True, yeah.
So everything according to the plan that RRQ has brought into this game 1. There's still going to be pressure though. Rift Herald spawn up top.
And this is something I've talked about a lot, right? You generally like to use Rift Herald against the Ziggs. You want to get down the mid turret, stop him from being able to wave clear for days. But for a Camille matchup as well, you want to give space to the Camille on the map. So I can see why RRQ did this as well.
But at least for Flash Wolves, there is a silver lining. Bruce matching Helios down bot.
Sure.
You have Locking clearing out the mid wave. He actually was forced to flash due to RQ's aggression. That means that RQ have found a small window, right?
Yeah.
Ziggs does not have flash. This tower is going to go down for sure. Devil J just hookshots
going
in.
for Ysera.
And now they get the ultimatum onto Ysera. Cookie has to show up. Void us out in. They get the Hero's entrance. The dunk comes through. Double flash from RQ. Cookie tries to follow up, but RQ gets out.
And you see the power of the globals there. The shield from Maki, the dawning shadows from bot lane, all the way up to top lane, just really keeping his teammates safe. It's going to give a bit of space to Helios. Just hit the turret for a bit. No Hullbreaker. He's not going to be able to take this one all too quick. But overall, it's a pretty even trade. At the end of the day, the turret gold, it went over to Devil J, and that's exactly what you want. Keep in mind what we said as well. Camille, she's a win condition by herself. Give it the gold, it can pay off.
Setting up for the 1-3-1. RQ have already got the step 1 done.
Exactly.
Top tier 1 down. Bottom lane pressured by Helios. We have Marky and Exosun having the time of their life. They're slowly getting these small victories, forcing out resources from Flash Wolves, forcing out those ultimates. And Flash Wolves feels like they're doing this tango. They're getting pulled around by RRQ.
Yeah, and we do say, you know, the cinch pick, it's good into the Zed, it's good in lane, but once you get out of lane, as you saw right there, it can get a bit tricky. Zed's too slippery. You need to use your glue trap very well, and you need to use your team fight timings very well to get some sort of lead as a cinch. Because Zed, he scales, he kills tanks. He's not afraid of tanks in this game. He's very capable with Black Cleaver, Cyrilda's Grudge, to just cut through Bruce later on, cut through Ysera, Eason as well. So we have to look out for the next Dragon spawn timing here, because that's the big thing. Flash Wolves, they want this, they want to get the inside track, but RRQ, I don't think they want to give that one up to.
Glue Trap sounds nice. I think it's called like Mega Adhesive or something.
Wait, what's it called?
Mega Adhesive. Adhesive.
Oh, yeah.
Right, like
I think so. Super Glue.
Super Glue, yeah, right,
yeah,
Super Glue, alright. We'll go with that.
Yeah, we'll go with
Yeah, Super Glue sounds nice, you know. Glue, there's so much puns I could do with that. I don't know if you're a fan of pun, but based on my...
I was rating Riku's one yesterday, so if you want, I could rate yours too. Bit of a connoisseur, you know.
Okay, so we'll wait until he gets something. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, 10 seconds to the Dragon, so we will see very soon. 10 seconds to the Herald now as well. Both of these teams facing off in the mid lane, but I love what we're seeing from Chaz and Helios. They know if you're pushing the Dragon, we can shove in the bot wave first, get Prio on 2 lanes, force Ysera back, and that's how we get controls. That's exactly what's happening on your map.
Yeah, RRQ have 1-3-1, but Flash Wolves do not have that. And RRQ now going for the surround. Eason gets the taunt off, but Devil J is still in an explosive cast.
Big for
Missed
RRQ.
the battle line, Death Mark into Hero Centrance, knocking up 3. Dragon still alive as Bruce gets popped. Double kill for Helios. Ultimatum from Devil J over the wall as Flash Wolves fall apart. 3 dead as Ysera picks up 1 kill, but they still want to get out. Dragon stolen away by Cookie, but RQ gets more kills and Devil J once more. Flash tactical sweep. Cookie leaps to safety, but
Cookie's gonna get the execute.
He's gonna get the execute, right?
Maybe.
One more.
I think he will. I think, yeah, it's a good thing. He's doing the right thing here. I think he's gonna get the execute. It's a bit unfortunate. The edge of the tactical sweep. I don't know why Autolus is flexing to me. I said RRQ will win. I'm rooting for RRQ.
Yeah, you dress like one of their
I'm an RRQ
VIPs.
supporter here. For
yeah,
sure.
you are. Of course, we've seen what happens in the dressing room. Autoloo is not convinced yet.
Let's not talk about what happens in the dressing room. Bit not safe for work, maybe.
No.
Well, let's break down that team fight here. It was a picture-perfect setup from RRQ, right? Eason, he had the right idea. He was camping in the bush, but the Merc treads from Camille, that's what made the difference. CC timing wasn't long enough. We'll hold that thought because RRQ, they want to keep it going. Rift Herald started.
The ball has already rolled down the hill, Eason.
Yep.
It's a bit of a taunt. Flash Wolves want some avenue. They want to look for that point of entry, but he has to start with Bruce. He's running around, leaving poison trails. Rift Herald gets reset, and that's where Devil J goes in with the ultimatum onto Cookie. They want this jungler dead. There will be the explosive cast. Eason putting his body in front. A fling, but Devil J goes golden the poison trail, and Cookie will finish him off. And Flash Wolves take this fight. A 1-for-1 trade. Cookie goes down to Chaz. Ysera gets the apprehend.
No.
He has Marky in place, but in the meantime, Devil J also surrenders his life.
And my question is, where was Helios? He wasn't on our screen. He was taking a fight off screen. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but it was a disjointed fight for RRQ. And just as they struck the first punch, Flash Wolves hit back.
Yeah, and that is what Flash Wolves are good at. You play the long game, they learn how to adapt, they start blocking your punches, they take classes on the fly. Right?
Well, that's what Flash Wolves are good at. They're a very
Exactly.
good defensive puncher. So that's my point. That's
Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah, I was waiting for something.
No, I have nothing. We'll
forgot
need to
about
wait
it.
for a replay of that one, though, because there's a lot to unpack in these team fights.
But, you know, good thing for RRQ, well, for Flash Wolves, in fact, slow down the pace of RRQ.
Yeah.
Rift Herald still up on the map for around 2 minutes. Flash Wolves, they will go for it. Round 2, to get this Rift Herald, they want to utilize what Locking has in his arsenal as a 6, and they should get it this time.
This is a very tricky situation from RRQ, and you could see it in how they acted as well. They didn't know how to face check, because you look at their comp. Who's gonna face check? You would say maybe Exosin, right? But he's AP. Bruce gets caught though.
Gone on. Solo kill. Helios makes it easy.
We've been saying the entire tournament, play the Assassins, play the Zat. Finally, Helios, he whips it out here. 3-0-1, makes it look easy.
Yeah,
Against Bruce as well, one of the best players in his position, one of the most storied players in the position in the region.
Exactly, right? We put so much emphasis on Bruce, and now we're starting to see a pack leader. The only assassins we've seen mid, Diana, Akali. Where's the
Resident
Zed?
Sleeper.
Here it is. He has been awakened in this crucial best of 5.
Yeah, I love that. Yomu's Ghost Blade is out as well. He has the lethality, he has the Black Cleaver Shred, the CDR, the health. He's got everything. And Helios, he is a big factor in the next few fights. I think it's also part of the reason why RRQ lost that Herald fight, because Helios didn't manage to find a good angle. Let's look at the next Dragon fight. It's going to be coming up in a minute or so. That's going to be a big timing window, right? The game, it's still relatively even. 4K to RRQ, but 2 Dragons to Flash Wolves. Still anyone's game.
In this position, as Bruce on the Singe, they drop the Rift Herald mid, but what is Bruce's contribution? What can he bring to the table? We're seeing this map being pulled apart by RRQ.
Yeah, Bruce can't really do too much in these setups. That's the problem. He can go side lane, but then we saw what just happened. Helios wins the side lane matchup. That's why Zed is so good on side lane. Singe might be a counter in team fights. He might be a counter in lane, but definitely not when the 1-3-1 starts. Now the Dragon has begun. This is where Bruce is strong. He has the Proto Belt. Leandri's realized he does a ton of damage. Huge amounts of disruption. Flash Wolves, yet again, they get the setup first.
Set out the Poison Trail, but here comes the Shroud. Devil J leading the charge. Good satchel. Eason left out
Devil
alone to
J's
dry.
caught.
The pull is there from Nebrihand. A good explosive cast. Back in the Inferno Bomb to follow up, but keep your eyes onto Helios. Denmark's immediately shadows away. Flash Wolves disengage from that fight.
Amazing exhaust from Locking. Look at the blinking red health bars on Ysera and the rest of the team. It's all Helios' damage. If he wasn't exhausted, would have been so much worse.
Get a snare. It's gonna be Eason. Tactical sweep, wearing down his health. Devil J goes back, flanks with the ultimatum, but instead gets executed by Cookie. They
this is
really
bad.
want the Dragon, and that would just be Flash Wolves walking in. Cookie does not get the secure, but he will of course walk away with a double kill.
RRQ get the Dragon, but they get routed. This time, Flash Wolves, they take a fight again. This is what Flash Wolves does so well. We play as a 5-man unit. We know when to go in, we know when to go out, we know when to use our spells. Devil J found a very nice angle into Locking, but the rest of the team immediately reacted. Protect our marksman, protect our Ziggs. And he jumped over the wall. They take down Devil J. Let's look at the replay right now. It was a good start to the fight. Everyone is low, but Devil J a bit too far ahead of your team. Exo not ready. Chaz in stasis. Marky dying to the Dragon. Helios with no spells. A bit saying that they got a bit too greedy. Sure, they got the Dragon, but the kills right now matter a lot too.
Yeah. Everyone's health was blinking except
That's
for
brilliant.
Cookie. Force out the stasis. Helios locked down. Not enough damage from Flash Wolves just yet. Mega Inferno Bomb. Not enough to finish off Helios. He does have that Honey Fruit, but the rest of Flash Wolves show up bot. They really want the structure. RRQ somehow holds on.
Yeah, RQ holds on, and that's because Helios, clean mechanics, the Zhonya's on the apprehend, hourglass, the stopwatch, whatever you want to call it. Flash moves though, they're starting to find a bit of tempo in this game. They're starting to find a bit of a footing in this game. They still have 2 dragons. They are still behind in gold, but this Singe is starting to get really annoying, Husky. The super glue, it just shuts down RRQ's entire comp.
Yeah, you can't dash, you can't shadow. It really keeps Chaz and Devil J in place. But what Bruce is bringing to the table is kind of a new look on Flash Wolves, right?
Yes.
The panel talked about how he wants to be the richest man and he can start throwing cash at your face to win the game. But this game is not it. He puts his body in front, he is the meat shield, and they're doing a pretty good job. So RRQ, going back to their 1-3-1, they want Helios dead, but again, once more, clean mechanics.
Too slippery.
Just
He's
get
too
out.
slippery on the Zad, right?
You can't catch a shadow.
Exactly.
No way.
It's like boxing with shadows,
It's
right?
like
Is that what
boxing
Vayne
with
says?
Yes,
Something like
yes,
that.
Yeah, something boxing with shadows.
Well, that's exactly what Flash Wolves are trying to do this game. Helios, he's still the man of the hour. He's still the one that needs to carry this game. I came into this expecting him to be maybe one of the best, if not the best, mid laner in the entire WCS Finals. He's definitely putting on a statement. Maybe Bruce was running from him. Who knows?
Maybe. He's trying to bait Helios into chasing Singe. The cardinal sin. Never chase a Singe. We got to be careful about what we talk about Helios. Like, all of this is listening.
No, I said he's great. I said he might well be the top 2 mid laner, if not the top mid laner here. And he's trying to prove it in this game 1 for sure.
Yeah, so far 3-0-1, despite RRQ not able to extend their lead.
Yes.
Helios is doing a good job. Divine Thunder out for Marky, tries to shred the tanks alongside Helios. These beefy meat shoes from the side of Flash Wolves, their days are numbered, right? The game goes, the longer the game goes on, do you think RRQ has a better chance in terms of scaling?
I do think RRQ has a better scaling, and a large part of that is the Camille factor, right? We always talk about the Camille factor. He's trying to kill Bruce now, by the way. He's just going to back away from this one. I think the threat of the Galio too scary here for Devil J, but he is chunking out Bruce in the side lanes. And let me tell you, Husky, it's not going to get any easier.
Oh, absolutely not. Thankfully, Bruce didn't have to use any sums.
Yes, sir.
That's the silver lining. He can keep running laps in the lane. A workout, right? If you don't have a treadmill, good, just a punch.
Yeah. If you don't have a treadmill,
just
what happens?
Run back and forth. That's what we do.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, I don't want to give out my workout routine here. It's top secret. But
I
don't
that
exactly
for sports
know.
day.
Wait, why are these teams dancing like this? There's nothing on the map for them right now. This is a bit odd, isn't it? 20 seconds to go. I think you push your side lanes first right now.
20 seconds into the Elder Mountain Drake.
Yeah, this is the big one. This is the game winner here for either of these teams, right?
And just like what Qeon mentioned, right? RRQ have adapted. They're willing to, let's play third Drake. Let's play Elder Drake. Let's see who wins this. But Flash Wolves have proven that they also can contest this. In fact, I think they are really comfortable in taking these fights.
You know it.
Right.
Flash Wolves, they love it.
Their comp allows that to happen.
Yeah. Their comp might not scale the best, but Flash Wolves as a team, as the game goes on, they scale. The team scales. They're going to start this one off. They're going to try to flip it maybe.
A coin flip coming out from Flash Wolves. They initiated, Dragon down to less than 50% health.
so
They're gonna bomb
fast.
rush, there's damage coming out. RRQ, what is the move? They are under the shroud. They have the cover of the shadows. A decent route up onto Bruce. Flash Wolves holding back that assault a bit more. They're waiting for RRQ to make that move. Again, the Sarah engages, gets a pull out. They assassinate Marky. Senna out of the picture. Helios wants to do some magic. Meanwhile, they also isolate Chaz, ultimate him out onto Bruce, but there's no damage. Ethan in the front line.
no,
They
it's
finish
Rout.
off Helios. A flame back on the Devil J. Double golden from RRQ. But Flash Wolves shows us why the Masters regions are so good at objective fights and ace for Flash Wolves.
I'm going to be very real with you here. What was that, Marky? He walked in and he got apprehended. You know he has Proto Belt. You know he has Flash. You have your own Flash, but you weren't able to use it. I don't want to put the blame on one person. RRQ could have done so much more on the map, but at the end of the day, it's the individual mistake that cost them.
And Flash Wolves starts off this best of 5, avenging this one team step by step. Game 1 goes over to them over RRQ. What a grand opening.
Yeah, and honestly in that game as well, RRQ had brilliant moments of team fights. The first Dragon fight, Helios' individual performance, but Flash Wolves, they're the veterans.
Yeah.
The Masters region, they love the late game. You look at how they set up around the Dragons, you look at how they set up around the Elder Soul. They know exactly what they're doing, and individual mistakes, just keep in mind, this is a high pressure game. Yeah. You win this, you go to Icons.
You go to Icons.
No question asked, you're in Spain.
You at least secure play-ins. That's the most important part.
Exactly. And I think some of the pressure began to get to some of the younger players of RRQ as well. You got to keep in mind, this was a team that wasn't the favorites in their local league. They had to run the lower bracket. Maybe their lower bracket run starts today. I don't want to call it too early, but
This is a fairy tale that RRQ is looking to complete, right? You want the script to end with RRQ being doubted by everyone in the domestic region and finally qualifying for Icons. But this is not a good start for Flash Wolves on the other hand. They came in with a new look. They showed us why those objective fights, those 5v5s are so much in their favor. RRQ took the challenge, but they lost the gamble.
Yeah, honestly, Flash Wolves look a lot better today, and this kind of gives some weight to the theory that we had. Maybe Flash Wolves, they were just warming up. I know it sounds like such a bad excuse, right? Oh, they were just warming up.
Conditioning, right?
Well, that game showed us that they looked really good today.
Yeah, they show us 4 marksman game during their series against Cerberus, and everyone is like, all right, Bruce is going to play marksman, right? Why the heck not? They come in, throw in a cinch. Yeah, sure, Bruce got solo killed by Helios.
Doesn't matter.
The Nexus still blows up.
I love that, right? You solo me, fine, solo me. Who wins the game in the end?
Ha, joke's on you. Joke's on you, Helios.
Well, great performance from Helios individually though, and I think if the team, if RRQ as a whole want to keep this going, want to keep their momentum going, they don't want to lose here to Flash Wolves today, Helios will need to be a big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. But for Masters, for Flash Wolves, the Masters region pride is on the line.
Yeah.
This is a good step
Last
forward.
reps.
Last reps. We still have more to come though, but before that, we're going to toss it back to the panel and get their thoughts on what happened in game number 1.
Thank you so much, Husky and Omo. What an exhilarating match coming up from RRQ versus Flash Wolf, the first series in this upper bracket semifinals. Now, this a bit of a question that I have in my mind. Previously, RRQ, they have a very good run. It's not that much of a challenge for them, but right now their head is against a wall to lose.
You could say that, right? Again, when we look at their history, at least in this tournament alone, they really didn't have any time to ramp up, right?
Yeah.
Because against Percy's Esports, that was an easy drubbing, and basically the champions that RRQ really has in their pockets, they are free to pick it. Unlike here with Flash Wolves, in where you are countering or you are against an organization that will really study you from A to Z, you're now seeing champions being banned away, being taken away. It's not just that, right? Again, we're looping back to the point that Bruce just said that, hey, you know what? My team is asking me to carry, but this game,
let my team carry me.
Yeah, he's willing to just let go of his team to do the dirty work for him.
Yeah, you mentioned about the rock, paper, scissors just now, and definitely they took a big rock in the middle as a cinch.
yeah, exactly. I mean, we already saw during the draft, we got a bit of a preview on what they wanted to run.
Yep.
They banned the Garen. That means they're going to play Assassins because Garen is the big neutralizer. It's a very safe pick top and mid. And the fact that you can just silence if an Assassin goes in, then boom. That's why it was, I wouldn't say a very dead giveaway, but I'm sure Flash Wolves had an inkling that Helios and Devil J are going to go for the Assassin round after banning out the Garen. And Singe is also a very good answer against RQ's playstyle in general, being very flashy because of the glue, the adhesive. You can just stop them in their tracks, stop them from dashing and outplaying you.
And oh, wow. Again, we talked about the Poke champions, right? Locking on that Ziggs. He was untouchable from the backside, right? You could see that this players really has divine positioning to be able to dish out damage while being safe.
I agree. The fact there's so many rocks we can talk about. There's so many bruises coming up. There's Ethan who's so tanky coming up. He's doing all tank itemization. He's not going even for AP there for Degalio.
I'll be honest, I was a bit worried when I looked at the timestamp. It was around 14 minutes. And the tower in the mid lane was still up for Flash Wolves. The first tier tower really dictates much of the Elder Dragon contention and the Baron contention, because the control in the mid lane is basically your pathway or your key to really secure big objectives.
Exactly, and it works so well with run 1-3-1 because you can easily collapse on some of the sides that give you control if you remove the mid lane. And it's so hard to topple down the wave clear king that is Ziggs. So I have a feeling that Ziggs will eventually get banned, but who's going to be open? I think that's the biggest question that will dictate how the game is going to go.
Varus.
It's going to be Varus again. Varus and okay.
Lux is also a champion that Marquis does play. Locking also. Again, they eat each other's champions.
Yeah,
right? There's really very big similarity as to how these two teams play. And I have to commend Isera on that last team fight because man, oh man, although I know that Marquis did overstep, He was so decisive. Bang!
That's the
Proto
thing.
belt?
Yeah, and the fact that he bought Guardian Angel, he was already willing to like risk his life. He knows he's gonna die as long as he's able to engage for the team. He saw the opportunity, just as you mentioned, Otto, reeled in Marky, and then boom. It was for a big 4v5 that they were very
That was
comfy
the
with.
last fight we mentioned.
Yeah.
Though. Just Marky being taken out from the equation. There's nobody actually can go for, you know, this engagement backing off with that no more because of Black Mist. But this gonna be our MVP. We saw the apprehend just now. Definitely is his to take coming from Flash Wolf because we saw that last apprehend changes everything from Sarah.
Yeah, I believe he deserves to co-share it with Eason because Eason was really a steady rock all throughout that game. But Sarah, again, looking at his role in this team is to be the initiator, the playmaker, and the stabilizing factor, right? And against Devil J's laning prowess is something that I would say is up there. But you could see, even Omo did point it out that Isera's trading patterns against the Camille has been so on point.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on Isera in general, even back at year 0 of Wild Rift. You know, now that he's being... There's a lot of pressure because he's like the #1 heavy engager. If Eason is not on a Rakan, you know, I feel like there's a lot of pressure for him to make a lot of these plays to Proto Belt or Flash into Apprehend. And he did it. He nailed it.
Wow, right?
Back to it, my question behind the scene just now. Do you think that they have a bit of a problem to sustain with that kind of rock all over the place? Nobody getting in the backline for the Zig, in the case for RRQ.
Well, let's look at the replay because there were so many moments here that you would see that Devil J really wanted to target locking. Then again, locking is just so good in, you know, disabling this pick attempts from Devil J.
I mean, on paper, it's supposed to be air quote easy because you have a Camille, and then you're able to access the backline with Hextech Ultimatum. But at the same time, it's really difficult for the follow-up if you're not positioned properly for the backline.
Let me just let you in on the secret, right? Eason's job is to really detect the area, and if Devil J was in the area, he would just pop his taunt. That's right.
I agree.
So whenever Camille comes in, you could just cast it instantly, and that's your safety net for locking, right?
And also, I feel like every single time, yes, we do have the Camille on Devil J, but the problem is every single team, every single team fight, he wants to actually reach out to the back line towards locking. He's always being zoned out by none other than Sarah, and also you mentioned about Eason, so there's no way for him to actually hook into the fight.
It's really difficult for Devil J, but I really believe that RQ wanted that draft.
Yeah,
and basically, they would be willing to roll it out once again. Let's not forget, they were 4K gold ahead.
Yeah.
With a middle tower in the mid lane, you know, still standing strong. So that means that in that 5v5 setup, had Marky been alive for at least 10 more seconds and be able to dish out damage, not just damage. Again, for Senna, the longer she stays in the fight, the more relevant she becomes, right? The heals, the shields, the roots, everything in Senna's disposal is all about long team fights.
Speaking of healing, I like the adaptation on how Flash Wolves immediately knew that the problem was going to be healing eventually. They picked up early double Oblivion Orbs on their side, on Singed, on the Zig, so it was so easy to cancel out all of those healing coming from RRQ.
That's quite fast thinking coming out from the side of Flash Wolf, I have to say, but we can see how RRQ really tried to push that game as fast as they could, tried to contest on the Herald, tried to get the objective, even denied certain fights at some places. But the thing is, was it really about the timing based on that draft for you?
1-3-1 comps have a very small window to work, right? Like you have to. The quiet phase of the game is when objectives are not spawned, and that's the time 1-3-1 comps actually shine. If Elder Dragon is there, you're not gonna split push. You're gonna go there unless you're in an incredibly big lead and you can stall out the Elder Drake. But I don't think RRQ had tools to stall out for a 4-1 to even happen by then. They had to be complete, all 5 versus a 5v5 comp.
Because the engage was coming in from the Camille, basically, right? I mean, ExoSen, we basically have lauded him for his experience, and we saw him building the AP items, and that's okay, right?
Yeah.
You know, mixing it up when it comes to damage profile. But always remember that if you build AP on the Gragas, the option
Very
to be
squishy.
the engager is being halved.
That's
You know,
true.
straight out the window.
I agree. When the moment Umo, our casters mentioned, who's going to face check? That's the problem because everybody's just too squishy. And you saw that scary apprehend coming out of nowhere when you're trying to face check in the brush. You get straight away locked down. There's nowhere to go. There's also the cinch coming out very slow. There's no way out for them. Do you think it's going to be different when it comes to the draft later on for the side of RRQ?
Okay, so if their job is now to eliminate locking, because it seems to be, he's really hard to reach. And when we look back at year 0, there were 2 prominent champions that have been the answer to easily engage in the back line. Not something you can form a flank, something front to back, but I can just skip everybody else and head towards the back line. And
Olaf?
2 champions, Olaf, always banned, Jarvan 4 as well. But it's one of those things where Chaz is such an amazing jungler. Why would you put him on a tank champion?
Yeah.
No!
And also, you could make a case that, you know, you could give the Camille to Chaz and have Devil J, you know,
Jarvan
pick out
4,
a different champion.
For me, personally, I want a J4, Jarvan 4 with Trash combination. You know, the Lantern can easily pull somebody else into the Cataclysm just to be helping to bash out whoever being controlling there.
You're onto something, Chu, because EXO also plays a lot of Thresh, so maybe we get to see that.
Hopefully, the cards are out for the side of RQ because they really need it if they want to set their momentum here.
Galio is really my MVP in game number 1. They have to take it away if you are RQ. And if you're not prioritizing it, at least in the RP1 or RP2, or what we call Red Pick 1 and Red Pick 2. Because, again, Eason was just able to disrupt the flow and the tempo of RQ with very good decision making. And now we are looking at the picks and bans here.
Oh, I was thinking about Olaf first if they want to ban now, but they're definitely not there.
RQ is going to ban it on
Yeah,
red side
have
for
to.
sure. They don't want the red side for, blue side rather, first pick on that Olaf. It's such a huge problem. Marky already had an issue against Isera. What more if it's an Olaf running at you?
Yeah, I think you opened the Camille here, yeah?
The Camille, the Gallo, the Sat is still there.
Oh,
And all of
wow!
these-
Yeah,
never mind.
so
I'm not going to
there's-
play Camille.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's actually the thing that I'm thinking. Because Isera is known to be a tank. So basically, if you pick Camille first pick for Flash Wolves, it's a given already that Cookie will be the one playing it, right? Unless if Bruce wants to, you know, mix things up. Bruce also has played Camille once, though. And just would like to point that out during the regional playoffs. So many champions are left open here, Riku.
Olaf and
Yeah.
Set.
Olaf,
Flash Wolves.
Gragas.
Yeah, Gragas. I feel like it is definitely going to be the Olaf, right?
Yeah.
Because we talked about how locking will need protection, especially if Bruce is going for the route. Again, he doesn't have that red side counter pick anymore. So it's one of those things where do you play safe? Do you want to play tank immediately? Because we know
Such a big
Olaf!
priority.
Arceus
Yeah.
Olaf!
They can reach the back line now if they actually locked it right here, right now. But they're thinking way too much time. And regarding that, I do want to see an Olaf if can actually combo with someone that can reach out back line.
There it
Maybe
is,
with the
Galio!
Galio. There you
Olaf
go.
Galio, do
You
it,
take
do
away
it.
the
No, it's not! Okay, you know what? I should stop talking.
We are worried for our queue right now.
Yeah, well, if Flash Wolves then decides to pick up the Olaf, that's a problem. That has to be solved right away. But then again, when it comes to comfort, at least we have to give the audience at least some, you know, some info. Chazix, as we love to call it.
Ruben!
Oh,
So I'm
wait.
sorry. Oh my god! Wait.
Okay.
Okay, the reason why we're acting this way, because the draft of Flash Wolves is like a cosplay of RRQ's draft. Like, these are key picks that RRQ has used in the regionals.
Yeah.
And now, it's gonna be renekton. What? It's like they swapped drafts, you know? It's like they swapped.
Yeah, except that I don't think RQ will be first picking Ziggs at any point in
Yeah,
the
that's true,
tournament.
that's true.
So,
Except the Ziggs.
normally, you would pick the Riven if you're a RQ second rotation or after the second phase of banning. But now, they're saying that Devil J has to tone it down a bit and be like a bruiser. Remember, though, that this can still be flexed in the mid lane. And we're now seeing such respect being given to the Singed of Bruce.
And also, we talked about the healing coming up from Senna. Definitely didn't want to fight against that again for Flash Wolf.
Yep.
Now, are they being forced to ban something that feels like an ADC maybe if they want to.
If they want to answer wave clear, Varus is still, well, it's not open anymore. So you go to the AP carries. You go for Lux, you go for Morgana to be able to match that wave clear.
Marky did play the Morgana once before. That is still definitely an option. It's very scary, by the way. You know, the Kazakhs being black shielded, he could just, you know, go in a rampage on the backside.
There you go.
And there you go. Looking at the win rate, a big
0%.
zero, a big donut.
A big zero.
Oh no!
But the thing is, it's rarely being used for Morgana. Maybe this is a good exhibition coming out with Kazakh combo with that Black Shield as well.
Who do you want to combo it with? Because usually you want to pair it with something that can dash in aggressively. And for some reason, Lucian comes into mind. I wonder if Helios will pick that up.
I think this is the time for him to pick the Lucian or the Akshan. That's just two options that I'm seeing right now. Unless if they want to flex this Renekton onto the mid lane, which I don't think should happen because they would lack damage a whole lot.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Flash Wolves, in the other hand, has so many flex. You still don't know who's the jungle. You still don't know who Cookie is going to play. Is it a Gragas? Is it a Riven? Set jungle, we rarely see, but it's still a possibility. And he is again being, I wouldn't say relegated, but he's going to play the Zen! Bruce is going to play the Zen!
Wait, let me check. Go for the skills matchup. Go for the Akali.
Akali?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
We talked about rock, paper, scissors. If you pick a squishy champion here, if you pick a Lucian here, I feel like Bruce is going to be incredible. Akshan! Pick the Akshan!
Yeah, pick the
This
Akshan.
time the
Akshan also. Akshan wins lanes against Zed. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Level 5?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do it.
Do it. Come on. This is it.
If only they can hear us right now, definitely they would have picked them. But hey, nope, it's going to be the Rakan
mid lane.
But it's still not so bad if you compare it. This is going to be an interesting
It still
matchup.
is a mage though. Again, when it comes to the proficiency of Helios under Khan, he played it twice during the regional playoffs. Both a win, both very influential on the map. We'll see. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so I'm so worried about the damage again because, like, okay, Rakan, really good AP ratios, really hurts like a truck eventually after Rabadon's, but as the game goes by, the only one who's going to deal significant amount of damage is Chaz on the Kazakhs. Will they be able to survive? That's Flash Wolves' territory in the late game.
And also, we do have to put in mind that Sat and that Gragas can just disrupt whatever initiation coming up from RRQ.
Yeah, that's true. Well, as a Rakan, though, you have a charm coming in, right? So this set, there's a window for you to just burst him down. Or, on the other hand, Gragas also. Yeah, just burst him down. It is very possible, but, you know, the level of difficulty of the composition of RRQ here is definitely not solo queue-esque.
Yeah.
The kids, don't try this at home. The Rakan mid lane should stay here in competitive.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to see how they're going to execute this, considering the fact that the rock, paper, scissors thing again, Rakan, Roa first item, can survive the early burst, but eventually feel like Zed, Bruce is going to be very painful.
You're loving the Bruce with Assassin, but not wasting any more time. We're going to go straight into game number 2. Omo and Husky take us into the Rift.
I'm loving this. It feels like I'm watching a game show. Omo. I'm watching the game show of Riku and Odolus guessing the draft, and every time someone guesses wrong, they put mayonnaise on their face as lotion.
I wish, if only we had that. The sad thing is we have no forfeits for guessing things wrong, so the stakes are not that high. But you know where the stakes are high, Husky? This game that we're about to watch. Flash Wolves RRQ. The winner goes to Icons. We've talked about this. You win this, you lock in your ticket to Spain. Simple as that.
Yeah, and if RRQ loses this game, they will be put on the back foot and have to do the whole 3-game run all over again. Then they're not strangers to that particular pressure.
They did run the lower bracket.
They did run the lower bracket, but against Flash Wolves, you don't want to take that risk.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for sure here at the WCS Finals as well. Every team is good. You could potentially lose to any team. You always got to be so careful. But let's take it a game at a time. Let's look at this game 2 right now. Let's look at the draft from RRQ. Our panel had a lot to say about that. I have some thoughts to add to that. Yeah, low damage, right? But then the question is, if you're going to run double supports, basically, why not have Chaz play Olaf? Olaf seems like such a great pick here. I feel like this Kazakhs has been over-prioritized for a couple of reasons, right? You play against Kazakhs, the fear of the champion does get put into you. But actually, when you think about it, how much impact does the Kazakhs genuinely have in game? And I've been not really impressed by it.
Yeah, well, they picked the Kazakhs in a second pick, and then they banned the Olaf, right?
Exactly,
so if there's no purpose for RRQ to even go for the champion. But if we just close our eyes, if we cover the team tricodes, you would think that Flash Wolves draft is actually RRQ.
Exactly, yeah. Well, barring the fact that there's a Rakan mid. But other than that, pretty much, right? And I got to touch on that Rakan mid as well. I've heard about Helios playing it, and I've done my prep for the WCSPH region, but I've never seen the games where he has played Rakan mid. So I don't really know what we're in for. Riku says, you know, he gets the FCAT, good AP ratios, but at the same time, if you play any other mage, you're gonna do more damage, 100%. I'm just curious to see how Helios in tandem with Chess accelerate the tempo of the game, because that's what I feel like they need to do. Screams to me that RIQ, we are doubling down on the early game.
Yeah, and even in game 1, Flash Wolves won a 17-minute game. Yeah, we don't see that often from the Masters region. In fact, is it fair to say that this, you know, mid lane AP Rakan is the same as an AP Yuumi support, where those initial pokes come in and they deal a crap ton of damage?
Well, we will have to find out. You see, the thing about Yuumi is she has the long-range poke. She doesn't have to commit. What is Rakan gonna
Gleaming
do?
Quill.
Seriously, like that's it, like Gleaming Quill, right? It does nothing, you know?
Well, you can theoretically dash in with your Grand Entrance and then you battle dance out.
Yes, that's what you would have to do, right? And if you do that, I look at Flash Wolves team comp and I see a lot of possible counterplay angles. Ysera specifically is the one that I'm looking for. Eason as well. They can shut down the Rakan engages, right? We need to see how Helios and Chess play it in tandem. Same thing, same story. I think we're gonna wait for the 4 minutes objective fights to start off once again before both of these teams really start committing.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Chaz. I believe he evolved his claw, so
he did, yeah.
Go for
You almost always do.
No, go more the damage, slightly longer range, just allow him to farm a bit faster. EXO just shows up, try to get Bruce to at least leave the lane, but again, you know, you're into a Z. If you can't lock him down, you know, with the initial crowd control, Bruce is just gonna get out. In fact,
shadows.
Bruce on Z. Who would have thought we'd be saying this?
Yeah, I love that Flash Wolves are showing a different dynamic, are showing a different face here today. And I think that this face of Flash Wolves looks more versatile, looks more open and willing to play other styles. We'll see if it actually pans out for them in game though, because like we said, right, Cinch and Zad, pretty different champions.
Yeah, but we've seen him play Tristana.
Sure.
Hullbreaker, we've seen him play Graves mid.
We've seen him play a lot of weird things.
Yeah, so at this point, it's like, alright, another unique champion. Good for his portfolio though.
He's really boosting his most champions played stats. I think by the end of the split, he'll definitely be one of the highest the player with the highest amount of
Did you intend to make a pun out of that?
What was the pun?
Boosting?
Boosting.
Okay,
that's a pretty good one. I didn't even realize. It wasn't intentional.
Oh, I give myself a 1 out of 10 for that.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's passing. I'll give you a 5. Boosting.
Okay.
That's not too bad.
Good enough. I'm off to a good start.
If he wins this game and he has another sick performance, we could even say he's boosting
Lee.
Flash Wolves. Bruce Lee, sure. Whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Well, objectives have spawned. Teams have started it out. It's looking to be a trade once again. Flash Wolves on the Herald. They say RIQ. We know this time around you guys maybe have a bit of the better comp. We're going to give you the Dragon. But RIQ is so quick. They're ready to go.
And this is an important fight for them. EXO has to go in right now. Devil Day shows up, pop the dominance. It's going to be EXO cancel by the body slam.
Locking.
Oh my goodness. Cookie does it so well, locking as well. Rift Heralds to Flash Wolf.
He left the satchel charge there. The moment the Justice Punch comes in, Locking says, oh no, you don't. He knocks him out of it.
Flash Wolf? What can I say? They're
really
ready for
clean.
that.
Really clean. Good fundamentals, right? And we say a lot of good things, we say a lot of bad things about the Masters region. But one thing you could never take away from them, good, solid fundamentals.
Yeah,
they know what they need to do.
The essence of the region now rests in the souls of Flash Wolves right now.
Pretty much.
Pressure's mounting a bit in RRQ. It's not the beginning they were looking for, but at least they still get the dragon, right? There's something out of that.
They still have a minor gold lead. They still have the first dragon. It's still pretty good for RRQ. Well, this is a bit of a tough trade there for Devil J. It's going to be okay, though.
I want to touch on
I
this.
think Sarah could have all in, genuinely.
Right, I want to touch on this a bit, right? Because we looked at RRQ and we look at Devil J. On paper, Devil J gave a better impression, but now Ysera, he's doing numbers on Devil J. They will bring in Chaz, they will try to get the lockdown. Ysera still gets the Haymaker off, a flash away. Cookie shows up, first blood for RRQ. Cookie wants some return, but he is forced to flash away.
Ysera, he missed the window. He missed his timing. There's more action.
They caught Eason.
Oh,
yeah, he's gone.
Man.
He is
just
gone.
like that, huh? RIQ, they find the angles, they find the opportunity. Good call there from Chaz and Devil J saying, you know what, they might try to dive me. Chaz, I need you up here. And they punish the mistiming of FW. Bruce gets taken down so low. Axel's coming, he has flash.
So much control from this Rakan mid. A lot of damage as well.
Nice.
Forcing the flash, perfect.
It's really smart there from Bruce, and it's also really smart there from Axel. You can buffer Justice Punch with flash. Bruce knew that. Axel knew that he knew that. So Axel chose not to flash, and he burned Bruce's flash. It sounds like I'm reading a lot, right? But
it
these
could be
teams,
the case.
I genuinely think so, because these are some of the best players we have in the region. They are thinking about these things.
Is this a mobile or a mind game?
It's both.
It's both, right?
Yeah.
Mind game, online battle,
Exactly.
arenas.
Exactly.
I'll figure that out. Riku's looking at me like, What are you talking about?
She just doesn't get it.
Yeah, she.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't get it. It's fine.
Now we don't get her puns either.
I wish I didn't get a punch. But all good. The first turret does get dropped there by the Rift Arrow. Flash Wolves getting a bit of gold back for that one. But RRQ, they've been getting a lot of good gold gains on the map.
Oh, it's all
Bruce, though, he's in a bit of danger.
All about taking down Bruce. Binding doesn't even
Nice.
matter. Good shadow in and out. Bruce wants to get away. Exhaust onto Devil J. They still get the kill. Devil J flashes
Wrong
away.
way.
But that's not your lane.
Yeah, I think you went the wrong way right there. The kill went over to Locking. I think they were trying to give that one over to Cookie. It's still a 1-for-1. I think Devil J maybe needed to drop turret aggro a little bit earlier there. Still to get the kill on Bruce. They punish Bruce. They keep him down a bit here.
Yeah, Sarah just putting his body in front.
Yeah.
We have some tanks on the side of RRQ, and that's going to benefit their showstopper, right? We've seen what the showstopper can do.
Yeah, Set has been insane in these 5v5 team fights that teams have been liking to take around the Dragon, around the Baron. Set's great for that, right? You push one tank into the back line, suddenly they can't play. But this time around, what I do like about RRQ's comp, they're a bit more flexible in how they play out team fights. They're a bit more mobile. So Set knocks someone into your back line, Helios can jump away, Chess can jump away, Devil J can jump. It's really just Maki that needs to eat the brunt of it. Poor guy.
And while we have this window, I want to add on to what Riku said just now on the panel. She said that there are two champions that can reach the back line and not care about anything. Jarvan and Olaf. I think Set can do almost the same. You grab
Similar,
one guy,
right? Yeah.
you access the back line.
But you gotta be aiming it well, right? You have to have a really good angle on that one. Make sure that the target you knock is going
can't
the
just
right
run in.
direction. Yeah, you can't just run in. I do think the Olaf would have been a great pick here for RRQ. I'm a bit sad that we don't get to see that. But this Kha'Zix so far, it's been doing work, right? It's been doing a lot in the skirmishes, securing them objectives. Dragon is up. We see the face-off.
Inferno Drake. This time, Flash
you have
Wolf
to fight
wants
this.
it.
Yeah.
They have to, right? RRQ finds themselves in the same predicament as game one. You're out against Flash Wolf. In fact, Flash Wolf decide to move away for now. But when it comes to
You
team
can
fight,
rush this. This is Kha'Zix.
they're gonna go for it. They will try. RRQ have some form of engage. Exo and Helios are ready.
Here we go.
Showstopper straight to the back line. Megan for about to follow up. A good quickness and charm, but there's the golden from the side of Bruce and from Cookie. He survives that Exo. Helios.
Helios.
They finish off Cookie, but it will be Bruce taking down Devil J. A double kill for the Zed. Chaz tries to at least take down Ysera, but there's a face breaker. Locking is there. They force Chaz to go golden, and he comes up into a body slam. Bruce is still alive. Watch out for the Zed. Triple kill for Chaz. Helios will also walk up. Locking wants a return. They don't get it.
Blanking red health bars on everybody. Again, such a close fight. And this Husky, this is where the... Oh, he picks him up with the soil as well. Locking tried to go in, get a sneaky last-minute kill. But Maki's the one who ends up getting the fadeaway. And Husky, this is why you prioritize the Kha'Zix. It's fights like this that get so scrappy, they get so messy, it's all over the place. That's where he excels.
You thought you got rid of Chaz, but no. The bug doesn't die this easily.
Yeah.
This fight started out good for Flash Wolf.
I want to look for Helios here, right? He actually did a lot of damage. Riku said, this Rakan does a lot of damage. I'm like, okay, sure, Rakan does a lot. He did a lot of damage.
Look at that. He forced out the Zhonya's. He chunked up 4 members of Flash Wolves. And it's all Chaz, right?
It's all Chaz. And honestly, I thought he was going to
fight
as well. More action.
Devil J in the back line. It's going to be a showstopper from Ysera. Bruce goes in. Deadmark Helios pops. They get a face breaker from Ysera. A haymaker comes out. Flash Wolves, they want to take this fight. Cookie slow.
The Kha'Zix
again from Chaz, getting a trade back. 2 dead from Flash Wolf.
And you know, we've been singing the praises of Helios, but he's on a bit more of a supportive role this game. It's the Chaz show, and I want to talk about this guy a bit as well, right? He's been so impressive. We saw the match against Persis. Granted, they're not the strongest opponent, but he was popping off. I loved his Irelia. Genuinely think there's a case to be made that he's a top 3 jungler, if not top 2 jungler. Maybe just behind Zissou, right? If you think beyond Zissou, who's better than Chaz? I'll be hard-pressed to find an answer for you, and he's showing off his Kha'Zix play in this game.
We started out this match saying that there's a lot of pressure on Chaz. He is the Kha'Zix. He has to do work. 5-0-3. Does play Black Cleaver. Rift Herald in his pockets. RRQ very much set up. And this competition gives them so much ways to engage. Unlike game 1, RRQ can actually fight back.
Yes, and I do love how RRQ are playing the map as well. Every time Bruce shows his face in the side lane, oh no you don't. RRQ, they move their whole team down. They pressure him. You're not allowed to touch the turrets. You're not allowed to get lane prio. We will keep you down. Granted, Bruce is still doing pretty well in team fights, but he's not exerting as much pressure as he would like on the map.
Light the map out like a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
I say that, but RRQ so far, vision up on the top side.
Pretty small, right?
Pretty
Like,
small. What
pretty
they wanted
small
the blue
tree.
buff? The river one just expires. Yeah, you know.
But they're using their champions aggressively. They're moving across the map aggressively. And I like this. Look at the map yet again. Chaz and Helios hand in hand. playing the side lanes together. It's exactly what they should be doing, and they are doing that so well.
You show up, you die. 1-2 punch, boom.
Exactly. You have the CC from the Rakan, and then you know what Kha'Zix does? He just one-shots you.
Yeah, if you're ice, he
Yes,
loves
the real does
people.
Grudge, by the way. Look at the item gap between both junglers.
Yeah, I feel like Kha'Zix, if Kha'Zix was a human, he would need to be sent into a mental ward.
Oh, 100%.
He loves lonely people, right? If you're isolated, that's it, you're food. Death Cap out for Helios. We see the Rylai's Crystal Scepter for Marky is getting that.
A lot of slows.
Liandry soon. Just Mega in front of him just clears out the minion wave, I guess.
Yeah, but it's still this Herald.
Yeah, they're ready for this. It's gonna be EXO force back, bob back with the satchel. Doesn't matter though. So the rest of RQ show up mid lane. Tower's still alive.
Tower's still alive, yeah.
Good binding onto Ysera Chaz. He's taking position. Watch out, RQ. They're ready to
This
go for
is so annoying. When the Kha'Zix is on your flank with the evolved spikes, you have to back off because
Get
it
out.
slows your whole team.
Exactly right. AoE slow. Just get the hell out. RQ takes that mid tier 1.
Man.
Against the Ziggs step number 1 completed.
I don't want to jinx anything here, Husky, but I'm starting to sense a bit of a revival from RRQ. 6k gold lead, 3 out of 4 of the starting objectives all picked up. This is looking like their game.
Way better than game number 1.
Way better.
Sets up for an amazing series. It would be a shame if RRQ drops out 3-0. But in this case, we at least are on the road to guarantee a game 4. I mean, RRQ so far.
At least, right?
At least.
We don't want to jinx it. The game's not over yet. There are still some win conditions from Flash Wolves. They have the amazing Wombo combo team fights. We know what they can do in late game team fights. Set, Power Driver, into the Riven, into the Ziggs bombs. It's still doable. You just got to be careful. Because RIQ, they're starting to do so much damage. The Gleaming Quill actually hurts. In tandem with Marky's Morgana combo, of course.
Binding, Gleaming Quill, that's... Thankfully, it's a Gragas. He can heal back up. Happy hour, right? He's positive. EXO goes in, Justice Punch, gets a taunt. Ysera, you can't just do Hilo straight to the back line as Cookie immediately removed from the fight, dominating for Marky. RRQ with a good engage. Meanwhile, they also found Ysera, double kill for Marky.
And this is what we said about RRQ as well, right? In their game against Persis, when they pull the trigger, they go in together, they play as a team, they play as a unit. Exactly what they're demonstrating right now. EXO leading the charge. We might not have General Hamas. We have Corporal Exocet. Good enough.
Yeah, that's good enough. It felt like time stopped when RRQ pulled the trigger because Flash Wolves, they didn't
know what hit them.
Yeah, they couldn't respond.
Instantaneous, really.
Cookie was out before the fight ended.
Oh my god, this is doable. You have a Kha'Zix.
It's a Kha'Zix, right? Baron is alone. Well, he has company, but not his friend. So RRQ, they should get this for sure. Cookie, he wants to try to go for steal. Cookie with the hero play. Doesn't get it, Marky.
It was
what
the
a hero
tormented
from
soil.
RRQ. The tormented soil. RRQ takes the lead.
Oh my god, and Cookie, that was such an amazing play from him. He flipped the coin, he rolled the dice, the whole world held its breath. It didn't matter, it didn't matter. It was the tormented soil that got it. Neither one of these two junglers. Chess smited early, Cookie smited early. Alright, Morgana says I'll do it myself.
Both out smited.
Both out smited, really, yeah. And it was so close, it was so close. It dropped to like, what, double digits.
We were talking about Chaz 5-0. Marky 7-0.
7-0, yeah, he's doing a very good job this game. Redemption for last game. He could have saved his team the game. He could have stayed alive longer. Chaz being a bit sneaky here, though.
He go in.
Oh,
Yes,
that's
he looks
so
good.
good.
What is that damage? 2 down for Flash Wolves. Ysera, what can you do? Haymaker, last resort. He brings the tank back. A face breaker out. It's down to Bruce and Cookie. Hero's entrance used by EXO. Cookie goes in, gets taunted. Justice Punch, knocked up, exhausted. Doesn't even get the Q into EXO. It doesn't belong to you, Cookie. And Bruce is forced away. But Devil J once more doesn't get it. RRQ push down mid.
We've been singing the praises of Chaz and Helios, but Mark, he's been doing work here. And Chaz and Helios, you can tell they've practiced the combo. Kha'Zix runs in invisible, Rakan jumps to him, you don't know what's happening, you don't even see him, you don't know that Rakan can jump there, and they catch FW off guard. This game, it's basically over now. They just need to cross their T's, dot their I's, and RRQ looks like they're gonna bring us to game 4.
Absolutely. The Nexus is still standing for Flash Wolves, but they are in tatters right now. 2 inhibitor turrets gone. This Ziggs from locking, not able to provide any sort of cover. I mean, look at this engage.
This. So good there from Helios, and he actually does so much damage. It's crazy.
Honestly, if you blink, you would have missed that 2 kills.
Yeah. Now the next time I play support Rakan in my games, you know I'm going AP.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
100%.
Just go AP, right?
No
it's
more
all about
than
damage.
tank. Yeah, I completely agree.
If you kill them first, then what can they do? Nothing.
Exactly. What's the saying? A good defense is what?
Best
defense
is the best. The best defense is
one.
The best
it's a good offense. Yeah, we got it. We figured it out. All good. The Proto Belt comes in. The two waves are pushing in. RRQ, they have so much space on the map. The world is their oyster. They can do whatever they please. 8k gold lead, 3 dragons. They don't need the Elder. They go for the end. They're looking for the end.
It's one more push. RRQ showing up on the doorstep of Flash Wolves. They will clear out the way for now, but
6.
RRQ have enough. That is the lifeline, right? RRQ
Yeah.
still have a lot of room to work with. Look at that. Like, who needs Lux Binding? Just put a Tormented Soil, does the same thing. So annoying. Just
Honestly, yeah.
instantly
Lux,
procs in.
Morgana, these champions are just really annoying to play against. They are very straightforward to play. You hear the binding, you win the team fight. Simple as that, right? And you can just keep fishing because it's non-committal as well. RRQ, props to them. They're using this comp so well. It's very clearly well practiced. They know what they're doing. They only have 4 deaths this game.
Oh,
Husky.
Cookie, watch out.
Goodbye.
Knocked up, executed. Helios takes that one.
Yeah, he was way too far out.
It was very rare that we see a Ziggs pick up a Seraph Embrace and also a Banshee's Veil, so much defensive items. We say a lot about Ziggs, right? But Morgana does the same. 4 items on Marky. Presses W, the wave disintegrates. What can you do? They will try.
That's nice.
Good cast. They bring Marky back. Goes Golden. Bruce towards the back line. Comes back. Gets hit. Exo is the hero. Corporal Exosen in the house. Ysera was able to disrupt the back line. But look at the damage from RRQ. It
Yeah,
feels like it
doesn't matter.
doesn't even
It doesn't
matter because
matter.
Chaz has ascended to godhood. Ysera isolated. Picked off by Devil J. RRQ gives us a heck of a series. We're going to hit into game 3 and RRQ will tie this up 1-1.
Great performance from RRQ, taking a game down from Flash Wolves, tying this one up. We move to 3 games. Okay, it's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to clean it up. There we go, right? Cookie's back up. And look at the health boss. Imagine if Cookie was alive for this. It's a bit unfortunate, but RRQ, they don't care. Nice, Exo.
Yeah, perfectly done. Not even a chance given.
Yeah.
Flash Wolves blinked, and RRQ takes game 2.
That Kha'Zix pick, I had questions about it, but they're proving why they value it. They're proving the combo that they had in mind. The Kha'Zix Rakan worked out so well in our panel. They're loving it right now.
Yeah, I mean, the panel can throw half of their prep out the window, right? We saw the Kha'Zix picks, and Riku was like, no, there's no Olaf. But guess what? RRQ won game 2.
Yeah, and the Kha'Zix was an instrumental part of that. I have to give props to the rest of the team. Everyone played well. Devil J is proving he can be a stable top laner as well. Ysera, you can be stable, you can do your job. I can do the same, and my team will beat you. My team will do more than you across the map, and they were proven right.
Yeah, we got the first taste of Helios' mid Rakan.
Yeah.
Tastes like a victory.
I liked it. I really liked it. It worked out very well. I thought it was kind of a mean pick, but it actually was so good, in tandem with the Kha'Zix especially.
Yeah, please put it back on the shelf. Story RRQ, we don't want that to show up in our solo queue.
Yeah,
it will if I play it.
I will play it.
I will play it, right? So we will test drive it first.
Yes.
But at least RRQ have proven
Let the
that.
professionals do this.
Let the professionals do it. At least RRQ have guaranteed a game 4.
Yeah.
They are showing us that they are no slouches. In fact, we have Flash Wolves carrying the flag of the Masters region. RRQ are doing it for the Philippines, right? Again, the fairy tale is being written. RRQ wants to complete it.
There's a lot at stakes here. There's a lot on the line, like we keep saying, because it's such a big deal.
Yeah,
you win this, you book your tickets to Icons, you go to Madrid, you go to eat some paella, you're happy, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
The stakes are high. RRQ, they're proving that they will not crack under the pressure.
Absolutely, and that is what we want to see. Veterans against veterans. Game 2 was a banger, but let's see what the panel has to say about this one.
What a hot match. Definitely we don't want to queue with Omo and Husky because they'll be playing Rakan mid. So hopefully we're not facing, if we're facing against them, it's good news. But Rakan mid, oh, don't lose, it works.
Again, don't do that. Don't do this at all, right? It's a very niche champion. Again, why does it work? First of all, the AP scaling on all skills of this champion is so good. Meaning, if you buy Rabadons, if you buy Luden's Echo, your damage burst will just be so sick. Sick. And then also, you would see the passive, right? There is this shield on the Rakan that really just expands. The more AP items he brings onto
The bell
himself.
dance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the Helios pick as well because I know we keep talking about the rock, paper, scissors. Like,
Is this
Rakan
rock, paper, or
can-
scissor?
Okay, Rakan's not a squishy target. So at least in the laning phase, you're going to be fine if you're up against Zed. And the best thing is, I know I mentioned Olaf Jarvan 4 being the answer. Jarvan 4 is already like at the bottom of the barrel when it comes to like jungler selection, especially in this series. Of course, the third best option, in no particular order, is
it's heavy engaged like a Rakan in the mid lane,
Ah.
and you pair it up with a Galileo. It's so easy to layer the CC. You have the delivery system. It's just so beautiful to watch, and I'm so shocked.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm just so happy that we got to enlighten Omo on. This is Omo. After a
Oh yeah, Omo was like, what damage?
Really?
Rakan damage?
Really?
Oh,
Rico
now I
was like,
see what Rico was talking
"No."
about.
Yeah.
Come on, Olaf!
When it got picked,
Yeah.
by RRQ back in the regional playoffs, I did the same thing. Really? It's effective, huh? But because at one point there was a game in where RRQ's Exosen was the one who built full AP. You know him, right?
Yeah.
Earlier today, Gragas going straight for the Rod of Ages and then Rabadons, right? So he did the same thing on the Rakan, and I saw him just one-shot the champion, and I was like, oh my god!
Yeah.
This champion on a support really does a lot of damage.
And the best part is, the only people that you need to kill is Cookie, Bruce, and Locking. They were on 3 squishy targets, so Rakan's value has been exponentially increased because it's so easy to burst someone down with
Right,
squishies
exactly.
like
So game number 1, Devil J caught. Your role is to catch Locking, right? You have to make sure to catch this Yordle in the bot lane. Not successful. Okay, game number 2, Helios. It's your turn. Helios, very much successful.
that. Yeah, the fact that Locking was forced in defensive items instead of like Luden's Echo into Rabadon's, no, it was Seraph's Embrace, it was Banshee's Veil. So as a Ziggs, you don't have the same punching power with that item path.
I agree, and also, never mind about if Devil J cannot actually get to the backline. Rakan quickness just jumps
Yeah.
in. It's so easy. They have a how would I say it, security net in case they want to go to the backline on the side of RQ.
I did say, right, Sarah on that set, Eason on that Gragas is able to disengage if they need to. However, there is this window in where Rakan that just locks you up. The charm onto the knockup, plus the Kha'Zix is very much deadly. Well, the Olaf, no more
Olaf. The Olaf.
Okay, the world has been introduced to the Chaz experience. The Kha'Zix is now here.
Chazik's Marky combo just now is just so
Yeah.
hard to shut it down, right?
Yeah, the way that, Chazix was able to leap into battle with the Black Shield, no problem whatsoever. And the mechanics, the stasis timing, to buy some time for the rest of RQ to join in whenever he's all alone, jumping in forwards. Oh my god, this RQ just did an amazing job.
On another level, eh?
I know, with the KDN 19, I have to say Chaz is actually the playmaker for RRQ this time. He opened up so much space for them to actually just snowball all the way.
When I saw the draft and they said Morgana will be the champion for Marquee, will be Chaz really being, the focal point of this 5-prong attack. You just put the Black Shield on him and just let him do the work. Again, for Chaz, just an insider info, I did an interview with this guy. I did say, hey, you know what, Chaz? A lot of the Filipino junglers are really saying that you're the best jungler in the region. And what he said was, well, I haven't proven anything yet. Right? He's so humble. He's different.
Yeah.
He's very different from Helios. He's
The
very
contrast,
different. The contrast between Helios and Chaz is really, really there. But yeah, now that he's a champion, I believe that we are now seeing the next version, the next level of Chaz, because the confidence is already there. And he's now able to show it to the world, to Southeast Asia region, that, hey, you know what? We have a very good jungler that you must be afraid of.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a lot of pressure on these players in general because we talked about the stakes already. And if they win this, there's a chance that we may send 2 from the Philippine region to represent it as an icons. And that's the reason why there's a lot in the line, not just the icon slot, but the fact that we can send 2 from the Philippines.
I'm so proud of you guys. We're friends, definitely. We can actually just be
You're
part
rooting
of you
for
guys.
us, eh?
Yeah, even our language is very similar,
Look
but
at this.
we have to look at how much fight. Look at the quickness coming up from
Yeah,
behind.
I know.
I mean, that damage was insane.
Yeah.
Even though it looks like just a gleaming cool, but hey,
Yeah,
it's still painful.
And look at this. All right. I believe this is where Chaz went on stasis and just waited for the Black Shield to happen. Once he had that Black Shield, go, go, go!
Yeah, I feel like the body slam timings coming from Eason were amazing after the stasis. But, it's one of those things where, okay, I have the Black Shield. What are you going to do? Even though you have perfect timings in these executions.
And plus, we have to remind ourselves, Cookie, he did try to flip the coin just
yeah.
now. That was very, very brave of him to do so.
It looked so clean too. It was a very 50-50 because in the end, Marky was able to get the Baron with the Tormented Soil. And I think the funniest thing was RQ, instead of like locking down Cookie as he was going into the Baron pit, is like, oh my god, he's coming, let's rush the Baron, let's go, 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 go. I think that was what happened. Go, go, go! He's coming!
Well, Exocen tried though.
Yeah,
but
it did.
Cookie was so fast that he was able to overcome the ring, the obstacle, right?
You know, it was so funny. It felt like
the
a
shield
red
of Dread.
carpet
I
premiere.
know,
Like
I know.
there was a red carpet for Cookie's path, and then you know that scene in movies where it was slow mo and they were stunned. They were like looking at Cookie coming their way. Like, whoa. That was the image in my head.
Riku.
What's up?
Very
So
imaginative.
creative, huh?
But
Yeah.
still, everybody hold their breath when Cookie came in just now because that might turn a flip over to the side of Flash Wolf. They almost, if they got the Baron, it would be a totally different story.
Oh, definitely, definitely. Although at that point, I believe that RQ still would have enough pressure to end the game. It will prolong the game, yes, but when it comes to scaling, the scaling option for the side of Flash Wolves, specifically on the Ziggs, was divided into two right away, just because he needed that defensive item. He knows that from a mile away, if he gets caught in the combo of Helios, game over.
Even forced to actually build up the Banshee field. Not, for me personally, Luden's Echo,
Still
okay, it
expensive.
kind of gave you a bit of a bump when it comes to damage, but you still need a Death Cap. He doesn't have any. That bomb is just like, what? It's just ticklish. Nothing more. That's it.
It's just so expensive as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Banshee's Veil, if you prioritize that on the third item, right on cue, Chu. Rabadon's a very stable item, a very important item for a Ziggs. If you don't have that as your third item, your damage will basically be nothing.
Yeah, I feel if you're forcing a champion that's supposed to deal damage and they're all just basically building defensively, I think you won. I think pressuring them to build differently, I think you won.
I know that we're entering the draft, and I've heard Mr. Omo did say that it doesn't matter if we don't have General James, we have Corporal Exocen. Right? Okay, quick trivia for everyone. Exocen and James are actually previously teammates, and they went together during that world stint. James was the sixth man at that time. So there really is this passing of mantle happening right now from Team Secret to RQ. Bro, you got this. Iron Man into War Machine. Let's do this.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. Hey.
Hey, passing the baton over. I'm loving the history come out from these two teams, especially when it comes to RRQ. It's one all the time now. Who gets to get into Icons? We still have no clue because it's 1-1.
It's 1-1.
The pressure is mounting at the same time.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to. I know Otto's prediction is 3-0. My prediction is 3-1.
Yeah.
You're not on the right track anymore,
I'm
buddy,
sorry,
but
I'm
I
going down.
still have the potential
I'm
of
used to it though.
I thought you had all your predictions correct before this.
No. Well, okay, so for RQ, I have this thing that if I vote for them, they end up losing. And then if I vote against them, they end up winning. Ask their social media, guys.
So I'm
proud of it.
Do you want to go to the dark side or the other side now?
That's actually the thing, right? Now we show the scores. And the 3-0, I'm quite confident that Flash Wolves will still bring out a fight, and it's not really going to be a clear 3-0. Now, with 3-0 out of the way, I'm already wrong to begin with my prediction. But that doesn't mean that Flash Wolves would win against RQ.
Yeah.
Algebra.
That's right.
I suck at math.
Algebra.
Yeah, but the math is definitely not right on Odo's side.
That's
so
okay.
So it's a good thing for RQ right now, at least. But speaking of, we do know the Zig has been picked up by both teams. So do you actually see there's a potential ban coming up from Zig for the next draft?
I think Ziggs, if you have an answer to the Ziggs isn't a problem. The
Yeah.
only time that you want it banned if you don't have an answer to it anymore.
Yeah. I think the problem that Flash Wolves is facing right now is how do we stop the engaged that can really, it's an engaged that can assassinate your primary damage dealer. Right? So maybe it is going to be a ban against the Rakan. Such respect to be given to a champion that has just been introduced now by Helios.
It's just a lot of value, right? Because there are two Rakan players. There's Helios and there's Exocen.
Yeah, maybe we're going to see a lot of rocks again if they want to stop the engagement. We saw earlier in the first match, they take so much tanky champions for Flash Wolf just to stop the engagement for the RRQ.
I know you were trying to do the rock, paper, scissors thing, right? So rocks are the tanks, scissors are the assassins,
There you
and
go.
paper, because 80 carries are squishy, they're the paper. There we
Thank
go.
you so much. Thank you so much for that. I really wanted that so bad. But Karma, again, we never get to see Karma. I want to see Karma
Karma
for
is
once.
like the typhoon, right? The rock, paper,
No,
scissors,
you were
and then
saying
there's
Gary
Karma.
was a typhoon.
Yeah, Karma also belongs in that.
Oh,
field.
that's a respect bet.
Okay.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this.
Womi. I know Omo is saying that Kha'Zix is, it's a pick that gets baited a whole lot, but against RRQ, for RRQ, they're respecting as well the Kha'Zix coming out from Cookie. Both games, Kha'Zix has been winning.
That's true. They were worried that it's going to be first rotation on red side. Olaf still not going to be unlocked for Flash Wolves. Do you want to give Camille over it? Because earlier, Camille wasn't exactly as successful as RRQ wanted to be when they were in blue side.
For me, RQ, if they are given of the card to pick up the Camille, take it straight away.
But if they've been locked, then there's no reason for,
Yeah,
for us
it
to
won't
see
be a
for it
problem
anyway.
anymore, right?
But we do still have set, definitely. We still have the Gragas we mentioned before. Disengage-wise, very efficient. But it's going to be Riven coming out this time.
for
So
the
there's
Camille.
Camille.
Yeah.
There's definitely one for them to take, but Galio first.
Take it away from Eason.
It makes sense because earlier Flash Wolves was on blue side and they banned Camille. That meant that they didn't want to play the Camille. So it makes sense that RRQ picked up the Galio.
4D chess, huh?
Yeah,
Oh.
Never mind. No. This is a takeaway because Galio, Camille in the same team is just game over.
And
Yeah, that's
also,
true.
the flexibility of FW on this champion is not really Isera and Cookie, but rather Cookie and Bruce basically can play the Camille. Now, if they go for Bruce, Camille mid lane, that means that they're willing to allow Bruce to be the playmaker instead of, being the carry that we are accustomed to
I'm loving this. Jax all the way. We do know how they can just hypercarry this Jax and also split push with him if they want to.
Flash Wolves needs some sort of an enchanter to make sure that the Jax is able to survive because Eason has been very phenomenal on engaged champions. So putting him on an enchanter may not be good.
You played the Garen here, right? If you are a Q. Devil
Oh! We checkmate you like, okay, we gonna fight you. We're gonna out macro you. We're gonna micro rather. We're gonna mech check you.
Another Morgana. Well, still, this is the same draft as earlier. Rakan is still open, and Flash Wolves now has to invest that ban against Rakan in the during the second rotation. But what will be the third pick here by Flash Wolves?
How do
Darius?
I want to see if they want to pick the
No.
enchanter or not. Definitely, it's going to be Gragas coming up. I think this is okay. This is not bad, and they can isolate if they want
Still
to pick
very
up for
flexible.
one. Still very flex, like you mentioned.
Sometimes being very flexible can be a bad thing. Just saying.
But in this case, it's a good thing because Helios doesn't know which matchup he's going to get eventually because he's on blue side.
You pick the Rakan.
You pick Rakan, you're gonna be fine,
You pick
right?
the Rakan on almost anything here. I mean, the only counter to the Rakan
There it
here
is. Never
the
mind,
counter.
it's
Yeah, you ban it. You have to ban it.
The thing is, Irelia can still be flexed in mid and then jungle. Maybe Devil J can also pick that up for himself.
Have the Akali. We haven't seen the Akali. We could also see the Shen. As just as a follow through on Chaz, if he decides to play the Irelia, you have the Shen, you have the Galio, so many options.
Shen can also be... Shen is also known to be one of the assistants of a Jax, right? Like usually Jax goes in, jumps right in, into Stand United. And I can totally see this delivery system working because there's so much. There's even the Camille
You bet
as
the
well.
virus, right?
Possibly.
You bet the virus.
Yeah,
No,
there
you
we
don't
go.
want to face against a poking champion. Definitely it's going to be Varus.
Senna?
But next one, we still have, like example, if they want to go for Lucian, it's also fine, I think. But Senna first coming out. I think this is a very good combination coming up from Flash Wolf. it's definitely everything that they have for overall. They want to go for engagement, they can. They want to go for pick-off, they can. Disengage, they have. And also they want to go for split. There's possibility for that as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of scaling going on for the side of Flash Wolves. This is definitely a very staple Flash Wolves game because, again, we talked about scaling. Akali, again, mech check champions. Here we go.
Watch out! Yes. Akali, we've been raring for the showing of the ninja, basically. The other ninja. We have seen Zed. Is this going to be a double assassin, though?
It's so good because you have Black Shield. You
could-
have Galio.
You could go
One
for
of them
double.
go in. Exactly.
You could go for the double assassin.
Yeah.
Do it, Helios.
Triple assassin.
Go for the Zed.
Triple
Go for
assassin.
the Zed. It's
Oh.
Yeah.
Martin.
Okay.
So Lucian finish off the draft
Zed's
for RQ.
open.
Now that's left for Flash Wolf. Will they go for the assassin as well?
Do they go for the Zed here? Because literally in the diagram earlier.
I mean, I feel scared. I feel scared for Helios.
You don't know. It could be Devil J Lucian.
This Lucian BP or blind pick could easily be punished.
Oh, there you go, Diana. At least it's still an assassin, even though it's not a Zed, but we might
It's
see a lot of
stable.
skirmishes.
Okay,
yeah?
so Diana is a champion that is not really an assassin. She's a mage. She's a bruiser. She's a fighter. She's an assassin.
Hey,
she's a jack of all
Hey,
trades.
Arise used it like an assassin,
Okay.
one lane, 1v1,
Yeah.
the squishy AD carry.
That's true.
So it still can be possible. Bruce can still do that.
I mean, when it comes to this composition, right, we're definitely going to see a lot of, first few fights coming out, even into the jungle invasion, even on the turret dive early on. But when it comes to getting 5v5 head-on, who do you prefer when it did this kind of composition?
Definitely for RQ, you have to look out for Devil J and Chaz. They will just go all in together and try to assassinate, again, the primary target here. The primary target for Flash Wolves, locking. Again, games 1, 2, and 3, same win condition.
Always.
Kill locking, win the game.
Yeah, I think the assassins from RRQ are going to have a fun time because every champion pick, especially if Eason builds AP, they're all going to be very squishy and very vulnerable to the burst damage that RRQ has.
Oh, well, we have to wait and see because optimization will affect everything as well. It's all about the timing, getting the first Herald. We have to remember things are getting way too fast with the Herald always being contested as well. And we do know when there's Jax, they love to take the Herald first, coming from Flash Wolf. But will they actually win 2-1? We'll go to best of 5 all the way. Are we ready, Cassis? Because we can't wait to see the action in the Rift.
A treat of a best of 5, RRQ against Flash Wolves, Omo. We got something that is very special. A ticket to Spain, a ticket to Icons. And we got the Helios, Lucian, we got the Devil J Akali, we got the Chaz Irelia.
That's right. Wait, why didn't you say we got the Maki? We got the Maki Morgana back in action.
Morgana.
He didn't die a single time last game. Tremendous performance from him. And I like that you touched on the RRQ team comp because I'm a big fan. I think RRQ's team comp is great. They got a bunch of counter picks. They do one thing, but they do that one thing so well. They team fight. Their comp has one goal. We're gonna dive into you. We're gonna Black Shield Chaz. We're gonna kill your team. We're gonna kill your backline. It's a very simple win condition, but it's an easy one to execute on. And this Akali matchup, you do lose in the early stages.
Yeah.
But as you scale, as you get into the later stages of the game, Camille has a very difficult time into the Akali.
Like you always said, infinite scaling, just hardcore late game damage. But it seems like Flash Wolves, we thought we knew their identity, but right now they're bringing out
cheeky.
Helios. He's getting punished for it. Really
he
hard.
loses a lot
Oh
of
my
health for
goodness.
it. I don't know if that's worth it in the end of the day. Like, he is lower than he would have been at the start of that entire series of events, right? But it was a bit greedy there from him. But you were saying?
All for some fruits. Yeah, I was saying like we thought we knew Flash Wolves' identity, but they're showing us the third rendition of this draft. So what are we looking at?
It's looking good so far. They're trading very well in their lanes, in their games. I mean, we're looking at this game, a pretty weird comp, I would say, from Flash Wolves. I'm not a big fan. It's clear what their goals are. We have the hyper carries. We want to jump in. Senna's going to stay behind. She's going to buff us. We've got the Gragas to disrupt the team fights. But I feel like their comp lacks one thing. They don't have a clear tank. They don't have a clear enabler. You got the Camille. She's a carry. You got the Diana. She's a carry. Cookie's a carry on this Jax. Who's going to set up for the plays? Oh, this is bad.
They run into Chaz. But it's
They
just
can fight
Viscera.
this.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, RQ plays safe. It's okay, you know, Flash Wolves, they do get some wars. Ysera getting jumped on. He has Cookie with him, though. The hookshot held on by Ysera. Devil J still wants some trade. There is the tactical sweep. You know, there's a friendly love taps.
I feel like they could have took the fight at the start when Helios was moving up, but good presence of mind from them to be aware that Helios has left. Let's back off, let's reset the fight. This time around, I don't think we need to wait until 4 minutes. The teams are much more aggressive. I think we're going to see some more kerfuffles going on early on.
So the panel talked about needing an enchanter support for
right.
Flash Wolves. They don't really have an enchanter. I had Morgana in mind, but
More
RRQ
than
took
anything.
it, right?
Yeah, more than anything, they need a frontliner. They need some sort of engage. Look at the team comp here on the side of Flash Wolves. Who can start the fight? It's really just one clear condition.
Oh, Flash
That's
taunt
huge.
binding, easy, first blood for Marquis. Exhaust onto Eason. They don't have the damage, but Cookie shows up. Heroes Entrance onto
Nice.
Exo, gets himself out of the way, but he gets jumped on by the counter strike. Some
Oh, this is
barrel,
huge.
but Chaz comes in. Vanguard in,
Chaz,
flawless
Chaz.
duet, straight to the back line. Cookie picks up 2 kills. Decent trade for Flash Wolves.
And I like this. You know why, Aski? Because it's setting us up for what I want to see. The win conditions of the jungle 1v1. Chaz against Cookie. Who's going to carry their team harder? And this is setting up for them. A double for Cookie, 1 for Chaz. You see the gold, it's basically even. A bit of a gold lead for Chaz because he takes the wave. And now, both junglers, they are poised to carry the game as we rapidly approach the first spawn.
Yeah, put the team in a backpack. And with Cookie,
Exactly.
the fact that he got a double kill out of that horrendous beginning was nothing short by a miracle, right? Perfectly
Wow, look
played.
at that though.
You look, just look at it.
To be fair, Flash Wolves played against Cerberus, while RRQ played against Persons. So there's a bit of a gap.
And you're farming that numbers a bit.
Yeah. It's a bit padded stats, but we'll see after this series. RRQ though, they are looking very good once again. Mechanics looking crisp. But Flash Wolves, they're trying to keep in it. They're definitely not out of it yet. But you look at Chaz, he's got the Divine Sundera. He is ready to go. I don't even know if Cookie will get the Triforce in time.
Yeah, he has to recall, right? But preoccupied by all these visions. Look at RQ's vision. So deep in. Flash will clear the one near the river, but there is still one right beside that blue buff. RQ have so much surveillance right now. They know that Flash Wolves are going for the dragon. RQ, they make their way. Rift Herald, Chaz is already on it.
No, this is so bad for Flash Wolves Temple because RQ have already started the Rift Herald.
It's down
They're
to
gonna
half.
pick it up. It's down to half. They're gonna pick it up. They're gonna come
Ysera.
down to dragon. This is just really bad for Flash Wolves. Their tempo is butchered right now. They need to look for something. Maybe you can try to gank Helios, but Helios, he is just winning all the trades. RRQ, full control of the game so far.
Yeah, Flash Wolves late to the party, but they are standing under vision.
Yeah,
so they
this is
can't even do the
big.
objective. I mean, RQ, they can move their way there right now.
This is really good for RRQ. They can start this dragon off. If we see another 5v5, keep in mind Cookie, he's not ready to fight.
But watch
Oh,
out though, there's
boy.
going to be a taunt right on top of Flash Wolves.
Chaz,
and he's
baby.
dead, but Chaz once more. Locking Sand on fire, but the red buff
the
goes
red
into the shroud,
buff!
still burns him down. RRQ on fire.
Flash Wolves were not ready to fight. RRQ knew it. How dare you walk into my river? We'll take one turret, we'll take the dragon, we take the Rift Arrow, we take the kills. RRQ, full control in game tree.
Yeah, you want to play the long game, but how about we end it fast? We end it fast and
Yes,
furious.
baby.
RRQ pulling the trigger so early on. We put the spotlight on Helios and Bruce, but now it's good to see Chaz on that front page. Bruce can't even get close. Sure, Scuttle Crab, whatever. Take it. We have the lead regardless. RRQ, 3,000 goal advantage.
Yeah, this is setting Chaz up for another MVP performance here. He's a bit greedy today, isn't he, Husky?
Yeah.
One MVP? Not enough. Give me 2. And you know what I love? I don't want to look too far into the future.
Okay.
There's a lot for us to focus on here. But there's a potential. If RRQ closes out, they win the
Right.
next game.
Right.
They go on to the upper bracket finals, I believe, against the winner of BRU and Team Flash. Now, if Team Flash wins that one, I'm so hyped to see the matchup because I think those are the 2 best junglers. Chaz and Zissou. That's a matchup I want to see. Chaz looks so good, by the way.
Yeah, we say that RRQ, you say that RRQ wasn't really tested against Persis.
They weren't.
But right now, are they really tested after the game 2? A
That's a
genuine
fair
question,
point, right? I feel like FW will always put up a fight. Last game, maybe not so much. This game's not over yet, though. We have the Cookie win condition. We have the Jax win con. We have Ysera on a Camille, who, like we said, can be a win con herself as well. There are still options here for Flash Wolves. Much more than they had last game. But at the end of the day, RRQ, the way they're looking right now, I'm hesitant to think about that.
Cross your fingers for now. The dragon, the longest survival time for a dragon, for a first dragon on the Rift thus far, Flash Wolves have not been able to touch that objective. But, RQ slow down a bit. They do catch out Eason once more, but it's a Gragas.
He's a tanky boy.
He's a tanky boy, Rod of Ages, Merc threats.
Also because Maki and Exo don't really have that much damage between them. But this dragon's half health
boy.
already.
Do something, a good
Marky.
cast. They separate Marky and Exo, Dawning Shadow out. Exo still in the front line. All
man,
good by space,
RQ.
flash, body slam. EXO tries to get away, exhaust onto Bruce. EXO stays alive, but Flash Wolves get control of the Dragon Pit. It resets a bit, RRQ. Do they still want to fight this though? They have the hero's entrance
I
from
think they gotta
EXO.
get out.
RRQ, they need to buy more time, decides to give it
Yeah,
away.
you gotta
Flash
get
Wolves
out.
with the Mountain Drake.
And that was a mistake there from RRQ's bottom lane. They started that off well. They camped for Eason, they chunked him out, but they overstayed and Eason, he punched back. Used explosive cost, displays Marky, knocked Exosun super low. Flash Wolves, they ran with it, they get the dragon, they chunk you out, and I like to see that. It's a breath of air here.
Oh, Chaz, let's go. 1 versus 1. Wow, 2
1
versus
versus
1.
1.
EXO is here, but the rest of Flash Wolves shows up.
Nice.
Cookie gets a free gateway out.
Cookie gets out of danger there. He's ignited as well, so close to dropping. I love the aggression from Chaz. I love how he works in tandem with EXO.
It's Bruce's turn to get punished. Moonfall use hits onto tree, but his control flashes away. Bruce goes back in. Eason is now there, tanks up the culling. RRQ, no avenues just yet, but Flash Wolves, they do make contact in the jungle. I believe it was Marky who shows up, and nothing for RRQ.
Yeah, this is the nature of Dragon Laners right now. Marky walked into locking, and you look at the health bars. They're both full health. Good day, nice to see you. I'm out.
Oh,
Ooh,
the
so
binding so close.
That's gonna
but
hit
that's
though.
gonna funnel them into
Oh,
EXO's
boy.
embrace. Bruce all the way out into the hands of Chaz.
And that's the best case scenario. You don't give it to Helios, fine. You don't give it to Maki, fine. You give it to Chaz. We take those.
Zoning
RRQ
binding.
safe.
It was all
binding.
planned.
It works out at the end of the day. And RRQ now another objective available on the map. Rift Herald is back up. Dragon's gonna be a while. They took it down so late. So the full focus of both of these teams, the Eye of Sauron, is gonna be on this Rift Herald.
Yeah, we talk about having a front line needing to have a shoe. But Eason, Rod of Ages, going for the Dead Man's Plate next, so it's going to take a while before he actually beats up.
Because the
RRQ,
engage from Eason comes from the cost. That's the
Exactly.
thing right now, right? Yeah.
and RRQ doesn't get this.
Free. Yeah, this is a free objective.
Second
RRQ
hero, no problem.
Very happy with this game state, I think.
We haven't seen the Sarah showed up to any fights just yet. Can't say the same for Devil J. They were busy.
They're chilling.
Yeah, they're chilling. I mean, you have Chaz, right?
Chaz is so clean. Like, his Irelia mechanics are so smooth. Like, my thumbs literally cannot do that.
I get motion sickness when I see these kind of zip, zap, zoom, zoom in and out.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
can't do it. That turret is gone.
Well, they trade turrets. Is that the first turret? Yeah, I do believe first turret did go to Flash Wolf, so that's nice for them. Oh wait, no, sorry, first turret
First
was
is the
mid
mid,
lane.
right?
Yeah, the first Herald took down mid lane turret, so that's not too bad. They do get a trade. It seems like RRQ are going for an engage in bot lane though.
Yeah, Flash
Something
Wolf.
going on there.
Watch out, they showed up. It's gonna be EXO,
boy,
but
Devil
the camera is on Devil J. I guess we'll look at him with the ultimatum.
Oh,
Devil J
the Twin
very much gonna be
Shadows.
dead, but at least for the side of RRQ, they get Bruce down bot.
Yeah, they trade the kill. Devil J drops the Twin Shadows.
still gonna
will
be more.
expose him. They're going for more.
Cookie, Counter-Strike, help with the Dawning Shadow. Eason buying time. EXO set on flames with the Ignite.
exhaust.
Onto Cookie. Does he want more? The rest of the cavalry is coming. Flash Wolf gets the engage onto
Helios,
Eason.
get
He is
out!
down. Helios, you gotta run right now. Vanguard J,
bait!
keep your eyes on Chaz. He is the hero. Eason dropping low. Chaz Blaze Surge rushes onto Eason. Gets the kill on a rampage.
no,
It's
Chaz is
between him
dead.
and Ysera, but he has ran out of gas. Forced to go golden. Marky, can you be the savior of our RQ's
Unless-
fight? Exhaust onto Ysera. Chaz dashes towards locking. Flashes. Flash you on him. Doesn't get the kill. Flash Wolf stops him.
Husky, Maki had no mana.
No mana.
Couldn't do a thing.
He has
had
no mana.
no mana. He stood and watched Chaz die. He couldn't do a thing. It's
painful.
heartbreaking. They could have turned it around. Chaz, he timed it so well. Stun. Jean-Yes dodged out on the hook shot. Dash, 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 dash. But it doesn't matter. He has no backup. He's alone.
Marky shows out looking at his mana regen. It's like, I just need one binding.
I just need one.
Something.
If I had a Sapphire Crystal right now.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. It's
I think he got the
unfortunate.
black shoe, but that's the least of Chaz's worry, right?
Exactly, it's a bit unfortunate. He starts to do a bit of damage at this point as well. If he can land the Dark Binding. I do want to point out items coming in from both of these teams. RRQ, Death Cap is available. Devil J is going to start to hurt, but he needs to be more active. Keep in mind that entire series of events, it was a 4-on-5. Devil J got caught in the start. He died to Ysera and Locking. Ysera and Locking ran from mid, ran to bot lane, took the kills, and got back out.
Eason again. Face checks onto EXO. There's a taunt out. A window that Flash
Dragon's
Wolves
been
don't need to worry
started,
about on the
Husky.
heart engaged. Flash Wolves pulling the trigger. Dragon free for them.
boy.
Bruce goes in. Chaz responds. Vanguard as EXO in the middle of thing. Devil J straight to the back line with the perfect execution. But Chaz gets destroyed. EXO laid on the hero the entrance. Devil J rooted down.
It's all
Locking
Devil J.
has the shuriken on him, but he forces Devil J to go golden. Cookie flashes away from danger, and now Flash Wolf go for the re-engage. Team fight masters of Flash Wolves are here, and Devil J will only be good for one. Exhausted, eliminated. Flash Wolves with 4.
They get 4, they get the dragon. Flash Wolves punch back. Kill score is even. 11 minutes into the game, 10 to 10. But Flash Wolves, they get 2 dragons. They get the bot lane tier 2. They're looking good here. The team fighting, the individual presence of mind. That's what I want to highlight from Flash Wolves. Look at what Bruce did. He knew exactly what he needed to do. I am going to disrupt your engage. Chaz, you're not allowed to out my backline because I'm going to go in, I'm going to eat you out, I'm going to Jean yours. There, job done. Look at Bruce. He's the one that started this off, and Devil J goes in. Look at how low he gets everyone. The problem is there's not enough follow-up. Imagine now, if you will, that Chaz is out, hit the backline here, and Devil J just cleans up everybody, slices them down in line. The problem is, that's not allowed to happen. The presence of mind, Flash Wolves know what you want to do, and they say you are not allowed to do it.
And the only person who went down was Eason, and he was the hidden MVP, right? The cast that knocked Chaz into the hands of Flash Wolves. All the fights, well, most of the fights so far have been decided at the Dragon Pit. RRQ getting a bit of PTSD. It's not the Elder Drake yet. It's not the Elder Drake yet.
Soon, though.
Soon. Baron is up right now.
I don't think we're going to see that one started off anytime soon, but what we touched about, Husky, what we touched on, Eason is going to be the main priority here. His goal is simple. Split everybody up and let my carries do work. Well, that's exactly what's happening, isn't it? Flash Wolves carries are doing work here. This Jax is having a field day. We've criticized the Jax pick. Sometimes it's hard for Jax. Team fight, if you're going to accomplish a lot of CC, a lot of front line, but that's not what RRQ have. They have a Morgana, sure, they have a Galio, sure, but Eason has been hitting great costs, which have been allowing his carries to just take over the team fights.
And this sets up Ysera to go to the side lanes. Hullbreaker, Divine Thunder, Death Dance coming up. Ysera also having a really good game.
Ysera has had amazing
game.
So far. I've been saying this guy, he's not playing well, he's not playing well. But every time he gets to the high stakes game, same thing for C-Champs, he wakes up.
Yep.
That's a veteran for you.
That's the one thing that matters, right? When the chips are down, you need to show up huge, and that's Ysera, right? You have awakened the sleeping beast of Flash Wolves. EXO, Flash only onto Eason though.
No,
that's the guy. That's not the guy you want. Eason doesn't even care.
The problem is he tapped his taunt as well. He held it on for. He didn't hold it on for long enough. It's a bit unfortunate here.
Eason just walks out. The only thing he presses, body slam, gargoyle. That's gonna come back up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, and I like the roll on to Force of Nature build here from Eason. He is a beefy boy right now. We said you don't have a true tank. Well, Eason is rapidly becoming the true tank that you need. I think you go for something like a Frozen Heart. Oh, Helios.
Helios against Bruce.
He wins this!
Assistance of EXO. They do force out the hero's entrance. Bruce gets away. Flash Wolves disengage for that.
Yeah, look at the bottom lane though. Devil J, he's been having a very quiet game, a very quiet series even in the game that they won with his Renekton.
Yeah.
He needs to start finding something. We said this matchup is a big one. Ysera has no magic resistance outside the Hullbreaker.
Exactly.
You need to start doing something here, Devil J. You need to start exerting some sort of pressure. He's 1,000 gold behind. But his champion is so important for the win condition of RRQ. We say, Chaz, oh Chaz, Helios, you're so good. But Devil J, he needs to wake up here as well.
And that's his purpose when the game goes late, right? He has to be the one that
he's 3 items.
Assassinates.
He needs to do something.
The Twin Shadows.
It's
Talk
hard,
me through
right?
that.
It's definitely difficult. It always exposes him in the team fights. But I think it doesn't matter. You look at how RRQ's team comp functions. You have the Camille from the left. Sorry, you have the Irelia from the left, the Akali from the right. You need to go at them from 2 angles, combo that with a heroic entrance, and you have no play. But look at the map right now. Flash Wolves know you're doing the Dragon, so they say, we'll start the Baron.
What do you want? I mean, Chaz should be able to get this Inferno
Okay,
Drake.
this is good. Good presence of mind. They're aware of this because of the Scuttle Crab. MVP Scuttle.
Scuttle doing loads of work. I mean, Ysera keeping Devil J occupied. It's going to be EXO again. 2-man taunt calling used up. They need locking dead though, and that's where Chaz comes huge. Vanguard Chase only hit onto one. He's rooted down. Defies dash. Draw some attention. Cookie down low. He's going to go golden, and now it's going to be Chaz. He will be the main attention of this fight. Helios goes in. Flashes for Cookie. Traces his life for it. Goes golden by time. EXO with a monstrous taunt. But in the end, it's EXO who goes down. And Helios has overextended. This is not your territory, and locking punishes him for it.
Helios did not need to go so deep, and you know what? Devil J gets solo killed by Ysera on the side lane as well. Not even close. Things are falling apart for RRQ. I thought they had the mid-team fight, but Helios, he got too greedy. He wanted to finalize the kill. Just hit who's in front of you. You don't have to dive the backline. Husky, we keep saying high pressure game.
Yep.
You can see the pressure, it's starting to crack RRQ here.
Yeah, and RRQ now not only have to deal with this minor deficit that Flash Wolves have dealt. They have to deal with Ysera. Devil J, he's screaming for help. Ysera has put a pacifier on him and making sure that Devil J can't do much. They find Ysera, but he just hook shots.
Doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
It is a tough match right now. Like, okay, RRQ, what's the fail-safe plan? What is
They
the backup
need to
right
get
now?
a team fight where Flash Wolves walk into them. They need to set up the river. They need to set up the zones. Flash Wolves walk into us. Our Galio's going to be sitting in a bush. Chaz is going to come from behind you. Devil Jace is going to come from behind you. You cannot take these front to backs anymore. Flash Wolves have shown we will win every single front to back you take against us. That's just the sort of team that we are. You need to make it confusing. Disrupt the team fight, RRQ.
You want Flash Wolves to walk into you? Well, Eason does that. He does that a lot, but he's only Eason. That's not the guy you
That's
want.
the thing, but then it comes down to objectives, right? It's either Elder or it's Baron. You need to get lane control, you need to set up.
Oh, there we go. Eason again, the cast.
Oh,
hitting
no
Marky
Marky.
back. Chaz goes in, but Ysera finally joins his team. 5v5 outmate. It's an A-Ran right now. Vanguard is
wants
out from
this.
Chaz. They have the calling out, but Eason eats all of it. They
Oh, he's
get
in
the
trouble.
root onto the members of RRQ. Dawning Shadow is out. Chaz falls back, and Ysera disengages everything
my
created
God.
up from RRQ.
Do you know where the heroic entrance went? Ysera's out, knocked EXO to the side, and that cancelled the heroic entrance. So unfortunate there for RRQ. That could have changed the fight.
Just like what Shelly does to you, right? If you are
Yeah,
in the
just knock
charge
you
range,
aside.
can't fly.
Nowhere to go at all. And RRQ, we say you need to set up first. You need to be in the river. You need to make them come to you. But it's so hard to do that when you have no control of your side lanes. Devil Jing is supposed to be winning this matchup, but Ysera's just kicking him in the face every time, isn't he?
Exactly. Literally kicking.
Literally kicking
Legs
him
made
in the
of
face, yeah.
steel. I mean, Devil J having a rough time. 3 ultimates from RQ just now, but it felt like a wet noodle slap onto the Flash Wolf's wrist.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation.
Well, at least they kept the mid-tier one alive, right? That's the silver lining. Something that RQ can hold on to.
Yeah, that's something they can stay behind for a while, but it's getting so very low.
EXO
Engage!
again, Flash engaged. Again, Chaz follows up. Vanguard's edge. Bruce towards the back line. Moonfall onto 2. Bruce buys a bit of time. Goes Golden. Dawning Shadow out. Forces the Zanyas for Marky.
They lose
It's going to be the
this.
set right there. Eason, he's trying to go in. EXO disengages Twin Shadows onto both EXO.
Side lane, look at bot
But
lane, look at
that
bot lane.
Oh my goodness, not again, Devil J. Are you okay?
Oh
not
my
okay.
God,
Devil J is
Ysera!
not okay. Ysera is the hero right now. Chaz shows up, gets a stun. Ysera has the GA. He will buy a bit of time. Hook shot straight
That's
deep
Baron,
into the
that's
base.
Baron.
But Flash moves, they're playing distraction.
Look
they're
at the
playing
delay.
possum. Look at this, Ysera. He
Oh my
still
God.
has a lot of time to work with. TP immediately from Chaz. Can they reach there in time? Flash moves, they're doing the ban right now. EXO shows up. It's a bit too late.
EXO's
Flash
one
moves wants
health.
to get out. EXO wants the taunt. He knows TP's in. The re-engage might be there from Flash moves though. RRQ, watch out.
This is
Vanguard
it.
J onto 2. Cookie, counter-strike. Chaz, lockdown, binding in. But look at Bruce in the back line. EXO, he's taking damage. Bruce pops the barrier. Flash moves re-engages. They finish the kill on the Bruce.
no,
but
Chaz.
Chaz might be giving up. Heroic entrance is dead, but it's not enough. Locking finds the kill. EXO misses the taunt, and Flash Wolves have gotten control. But
Cookie
Cookie
once
once
more.
more. Counter-strike to dodge the damage. Exosen goes down. The calling cancelled by the cast. Unstoppable from locking. Helios, watch out. Twin Shadows on him. Flash Wolves get out. They win it.
They're playing this to the absolute limits here. Flash moves and
Masters.
RRQ. This is the Mac check. What do we say? Mechanics check. But I gotta shout out Ysera.
Yeah.
I've been so critical of him. But do you know what the best part of that entire series of events was for me? He walked into the fountain to die. Do you know why? So he doesn't proc his GA.
Exactly.
He still has GA for the next team fight because he walked into the fountain to die. This is what a veteran brain is. This is what his presence of mind is. This team fight, it was so close. Bruce tried to play it to the limit, died at the end. Cookie, he jumps in, no mana, 1 hit of health. He knows his team has got his back. And Elder
Elder Drake.
Dragon, Flash Wolves pick it up. They have the Baron, they have the Elder. It looks like they're gonna take us to match point here, Husky.
The trifecta for Flash Wolves. The conditions have all been achieved.
Yeah.
They've ticked all the boxes, like the term you use for Flash Wolves.
Yeah.
Veteran, fundamentals,
Exactly.
solid fundamentals. Ysera, this is his show.
Wait, but then he bought Dead Man's Blade. Why? Why last item Dead Man's? Well, you see,
A bit
this
of
just goes to show you can never compliment players.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah.
Here's TP even.
Maybe just buy like, oh, I get why, right? Because he knows the game's gonna end now, so he wants the item that gives him the biggest power spike.
Oh my god, look at that.
Look at the damage.
Forcing the exhaust. I mean, Cookie, he's gonna tank this up.
Oh my
Here's the
God.
GA. Look at the culling forced out. Flash Wolves.
That's it.
I mean, keep your eye on Ysera. Pushing,
that's it.
bot with him. He has a Hullbreaker.
Exactly.
He's fine being alone.
He stays far away from his team. I like this from Cookie as well. He doesn't need to hit the turret, doesn't need to risk getting caught. I'll just stand here, and I'll let the cannon minions hit the turret for me.
Yeah, Flash Wolves in such a good position. RQ can't even get close to them. We've seen so many attempted engages. EXO leading the charge. Flash, taunt, Chaz follow up Vanguard's edge. The Flash Wolves just pay it out so well.
Husky, there's no more gold lead.
Again, EXO This is it. This is the chance for them to stay in the game. They're caught locking. That's the Senna. Has to go
This
down.
could be
Good
it.
win for EXO. Heroic entrance. Watch out for the members
This
of
could be
RRQ. He's going to take out the GA from Cookie. No more stasis. Flash Wolves. They don't have an answer for this. Cookie, he wants to get out. Cannot get out. 2 down from Flash Wolves. RRQ wrestle back control.
RRQ, they live to fight another day. I wouldn't even say they wrestle back control. They just get a breather. That's all they have for now. Now the question is, what can you do next? Because you used everything. Exo's Flash, Chaz's ultimate. How do you snowball this lead? You have Cookie down, you have Locking down. That's 2 big kills. You're gonna get mid lane tier 2, but what more can you get?
They don't even get
They don't
it.
even get, yeah, they don't even get mid lane tier 2.
Baron up in 20. Cookie will be back in
will
time.
Up. Cookie will have TP.
Comes down to one last team fight.
Yeah.
And what Orolu say on the panel, right? Senna, good. The better, the longer the fight gets, the better the Senna is. What happened? Locking went down.
Instant.
That was what happened to RRQ in game 1, but Ysera once more puts pressure on the side lane.
Ysera now is a genuine win condition. He can constantly pressure the end, and Helios knows it. You cannot let Devil J eat this alone. You have to relieve some pressure from him. But because of that, Flash Wolves, they get space on the map. You have to dedicate 2 people to stop Ysera?
They can set up Baron.
Well, we go for Baron then.
Yeah, Flash Wolves always have the advantage.
Yeah.
They're going in.
The side lane is so important in this game. And because of that, this is gone. This is gone. You're not getting here in time.
RRQ have vision.
No way.
They have to try, right? This is
They're
their lifeline.
not getting here in time. This is so brutal. Wait, Cookie is
Baron down.
not willing to do it.
Yeah, they're just...
Okay. Okay, so Flash Wolves, what they're saying right now is Baron is not our win con. Ysera is our win con. We keep you interested, Ysera will end the game. That's what they're saying right now. We don't need Baron because Ysera will carry us to victory.
Damn if you do, damn if you don't. Lose the situation right now. RRQ. But we use the term teetering on a knife's edge, but what can RRQ do if both edges are sharp?
Nothing. Just call them James Franco because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
Exactly. Flash Wolf forcing RRQ to walk the plank.
It's a really difficult situation to be in. Ysera, I think, is going to go home, sell his Dead Man's Plate pretty soon, pick up a new final item, something that scales a bit better. I think Randy Win's really good here. We'll see what he actually goes for, though.
Yeah, Flash Wolves.
Maybe a Force of Nature, even.
Ysera shows up mid. That is a lot of space given. Yeah. Flash Wolves, what is the idea,
Top wave. Flash Wolves have to get rid of the top wave first, though. They need to make sure every wave is pushing in. You see, the longer this game goes on, infinite scaling does technically belong to Locking. But they don't need to extend the game this much. They are in a commanding position. They just need to play the side waves because their bot lane will always push in. So you just need to control top wave. Have Ysera threaten bot wave. You will eventually win. Sooner or later, something will crack from RRQ. And RRQ, they know this. Credit to them. That's why EXO keeps forcing the plays every time. E-Flash into Chaz out because they know if we let this game go on, we're gonna lose.
Ysera shows up. It's gonna be Helios. They get the exhaust.
Big.
Ysera has to go down. Dawning Shadow, a good dodge. Solo kill from Ysera. RRQ down by 1 man, 50 seconds without illusion.
That's Baron. They're gonna do Baron. Ysera's like 30 years old and he's playing like he's 21.
Yeah, age is just a number. Youth is in the spirit.
Here we go.
Flash move. No, they don't get the Baron one. How you doing, Chaz? What a steal. Golden from Marky dodges everything from the side of Flash Wolves. Ethan still locking, has to stay alive. Exozen, he's in the front line. Ethan gets away. Marky, Chaz, they have to recall though. Ysera's still in the base. Flash Wolves, they want to buy time. They want to delay this. But Devil J, he's doing a good job. He has the Baron buff. Bruce needs to get out right now. Marky shows up. Blue's re-engaged, gets taunted. Combo breaking, pops the barrier. Ysera tries to end the game. There's still the GA. There is still something. The minutes are doing it. He runs out of resources. Ysera wants to do it. One more pro. Goes Golden. Cassie have enough. Nothing that he can do. RRQ, they are still breathing.
Now this is a game, isn't it, Aski? This is the upper bracket. These are the best teams in C, and they're showing exactly why.
The fight for icons, the fight to go to Spain, Madrid. This is how it's like. You cannot head to Spain without going through the pain.
Yeah, exactly. You need to be there at Icons. You want to represent your region. Flash Wolves, last team, last chance for Masters to go to Icons.
They might try to end this though.
They are going to end this. It's a 3v5.
Potential comeback. Can they hold off for Bruce to come back? 12 seconds. RRQ,
here we go,
they won the game right now. Ethan, can you hold on? Dawning Shadow is good, but RRQ, they might have just done it.
They've done it.
The comeback. RRQ, they take everything. RRQ says checkmate.
Let that sink in for a second. Look at that. Look at the RRQ cameras. Look at the nerves. They were held in their base for, what was it, 10 minutes, Husky? Whew. This RRQ is something. This is a force to be reckoned with. They're so calm. They're so patient. and it pays off.
Yeah, the panel let us in and they say RRQ wants the mech check. Well, I say checkmate. Series point right now for RRQ. One more game and the fairy tale completes. They go all the way to Icons. But what an elated victory that was for RRQ.
Amazing. It all starts with Chaz, doesn't it?
Chaz. We talked about how he needed to find an opening, and when the team needed him the most, you set up, right? Cookie and Chaz, the two junglers, they have to be the hyper carry. They are the main character. Put the team in their backpack. And what did Chaz do? Steal Baron, win game.
I gotta shout out Exelson as well. He basically only used one combo the entire game. Justice Punch, Flash, Justice Punch, Flash, times like 20. He did that the whole game. But finally, he found a crack in the armor of Flash Wolves. And that game, we say Flash Wolves are the veterans, they have strong mantle. That game is terrible, man. It's enough to break anyone's mantle.
Yeah, you start to see a bit of crack showing in the Flash Wolves formation. Now they are upper bracket, lives are on the line. Still, even though we have a lower brackets, Flash Wolves, they don't want to go there.
No.
They're the last vestige of the Masters region. But here they are in a position that they themselves have created in the very beginning, but snatched away by RRQ.
So close, yet so far. Ysera almost managed to end the game. What I would have liked to see from Flash Wolves is a bit more of that veteran shot calling. Pick up some TPs, play around the side lane, but they thought they could win it. And RRQ say, no, we team fight just as well as you, if not better.
Exactly. On this chessboard, RRQ have gotten that pawn in front of Flash Wolves King. One more game separates them from Icons, but we'll throw it back to the panel and see what they think about Game 3.
My God, goodness me! You were shouting, Chaz! 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 He got it!
No, okay.
Golden Buriram moment from Auto Loose! That's it!
You're shaking. We're
I
all
know.
shaking. We're all shaking.
Did you see the ambulance outside? There's no ambulance outside, right?
Yes.
I think we will need it. Oh my God, the emotions! The roller coaster of that game was just so high! And this is what Wild Side of Wadrift is about, Riku!
Oh my God. I know, right? I mean, I don't even have any proper words to say because it was so shocking. We thought that was a Flash Wolves game already. Their match point! RQ is match point to going into Icons.
At one point, I saw the Final Adversity Nexus thing, right?
He's
I thought it
shaking.
would be repeated once again, and that heartbreak, that Otto moment would, replicate, but...
I have to say, you have to give everything to Chaz this one.
Oh my
Everyone!
God!
Baron stolen in the
On the
most critical moment. That was breathtaking. He flipped the table
Oh, the Poro.
for RQ.
Yeah, I want to talk about where the table was at. It was Flash Wolves' table. It was them already setting their victory. They had Ysera winning the side lanes. He was built for the side lanes. Devil J didn't have Hullbreaker, didn't have anything to withstand the 1v1. And that's why bottom lane was so critical for Flash Wolves to win that game. Just as Omo has mentioned, the way that Flash Wolves played, that they had Elder! Everything was on the side of Flash Wolves. All the win conditions were basically there. And RQ played that so well.
This is the beauty of Wild Rift.
Yes.
Everything can be
Greatness! GREATNESS RRQ and Flash Wolves both have it. I would love to commend both teams
That's
after that game.
my greatness coming out from Jazz.
Yeah.
Just Chaz. That was incredible. Cuckoo had things going. He baited all the culling coming out from Helios. I have to say, we mentioned so much the mid laners, but the one that shines, the junglers, the Baron laners, they were incredible this game.
And just to highlight, the struggles that RQ really had to face, Flash Wolves had the permanent Elder buff with
That
them.
too, exactly.
And the Camille with the Hullbreaker, that was heartbreaking.
Exactly, right? The Camille Ysera heartbreaker. Well, it was a heartbreaker, but the Hullbreaker. Structures are vulnerable once there's a Hullbreaker on board. And
You could tell that Isera knew he could have broken the Nexus, but it was one hit away. He tried his best, but RRQ defended that so well. The way that they make these mini decisions, right? Who do you send down? Because Devil Che cannot handle Isera on his own, so he had to send Helios. There were so many things again pointed the direction that Flash was gonna win, but RRQ came from hell and then ascended.
Take a breather.
I'm sorry. It's just
Let's relax.
Okay.
Calm down. It's not yet over.
We're so shaky
Match
right
point.
now.
But
Match point.
the very big difference maker. Okay, if I would be asked to highlight which of those many moments were the Golden Poro, it's the Baron Steel from Chaz.
That's true.
Because
Yes.
if the Baron Steel did not really convert, or if that was denied by Flash Wolves, Isera would have Baron empowered minions on his side. But now it's an addition by subtraction, right? Oh my God!
Yes! So
Chaz.
deserving. The MVP, the flipper we call it. Is it really? Okay, but hey, 4.67. Who cares? Who cares about Lekede? He won that game for RRQ.
Yeah, exactly. You could see the emotions of RRQ in
Right
the
after.
victory
Yeah.
cam, right? It felt like they won the grand finals. It felt like they won the series already. But it's only because the game was so incredibly intense, was so incredibly close. Again, that was Flash Wolves' game already. They had Elder, they had full control of the map, they had control of the side lanes. And RRQ, that was the biggest upset when it comes to game state that I've ever seen in Wild Rift history.
Will they get tilted there?
What a
Because
game.
that was everything in
What
their
a
favor.
What a game! What a game!
Yeah!
We can't
Screaming here.
We can't even analyze the game properly because this is blowing our minds. And plus, you saw, even though Ysera actually being finished off, he got GA. We were screaming, the Hullbreaker's still there!
Hullbreaker, he's hitting the Nexus. He has Guardian Angel. It's not popped yet.
So many things to uncover from the series highlights here too.
This is just great. One of the best games we've seen so far. I have to say, everything in terms of early game, RRQ, they have it a go. But when it comes to scaling to mid, to late, they have a bit of problem.
And that's the thing that we talk about, right? Jax is so slow, but if you give him space, if you give him advantages when it comes to kills, he accelerates his build path, and Jax basically counters one of the primary champion here of RQ, and that's Helios, right?
Yeah.
Helios on that Lucian is still a marksman. That counter-strike negates half of the damage that Lucian dishes out.
And we talked about scaling-wise. Flash Wolves has it in the bag. We've got Camille, we've got Jax, we've got Senna as well with the big scaling. So when we look over to RRQ, it's not like they have the same scaling prowess as what they have, especially they don't have a Kha'Zix. It's a different... I feel like because RRQ won the early game, it helped them fight back a lot. If Chaz didn't get early game kills, they wouldn't have won this game at all.
Not.
That's true. They gave themselves a bit of a window just to get that victory. And also, we have to mention the fact the Akali coming up from Devil J.
My Golden Boro moment!
Oh, it feels so good!
Yeah.
This one too!
This one was, we were streaming, the Hullbreakers did that, but luckily there's no cannon minions there at all. If not, it'll be game over as well.
Yeah. 294 HP.
That's the winning number. It
That's
would have
just
been
one
one
slash.
hit, two hits away.
Yeah.
It was so absolutely critical. And stealing the Baron, you know, sent them. Look at their victory. Look at their
Look
the
at Chaz.
motion.
Look at
They were
Helios.
crying.
Helios. Oh.
They were crying. It was so hard, so just hard to earn it, the victory.
The emotions really are the difference maker in this game, right? We could analyze everything ones and zeros, right? But if we factor in the human side to it, things will just get more excited, or exciting, as I would say. And RQ over there.
Let's see.
So,
Check out the replay
oh,
again.
oh,
This is it.
This is my Golden Boro moment.
Boom.
Oh, I would love my face over there.
Oh, the expressions
Oh,
of
wait.
Omo and
Okay.
Husky. Us. Well, I was sitting down.
I'm sorry.
But that Vanguard Edge coming in with the Blade Surge just smite it off. Changed so much.
He was just enough distance to cast the smite.
Yeah, that's the thing. He knows exactly where to stop with the Blade Surge. That's really hard to calculate with that condition.
It's
My
just mind-blowing.
God!
And plus, the
Mind-blowing.
fact that we mentioned about the highlights coming up from Bruce being shut down brutally in this entire game.
Yeah, I felt like Bruce's role this time
Yeah,
around wasn't
was
exactly the same as
the
a
setter.
carry. He's on the Diana. He's more of that setter, the team fight setter. But one thing I want to talk about is that what we saw just now wasn't one thing just happened, and that's why RRQ won.
That one
it
thing.
Was,
There are
yeah,
so
it
many
wasn't
things.
one. It was not only the Chaz steal, but it was a collection of different things, from winning the early game to sending Helios down to help Devil J prevent Ysera from destroying the Nexus,
Right.
to a lot of things.
At one point, I thought that was a genius play overall by RRQ, having to send 2 people. But we saw Ysera. Oh my god, he just 1v2'd and solo killed Helios at that
Yeah.
point. I thought, okay.
No one
so
can
RRQ
kill him.
Yeah, RRQ
They need
is,
to send the right people.
yeah,
That's it.
they really have to. There's really no way to lock down the Camille. And I guess this is also a revelation on RRQ's side. Are we still willing to give the Camille over to the other side? Because I did say, who flexes the Camille as a champion for the side of Flash Wolves? Mostly it's going to be Cookie or Bruce in the mid lane. But this time, Ysera showed up big time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, that was a commitment from RRQ to build Devil J more of a team fighting Devil J rather than a
Yeah,
split pusher Devil J.
that
It's
too.
not the usual Divine Sunderer, Hull Breaker, or some sort of build for Devil J.
That's
on
the
that
only
Kali.
grab that we have. Hey,
Yeah.
But it worked out in the end.
It still worked out. Everything is down to that one moment to change everything. But hey, definitely, Camille, we feel like it will be a very, very important ban. But Karma, as usual, and I feel like they will not let go of this Camille anymore.
Possibly, or RRQ is just... Okay, mental state right now, RRQ, if we're just going to go through what is happening right now, I believe that momentum is really on
They're
RRQ's
motivated.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and the biggest question is, how will RRQ close this out?
Yeah.
We all know that the Masters region flourishes on game 5s. How will RRQ prevent that from happening?
They have to close this one up. They don't have any more choice. When it comes to stamina, always the Masters have it really great. But we do know this might be a all best of 5. There's a condition to that as well. RRQ, can they drag it out? Can the stamina actually reach the standard as Flash Wolf is?
Don't worry, as Filipino, as a Filipino player myself, we have that stamina going on.
Yeah, from you guys, yeah, definitely.
Dude. Okay, Ola being banned here, being that they are opening the Camille once more. Will this be respected by Flash Wolves?
I have a feeling that Galio is one of the best picks for RRQ.
Exactly.
Exosen has been very proficient. It unlocks so many things. Riven is open, but it still can be picked by Flash Wolves, by Cookie. But we all saw that it didn't work out too well for
It's
them.
not a first pick worthy champion. Talking about Riven here
Galio?
for RRQ. But yes, Riven is a deadly champion for Cookie. Will they be picking it RP1, RP2? We will find out. Jack!
Oh!
Flexing over to the other side.
Yeah.
We're gonna play Jax as well.
I know, we have Camille, we have Galio, we have so many
That's
champions.
true. Oh my God.
But
All
they're
right,
going
pick
with
your
Jax.
champion now, FW.
I feel like Galio is going to be
Galio
super...
and
they're
Camille.
gonna have Galio, Camille, the Venn diagram combo
Exactly.
as Autolus quite
Oh, that was
last year.
That was such a long time ago. The Venn diagram
I know, we
combo.
totally still remember things, right? Our memory is great. But my only worry is that RRQ has to have a secondary threat in their composition. We all know that's going to happen because they have 3 killer players, which is Helios, Chaz, and as well as Devil J. If Flash Wolves locks in this Galio, I say, it's
That's a
definitely the
given.
key, yeah.
What this also tells me, from RQ's side, now that they're prioritizing Jax, they're saying that,
Shed?
you know what, Flash Wolves will play this late game, and now we have to have a very good scaling options. They also have the option here to pick up the Ziggs, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Riven and
How about we just
Madonna.
flex everything?
Yeah. It's Chaz's best champion. Aside from the Chazix, he is in the local region, in the Philippine region. A lot of the teams constantly ban the Riven just because it's so good on RQ. 3 people can pick it up.
Yep.
It's super duper flexible.
Not just this, I'm loving that the Morgana, the Black Shield, will actually have so much on the Jack and the Counter Strike.
Okay.
But this answered with a Fiora.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness
Okay.
me.
Fiora has had changes. She was adjusted.
Yeah.
I don't think she was nerfed, right?
Her
Her
lunge-
damage was
yeah.
boosted up. However,
Her
the
range.
range of the lunge has been affected, which means to say that previously you can poke, but this time you have to be in your face or you have to be in the vicinity to dish out damage.
I think the good news for this Fiora pickup is that RRQ, we all know that they're going to be a very melee-heavy composition anyways, from what we've noticed and seen so far. So Flash Wolves, this Fiora pick is, you know, reading them, that they're so confident that the lunge range, yes, it's bad against range champions, double range matchup, but I feel like this is still pretty good.
But at the same time, they're kind of giving up the options coming up from Flash Wolf if they want to split push. You mentioned Fiora previously, one of the best champions to go for Hull Breakers straight away.
Exactly, even the Camille, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Pushing queens, as I would love to call it. And Flash Wolves is saying, you know what, double marksman is not really the meta right now. The meta is more on the side lane, and we're going to pick two of the best champions in that. And one stabilizing factor, you have the Ziggs that is able to just wave clear. And the Camille, Ziggs, and Galio, yes.
Yeah, not just, it has the ultimatum. Heroes enter and just drop the Mega Inferno Bomb. Everybody just gone. There's going to be one shot all in.
This is also going to be a very scary 1-3 on comp. We saw that Flash Wolves had it. They know that if they can stall the game, which they could with the Ziggs, wave clearing, just preventing the mid lane push, I think they can stall out the game, get the win con of the 1-3-1 Fiora. No one can deal with Fiora. No champion exists in Wild Rift at the moment that can deal with Fiora. So RRQ can decide to avoid that and fight 5v5.
This is a semi-disengage option also for Exosen. Glacial Fissure would disrupt the flow of Flash Wolves when it comes to 5v5s. I'm just worried about the Ziggs. Feel that there is a, you know, the window for RRQ to really reach the Ziggs on the backline is heavily reliant on Chaz being able to, you know, just go the distance from one point to another and just assassinate this champion. A Corki being picked up on game number 4. Double Yordle.
Oh my gosh, so having that range advantage over this is, okay, this is a 5 melee composition, by the way, from RRQ. Morgana is melee because you still have to be in melee range for the Soul Shackle. So this Corki and this Ziggs, a poke composition, are going to have a fun time. One thing that we do not have, though, is disengage. But I feel like they wouldn't have a problem because what is RRQ's reliable engage? They don't have it. They don't have it. Just a binding, and that's it.
A binding and a Glacier Fissure, just in case they want to use it. But I'm loving the fact they still can reach over to Ziggs. With a Black Shield coming from Morgana, giving the counter-strike with the Jax, he can just easily jump and leap towards the Ziggs side.
RRQ has to pray that the first 2 dragons isn't Infernal, because RRQ will have high demand on getting Rift Herald to push towers because they don't have a dedicated AD carry.
You know what Flash Wolves has been doing the past 2 games?
What's up?
The past 3 games? Give away the Infernal.
Well, it works out.
Yeah, they're not contesting it, actually. So we'll see. But very good take on that one. RRQ, if this is Infernal, they won't be really given a 50-50 option or handshake option, as we would love to call it. Okay, Cookie will be the one playing on the Fiora.
But all 3 of us, the panel is already shaking with excitement. Cassus, are you guys ready? Let's get into our game. Will it be the end or not for this side of Flash Wolf versus RRQ?
Yes, sir, Omo. RRQ at the doorstep of Icons and Flash Wolves fighting for one more chance, one lifeline. How are you feeling about this?
I feel great, Husky. This is a banger of a series, and I've been waiting for it. Our upper bracket, it's been delivering so far. Now, we got to talk about this game a little bit. We got to break this one down a little bit, because I don't think we'll be seeing any action for a little bit. Both of these teams, they do want to scale. They do want to get farm. Chaz wants farm. Helios wants farm. Cookie, your Sarah, Bruce, they all need some farm. Let's break down the team comps a bit more. RRQ, it's kind of an arms race right now, right? They see the power of the Jax. The Irelia being banned away. I think that's their go-to answer to the Jax, so they snatch this one away. What I do like about RRQ's comp, they have 2 hyper carries in the form of Chaz's Jax, Helios' Riven. But these 2 hyper carries, they have a lot of support. The Morgana, the Braum passive later on, which is also so great against your Sarah and Cookie, by the way, when you try to dive in. But Flash Wolves, now their team comes a bit interesting because it does 2 things. We have to dive, right? Of course, you got the Camille, Galio combo. You can catch side lanes, you got a lot of power there. But you have the scaling, you have the siege, and you have the long range from Bruce and locking as well. I think it's genuinely a very well-rounded comp.
Yeah, you can effectively say that RRQ have 2 supports to boost their hyper carry strength. I mean, for the side of Flash Wolves, this screams a bit of comfort for me. Back to the Corki, back to the Ziggs for locking, but a champion that we don't normally see in the jungle, Cookie Fiora.
Yeah, And the main thing I want to touch on, Bruce, he's saying, you know what, I'm going to do it myself. Let me carry, my Cocky is here. And like you said, Cookie on Fiora, now this is a bit interesting. I don't think Fiora has the best matchup into Jax, especially as we go later into the game. But early on, it's definitely a matchup where you can contest, where you can skirmish. Now, Flash Wolves, they get some control. They're looking for bot lane.
Early move from Flash Wolves. If this works out, it would be great. Exozen completely isolated, forced the flash away. He's just buying time. Helios is showing up. Marquis taking the brunt of the damage. Flash will try to juggle the turret aggro, but it's still first blood for Cookie. And they all get out. Helios flashes.
He ignited the wrong guy! He ignited
locking happily takes that.
Oh, heartbreaker there from Helios. He thought he would get the ignite down on Bruce, but it's locking that gets ignited. And that's everything used from Exo, Marky, and Helios. They used every summoner spell to try to redeem that play, but it was not enough at the end of the day.
And Cookie got first blood.
Cookie got
What
first
better
blood.
way to start things off with the Grand Duelist?
Yeah.
And the first blood. Sheen on the table. So you kind of get that lead. Even you say late game, Chaz is going to have a better time against Cookie, but if Cookie gets a lead.
The skirmishing is going to be really powerful right now.
Fast track that power spike for this
the
Fiora.
Triforce is going to come in early. He's going to be very, very strong around the Dragon fight. You got to look out for the farming path of Cookie right now. I think he just wants to full clear. He has about less than a minute, a little under a minute, to try to get his Triforce before objective spot.
He's doing a good job, I think, around 800 gold. He's going to get it.
There's no camps for you here, though, Cookie. That's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, Chaz had a field day with the Crux. He even plays the ward there. So they know that Cookie shows up, sees nothing.
That's unfortunate.
Devil J plays around it. Oh, there we go.
This is going to be nice because he gets a very good, clean path. He gets the Crux, he gets the red, he gets the Raptors as well. He's going to get the reset after that, and he should be about Triforce.
Yeah,
so it's a very good start for him.
He's way ahead of time.
We
saw Helios pathing outwards, but, you know, realizes can't get anything done. How's Sarah looking, though?
Yeah, Sarah's looking
into the
pretty
matchup.
okay this game. Yeah, this is a matchup where Renekton does have a good time, especially once he gets the first item. Camille can kind of trade in the early stages, but Renekton, once he gets his Blade of the Rune King, he'll be looking to put a lot of pressure down on Ysera. Will be trying to get a bit of revenge after what Ysera did to him last game. Devil J did not have the best game tree, but his team managed to carry him across the finish line. Now, if you want to close out the series, if you want to beat Flash Wolves, you got to step up here, Devil J.
Yeah, one game at a time.
One game at a time.
Just got to cross the finishing line,
Exactly.
right? It's right in front of them. Got to cut the ribbon. Objective spawn, Flash Wolf shows up to the Rift Herald. They started RRQ. They're going to make their way there.
Yeah. Flash Wolf's going to be pretty early on this one. It's going to get low. RRQ, they're here.
Has the Black Shield, Counter Strike, a taunt from Eason. Grand Challenge issue. It's going to be RRQ, stealing the Rift Herald away. They do get the control onto Bruce, but a good riposte. There's going to be the Hero's entrance, but doesn't matter. Hero's just already down. Ysera tries to follow up with a hook shot onto Devil J, and he will cut him down, and Flash Wolves gets 2.
Flash Wolves get 2 kills in addition to the first blood, but I think it's Chaz that got the Rift Herald, so it's not the worst scenario right now.
At least you stop once more the Ziggs comp to get the Rift Herald, right? Locking can't demolish them in tier 1. Some sort of semblance of life.
Ysera, so low. What I do
defend
like
this.
about RRQ's team comp is if you funnel going to Chaz, I think no one can match him later on. And you look at this team fight, it's so disjointed. What's your engage? What's your game plan here? And you look at Helios, he eats everything. And I think part of the problem for RRQ right now is Exosense playing Braum. He's no longer on that engage, and you see what's Captain. Oh well, hold that thought.
Yep, Bruce, package, Devil J forced away. Same can be safe for Exo, and that means Helios caught out in the open, tries to steal some fruits away. Valor, Broken Blaze, mobility for this ribbon. He's out.
Presence of mind to hit the fruits as well, gets extra health, he will get out of dodge. Dragon is still up, it's going to be resets for RRQ. Flash spent by both Cookie and Helios. And I want to go back to the point, Exo now, he's no longer playing the engage, and you think back to game 1, you think back to game 3, how instrumental Exosen was to the engage, to the fights of RRQ. He won't have that now, he won't be able to be the one leading the charge. With that in mind, who's going to be the one on the side of RRQ to really make things happen here?
Sounds like we're putting a bit more responsibility onto Marquis plus Chess or Marquis plus Helios, right?
Yeah,
Someone
I think Helios
has to jump
do a lot here because Jax can't engage, right?
But Devil J.
Helios, maybe Devil J, yeah, but I think Helios is the one that needs to find a flank angle, get a big AoE knockup, big AoE stun, and let Exo, let Devil J be the follow-ups.
Yeah, we gotta pull the atmosphere down a bit. You know, we had an intense match 3, right?
Yeah.
We had time to breathe, the players don't. They had to think about match 4. Flash Wolves thinking about how do we push this to game 5? How do we keep the pride of Masters region in this upper bracket?
And you know what? Their answer is what it always is. Let's go scale. Let's play cocky. Let's play Ziggs. Let's go scale.
Putting out the trump card, can we say that?
Pulling out the old reliable.
The old reliable.
Flash Wolves.
They love their Corki so much.
Definitely. Well, Dragon's gonna get started out. Flash Wolves, they are aware. Unsure if package is up. No package for this
no
fight.
package. Eason engaged on Mega Inferno Bomb. Good combo. A taunt onto 3.
Huge
Grand
fissure.
Challenge issue. Eason forced away. Cookie looking for a way in. Hextech Ultimatum onto Helios. Locked down Marky. Taken out by Cookie. The heroic entrance from Eason is there. And it's going to be 3 kills for Flash Wolf. The Dragon taken away by Chaz. He is still good on the smite, but they lose the fight.
RRQ, it's a heartbreaker, right? It looks like this draft just isn't working out for them. The Braum doesn't do enough in the fights. EXO is expected to do so much more, but Braum cannot. He literally cannot because of the limitations of his champion. And Chaz as well, this Jax is just too slow. Last game at this point is Irelia was 1v5ing, but Jax does not have the same power early on. That's mid turret dropping, that's bot turret dropping. You get an Ocean Dragon, we got 6 kills and 2 turrets. FW 3k gold up, and Husky, bear with me here. You think back to last game, you think back to the game state that Flash Wolves were in.
Yes, sir.
Could I say that Flash Wolves basically nearly 3-1 this series?
You could say that, right?
Right,
Like,
I genuinely think they nearly 3-1 here.
I mean, if you close your eyes, Flash Wolf have got this. Right, if we just take away the Chaz Baron Steel, that's it, Flash Wolf.
But last game as well, right? RRQ, they snatched victory from the jaws of defeat.
Exactly.
They could maybe do it yet again.
That would be a triumphant moment for RRQ, right? Everything coming together. But Flash Wolves taking off the bucket list, mid tier 1 down, bot tier 1 down, the side lanes are open for business.
Side lanes are indeed, and you know what Ysera can do. You can't be critical of his Camille, you can't be critical of his carry play, but you can't deny the fact that last game he played so well on this Camille. He's looking to repeat that performance. He's got about 1,000 gold up on Helios. He's got to be leading the charge there in the Dragon lane. Herald has spawned, but look at RRQ. They can't even walk into the river. Full control from Flash Wolves. Package is up too.
And Eason is right there, right? The first Rift Herald fight, no package, but this time, preemptively used, not that RRQ will get it anyways. Flash Wolf finally gets Shelly.
Zone control, Galio, Ziggs, Cocky. How do you walk in?
You don't.
Yeah, and this has been a recurring trend this series. Flash Wolves have consistently managed to get control of the river first. Because of that, RRQ, you know the comms that Flash Wolves like to drop. We have tanks, we got zone control, we got Ziggs. It's so hard for RRQ to walk in.
They pat their chest like, fight me.
Yeah,
right
walk
now.
into me, I dare you.
I dare you.
And it's so difficult, especially with the comm that RRQ have now. They have nothing that can pull a snap engage. Contrast this draft against the last game. Irelia Galio. Snap your fingers, the engage is there. Snap engage. That's what RRQ needs. This game, Jax, Braum, like, it's such a change of pace that I don't really like.
You can even pull out the sample from game 2, right? Rakan Kazik.
Sure, exactly.
Unorthodox.
Snap engage.
That's the
win
delete.
con.
That's the delete button. I mean, right now, it feels a bit more quiet without EXO's 1,000 Flash E. Does feel a bit quiet.
It's a bit rough here.
Yeah.
I don't like this Braum pickup. And I think that Flash Wolves, they did a very good job identifying this Galio has been a key factor in RRQ's wins. We're going to snatch that away for Eason, and it's doing a lot of work here.
How does it look like for RRQ if they are put behind? Like,
Wait,
in
hang
this
on
state?
a second here. I got a question, Husky.
Yes.
Eason played Galio in game 1, wasn't it?
Yes, he did.
So Galio has a 100% win rate this series.
So
if
far,
Flash Wolves win this
if Flash
game.
will win this one. So far, so good.
Yeah, I mean,
Top priority.
I love to see the series meta develop, and Galio is definitely showing off as one of the most important champions in this series.
Look at Eason, he's just walking up.
He doesn't care, he's so tanky.
He's the binding. Yeah, Cookie.
Just staunching them. Get out of my river. Get out of my swamp, says Flash Wolves.
Yeah, this does not, it's this Flash Wolves property. Exactly. One less tier 1 stance between Flash Wolf and the clear lane.
Yeah, it's gone just like
It's
that.
gone.
There's nothing you can do. Fight
oh
continues.
boy, they got a catch. And that is going to be Marky down. Chaz gets away. But hey, I mean, Flash Wolves just doing such a good job. So clean. 7-0 so far.
Full control from the Wolves. They're going to keep this one running. The Herald is likely even going to get, maybe going to get one more charge. No, it's not going to be the case. Well, Helios does trade bot lane tier 1, so that's going to bring the goal back a little bit. But look at the reset timers from Flash Wolves right now. They get the, oh my god, the damage from Bruce. They get the resets off. And Dragon's coming. You will not have package for this, I believe. But Flash Wolves, the gold lead they have, the control that they have, the tempo that they have, I don't think they need it. They're already taking the Dragon on spawn.
And the panel say that all of those mentioned, every single game Flash Wolves gave away the Inferno Drake. But this is the one Drake that I think they've gotten, for sure. And RQ are not even close. Like Flash Wolves just gonna...
There's nothing they can do at all, right? RIQ, you get an Ocean Dragon, fine, you take it. We'll get the Inferno instead. We're much happier with this one. Best part is, package is still available, so next time we want to go for a play, next time we feel strong, we have the package. And oh my god, Bruce, you're such a savant, aren't you? Look at the Liandry's coming in.
Why not? You have tanks? Well, he can poke you with the...
It's a really good build. I feel like going for a hybrid build path on this Cocky is really good. And Yeah, he has the Divine Sundra and the Leandri's Torment. What tanks? You have tanks?
You have
No,
tanks?
you don't.
I do hybrid damage.
Yeah.
Well, now I do more hybrid damage.
I literally have the best physical item for killing tanks and the best magic item for killing tanks.
Yeah, what do you want to do, right? You walk into my poke, too bad
There's
for
nothing
you.
you can do, yeah. And the best part is, you walk into the package, that's gonna burn you
Oh,
alive
yes.
with the Leandri's proc as
Let
well.
me tell you, big brain. Who would have
Big
thought
brain.
of this?
Yeah, I mean, when you play League of Legends for like 30 years, you better know this.
Exactly, right? I mean, even on the PC, they build like Luden, just full AP,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
this one has the best of both worlds.
Best of both worlds.
Muramana,
Yeah, best
Divine
best
Sundra.
item for Koki in terms of
My
scaling,
goodness.
right? Muramana, once you get it scaled up, it's really, really strong with your rockets.
And that's why Corki is so sought after for the Masters region. I mean, Flash Wolves showing us a new dimension.
You see, the thing as well is Koki is slow, Ziggs is slow, Fiora is slow, but the point is RIQ's draft is such a change of pace. They are slow too, and because of that, they can't punish the slow tempo of FW's draft. That means they get to scale for free, that means they get to the late game for free, and we all know what happens when the Masters team gets to the late game.
You want to play the long game, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, and you look at what's going on right now. RRQ, it's just so difficult. Their comp cannot start fights. The point that we've been raising is no snap engage. They're lacking that. They can't do anything. In another game, if they had Galio, that's it. They would have gone for an engage right there. But this
Exo
time around, they
would've
can't. Exo would have went, but what are you going to do on a Braum, right? You're going to Q flash R? Like, that's just, it's just not the play, right?
Even the shield isn't really the best
It's tough. It's
defense,
tough.
right? I mean, they
Yeah,
are
it's
just slowly getting withered out.
I don't like the shield against poke comps as well, because it's just so useless. You look at it, you still get poked.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point here?
I mean, locking throws and ult. Yeah, put your shield over your head. You know, like, try.
Well, Husky, it looks to me like there's a very good chance we're going to a game 5 here. But RRQ, keep in mind what happened last game. They did manage to come back. They did manage to find the miracle team fight win.
Yeah.
I wouldn't count out a team like RRQ. I think they're too decisive. They're too clutch that they could still win this.
It's all about the finger snap, the Thanos snap.
Yeah, the Thanos snap.
The game can go 30 minutes and Chaz might steal a Baron and win the game.
Yeah, honestly, very possible. You got to keep in mind that there is still a Jax. And I recall you asked me as well, Husky, what does the late game look like for RRQ here? Well, there's one champion that you gotta look out for. There's one player you gotta look out for. It's Chaz.
Chaz.
You go to the late game, you know what this Jax can do. He wins side lane against both Camille and Fiora. So if Chaz gets some items, he's gonna be very strong. But look at his gold, 9,000. He's about 2,000 below Ysera, who has a Howlbreaker. It's gonna be a while before he can take those fights.
And Ysera is side laning. You say both drafts are slow, but it favors Flash Wolves a bit more, right? And this is where Flash Wolves walk towards the Baron.
They can start threatening it.
They're definitely doing that. Well, Ysera isn't applying too much pressure for now. The Flash Wolves, they think about clearing out the top lane first. I mean, RQ set that up pretty well. So they buy more time for themselves. But this is where I want to revive a game we played a couple of days ago. How much damage will Locking deal by the end of this game?
Oh, that's gonna be a tough call. I think since it's so one-sided, his damage is gonna be a bit lower. We don't see any big team fights. I think this game so far maybe he's done like 20k damage. I think by the type, well, I'll get back to you when the game ends,
Yeah,
right?
fair
If
enough.
the pace of the game continues, we end by like 18 minutes. I think Locking does about like 35,000 damage.
Yeah, that sounds
That's my
reasonable.
ballpark, right? Yeah, I think it's too one-sided for him to do too much. I would even say maybe Bruce did more than him this game.
It could be. Leandris is online.
Online package is available.
He hasn't upgraded his boots yet, though.
Yeah. But yes, he has the Zhonyas now, so
Oh,
that
there we go.
means, you know, the next team fight with the package, he's going to be able to do a lot, and that's going to be Mountain Dragon spawning now. RRQ, they need to be able to contest this one, because Mountain is so good against their comp. A little bit more survivability for Flash Wolves could make all the difference. Now, Leandris is online, Ziggs is online, the poke is online.
Can't walk in at all. I mean, you counter-strike, but you take a rocket in the face. What do you do, right?
Exactly. There's nothing you can do.
Dragon is gone. Mega Inferno Bomb, so much pull, and they get this Exo. He's gonna flash away, but the Leandris
burn
burn is
to
there,
death.
and Ysera straight towards
The
the
combo,
backline.
the combo!
They caught Marky, and the heroic entrance from Eastern follows up. Marky is out of the picture, but Flash Wolves wants the entire RRQ gone. How dare you take Game 3 away from us? Bruce flashes away, still goes down, but the fight is already over. Helios have nothing left in the tank. Cookie, Ysera locking, they hold hands, and they will together take down RRQ with an ace.
Brilliant team fight from Flash Wolves yet again. This game so one-sided. Flash Wolves are showing off their chops, their pedigree. This fight all starts out with Exo getting caught out. Keep in mind, he's Braum, he can't engage. Brilliant ultimate from Ysera, gets into backline. Zhonyas lets his team come in. Package, heroic entrance, the whole gang is here. Avengers assemble. Flash Wolves 1-12 in kill score. You look at the last game, you look at this game, it's a world of difference.
Yeah, last
and
game,
this is the Flash Wolves that's come to play.
Last game it was like what, 18-18.
Yeah, it's
the
very
net worth
close.
is the same.
Neck and neck. And
they
okay,
got
Baron
Baron?
as well.
Alright.
Yeah, sure. Bruce died, but alright, we take the Baron.
Yeah, Bruce can, you know.
Oh, he died in the last fight,
He
right?
died in the
Yeah.
last fight. It's okay, you know.
Yeah, 8,000 gold lead, Flash Wolves, Dragons, 2 of the best Dragons in their pockets, Baron in the pocket, Howlbreaker for Ysera as well. You're just going to play 1-3-1 right now with Cookie and Ysera, and the game is going to end. Let's play a game, okay? Let's see.
All right.
Will the game end within 2 minutes? I say yes.
Within 2 minutes. I'll one up. 19 minutes.
Okay, okay. Let's see. Now, 1-3-1 being set up from Flash Wolves here. It's going to be so hard for RRQ to engage, and that's the problem. Flash Wolves have the pick, they have the poke, they have the range, they have the side lane, they have the split push, and you can't engage. So what are you going to do?
They
They're going
wanna
to try,
try.
but it's just
Walks
hard.
into autonomy, East, and just
Nothing you
takes
can
it.
do. Yeah, it's just, honestly, I hate to say it, but the draw of this game just favors Flash Wolves so much.
Yeah. Draft diff? Is it
A little bit. It's a little bit of a draft.
Well, that mid tier 2 is gone. Baron buff still online. We look at, you know, what Flash Wolves have been doing so far. It feels like even with this Jax and Riven
Okay,
doesn't...
then.
Oh, solo queue. I mean...
Not the best game for Devil J, right? Not the best series
Not
for
the
Devil
best
J, but
series.
Flash Wolves,
My
man.
goodness.
What a game from them. Demonstrating their pedigree in Game 4, bringing us to a Game 5.
Yeah, and last time they fought Cerberus, it was also a deficit.
Yeah,
it
5-game win.
started with Flash Wolves behind, right? Ysera in, big combo out, turns the attention onto Helios. Ysera is just having a field day. And I think Flash Wolves have reached the doorstep of RRQ. They're going to break the door down. They're going to force us to that Game 5. This is not over yet, Omo. This is where it all begins. Flash Wolves pushes us the distance.
I don't know what Ysera ate for breakfast today, but he is a maniac. You normally look at a team like Flash Wolves, you say, yeah, Cookie's gonna carry, Bruce is gonna carry, maybe Locking does a pretty good job, Eason is a nice engage, but today it's all about Ysera, frankly. This guy, on your screen right now with a little blanket around his neck, looking like a captain, because that's what he is. He's leading his team to victory. Fantastic performance from Flash Wolves. When they needed to come out clutch, they go to another Game 5. Cerberus was also a Game 5 series. They're gonna look to win in 5 again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he had a king's breakfast, I would
Yeah,
assume.
he did.
And he had Devil J for lunch.
That's right, a very nice little snack of Devil J as well. At the end there, Flash Wolves bring us to 5 games. RRQ, I don't think they're out of it just yet, even though they got demolished in that game, even though Game 3 was really tough for them as well. I think they just need to change the draft. Let Chess carry, let EXO engage.
Yeah, put Chaz on the carry, but have someone enable them, right?
Exactly.
We saw so many priority on the Galio.
Yeah.
The Rakan was banned now. Flash Wolves identified the problem. They get the Galio for themselves, and you take away so much avenue, so much entry from RRQ, and all that's left is just Flash Wolves in the Game 5.
And you gotta keep in mind as well, right? Galio right now, 4-0 in the series, 100% win rate. This champion is demonstrating it's the most important pick in the series. It's a series matter. Well, Galio's making it work. You gotta look at the rest of the duelists as well. Jax, Camille, Irelia, high priority champions because both of these teams need their junglers to pop off, need their solos to pop off.
Yeah, and so far Flash Wolves have brought us back to square one. It comes down to just one game, but the panel have a lot to say about Game 4. So let's just bring it back to the panel and see what they have to say.
You snitch our victory. Now Flash Wolf just gonna smack you down in the end with a really tough game for RQ. Not a breather at all. But I really want to ask here for our panelists, Odalus and Riku, that Braum, does it bring any value at this stage?
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about the draft, right? Because it was so very important on how RQ can either play from behind and play early. If you want to play early, where's your engage? If you want to play from behind, where's your punish? There's usually the Braum. That's when you say yes. I wanna wait for Flash Wolves to come at me, and that's the time I'm gonna ult and see how I can outplay them there. But it was already too over. They were RQ was bleeding so hard to the point that it was a game. They didn't have the tools to begin with, no engage. And it was very hard to play from behind with that.
Putting too many eggs in the basket of Chaz, as I would love to coin it, because again, the Jax pick in the current meta, we have seen him being picked up by multiple people, and I actually would love to see the win rate of this champion. There is a reason why this champion is not as relevant as the time during the regional playoffs. Again, in patch 4.1 and patch 4.1b, the smite changes really took the mantle from Jax from the get-go in the early game. And yes, there is a case in where you would see Jax popping off and would still be able to do a thing. But in this particular draft, with the Braum on Exosen, it just shows that Exosen still can be targeted by teams in the support role.
Yeah, RQ is a team that likes to make proactive movements, like to outplay you. But I feel like the Braum doesn't allow you to do that because you can't engage with the Braum. Exosen is so proficient in heavy engaged champions. We're talking about Rakan, Galio, Set, even the Thresh actually. It allows you to create outplay. It allows you to create a window for yourself. Braum is waiting for something to happen.
It's more defensive than doing anything. He's just the person that waiting. He's a waiter.
Yeah.
Waiter?
A waiter? Waiter!
Again, the problem for RQ was always how do we reach locking at the backside of everything, right? And they were able to do it, games number 2 and games number 3, but game number 4, do you expect the Jax to really still be able to reach locking at that point? I mean, you can just put out explosive mines, and then that will make him really, really safe.
That's true.
Ziggs is the bane of melee champions because you
Exactly.
can literally, just as you mentioned, put minefields on choke points or anywhere, and the melee champions can't go near. They're gonna get damaged, chunked down before they even get to you. And I want to see the draft. Look at this draft. For me, usually for Jax, you either pair it with an enchanter, right? It's the most common pair. Lulu is the most common pair. Karma is the most common pair. But one thing that enables the Jax is a Shen. And the Shen pick is so good because the Jax goes in, stand united, you have taunt. That's the engage we're looking for. But it's so awkward. Devil J has to pick a split pushing champion that can win in a 1v1 scenario. And the thing is, if it's going to be a Shen support, it's not going to work because you're up against a Ziggs, which is not what Shen wants. You're only good against AD champions, not AP champions. Your kit will not work with you at all.
I think we can go back to the draft real quick here because there's some points that I believe needs to be corrected, right? For example, the heavy priority on the Jax. I don't think we have to just put more pressure on the decision making of RQ in that particular regard.
I agree. Regarding their priority when it comes to the first pick of the champions is so important. They're letting go the triple death combo, which is going to be Camille, Galio, and then into the Mega Inferno Bomb coming from Ziggs. That's really deadly. And the moment they actually kind of clustered around, I see if it's bad there, clustered around, it's just no way out for them. It's just done. It's just done. And you saw somebody have to be the black sheep, but who was supposed to be on the side of RQ?
Helios or Chaz.
Chaz,
the
definitely.
Black Shield is not a question. I believe that, it's what's winning them the games. The Morgana pick from RQ has been the enabler for all the aggressive movements that has been made by RQ so far. There, we have the draft over here. And again, the very first pick on that Jax, leaving the Galio, leaving the Camille. And as you said, also the Ziggs, is a huge problem for RQ overall.
Yeah, I want to commend Flash Rolls for removing the biggest problems would be Engage, Helios, Exo, Rakan, and as well as the Gragas. And they've identified that problem. And there's really little engaged champions for the support
You
role,
mentioned
right?
Trash.
The
It's
Resh.
still there.
It's true, but at the same time, it's not a pick that you can utilize for team fighting.
Yeah.
It's something that's really good for skirmishes and
picks.
picks. So I can't imagine if they pick Camille first pick. I think the Thresh is a good avenue. Helios is Ari. We haven't seen it just yet, and it's such a good mesh of champions overall. If they're going for the pick composition
I
route.
think that was really a checkmate moment over there, right? If you look at the second rotation of bans from Flash shows, they know that Exosin wasn't really a support. A couple of months ago, he was playing the mid lane. So we take away the Rakan, we take away the Gragas. What is he left with? The Braum, which was seen to really have his relevance dip to the bottom of the ocean, I would say.
I mean, that's a Braum, a bit tanky. There's a bit of a sustainability for them there, but they're still Alistar. I do prefer Alistar over Braum anytime.
It's the the
Braum
Alistar
is waiting.
The Alistar really is losing. It's a matchup. If you match up Alistar against the Galio, Galio would win.
At least it's engager, right?
And it's a double poke composition. I feel like before Alistar could actually try to go near, nothing can happen. These are very long-range champions, the Corki and the Ziggs.
You can make a case for Leona just because of how tanky Leona is, but Alistar, no, not in this composition.
I mean, of all things, actually we lay out here, not Braum at least. That's it. For us, it's just not Braum.
Yeah, because when it comes to tanky champions, right? Because you know that Helios, aside from Rakan, is not gonna pick the Galio or Gragas in the mid lane. I know I'm like looking into the future, but he's gonna be on a carry champion for sure.
Yes, sir. In last match, they really giving a hard time to Azora Q, but he's giving them a bit of a more harder time this time. Not really that hard for the side of
Sarah
Flashwolves.
is just basically handling Devil J as if Devil J is
Yeah.
an angel, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, I did not expect this big of a gap from the top laner. We have to face the fact here. Devil J is the most recent addition for the squad of RQ. Relatively young. Maybe the nerves is kicking in right now here, Riku, because he's feeling it. Second game, third game, even on the first game, in where he was given the Camille, he wasn't really able to show off. But this game number 5, this is very pivotal for RQ. And I know that Kaiku would be, talking to Devil J, hey, you know what? Man up.
I mean, this is the game. It's game number 5 where Flash Wolves. This is where they flourish, right? They're really good at game number 5s. We've seen the reverse sweep done against Cerberus and the Masters region in general. One thing though that I'm holding on to is the fact that FLA was able to defeat one team in that BO5. So there's that little shining light, like light in the at the end of the tunnel is that I'm looking at.
It's down to their stamina. Can they fight mental strength, physical strength?
It's going to be a draft game for sure. It's going to be all about the draft.
Yep. It's best of one now. We're down to the best of one. Whoever advanced to the icons, this is the last match after this. But let's jump into the highlight. Looking at things, it's just almost impossible for RQ to even do anything in any state.
Almost a perfect game, right? In terms of kills.
Almost.
Just one kill. Heading over to RQ, and I did like the point of Riku. There was still the Shen being available. Could have been an opening for Exosen to play the Shen support, right?
Yeah, but it's so tough against a Ziggs lane, a Ziggs Galio lane. You're going to get outranged, you're going to get poked out. Your kit is only good for AD. Your sword on the ground thing is not going to shield you from any of the bombs. So I think that's the reason why they decided not to go for that route.
And like they really shut down the side of the support, which is going to be Exos, and really have limited pool of champions can be selected playing along with this composition. So the bell starts with the draft. It's all down to draft who they prioritize for the side of Aruki. That's more important because they were outdrafting themselves.
Yeah, we will see if in this game number 5, first off, the side selection, okay, will they be put on the blue side or will they elect for the red side? But I also have to give props to Flash Wolves.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, okay. So the mental reset that you have to do after that game number 3.
It's no joke.
Yeah, definitely no joke. Just goes to show that this organization, Flash Wolves, is more than prepared to really be at this level. Really be at the international point, right? And again, I did put out the numbers 38 and 2 all throughout the regional group stages and playoffs. Now they were given 2 losses, back-to-back series. Let's do it. Flash Wolves and RQ.
I mean, Flash Wolves is still on their way for an undefeated run from the regional tournament up until the WCS. They're 1 win away from getting into icons and as well getting there undefeated.
Yeah, without losing a series, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, Flash Wolf, definitely they are very composed, losing quite hard. When we saw other teams previously have to face that, they will be tilted. But in this case, Camille is not in anymore. So many things can happen when Camille's not in.
Oh my god.
This is the time that RQ has to respect the Galio. No?
Yeah, this ban the Galio here. And then what do you decide to open up? You're going to open up the Olaf for the side of Cookie?
You could open up the Galio and go for a comfort pick for Exosen.
I think that Chazix.
Rakan actually is a very difficult champion to play against the Galio.
Chazix not going to have
Gragas is.
There's so many. There are actually so many.
Yeah, there are. Olaf is open.
Olaf is open. Galio is open. Galio, just as Omo mentioned, 4-0 already in this series. So it's on its way to becoming 100% win rate on this series. And of course, why would you not pick Galio first pick on blue side?
That's been the secret ingredient to every victory that we have seen so far in this series alone. The Galio, very flexible. They're taking away the Ziggs this time. Okay.
Flash Wolves. Even if Flash Wolves picks Senna, Varus, it's no use because Olaf can head straight to you, ignore everything else.
Exactly, and this could be an angle for a Shen for the top lane. Devil J could, just well, okay, I'm not winning lane anyway, so let me just play supportive this time. That could be an angle that RQ is looking at. Not something that we have seen from them so far, but very, very much possible.
And still, even though that Ragnarok will actually outlast it more than the Senna's bind, but they definitely respawn another Fiora this time. So they always put sort of an insurance when it comes to split push on the side of
Yes! This is, oh my god. You know, in game number 4, we were complaining about the lack of engage. Look at RQ's draft. Olaf, Rakan. It's beautiful.
And the best thing about this is that Flash Wolves don't even know where this Rakan is going to go, right?
That's true.
Do they target down Exosense champion pool and make an overreach during this pick and ban phase? Or
Flash Wolves can respond by picking up tanks and bruisers in their lanes to make sure that the Rakan will not have a lot of value when it comes to damage department. Look at what RQ is doing. They're banning tanks in the mid lane. And I can see a world where it could be a Garen ban, a Darius ban, something that will make sure that the Rakan will deal damage. Instead, we'll ban the Corki with, you know, a build that we haven't really seen in the WCS before, the Leandries, just a lot of HP damage.
Let's see. Set has been banned away. Here, RQ, what's your answer to our question? Will this be a Rakan mid lane or a Rakan support? They could even, you know, just pick up the Baron laner first. And still leave Flash Wolves questioning.
Exactly. They can still pick up the Lucian. They can still pick up the Akshan, whatever Flash Wolves is going to do. So far, though, where's the damage? There is that Fiora. And that kit, of course, they're going to leave that last pick, counter pick for the side of Helios. So Flash Wolves, what will you do? What will you do? You pick the Garen here? But where's the damage? That's one of the questions here.
Definitely something that we will have.
That's
oh
Garen,
my
there
God.
you go. We're definitely answered with that Garen.
Yeah, it's the safest pick, but one of those things where's your early game damage, right? Garen deals a lot of damage, but you're up against what, Renekton, Olaf, Rakan, and as well as the pokes coming from the side of Marky.
And you know what? As a Rakan, I'm fearing for my life here because you could easily be taunted by the Galio and silenced down by the Garen. Now it's time to bring out some mech checks, Akali.
Yeah, I love this pick because you still don't know if that's a Garen mid or that's an Akali mid. So now, do you pick something safe against the Akali or do you want to mech check,
Akshan, right?
Akshan it?
I love Akshan in this lineup. It looks perfect, especially when it comes to team fight, how mobile he is to actually just go for the split as well. But it's going to answer with Gragas.
It's going to be the Helios that will play Rakan in the mid lane. And we did say you can shut down the Rakan with the composition that Flash Wolves has right now. It's all about Helios finding the right window to go in and assassinate the primary target. Again, primary target, blocking.
Yeah, it fits so well, right? We talked about you get a lot of value from Rakan because there are 3 squishy members on the side of Flash Wolves. That's Senna, Akali, and as well as Fiora. And for RRQ, they've assembled a very early to mid-game competition. Olaf's going to fall off eventually. Renekton's going to fall off. So at this point, will RRQ take advantage of that early game window?
You know what? If there's anything that I could take away from this particular draft by RRQ, bot lane wins the lane. The mid lane is not as difficult as the Zed. Akali versus Rakan is definitely easier than the Zed versus Rakan that we saw earlier.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think this is a nice window for the side of Flash Wolves. We'll have to see though because there's a lot of scaling going on and a lot of mech checks that is going to happen when it comes to Bruce on this Akali.
Well, you're liking Bruce when it comes to Assassin,
so
definitely he get that mag check on. But I'm loving how Helios plays with the Rakan earlier. Going for a full AP, it did actually do a lot of damage with that quickness. Also give away 50% AP in that. So I mean, like, that's a lot. But throwing over for the best of one, the last one, who gets into the icons? Kansas, we're tossing over to you.
We have reached the crescendo of this best of 5, RRQ versus Flash Wolves. Only one team will make it to Icons by the end of this. Omo, I'm super pumped.
I'm pumped too, Husky. I'm glad we've got such a great series to cast here today. Unlike the last series between Flash Wolves and Cerberus, this one also goes to 5.
Yep.
This is a blinder of a matchup right now. Both of these teams, so much pressure, so high stakes. #1 seed from the Philippines, #1 seed from the Masters region. Who's gonna take it here? Who's gonna get the first ticket to Icons? Well, let's find out.
Flash Wolves have that memory of FLA knocking out one team at the back of their mind, right? A lot of things is on the line, but now we get that Bruce Akali into a Helios Rakan mid.
This is literally a reverse of that matchup, plus the fact that, you know, it's one of those situations where my big brother is better than your big brother. Let's see who's better at the end of the day, right? And I want to touch on the draft as well. Last time Helios, he picked Rakan mid. He had a great performance, great showing. They paired it with the Kazakhs, though, and I said I would have liked to see it with the Olaf. Now we're here with the Olaf. Let's see how this matchup plays out. I'm liking this combo. I'm liking this duo. I'm liking the draft from RRQ, but on the other hand, Flash Wolves as well. Bruce is saying, Rakan mid. Not much pressure. I'm going to get a free lane. I'm going to get to scale for free. I take the Conqueror because I don't even need fleet footwork. I'm going to be so strong later.
But at least for RRQ, there are a lot of connectors for the Rakan battle dance, right? The Gragas, the
Olaf
Renekton,
running
and
in.
Olaf running in. You know, that's the classic. I mean, Cookie making contact with Chaz, some damage out.
Good space.
Helios again not getting the grand entrance. So
yeah, I mean, you look at Akali. She just does like no damage right now, but it's fine because she's against a Rakan. She gets to scale. It's good. It's a good top process here from FW to really just pick this up, and it's also part of the reason why I maybe would have liked to seen a mid pick for RRQ that can pressure the Akali a bit more. You look at Flash Wolves comp, it's very Flash Wolves. You look at RRQ's comp, it fits the identity too. Now both teams setting up for the scuttle.
And this is where RRQ have 4 members, but they cannot make any entry, right? I mean, Flash Wolves have all the vision covered. The panel talk a lot about the Shen, just because RRQ have gotten themselves the Olaf.
Double crap for Cookie?
It doesn't feel like, you know, RRQ are going down that path. But we look at Game 5, that's what Flash Wolves are very proficient with, right?
Look at top lane though. Ysera zoned Devil J off the turret.
My
with
goodness.
this movement from Flash Wolves.
Yeah.
Devil J gets nothing. He gets a confirm.
Oh, tough series. I mean, and they just can spin the wave.
Oh my
just Beyblade the wave, forcing Chaz to show up. This feels like our Flash Wolves territory, Game 5.
Ysera is just doing so well this season.
And he's the out! First blood!
I have nothing to say. Just Ysera.
He's gonna trade life for this, but worth it, right?
It's so worth because you look at the
man.
wave that is missed by Devil J. He puts up the emote because he knows it. I've done my job. I'm a Garen. You kill me? Sure. I make you miss 2 waves of farm. I make your jungler come up, blow flash to trade kills. I take those any day. Ysera, he's having a fantastic series. Way better than anything I could have expected from him.
Definitely defying expectations, right?
I mean, we do have high expectations
we
for
do.
him. It's just he hasn't been playing too well in the series, prior.
Could have got overshadowed by the rest of the team. But right now, he's putting himself on the list.
Oh yeah, for sure. Honestly, if you look at the series, if Flash Wolves win the series, I know Cookie's been flashy, Bruce has been flashy, Eason's had great engages, but I would give MVP to Ysera just because of how consistently he's kept Devil J and done his job. But it's not over just yet. RRQ, keep in mind their mid-game spike is so very strong. They have this combo, the Olaf, Rakan diving in, you have the Ziggs bombs flying in on top of that. I really want to see RRQ team fight around the objectives.
Yeah, but that means that Devil J has to soak up that pressure, right?
Yeah.
He is constantly getting pummeled.
He's having a very hard time. His wave is getting frozen by Ysera right now.
Oh my goodness. And Ysera, well, recovers health. Passive,
exactly.
perseverance. What best passive in the game?
One of the situationally. Like, this is one of those situations where, yeah, it's a great passive. And you see Ysera shoving out the wave. He's going to be able to move first. Level 7, by the way, on this Garen. He's in a very good spot. He's going to be a very tanky boy later on in the game as well. And that also begs the question, if this goes late, who's going to kill the Garen? Keep in mind, Game 5 against Cerberus, Ysera's Garen, something like 12-0 and 10. Ridiculous, unkillable, doing so much damage. I fear we might see a repeat of that for RRQ.
He has a Serota by the end of the game.
Yeah. This is just a manners, honestly, on this Garen.
He's a damaged Garen. Now that you brought that up, I mean, RRQ sure they have a brick wall, but Ysera can execute a target.
Yeah. Well, this is what we talked about, right? I want to see RRQ contest both objectives. This is going to be the Herald dropping for them. Flash will start Dragon, but a little bit late. I want to see RRQ contest here.
It's going to be a 4 versus 3 in favor of Flash Wolves, though, so keep your eyes out on how RRQ makes this engage. Flash Wolf, not able to finish off the Dragon, and RRQ
they get it both.
Control.
Nice. This is very good. They need to get it both.
Flash Wolves, they're thinking about it.
Good play from Devil J.
Watch out from Eason though. He has the flash. A good cast. Bruce goes in. Heroic entrance. Dawning Shadow. Big combo coming out from Flash Wolves. RRQ still gets the Dragon, but needs to win the fight. Execute from Ysera. Finishing off Chaz. Devil J wants Bruce, but Bruce gets the kill. Heals up. Triumph for Bruce. Helios falls. Oh, Flash Wolves with 3.
Flash Wolves, when it comes to being clutch, when it comes to the time to play the game, They turn it on. We lose to Rift Herald, but we get the perfect engage. And of course, it's the man of the hour. Of course, it's Bruce that starts it off. Dashes in, perfect execution, sets up the heroic entrance. What can RRQ do off the back of that? You look at Helios the entire time. He was looking for an angle. He was waiting for a timing. But Eason never let him enter the fight. Look at the setup from Eason.
It was just perfect, right? Just like what the panel said, the Galio is there. Breakwater Rakan, what can he do? Helios shows up. 3 members, they want Bruce, and he gets the Triumph prop.
Yeah, just so good. And the best thing about this combo as well, the Garen Fiora. You put your Fiora mark on someone, you proc a couple, Garen comes in, executes them, your whole team heals up. You got Fiora, you got Senna healing you up. You've got the Galio shield. You're so hard to kill, and that begs the question, damage from RRQ, is that enough?
And when Bruce dead, goes into the shroud, it's enough. Undertow, straight through the heart.
Yeah. This is good from RRQ, and this is something they need to keep doing as the game progresses. They do get outscaled. They need to keep making picks on side lanes. They need Helios and Chaz yet again work hand in hand, play in tandem, maybe access him, maybe rope him in for a couple plays as well. This is your win condition right now. Yeah. Mid jungle and support maybe. Mid jungle featuring support.
Yeah. You cannot count EXO out. He's gonna make the call.
Yes.
Well, he still has something like a Galio, right? Flash E. It still works.
Yeah. And EXO has been brilliant at making engages. So RRQ, we know they have the clutch factor, especially when they draft comp.
Oh, Devil J.
My goodness. Ysera gets the solo bolo there, by the way. If he just outs, I think he dies. Yeah.
If Chaz wasn't there, he would have went for it.
Honestly, I think he should have just outed. I think he didn't think he had enough damage. Maybe not, but I think Ignite proc might have gotten it. It's okay, it's a little thing, right? Ysera is doing a lot of work this game. And Chaz and EXO, they want to go for round 2.
RQ doing exactly what you want them to do. The engage is there. The castle, a bit of a miss right there, but there's damage.
Doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter. Really, really, really good play from RRQ. I love the calls they're making. In the interview later on, if they win, I want to know who's making these calls because this is brilliant. They know we're not strong enough to fight you right now. We need to get some gold back in the game. We need to find tempo on the map. So we're going to run away from you and we're going to kill the other side of the map. We're going to cross-map you.
Yeah. Find the pressure point on the side of Flash Wolves. They found 2 of them. Bot lane solo kill takes tier 1. Yeah. Baron lane solo kill takes tier 1.
But the gold lead is still in favor of Flash Wolves, right? They have 2k gold up. They do outscale, but mid-game power spike. When's that going to come in, Husky? Second spawn. You're going to get the Dragon, Inferno at that. You're going to get the Rift Herald. RRQ, they are going to be so strong around the second spawn. Flash Wolves, they can still win it. They just gotta be careful because this is do or die, right? It's not a first spawn game, it's a second spawn game.
And I want to just quickly bring out what the panel, Autoluz and Riku mentioned, right? You gotta kill locking. If you're RRQ, locking is a target. How do you get to locking right now?
Explosive Cask, that's it, right? Explosive Cask into Helios, maybe getting a big combo because he did, he can, and he will do it again if you give him the opportunity.
A lot of birds on RRQ side, double Luna's Echo.
I love RRQ. I love what they're doing. The calls to be sneaky, make these picks, camp the bushes. Really good. They wait for Helios, they're going to pull the trigger once Helios gets here.
Oh, that's going to be the shot. Eason's going to go in now. That's the big engage that RRQ has been looking for. They catch everyone. Dawning Shadow still there. Ysera alive for a bit longer. Helios is now used. Watch out. It's Bruce again in the back line. Takes out Marky. Helios is low. The Grand Challenge has been crawled by Cookie. Devil J dropping low. They still want Cookie down. And Cookie is down. Chaz gets the kill. But Bruce is still alive. Chaz wants to run him down. And Chaz gets a double kill. They will win that fight.
And the power of Olaf. You're telling me this champion hasn't been picked the whole series? The power of Olaf in a game where early tempo is so important. Look at how he just controls the game. Flash Wolves, they get the jump. They kill one of you, RRQ, they get the jump. They kill you to begin with, but it doesn't matter because Olaf is alive. If Olaf is alive, he can clean up.
Yeah. And right now, Bruce isn't enough. Cookie has to be there. Ysera has to be there. And RRQ, if they pull the trigger first, if they get it done, that's what happens. No Dragon for RRQ though.
No Dragon just yet for RRQ. They're going to get the Herald first, and like I said, mid-game power spike. This is the mid-game. This is where they're strong. You look at Chaz, he's so strong right now. Once he gets the Herald, he's going to try to move down to the Dragon. It's going to be slow from Flash Wolves. Could be deja vu. I want to see RRQ contest this. Do not give this up. They're running for it.
Flash Wolves have won it once. TP in from Bruce. Dragon dropping low. Eason standing in front. Just zone this away. I mean,
look at Chaz, they're going for tier 2 mid. They're going for tier 2 mid instead.
Rift Herald spawn. Flash Wolves, what is the answer? They get the engage onto Exosen. It's just a Gragas. Bruce goes in. Grand Challenge, proc, executed. RRQ gets away from that fight, but Bruce once more. It's going to be Helios on the chopping block. It's
pretty
but
hard
no
to kill.
follow-up. Yeah, it's pretty hard to kill.
Well, okay, they just get the mid lane tier 1, they lose the dragon. That was fast enough. They weren't able to get a second charge as well. So small win there, I would say, for RRQ. But you look at the goal, like I said, Flash Roofs, they do outscale. This is a bit worrying for me because now there's no objectives on the map for a couple minutes.
We haven't seen this side of Bruce, right? We've seen in the Singe, we've seen the Corki, we've seen the Grace, Tristana. Well, we saw the Zed, but that was the game that they lost.
Sure.
Now he's on the Akali.
Well, we know he has amazing mechanics, right?
Yes.
This guy was a marksman player for a couple years. We know what he can do when given champions like Lucian and given champions like Akali. He's even played the Yasuo, I think, in C Champs. We know what he can do, and he's showing off his chops here.
Give him gold. Just give him money.
Give him gold, yeah. And he's not the only one here, right? Ysera might be playing Garen, but Garen is a genuine win condition in this game. Just based off the fact that RRQ cannot kill you. What is your DPS? Olaf? Like, it's not enough to kill Ysera later on as the game progresses.
And there's a guaranteed delete button with the ult, right?
Oh, okay, so close.
Oh, EXO didn't face check it. Thank you. We Flash will get the turret. And
EXO
engaged on. Grand challenge again, but body slams.
No one blocked it. No one blocked it. That was the problem there. Someone needed to block the body slam.
Well, RQ, they keep it alive. Well, they lost the turret, but what's more important for RQ is that they keep cycling. They keep the pedal running.
Sure.
It feels like the engine has cooled down a bit.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to raise the point of, right? What are you going to find fights around? Because there are no objectives for a couple of minutes. This means that for the next 2-3 minutes, Flash Wolves, they're just chilling, they're just farming. What can you do? You see the pings from the map, RQ, they're saying, what can we do? We're going to cross-map you, we're going to sit in your jungle, wait for you to come in, hit this Cryos Bloom, you know you want to, and EXO is waiting to go.
Knowing Flash Wolves,
oh, okay, he gives away his position. I think they could have camped it longer, honestly.
Yeah, they're thinking about it, right?
Yeah.
So far, Flash Wolves, they have the tanks in front. Or that mean RQ standing under Flash Wolves' vision, so you can't get anything done. But this gives away a lot of pressure to Flash Wolves, though.
I want to point out something here. Locking, he's not going for Sunderer this game. He's going, I think, for Iceborne Gauntlet. He wants to get more utility, wants to really set up. Okay, well, RQ are going for it.
Righteous Glory.
What's the Ragnarok?
Push and pull. No Ragnarok just yet. And
Eason is too tanky.
He's just blocking it.
Tanky.
Look at that.
They're literally brick walls, and this is a comp which FW have played time and time again, which is why you need to know this. This is their Game 5 go-to. They did this against Cerberus. They challenged you. How are you gonna kill our tanks? I don't think RIQ have an answer.
Feels like this evolving, this escalating boss fight, right? You beat him once, he comes back. Phase 2, Phase 3, Flash Wolves at the final phase. And that was 2 ultimates from RQ. It felt like nothing happened.
Ragnarok wasn't even popped because Chaz genuinely did not think there was an angle there. And he was right, there was no angle there. He is strong right now, but how are you gonna fight, right? Baron is not up. You gotta wait for Dragon, that's in a minute or so. It's gonna be pretty soon. And this is it. I think that this Dragon is genuinely do or die for RRQ. We know they have the miracle teamfight factor. We know they're clutch. We know they can pull off snap engages. But in a natural game state, this is it for RRQ. It's do or die here on this Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, RRQ are so close, but yes, so far, again, it comes out to the snap engage, right?
Yes.
Game 2, pull it off without a hitch. But Game 5, different story. Who are you going to go on? Third item GA for Ysera. He just does not want to die.
Very smart play, right? Ysera knows I can afford to build a bit of damage right now because you just cannot kill me.
Oh, and they know that Fresh Roofs know that RQ is in the jungle.
Yeah. I gotta point out a win con though. You look at Chaz, he's 3 items as well. Death's Dance and Sterak's Gate. He is also gonna be extremely hard to kill. But perfect execution, Garen ultimate, Divine Judgment. I mean, there's not Divine Judgment, that's
Demacian
right?
Justice.
Demacian Justice, that's the one.
Justice, yeah.
There are things that can execute Olaf, and that's what he's afraid of. He also needs a GA. Sterak's is not enough.
And even with the Righteous Glory to run in, running straight into Flash Roof, it's a death sentence.
Now, look at this setup here. Both teams staunching the river. They want to set up for this. RQ, they have the inside track. Where's their engage going to come from? Look at where Helios is, over the wall. That's what Flash Roofs are aware of. That's what they need to be careful of.
Yeah, EXO again pulls the trigger. Dominance pop. Flash Roofs pop with the shroud. Redemption is out. Bruce in the back line. Look at Marky. Caught out. And they will have the SQ for Ysera as well. Marky forced away from the flight. Helios is dropping low. And there is going to be the Hero's entrance as Marky expires in the back line. Chaz could not fight. Flash Wolves with another
Bruce is
around
around the back.
And Bruce is going to come in for the flank. They will pincer RRQ. Eason will throw his life away. Chaz gets executed. It does not matter. RRQ will not win.
RRQ, they try to go in, but they dive too deep. Marky has no one protecting him. And just like that, Bruce, he knows his job. What do we always say about Flash Roofs? What do we always say about Masters? Fundamentals.
Yes.
They're smart. They know their role. They kill Marky. You have no more damage. Now we start the Baron off.
Yeah. They might have stolen the Baron in game 3, but that was because of Chaz,
Chaz
and now
did.
they need to buy some time. Marky will come back in a bit. Flash rules. What is the answer? Seems like Baron will be their main focus. Dropping down preload. TP is coming in from Marky. RRQ.
He's gonna
This
die.
is desperation play. Helios goes for the engage, but Bruce is still alive. Mega Inferno Bomb not doing much. They get the quickness charm out there, but RRQ have run out of gas. The fuel has depleted, and it will be Cookie picking out Marky. They go back
Baron's
onto the
still
Baron.
leashed.
Baron is still alive. TP coming out from
Chaz.
Chaz. He walks in. He wants the spike,
gets it.
and he kills Cookie and steals Baron. National RRQ refuse to go down.
The reckless swing.
Wolves will not stand. RRQ stays in the game.
This is deja vu, isn't it, Husky? It's deja vu of game 3. Flash rules, we have a lead, we're ahead, we're gonna win. We do Baron. And RRQ say, oh no, you don't, we stop it. Chaz has been the miracle worker for his team 2 games now. He's making it work every single Baron fight.
You said to not count RRQ out.
Never count
and
RRQ
this
out.
is why.
Never counts RRQ out. They do the Baron. Look how close it goes. Bruce is so low. Marky gets this with his life. He makes everyone low. And Ysera, he tries his best. He doesn't manage his zone away. Chaz, who just runs in. Ragnarok on. You can't stop me. Reckless swing. Kills your jungler. Kills your Baron. It's all mine. And Chaz, this guy does not want to lose.
And we are back to an even state of the game.
Yeah.
Forget what Flash rules have done. Forget what has happened in the past 15 minutes. This is where the game resets to its neutral state. RRQ.
Better than even. You have Baron now.
And they have Baron. Now the question is, how much damage can they do to those structures? How much can RRQ push this?
What concerns me is the fact that FW have won the last couple of team fights, and RRQ, they don't really have a champion, which is good at hitting the turrets, right? Like you said, how do you really break structures? You don't quite have a play here. So RRQ, I think this Baron, more than anything, just takes the wins out of the sails of FW.
Eason goes in, Dawning Shadow uses
Oh no, Marky!
Oh no, they call Marky! He cannot go down! Flashes away, Grand Challenge issue, FW won this fight, Heroic Entrance is there, disengage from RRQ, they get out.
Ysera didn't manage to get the execute onto Marky. Marky is so slippery with the Ghost, with the Flash, with the Satchel Charge. They want to keep the fight going here on both sides. The Baron is still chunking down this turret, but it's not enough to take it down just yet.
There's still perfect execution from Bruce, you gotta watch out. He's looking for the Shuriken angle. EXO has to stay in front, the Iceborne Gauntlet does delay this a bit more.
Ysera's going to base, he's going to come right back out. You see, this is the point, right? You have Baron, but the Baron doesn't really amount to anything. The comp that RRQ are running requires you to have a gold lead, attain from winning team fights. But the thing is FW, they're winning every team fight. Flash Rules, they've been triumphant around the Dragons. Now there's one more chance here for RRQ. That's going to be the Elder Dragon Soul. They need to fight this one. They need to not only take the Dragon, they need to win the team fight. Because if they don't, FW are just going to keep stalling.
Is it fair to say that the value that RRQ got out of that was an even game state?
Yeah, exactly. They don't get a lead from that. It looks amazing, right? We kill you, we take your Baron. Thanks for the leash, guys. But all it does is even out the game. And Flash Rules outscale.
Yeah, Flash Rules loves a challenge. The later the game goes on, the more it feels like the map is painted blue and yellow. I mean, this is their territory, right? Yeah, no strangers to long games. They played the longest games that we have in the WCS finals, and they won that game.
Honestly, this game, it could go anyone's way right now, but Flash Rules, they outscale as a team and as a team composition. We know how the Masters team loves late games. We know how experienced the players are on the side of FW. We know they love to play the late game. They love to dance these dragons. Now we're actually going to see it happen here. 13 seconds to the next Baron. It's going to be up soon. Dragon up in about a minute as well. This is going to be it. And I think when it comes down to the wire, Flash Rules, they know what to do around these objectives.
Baron's second one's on the map right now. We see Devil J playing the side lane. He's going to draw Ysera to him. Yeah, we expect those teleports to be purchased, right? You need to have those. He had to teleport to join the fight. And RRQ, they're getting decent control of their melee. Meanwhile, Ysera.
Look at this.
That's
he has the Saruda's Grudge.
Yeah.
He has the Saruda's Grudge, he has the GA, he has the Starex. He's not even building tank because he says, RRQ, you're complex damage. I can build kind of damagey, and you still can't kill me.
Yeah. Try me, I have 2 lives.
He's right, they can't kill him.
They can't. All he needs to do is to look for Marky, or any low health target, press, ultimate, boom.
And honestly, I gotta give FW props. Flash Rules, they have been doing a fantastic job at identifying their win cons. They know what they have to do. Bruce has been diving Marky every single team fight. Ziggs has not been able to do damage. It's been such a well thought out game from Flash Rules. Such a well thought out draft in the last 2 games as well. And RRQ now backs to the wall. They're getting pushed down to the wire. 10 seconds to the Elder Spawn here, Husky. Can they do it? They have control for now.
Yeah. The thread is stretched so tight.
So
It's
thin,
about to
yeah,
snap.
so thin for RRQ. It's really about to snap. That's a great point. Can they do it? It's so clutch right now. It comes down to who's more clutch. And you look at Flash Roos, they're not worried, they're not fussed. You know why? They say, RRQ, your comp cannot rush Dragon. You don't have damage to kill us, you don't have damage to kill Dragon either. We can take our time. We can slowly check this one out. And they're right.
Both Baroness have to teleport, so they will be matching each other up top, but Flash Wolves playing this dance with RRQ. But Flash Wolves, like you said, they're more than willing to take this tangle.
Yeah. And let me point it out right now, right? Devil J wants to keep Ysera out of the fight. Even though he doesn't necessarily win the side lane, you don't want Ysera to be there because nobody can kill him. This is a raid boss Garen at this point in the game. The Renekton no longer has lane prior on him. No one in the team fight can stop him. They're trying to let Chess solo this one out, but it's taking way too long.
Eason scouts this out and was able to push RRQ
close,
away,
yeah.
resets the Elder Drake. That is the most important thing for Flash Wolves right now. Ysera, he's gaining priority up top though. Devil J has to be careful.
He's solo killing Devil J!
Devil J might die! He's dead!
Yeah, just Beyblading him, spin to win. Ysera, honestly, Ysera is just my MVP for this game.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
constantly getting side lane prior. Devil J is getting shut down every single time.
The threat is about to snap. RRQ, 4 alive. Ysera can TP if he wants to.
He doesn't even need to.
Flash, pressures on both sides, what we saw in game 3.
Flash Roos have to do this now. RRQ have to do this now, or they have to recall now. They either give this up, or they all in and flip it. Because they have no more choice. 20 seconds, they're gonna lose it in hip.
They're going away. I mean, they reset the dragon, but they're losing so much.
They're on your base right now. They're on your inhibitor, and they're on your Elder Dragon. RRQ, you're out of options.
RRQ, do something. This is it. This is the breaking point for RRQ. 4 versus 4 down, but they sent EXO back to defend this, and that means it's a 3 versus 4. There's an engage. Pulled off already.
TP coming in from
Ysera. Flash Wolves want this,
That's
and
it.
they want this now. 2 down on RRQ. Nothing left for RRQ right now.
And Husky, the Game 5 comfort zone from Flash Wolves strikes again. The players are playing better. The team is playing better. They know exactly what to do. And they say, Chaz, you want to try to steal this? We're not even going to let you get near TP from Devil J. It's do or die.
All right, Chaz, you have done it once. You have done it twice. Can you do it 3 times?
No, you can't.
Dragon is low. They push Chaz away. Flash Wolf has done this. Look at where Bruce is. He's on top of Chaz. He's pushing EXO away. Flash Wolves draw the line in the sand, and Elder Drake is theirs.
Elder Drake is theirs. That's going to be a likely Baron as well. You know why? Because Ysera now is the Hullbreaker.
Oh,
All
yeah.
he needs to do is run down bot lane. He's going to solo bolo Devil J over and over again. And it's the same situation as we saw in Game 3. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. What's the play for RRQ?
Still
Nothing.
Baron.
Well, okay, sure.
They have to do it again.
Flip it. Still Baron again.
For the 3rd time, right? Win the coin flip.
And that's what we say, right? Flash Roos, they're so good at fundamentals. They will try to avoid the flip whenever possible. With the game state right now, they're never going to flip Baron. They are just going to keep you choked out. Ysera's going to keep pushing. He doesn't have his TP because he swapped back to Redemption. And he just needs to pressure the waves. RRQ, it's sad to say they put on such a showing, but I think they're really out of options. It's down to one Miracle team fight. Can Chaz do it again? That's it.
He has been a miracle worker, right? But he needs to do it again.
He's done it twice. He's done it once this game already. Can he pull off 2 miracles in one game? Can he pull off 3 miracles in a series? Aren't you asking for too much?
It seems like it, but that's the only way, right?
It really
With
is.
RQ in the jungle, Chaz.
Oh,
out of
no.
position. That is the guy that needs to go down. Ragnarok used Redemption drop. Helios defensive quickness.
That's it.
RQ run. They ran
That's
out of
it.
4 ultimates.
Yeah.
That's Baron?
They used 4 ultimates to get away. And with a whimper, RRQ, it looks like they're out of options.
They came in this series roaring triumphantly, but it seems like
TP,
it's not
Husky.
audible anymore. TP in for Cookie, looking for EXO. Devil J dashes away, slice and dice is good. Buy some space,
play.
but RRQ still cannot do anything because Flash Wolves are at your doorstep. Your Zero
Oh
one
my
hit
God.
is gonna be bruised. And we have Eason with the hero's entrance. Marky is down. Baron does not matter anymore, and at the cuffs of a Game 5, Flash Wolf, masters of best of 5, masters of fundamental, masters of greatness. Flash Wolf books the ticket to Icons.
Flash Wolves are going to be your first team going to Icons here, Husky. They take down RRQ, the 5-game blinder. Tremendous performance from them. Ysera steps up when his team needs him. And that's going to be it.
That is going to be it. The final breath drawn by RRQ. and the Masters regions prevail. Raise the flags in icons. Raise the flag in this upper
Look
bracket.
at that. Look at the cheers. This is the first time I've seen Flash Roof smiling.
Yeah, right. Both series, well, the games that they played, only against Cerberus, hardly smile, and just calm, cool, collected. They know it's not the end yet, but they've finally done it.
They've done it. Well, this is the first step, right? Now you go to icons, but still, you want to battle for the championship. And you keep in mind, Flash Roofs, they're still going to be in the upper bracket. They're going to be playing against the winner of BRU against Team Flash. But it's not over for RRQ just yet. They put on such a showing today. The first time they were tested. And keep in mind, in their regionals as well, in their local tournament, they made it all the way through the lower bracket. They made the lower bracket miracle run. They could do it here again.
Exactly, right? The fairy tale will have to be extended a bit longer. We need to wait for the next installment. But there is going to be some slight heartbreaking news for the PH region. Both PH teams are in the lower bracket. FLA
and they're going to
RRQ.
be facing each other.
Forced to fight to the death.
And I gotta say something here, Husky. I'm gonna make the PH fans hate me a little bit more, but I gotta tell you something. The real reason why they lost here today, so I actually jinxed RRQ.
This is the only reason. Like everyone, RRQ.
I was getting ready for the boom, triumphant review. But
I don't have the Flash jersey, but there we go. Blue and yellow, this is it. I am the true believer. My faith is rewarded.
Let me just say to all the PH fans out there, I'm sincerely sorry. Please don't cancel me. This was my bad. Sorry, guys.
It's okay, it's okay.
Lower bracket run, okay? We believe, okay?
Yep, we believe, and I believe that the fans will also believe in them. But that's it. Flash Wolves have booked their spot to icons. The panel will have a lot to say about this.
I have a lot to say what's underneath the shirts, the double shirt from our cast. There's definitely so many things going on down there. But hey, congratulations, Flash Wolf. They won that ticket. Definitely got the spot into the Icon Series. They're in the top 4 here. They're going to continue their journey to greatness. But on the side of RRQ, it's going to be a civil war down there. It's going to be the battle of the same region. The Philippines have to have it a go.
I mean,
okay.
This is a repeat of the grand finals of the WCS PH, right? So a lot of the fans are going to look forward to that.
There's still a lot of things to unpack on that one.
Yeah, but one thing I want to say though for Flash Wolves, their journey to the icons is crazy because they're still undefeated. Series-wise. That's no joke. That's an amazing feat.
I mean, like, fundamentally, they already have been strong, but their stamina, their composure, their calm. After that last, I think it was the 3rd match, they got stolen away that last Baron. They still can come up back strong for the next match.
Exactly. And again, for the whole series, Sarah, what a god.
Yeah.
What a god, man. Whew.
I think they should make a Garen skin just for Ysera, just because it's just so hard to shut him down.
Riku had a drawing, right? At the very beginning, wherein Garen was at the center of everything. And it's just so fitting.
It's true. The typhoon.
In the series clincher, game number 5, Ysera basically drafts a Garen and plays it as if it's not a tank.
That's a really, really crazy callback, right? Because it's so insane to me that, Garen is a big neutralizer. You pick it in the lane and you don't die, basically. And when you don't die, for champions that rely on early game pressure, you are already winning if you don't die. But Ysera did more than that. He won the lane. He was shutting down Devil J. We talked about how RRQ's composition will fall eventually, will fall off of the late game. Renekton falls off, Ola falls off, and it's just so very fitting.
Exactly, and the magic of the Rakan mid lane was just basically chopped down immediately by Flash Wolves. I did say that, oh wow, okay, so playing Rakan into the composition that Flash Wolves have, so hard. You have the Galio, you have the Garen. And also one thing to note, I know that it's not common that we see Fiora nowadays.
Yeah.
But against Olaf, it's actually a winning matchup. Not only that, the poking that was basically negated, or that was basically nerfed, you don't have to deal with that in the jungle, do you?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta, it was almost Point that brought up how you have the execution. You can easily proc the Grand Challenge because of the execution coming from Garen. And the biggest bonus is Sarah won his lane.
Ooh,
He
wow.
got a lot of gold.
He won big on his lane.
Yeah.
Nobody can actually fight him. Even Chaz, the one we're looking over to,
one.
actually scaling out late. But
Yeah.
it's just the God King Garen.
Exactly.
That's it.
Exactly.
The god.
The God King, Sarah.
The God King. You know the skin, the God King Garen skin, right? It's just well deserving for Weiser, but we still have to give credit. Chaz, he's such a game changer for RRQ. He bought so much time with that
Exactly.
stolen Baron again.
At least people are now aware of the player named Chaz from the Philippines region.
But there's gonna be the player of the game. We have Locking with that Senna. Every single time they fight, there's so many things going on. We have the Garen so tanky. We have the Galio coming up so on time. And they coming up from the Senna's healing, the shields. It's just never ending. They just can sustain so much.
Yeah, consistent DPS as well, right? It's not just about the healing. When you draft the Senna, again, the longer the Senna stays alive, the better for your team. And for me, game number 3, he had a problem dealing with Helios. But this time, the Galio was just beside him all throughout. Okay, I dare you to come in and we'll just taunt you out, right?
Yeah, and then the fact that, scaling, this is a very Flash Wolves staple, right?
Yep.
Scaling bot lane. It
Masterful
just
draft.
works so well. And the way that they won Game 5 is very telling of not only Flash Wolves style, but the way the Masters region plays.
Exactly. Let's celebrate Masters region.
Yeah.
Finally,
Woo!
we get to see them in the world stage.
That's
They're no
true.
strangers to that, right?
I mean, also, Bruce is still holding on to the Kings of Mid in SEA for now, as Bruce not actually snatching it away, but we just watch out for all the games. The best of 5. This is the best of 5 every single round. We are looking back and forth for both teams.
That was very tiring and very exciting at the same time. This was the Miracle Seal. Oh no, this was actually this
is a Regum swing.
Boom.
This was the Miracle Seal that wasn't able to convert into anything, right?
It wasn't even a smite, it was just a reckless swing coming up from the Olaf.
Yeah, true damage, right?
There was a point in the game where it was Elder Drake take by Flash Wolves, and then in the mid lane, the waves are shoving. And it reminded me of how Team Flash just went towards mid instead to push the lane. I felt like that was an avenue because they have a Ziggs, they can easily clear the wave, melt down towers. But you know what Flash Wolves did? They pushed RRQ into their jungle. They basically herded RRQ to make sure that play in the mid lane wasn't going to be available while they were busy taking down the Elder Drake. That is so smart. Just removing any sort of window for RRQ to get back into the game.
Just the presence of mind.
Yes.
I feel like they are the puppet master right now for Flash Wolf. They know exactly how they animate things and actually how to drive them to whatever the condition that's really advantageous for them.
Exactly. Took 5 games, and on those 5 games, they basically have won not just 3 but also 4. The 4th one being the Miracle Seal by Chaz, the Golden Pour moment. But had it not happened, actually that was the Baron Seal, right?
Yes.
Had it not happened, that was supposed to be just a 3-1.
But that happened. The thing is, that
it
still happened. Chaz is just so good when it comes to smite power, but we definitely want to see more of Flash Wolf. They are advancing into the Icon Globals, and we are going to join in an interview session with him as well. It's going to be Sarah, who's have such a good round. Sarah, how are you guys feeling for the side of Flash Wolf? Finally, you can celebrate and got yourself in the Icons. How's the team feeling and you yourself feeling right now?
想请问你目前就是现在心情怎么样？就是现在可以打进 Icons， 然后打了这么长的比赛。
第一点当然非常开心啊，因为可以去欧洲玩，那就非常兴奋吧，很期待后面的表现。
We are very excited because we get to go to Europe, and we're also looking forward to our own performance in the future.
Congratulations again, Sarah, for getting into Icons. I just want to say that you had a phenomenal performance, but that has been, 10 games in total already in the WCS. I was wondering, how's the energy, how's your stamina with the team, especially that
you know, it feels like you guys are getting stronger every single time you guys reach Game 5.
再次恭喜你们，然后你们这次已经打了几乎10场比赛，然后每一场都是越战越勇。那想确认一下，你目前的就是你们整个队伍的那个体力，或者是说在这种持久战，就是对这种有什么感觉？
我觉得我们在这种持久战上面心理素质是比其他队伍好的，所以我不担心我们打到几把比赛。那体力的部分的话，我觉得我们因为都是怎么说，都有在健身啊，他们平常，所以应该也是没什么问题的。
We feel like our team's advantage is that we have a very good emotion control. So we're not worried on like how many matches we have to play each series. Also, in terms of stamina, our whole team, we do routine like workout sessions and exercises. So I feel like stamina is also not an issue for us.
Wow, that's awesome to hear.
Exactly, right? Okay, is there a question from me? First is, your next match will be slated next week. So do you have any plans to celebrate? And how would you celebrate this momentous win for Flash Wolves?
因为你们接下来的比赛是在下礼拜，那在这期间，你们整个 team 或者是说你自己有没有什么计划想要去，就是说庆祝你们这一场胜利？
应该会用1天的时间来庆祝，并且调整一下更后面的赛程吧。那再研发更多不一样的战术来对付后面的对手。
We're probably gonna take one day just to celebrate, and after that we'll go straight back to the drawing board, and we're gonna try to think of more strategies for later matches.
Wow, that's a grind. But one last question. Later today we will figure out, or we'll find out who you will face against. There is a very heated matchup on the other side of the bracket. BRU versus Team Flash. Who do you think will come out on top?
你觉得今天接下来的比赛，谁会获胜？
接下来比赛是哪2位？
BRU versus Flash, Team Flash.
哦
，BRU 和 Flash。BRU
Flash 我觉得 BRU 的机会应该比较大一点，因为我们之前跟他团练的时候，他们是个比较强劲的对手。
I feel like BRU might have a higher chance because when we're scrimming them, we feel like they're a stronger opponent for us.
Wow. Congratulations, Sarah. Looking forward to more of your matches.
Thank you so much, Sarah, and all the best for the side of Flash Wolf. Also, good luck celebrating while you can. See you guys in the upper bracket finals, and congratulations for your ticket to Icons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, they had exercises. I think that should implement for every country, every region participating in any esports scene.
And I think that's the organization, right, of Flash Wolves, that is really international. The caliber can really stand toe-to-toe against the best organizations around the world. We heard of psychologists, we heard of trainers, right?
Yeah.
Dietitian.
Yeah.
And that's Flash Wolves. And one thing that I really liked about that is they said, our biggest strength, emotion check.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's so good because they have everything covered, basically. The mental reset, they said they're really good at that. I mean, we saw that game 3 where it was supposed to be their win, and they still managed to reset and take it to game number 5. That's why they're not worried. When it comes to stamina, prolonged games, BO5, BO7s, they got it covered when it comes to the physical stamina. So Flash Wolves looking like a very strong team overall, not only in-game, but also outside.
And also, speaking of stamina, we still have one more series to
do
go.
we?
Yes, we do. And this one is going to be one more spicier series, which is going to be BRU versus Team Flash. So, from the panelists, hope you guys still have that stamina, because for you guys watching at home, don't go anywhere. We're going to hit the break for a bit. See you guys in just a couple of minutes of time.
We are coming. 光宗志、
邱志军、陈云尚、
刘作康、
林以生。
我的游戏名称是 Locking 啊，为什么是 Locking？ 因为以前小时候的时候想要学这个舞蹈，结果长大发现根本没时间学，因为都在打电动。
书包里面狼，恭喜闪电狼！
我的游戏 ID 是布鲁斯，那我的偶像是李小龙，那他叫做布鲁斯利。
我的游戏 ID 是 FW 医生，因为我取医生是因为我的中文名字很像，后面2个字很像医生。
树的腰带也没了，想回去打，最后的话，雷哥拿到了，又是先右吗？但是回去一个 combo 完蛋了，进去。
目前团队里最年轻的应该是辅助位的医生。我的职业比赛的经验值是最多的。
我觉得团队里面大家基本上都很成熟稳重啊。
我现在在电狼打的位置是飞龙路，
跟到的是对方的突击手。
我在闪电狼的位置是打野位，我觉得我挺喜欢这个位置的，因为这个位置可以一个人刷野怪，然后配合队友去做一些营运之类的。
我的家乡在台湾新北市的三重区，我家的教育模式是那种放养式的，就认为我想做什么就自己去做，除非有什么重大的事情才会跟家里报备这样。
很怪啊，没有人去帮易大师制造输出空间啊。对啊，
我小时候的梦想应该是当一名医生，但我读书实在不太行。我小时候的梦想，自从我看到 S2 台北暗杀星夺冠之后，我就想要打职业。
因为我觉得这个游戏当初蛮有前景的，所以想说来尝试看看，结果就练着练着就当上选手。
我打赢比赛都会去吃生鱼片。赢得比赛后，我会想吃麻辣火锅，就那种辣的东西，因为我很喜欢吃那种口味的食物。
我输比赛之后，我会吃一些饼干啊、面包啊，就是能塞饱自己肚子的一些东西。
我不是用吃的来泄愤，我是用疯狂玩游戏的方式来忘掉那个输的感觉。
刘作康是最和蔼可亲的，
应该是布鲁斯，因为他看起来很无害的样子。
闪电狼队伍里面最可爱可亲的人的话，应该是刘作康吧，因为他有点像那种交际花，对谁都很聊得来这样子。
团队里面谁最搞笑？应该是饼干，因为他很常看一些抖音粪片，然后在那边耍白痴。
Cookie 吧。因为他有时候会怎么说，调动气氛嘛，然后也会拍一些抖音之类的，然后有点像扮演小丑的这种角色。
炸下去，但自己的队友已经没了。李信教授经了拖了一点时间，在团战中没有办法阻挡闪电狼拿下这个主堡。
我最想化身《激斗峡谷》里面的雷格尔，因为他左手拿刀，右手拿爪子，非常中二，非常帅。
应该是杰吧。因为他会影分身，他可以代替我做很多事情。应该是拿下人生的第一个5杀。
Pentakill。
变成小动物，全部人往里面，一人点一下，我们恭喜闪电狼4-0。
代表大师赛区参加 WCS 的冠军赛，那我个人是非常兴奋，因为又可以跟东南亚那些顶尖好手在进行一次世界比赛了。
对于其他赛区的选手想说，郭志熙号等着我们来。
对于其他赛区的选手有什么话想说？对你们其实没什么想说啦，等着被我虐就好。
We are coming。
Upcoming po na mga gusto pang sumali or mag-compete. Galingan po natin, show natin na Pilipinas yung pinamalakas na region sa lahat.
IGN is Helios. Pinapapick po ako ng God's name, like mga Zeus. Nakita ko po na mas bagay po sa akin yung Helios.
Devil J po siya. Come from Devil Jin sa Tekken.
Idol ko po kasi si Faker. And ako sa mid.
This is gonna be crazy. Arising now starting this fight as RRQ secures the Rift Herald. This is what they were looking for.
My role in RRQ is support, but before my role is mid laner. And then I switch from mid to support.
30 seconds for Horizon and Wrath to come back to life. This is them having a lot of space to see if they can dive some more.
Classmates ko that time sa school is puro League of Legends yung nilalaro nila. So, nagpaturo na lang din po ako sa kanila din nagustuhan ko po.
When LoL PC first come out, parang nakita ko siyang maganda sa paningin ko. Yung nakita ko sa LoL PC, parang ang gandang laruin, ang cute tingnan, mga ganun. So, yun.
Pangarap ko lang naman po maglaro. Yun lang po. Papa ko po kasi police. Nagustuhan ko lang po mag-police. Hanggang sa nanibago po yung pag-iisip ko. Gusto ko na lang po maglaro.
Gusto ko po nung bata po ako, pangarap ko po siguro maging seaman po ako. Maging police, maging sundalo.
But RRQ will be your champions of Philippine WCS.
Curry, mga
Spam and egg.
So ano po? Ramen.
Sisig po.
Winning or losing, anytime, anywhere, pizza. Wag lang may pinya.
Jollibee, chicken wings, yung mga ganyan.
McDonald's, yun yung pagkain namin pag lagi kami talo eh. Order na ng McDo.
Nuggets.
Adobo.
Siguro pag talo po kami, hindi po ako makain ng marami, ayaw po mag-stress eating. Kumakain na lang po ng chocolate lang po, yung chill na kain lang. Ganun lang.
Si Zed po. Kasi ang ganda po ng skill niya, Shadow.
Lucian. Parang siya kasi yung favorite champion ko, sapat. Tapos may mga barrel siya, tapos parang dash.
Simple yung sagot ko. Nunu, para malamig. Init sa Pinas eh.
Amazing, fantastic, competitive.
Big, close, most importantly, fun.
Apat eh. No pain, no gain eh.
LAN tournaments.
Gusto ko po talaga maglaro sa LAN, mga major tournaments. Pangarap ko po siya nung bata pa po ako.
Parang gusto ko rin maranasan yung may mga fans na nanonood sa amin na live, tsaka gusto ko makita yung reaction din nila pag nananalo or natatalo kami. Tsaka yung mga kalaban din namin gusto rin namin makita.
Nakaka-pressure po. At the same time, masaya po kasi naabot ko na rin po yung pangarap ko.
Ayun po, sobrang saya po kasi hindi po namin expected eh. Kasi yung team po namin, ang dami pong problemang na-encounter. Itong season po, pasuko na po kami pero kumapit pa din.
First of all, I'm happy kasi isa rin to sa pangarap ko na maging PH representative sa Pilipinas. Gagawin ko yung mga kaya ko para manalo kami.
Ang wish ko po sa competitive scene ng Wild Rift Philippines is to emphasize nila yung female. My girlfriend has been playing competitive Wild Rift. Sa ngayon, ang konti ng mga tournaments, parang hindi nabibigyan masyado ng attention. At wish ko rin makita ko rin siya mag-champion on her own.
My personal wish is sana po tuloy-tuloy yung pag-grow ng Wild Rift sa Pilipinas and sa mga upcoming po na mga gusto pang sumali or mag-compete. Gusto galingan po natin, show natin na Pilipinas yung pinamalakas na region sa lahat.
everyone of the WCS fans. Welcome back to day 4 of the WCS Finals Playoff. And this is brought to you by Riot Games. Also thanks to our sponsors, Goosey Gamers and One Esports. And definitely I'll be your host for today. We can't wait for this series. Because this series will also have one more ticket towards the eye. Because Odalus and Husky will be on the panel today. How you guys feeling?
Let's see.
It's coming up.
I'm waiting.
Oh,
it's
come on! Come on!
Anyway, yeah, Husky, brother, finally, it's good to finally have you here with me, man. Shoot. And again, the series number 1 was already so exciting, right? But series number 2 might be just as exciting. Might go the distance. Another 5 games.
You guys still have the stamina, though.
I mean, he can't say. I paneled.
I can say yes, right? I have a lot of adrenaline in me. Yeah, I came from the casting desk. You know, I did a 5.
It was a good.
It was a good series, right? That's what gets me pumped. I'm ready for more too.
It was insane. But you guys watching at home, you just joined us. Don't forget to join in the discussion as well. You can drop on the Twitter on our official hashtag, which is going to be a hashtag WCS, hashtag WCS Final, and hashtag Wild Rift Champions SEA, because we're having such a great, insane best of 5. And now it's down to BRU versus Team Flash.
And this is just so telling of how strong Southeast Asia is as a region. Anyone could really win the whole thing. We did see RRQ going to the lower bracket, but it's not, it's nothing new for them. It's a very familiar territory for BRU versus Team Flash. We have to admit, Team Flash has looked so strong, Husky.
Yeah, they look like they've ascended to godhood, right? Virtually. On paper, you look at Team Flash and you're like, these guys are the perfect team. How are you guys going to overcome them?
Okay, I have a question for you. Because you are so big on mythology stuff,
Oh,
right?
boy.
Okay. God, okay. You did say Team Flash looks like the gods, at least in this particular tournament. But God of what?
God of War, Ares.
Ooh,
God of War, Bloodlust.
I have to admit though, my God of War is Kratos, but whatever.
Well, you put me on the spot. Thank goodness I read enough on that. But yeah, I think they are the God of War. But on the side of Buriram United, right, BRU, I feel like they also have an embodiment. I would like to say the goddess of wisdom, Athena. So we're looking at wits against brawn, brain against brawn, wits against muscle.
Well, for me, my take is going to be the Redemption team versus the Untouchable ones.
Oh,
yes.
Because there's so many stories. Oh, well, I'm not going to touch about the gods and the goddesses. So many going on at this state. But speaking of the Untouchable, the gods that you mentioned coming up from Team Flash, they are just flawless.
Yeah, I think so far Team Flash has basically put up a show for us, right? When you watch Team Flash play against FLA in the upper bracket, it really felt like it was a dance. It was an orchestrated performance. I felt like I was watching a show in the theater. They look glamorous. That's the best way I can put it, right? It felt like you cannot find any holes in their armor. You cannot find any weaknesses in their playstyle. It's so minuscule that it felt like Team Flash had it all covered.
Wow, classy.
Thank you.
Love to, watch them while enjoying some good glass of wine, maybe.
Yeah,
Put it out there.
I love it.
But yes, Divine so far 3-0, and Team Flash did it against my very own Penal University. I would be giving it props. Basically, how they've been performing in their regional, in their regional playoffs and also regional group stages has been a revelation that Team Flash is really the favorite here. Vietnam, very strong as a region, comparing to Masters in where that's a top 2 heavy. Vietnam, meanwhile, I believe their top 1 to top 6 will be a contender here had they been able to join.
That's definitely true. And you like about Glamorous coming up from the side of Team Flash. They do look like unbreakable diamonds. But we're having to face against the opposing team, which is going to be BRU. They have so much motivation to fight for this time.
Okay. Well, I had the best seat when it happened, right? Buriram United last year, SEA Championships, had 2 chances. Was a win away from getting themselves to the Horizon Cup. And today, they have 2 more chances again. So the question is, Do they want the second chance or do they want this chance? Obviously, they want to get into the Icons Global right now, right here.
But speaking of Buriram United Esports, we're gonna just watch it for a bit. What's actually the team is all about regarding their roster. On Buriram United Esports side, we have Noel, Golden Fit, Archony, Triple V, and What the Jazz. Like you mentioned before, Odolus, they were in the same spot they were at back then. But Husky, can they actually make it this time?
Can they actually make it is a question that BRU themselves have to answer. But I want to kind of pan the spotlight onto What the Jazz, right? Because coming into this series, he has a lot more responsibility. They had to play with Triple V, you know, some unfortunate circumstances. But they have shown that they can pull it off. They won their upper bracket series 3-0, and you know that What the Jazz is a very stable support in the Dragon lane. Not so stable on the Wheel of Misfortune show, though he choked a lot. But in game, he is the guy.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Picking
My newfound best friend, What the Jazz. No, actually, my best friend still is Aggie. What the Jazz though.
Wow.
Oh, just because we had that very good interview with him. You're right on that one. What the Jazz is basically the heart and soul of Buriram United. But do not count out the main thing about BRU has always been Noel. Noel, if you actually reverse it, it's Leon. L-E-O-N.
Is it his real name there? Not sure.
Possibly not.
Possibly not.
But yeah,
nice
we're
try.
not.
I thought you were onto something, Otto.
Yeah. Noel equals Leon reversed, right?
Yeah.
And in the Philippines, Leon means the lion, the king of the king of the jungle, the alpha male. Noel so far, I believe. Okay, I will let you in on a secret. Noel has been my favorite player since last year in the Baron lane. Full stop.
But he's supposed to be a jungler if he's supposed to be a lion in the jungle.
I know. Stop.
No, don't do this to Otto. Come on.
I'm sorry, I just have to do that. But I definitely love Noel when it comes to Baron laning. He shows such dominance. But I want to get back to the point. You mentioned about What the Jazz, working out with Triple V. I think they have sort of history as well with Cold and Feet back then. That's why they look very synergized together, right?
Yeah, it goes way back. I think in the prep room, we talked about this a bit. It's something that can be very obscure and overlooked if you actually don't go down memory lane. But with that being said, I think What the Jazz felt really comfortable playing with Golden Feet and Triple V.
Yeah.
And despite us thinking that, are they going to struggle because of Triple V coming in as a replacement, they certainly did not. The games that they won, barring game 1 against Sem9, were all squeaky clean.
I mean, if Omo was here, he would give it.
Just gonna flex it.
Yeah, no, he would give it the RRQ treatment, right? He would. They wasn't as tested as the other teams. And I'm sorry for Sem9, but
we have to be down
that's
to
the
earth,
truth, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have to call it as it is. That this is going to be the true test for BRU. And Team Flash, again, the invincible team against BRU that has been very solid, very stable in the Southeast Asia region. Just going back, looking at how BRU performed last year, still having chills. I know that they were not able to really successfully go to the Horizon Cup, but their journey from the last chance qualifier all the way up to the upper bracket finals, this is the time for them to redeem themselves. BRU.
Yeah, and I think they have a really good chance, right? We have 4 slots to qualify for Icons. The first one already locked in by Flash Wolves, but that was also off of a very gruesome 5-game slugfest. And that is what we came here for, right? We wanted RRQ to be tested. Flash Wolf gave them the ultimate test. Same treatment for Buriram United. Team Flash could very well be the Flash Wolves in this best of 5.
Yeah, that's true. BRU will be challenged to push their limits here when it comes to the invincible Flash, Team Flash, where we have up next is the racer and the lineup for Team Flash as well. This will be the untouchable, the flawless, the invincible roster of Team Flash. We have Shy, CC, Coyote, Ali, and Empty. But is there any way we can crack the code for this team?
This is the Da Vinci Code.
There is
There is.
definitely. There is a, there is a way for BRU to win against Team Flash, and I have written it down. But I will use it after game number 1, just because, I could cheat and correct a couple of things. But for Team Flash, their journey from last year to here, definitely from 0 to 100, right? Actually, not 0, but I would say 20 to 100.
Yeah.
Because last year, Team Flash, during the C Championships, it was just a team that is heavily reliant on their Baron laner, Shy. And what Team Flash did was to really look into the games, and they saw a man named Coyote from Divine Esports. Okay. That guy seems to be a perfect fit. Why not try to snag him and pair it up with Shy? Alas, it happened. And where are they now? They are basically one step away from competing in the Icons Global. And I'm just so excited for them because they're so strong mechanically. They're so strong on the macro sense. But the thing, to think if there's one thing that we could, say about them is that it's not every, their early game has been fair bit, how should I call this? Fair bit questionable.
But they're still king of the mag checks. I have to say that.
yes,
They're still the king of
absolutely.
mag checks. But jumping into our prediction right now, we definitely don't want to, predict this one wrong. I always got my prediction wrong. But starting off from the furthest away, Husky, how are you feeling about this match?
To be very honest, I think Team Flash is still on the top of the world. They are the Thanos of WCS finals. I mean, they come from the strongest region.
Wow.
3-2 Team Flash, I had to go for it.
3-2.
Yeah.
3-2.
3-2 Team Flash. The end result is what matters.
Yeah.
It is the destination. Team Flash.
Run from it.
Yeah?
3-0.
3-0. That's going to be Thanos
For
clapping.
Team Flash, yes.
Thanos all the way. 3-0 for me as well for Team Flash. Because I have so many things about what we're going to banter about this team, especially it's just so hard to find any flaw. Every mistake being made, it doesn't look like a mistake for them.
It still is a mistake.
I mean, come on, you guys built Buriram up so high, and you don't even give them one game. Okay. Here's the thing, right? We know Team Flash is the best team. We know that talking about what their weaknesses are and the way to beat them feels like a cardinal sin because they just look so flawless. They are as polished as a diamond can ever get. But at the end of the day, we gotta keep Buriram something, right?
Well, I actually gave them a point. 3-1.
Okay,
That's for Jess. That's for Jess.
You saved yourself right there. We just have to remove that sound bite. You're good.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry.
You want to mention about Buriram? They have a spot. They definitely have a shot here. But can we have the golden poro moment coming up from me? That was gonna be how Flash won with that decision making. Back then, we saw it was really a tight fight.
That was
the
heartbreaker for me. Yeah.
That was the moment where the shot calling, the decision making from Team Flash really shined through, right?
Exactly.
It was just so precise. It's like, how do you calculate to fight against the Elder or the Nexus?
Yeah.
Within that short
very
amount of
decisive
time?
moment of just saying, you know what, we can trade the Elder Dragon for their Nexus. There was a meme that was created.
Yeah, the trade
right?
offer, right? You
Yeah,
get Elder
trade offer.
Dragon, I get Nexus and the
I
win.
get the Nexus and there's so many things to unpack from that clip alone, too. And I actually would love to break that down for us, maybe as a separate content. But one thing that I really saw from a mile away was how the Ash, right? I believe it was Ellie that really tanked the damage for just to save the minions. Not often that you would see the marksman tanking the tower shots, but it happened there, and I believe it was actually a difference maker.
Well, it's down to how Buriram actually plays around. Also, we have between later on head-to-head. I'm not sure if we can put it in right now. We want to banter a bit between the Barons.
Oh,
the
yeah,
Baron laner, definitely.
I think the Baron laners are the highlights, right? We started off talking about what the Jazz and his relationship, his synergy with Coden Finn and Triple V, but to me, the Baron lane is everything. We are looking at two polarizing characteristics from Team Flash and Buriram United, the spear and the shield. Buriram is the shield, Noel is the shield for Buriram.
Yep.
He's withstanding all of the assaults from Shy, who represents Team Flash. So now the question becomes, can the shield be resilient enough, or will the spear break right through? I drew that. It took,
Yeah, I drew so cute!
Thank you, right? Buriram stands, the person that stands between Team Flash and Buriram is Noel. He is the bulwark, he is the shield, and Shy is the one charging in with the spear, trying to punch a hole.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have the next Riot Champ skin designer in Husky here. Head to head, let's go. Very close. Oh, 3.67 for their KDA. Damage per minute definitely is going over to Shy just because of the champions that he's selecting. You're right on this one. Noel really serves as a shield. And there are times in where shield can really overcome the spear.
Exactly
and vice
right.
versa.
It really comes down to like, does the tip of the spear break first or does the shield dent first, right? You watch a lot of shows out there, regardless of what era those shows are from. It could be animation, it could be anime, it could be movies. You see sometimes the main character or the antagonist, they would just keep assaulting the defenders, and this is one of those instances. Do you get tired first? I think for Noel, he is very well set in the Baron lane. He is the meat shield. He plays a stable lane, and he just have to outlast Shy.
You know what would make us crazy, right? Us three. Pantheon being picked up.
Yes,
Because he has
sir.
both
I
the
do want
spear
to see
and the shield.
Pantheon so bad right now because
That's the perfect right.
we're looking at a lot of team fights recently, and the Grand Starfall would really work out something when it comes to the global presence as well. You don't have just Galio, you have Pantheon to work things out.
There is a small opening for that, but come late game, he really basically just, becomes a stun butt.
Yeah, I mean, we have Garen, right? Who needs Pantheon when there's Garen? Garen doesn't have a shield. I mean, he has a big sword. He has a great sword, but, theoretically, it feels like it doesn't add up. But in a practical manner, I mean, Garen is just unkillable, for the most part.
I mean, don't give me PTSD.
You were the
Too
one.
soon, brother, too soon.
Are we gonna talk about the sword, the spear, and the shield now? Since who's heavier and whatsoever. Brandon is not here, but I think he would love to.
He's
break it
casting.
down.
We are setting him up for this, and he will go crazy with this spear versus shield thing. I know he has a lot to share.
Yeah, we're gonna ask him later on when they're on the castle's desk. But let's jump straight in to our match, our second series. Who will get the icon spot here between Buriram United Esports and Team Flash? Let's get the battle started because we do know the battle's starting when it comes to the draft. It's always starting from the draft. There's no point if you're being outdraft, you try to actually fight over something that you can't mechanically when it comes to that fundamental.
Yeah, basically half of the battle is always your draft. You're right on that one, Shu. you versus Team Flash. Especially, again, when talking about Team Flash and BRU, there are champions that are not really going to be contested. One of them is Senna. I believe that BRU doesn't really heavily prioritize the Senna. In fact, during the regional playoffs, that hasn't been picked. But we'll see. Maybe they have adapted, and they are going to contest that against Team Flash.
Yeah, and one of the things that really solidifies Team Flash's identity overall is the mid lane, right? Coyote, he has this very deep champion pool, and really comes down to how deep you can reach down the well. Can they pull off something that really surprises Buriram United? And sure, there are a lot of mid champions choices for Team Flash, and that could be the weakness. You get outranged by illusion, you get outpoked by mages, but overall, that's what enables Shy in the top lane.
You're right. trying to study Coyote is like trying to study medicine. Basically, there's just so many things to study against Coyote. But if there's one thing that we do know is that Archini can hold his own in the mid lane, right? Whatever champions you pick up here and there, I'll still play it the same way as I do normally. Anyway, we have Corki and we have Galio being bad away here. Let's see if BRU will prioritize Set this time or Galio.
Yeah, I was thinking of those two, but the Camille comes through. There's still some room for this Camille to move. In fact, in the series that Buriram played against Sem9, all 3 games they picked the Darius for Noel.
I mean, that's kind of true.
Oh, Team Flash
For
took it.
Noel, mostly he will play around a bit more tanky, so a bit more bruise that come out from Garen. It's going to be Darius because they want the stability to sustain a bit more. And we do know one of the most pick or ban champions in WCS is always going to be Kha'Zix, and definitely been let out here. Now, this give a lot of room coming out from Team Flash, but the respawn from BRU.
Wow. Triple V bringing out the Senna A.
Yeah, I mean, we just mentioned that it's not within their list of prioritization, and here they are throwing out the Senna Nasus. That just gives away the Ziggs, right? A lot of power picks going over to Team Flash.
Yeah, definitely a lot. Like Team Flash right now, you're not even sure where this Ziggs is going to, right? But if there's one thing that we do know, and we already have watched it, last time that we saw Danny play the Ziggs against the Senna Nasus didn't really do a thing against him, huh?
Yeah, it's like, sure, you get the heals, the Nasus just pokes the Spirit Fire, but it's a Ziggs.
Yeah.
The Ziggs just holds its own. And number Team Flash right now, I mean, we look at the Jax ban, right? They are shutting down Golden Feet, and that is what I worry for Buriram United right now. Golden Feet, he is put in a really tough spot, going up against arguably the best jungler we have in this tournament right now, and his picks are getting eliminated. No Jax, no Olaf. There's actually not much left for Golden Feet.
Lee Sin.
The Lee Sin
is a very highly prioritized champion whenever Kha'Zix gets picked because it's a very early game champion, and that's when you can shut down the Kha'Zix. Well, we'll see if Golden Feet decides to go for that champion. But for now, Team Flash, pick number 4. What would that be? Gragas. Bot lanes. Let's
Still
go.
doesn't reveal anything.
Not much. He's still a very flex pick, and I have to say, I'm liking the fact this is one of the most fastest draft. We're actually looking over the response coming from both teams. Seems like they know what they're doing exactly right away, and close out with no Reven. This is BRU. They're looking a lot more when it comes to scaling.
Let me tell you something, right? So Team Flash, they have the Darius. Coyote plays Darius mid. And if he gets any of these mid-melee matchup, there is a chance that he goes for it because this Gragas doesn't reveal whether it's going mid, top, or even support. Twisted Fate for Archini, something that I like from them. They need a bit of setup, they need that global presence, and this Twisted Fate provides it.
Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to think what Noel will play. Again, I'm a big fan. I'm a huge fan of Noel. Is it going to be the Riven? Is it going to be the Camille?
I feel like it has to be the Camille, right?
Yeah.
You want a bit more stability in a Baron
against the Darius, right?
Exactly.
So it looks like the analogy that we have, the Spear versus Shield, looks like that Noel will be the one, receiving the forefront. Or maybe not. Wait, Lucian?
Have you seen spike shields before?
Spike shields?
Yeah, so basically spikes on shields. So basically you can use it as in an offensive manner as well. You do a shield bash and then you basically puncture your enemies. It works, it works. Maybe that's it, right? Maybe
Spike shields.
Spike
Okay.
shields, yes.
TIL, today I learned.
I just hope I say the right thing because I'm going to get corrected if it's wrong.
Yeah,
I mean, there's Grandin.
There's Grandin there. You just
Spike
wait and
shield.
see. Spike shield, he said, Grandin.
I am fairly confident.
Looking at the draft right now, Coyote will be the one playing.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, this is very scary for Shy though. Shy has lane dominance, definitely, but I have really pegged him as a very, very confident mid laner. Baron laner, that to a point that he overextends. Now, Noel is on a champion that can really lock down this ranged champions, not to mention that Golden Feet, as a Riven, can be summoned anytime at Noel. So, things could get dicey. I mean, you could win the lane and win the game from there, or you could get heavily punished by BRU.
Yeah, it really feels like this draft that BRU has is very top side heavy, right? Like everything is about Noel's Camille. You have Archini with the Twisted Fate. He can show up whenever he wants, punish the Shy, take priority, and I think BRU will have an easier time.
We'll see Shy again, the best Baron laner that we have here, going against Noel, the second best, I believe.
For me personally, I do love how Team Flash gonna draft this one out, but we're not gonna waste any more time. Series 2, we'll get to the icons later on. Riku and also Grandin, take it away.
BRU and TF go against each other in a BO5 series. Game number 1 starts here, Riku.
I know, it's going to be very exciting, and when we're looking at the bottom portion of the map, it's all about stabilizing the game, wave clearing. All the action is going to be coming from the 3 lanes. That's the mid lane, that's the jungle, and that's top.
And we look at the top side. Immediately, Shy comes in here with the Lucian, something they've done before, but an interesting choice nonetheless.
Yeah, it's super classic, right? Melee, ranged into melee matchup, you're going to get that, you're going to get priority. But the scariest thing is you have to look into the mid lane. That's Arshini on a Twisted Fate. Come level 5, you Destiny top. Lucian is a very squishy champion. Level 5 Noelle. Hextech Ultimatum. Shy has no escape.
Yeah, they really have to see what happens here from BRU's side. If they get the tempo, they get to move early on. TF can see themselves get punished here. But there was also that decision from BRU to go for a slightly greedier matchup here, Riku. Going for the Riven, going for the Qeon. They get a long, strong power picks. But how does that play out in a team fight?
I think it works so well, right? Because we've seen how the mist from VVV, from the Senna, can be utilized to shroud what your plan is. Are you going in? Is that a Camille underneath? Is that a gold card underneath with a Twisted Fate? So I am looking at BRU, and they need to be aggressive with this composition.
And even as we talk about the spear and the shield from BRU and TF, I want to look towards what the Jazz here, because I feel like he's such a good initiator, he's such a good tone setter for the team. The fact that he's now here on the Nasus, he's playing that kind of, I don't know what it's called. He's on Nasus Street. He's in Nasus jail.
Yeah, he's in Nasus jail. It's more of just surviving, tanking, and soaking for the squad. And all you have is the Wither. The Wither that is so slow, it becomes a stun. But I think now the pressure is going to fall onto TF, to Arshini, and as well as Noelle to do the initiation.
Nice callback. Let's take a look at what happens here. BRU set themselves up to go down to the bottom side. 3 members trying to look for a dive here. Codon Feed is going to be content just taking away a couple of camps, especially since Zissou is late to this side of his map.
This is absolutely interesting, right? Like, you'd expect the
Absolutely.
Ziggs, right? You'd expect
He doesn't get it, but it resets it anyway.
Wave clear. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. I mean, I'm expecting Ellie to keep wave clearing, making sure that they're not gonna be set up for any dives, because Twisted Fate, not only can he visit top, but he can visit bottom lane to set up for anything funny.
And BRU trying to take the initiative here, trying to set the tempo, going for the more aggressive options. TF going to be content, just sitting back a little bit. It's so weird saying TF against a TF, right? But Team Flash going to be quite content, having Zissou continue to farm up, scale up, hit level 5 early, get those evolutions, so they really have that powerful early game fight.
This is really interesting from Team Flash. Ellie bought an early first pick on Oblivion Orb. That tells me that they want to fight, they want to cancel out the healing, which is gonna be coming from VVV. And it's not the usual Luden's Echo where you accelerate your wave clear. No, which is fair. I think that's very interesting to me. That means TF wants to fight. I mean, Team Flash wants to fight.
You're right, TF does want to fight. I think on both sides, to some extent, that is the case. But that being said, though, even with Archini, you can see trying to avoid the Rod of Ages build, right? Maybe might still want to go for that, might want to go for the Luden's Echo, up towards the top side. BRU, make a play, commit to that, Hextech ultimate use, but a hook shot misses, and the calling lands across. Codon Feed has the flash, but Zissou's right there, the counter for the kill, but it's 2 over to Zissou, and only 1 to BRU.
Just according to plan, BRU level 5 visit Shy, very vulnerable, but at the end of the day, Team Flash, they saw it coming. Zissou rotated perfectly towards top side to make sure that they can even exchange a kill, but at the end of the day, they're still able to get at least a kill, and it's not a total loss.
Well, Noelle went in there, set themselves up first with the ultimate, and they managed to hold Lucian in place, which was the first step towards the kill. Second step is hitting the hook shot, landing the crowd control. After the initial Hextech ultimatum, they missed that. And the flash away from Shy did wonders for him. He got towards his turret, was safe, was able to protect himself while Zissou finished off the kills. And now as we look at first spawn starting up here, Team Flash will get to move towards the Dragon first, even as we see the rotations come across, BRU trying to contest.
The thing with Team Flash, they have a lot of room to work with, they have a lot of poke, so BRU doesn't get in first, doesn't get a pick first, they're going to have a little bit of a problem getting into the fight. And look at that, because Team Flash got the Dragon, no contest whatsoever, they can contest for the second objective.
Going down so quick, that's the power of having the Kazakhs early. Shy was already rotating down, Noelle on his heels, but they gave up. They didn't look to collapse in on him. And TF get to continue. Team Flash get to continue with that first objective, now moving on to the second.
there's a lot of pokes still coming from Team Flash, so BRU knows this.
Very
They
nice
want to
goal
initiate.
card. They can finish off this kill, but the upper hand pulls them back in. Coyote doing such a great job surviving and buying time for his team. Coyote goes down once again. Zissou with another pickup.
Yeah, mission accomplished still, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they're still trying to trade back a little bit more damage.
Oh.
Perhaps taking down one more. Shy lives though, and so does Noel.
Coyote is able to get a double man apprehend. Even if he fell, it's still set up for that kill for Zissou and the objective.
That barrier made him deceptively tanky. I don't think BRU were expecting him to live that long. They thought they could finish him off quite quickly. I think the fact that he lived kind of put a damper on BRU's plans there.
Yeah, that was a lot of value on that barrier. Being able to set up before he fell into battle and it all pushed through. Team Flash was able to follow up after his death.
Both objectives go over to Team Flash to start things off. The Mountain Drake and the Rift Herald gives them a good amount of tempo to start this one off. The question is, where do you want to use it? You think about what you have with the Ziggs. You get to break down a turret. If that's going to be in the mid lane against a control mage where you have the most value.
Yeah, that's just a satchel now being used after releasing the Herald. I have a feeling Team Flash is going to utilize that in the mid lane.
Curious to see if Noel is actually going to trade for this one. Zissou's waiting nearby, but he knows that unless Noel commits to this fully, that's not going to happen. Up towards the top side, Arshin rotates forward, gets the gold card, gets to land it onto Empty, the crowd control onto the Dragons. But the question is, can they finish off the kill with enough crowd control? The answer is yes.
Wow, nicely on catch from BRU. I like that the pressure, I like that something was happening in both sides of the map. Team Flash didn't know where the team was going to go. Is it going to go bot lane, initiate a 2v2, or top side instead? They eliminate MT, and most likely wanting to get that tower down to deny first blood tower.
And Rico, I just feel so much pressure here. We have two of the best regions within the WCS, two of the best sub-regions in the WCS competing against each other, and it's true tooth and nail truly. Look at what happens. Trade back kill onto Zissou. Noel's been caught by the upper hand, has his flash, so he gets to go back to the mid lane, but that turret went down to the Rift Herald.
I think that's a scary part for Zissou, right? Like, if he jumps in, he leaps into the fight. I feel like what the Jess is so ready to wither him down and then just catch him off guard.
And I want to see these teams win, Riku.
Yeah!
I'm rooting for both of them. It's so difficult to say which team is going to win here. It's such a tight race, such a close race between these teams.
Yeah, I agree with you. There are two power regions. We're talking about Vietnam and Thailand as well. And, you know, the panel talked about BRU, how they were so close in representing the SEA region at the Horizon Cup last time. And then now we've got Team Flash, who didn't have the best of starts in year 0 of Wild Rift. They were last in their groups during the SEA Championships, and now look at them.
And BRU are one series away this time around. One series away from Icons. Team Flash didn't get to go themselves. SBTC went for the Vietnamese region last time. Now they need someone else to fulfill that mantle. It's either Team Flash or Cerberus. One of these teams gets to go through. And I think Team Flash wanted to be them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When we looked at them during the FLA match, it looked pretty clean. They've shown us their strength of how they can play from behind, make split decision things that can get them on board and get them back in the game.
And I think it's that kind of ability to make decisions under intense pressure that kind of really defines Team Flash, right? We think about what the mechanical moves are. I went to tell Omo. Team Flash, if there was any other team in the same position as them, they would not be able to make that decision. Not because it's an incredibly difficult decision to make in an open state when you have no pressure on you, but because you have to consider all the factors in game. Team Flash are one of the only teams that would be able to make that call, to go for that play.
Yeah, that's why, I don't know, like, right now it's looking like a very stable game. Like, I mean, we've seen how Team Flash has overcome scenarios where they're playing from behind and stuff like that. So far, BRU has been stabilizing the game.
Riku,
what?
I'm realizing, am I the one color that's not in your shirt?
Oh my god, you're so right! Everything is here except green.
Right, like I'm like that one color slot in somewhere.
Nothing. Oh wait, this is kind of green.
That is not green.
That's
clearly like turquoise.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That's so turquoise, not even close, Riku. It's
so this part. Oh yeah, it's not green.
That's the same color. That's also turquoise. Riku. And then you picked out the shirt. You're like, oh yeah, that's a beautiful colors. I got blue. I got this green.
I got almost a rainbow.
Very obvious green, right?
And no green. And you had to wear a green shirt today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which team were you voting for by wearing a green shirt? Omo had the RRQ jersey. We've got Husky wearing the blue shades. And how about you? Who are you voting for?
I've chosen violence. I just want them to fight. I want two 5-game series, and I don't really care which team wins. I really just want to see one of these two guys. Like both of them are so beautiful. I love the way they play the game. They read in the game. I mean, it doesn't really matter to me.
So as long as you get game 5s.
Absolutely.
And
I got the first one. I got the first one. I was very happy about the first one.
And we might have 10 games today because they're so close. Like both of these teams are just very intensely close.
I mean, we see 4 kills on both sides, right? But realistically, not much has been happening. Both teams have been very careful with not allowing themselves to be over-punished for a mistake, right? You can catch us out, you can make that trade, but we're not going to allow you to punish us for it. Now playing towards that second dragon spawn, BRU not going to give this one up so easily. To go into the dragon pit, manage to secure it, go to feet, collects that for his team. Now to manage to continue, take down Zissou, jump back in with the broken wings, get the knockout back in. But with a beautiful jump on the wall, flash on the wall, a double kill comes across from Qeon feet.
Beautifully done.
And not quite over as they find Shy in the bomb site there with her.
Wait.
Amazing value. Noelle comes in with a flank, collects Ellie as well.
What was that fight? You can see that Coyote is just pushing in the mid lane instead because they know that fight is over. BRU, they came from different directions. It was crazy. Arshani bothering the backline. Surprise, Noelle is coming from a different direction as well. And if it's a scattered fight, let's take a look at that again. Look at the destiny from the backline here. Basically stopping Ellie from having a comfortable backline, poke. And that was definitely enough to scatter Team Flash. And look at Noelle. He came from so far away, even managing to get that Hextech ultimatum onto Ellie. And again, these scattered fights, you'd think that Team Flash has the advantage because they love these chaotic fights, but no.
Round 2 though, doesn't quite end here. Arshi's been caught out. Response out from Zissou. He gets to jump again onto Jess. And one of the key factors in that previous fight was the fact that Archie teleported behind Team Flash and got the initial gold card, and he survived through that. It's a shame now that he dies because Team Flash got to go on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, that was incredibly important. He needed to get a pick, but instead Team Flash responded to that. It's the summoner spells timers. Archie didn't have Flash, he had to use Flash prior to that dragon. TF knew what was happening, Team Flash knew what was happening, so therefore Proto Belt Apprehend would have been the key.
Whereas on the side of Team Flash now, you get to see Coyote gets all his spells back up because he wasn't in that fight, so now he gets to have that impact again. And Rocket Belt just does wonders for them when they want to have a quick pick-off, especially since Archie did not have his rapid fire cannon up until that point, so his range was significantly shorter. Ooh, interesting teleport.
Oh? Yeah, that's pretty I feel like that was just a scouting destiny, Since that teleport was quite far away, they weren't sure if they can jump on Coyote, so never mind.
Do you see those 5 wards from Team Flash?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Like that line towards the Rift Herald, because they needed full vision when they were trying to finish that, when they were trying to pick up the objective. I mean, that's just like peak Wild Rift.
Yeah, I know, because after that dragon fight, Team Flash has to be wary where BRU is going to be coming from because this composition that they have can come from different directions. And even if they have empty on the Gragas, it's really going to be difficult to guard Ellie and Shy.
We get to see the game pace slow down just a little bit as BRU and Team Flash try and trade pressure on the sides, but Team Flash looking to make a play with Zissou rotating down. Looks for the pick up on the Archney. Beautiful stun. The gold card gets timed out with the stasis out from Team Flash, and the fight continues under turret, not looking as great. Coyote tagged by the turret, has to start running away, leaves empty to his own devices, and gets finished off. Noelle responds by moving down to the bot side. The teleport out for Z, so he gets the base with the Empower Recall for the Rift Herald.
Oh, that would have been nasty for Team Flash. At least he's able to go home, and only MT being that sacrificial lamb. But I gotta say, BRU is so good at punishing Team Flash whenever they go into deep, when they go overextend.
I mean, Team Flash managed to minimize that loss again, right? Like, this is a situation about teams being able to minimize losses in bad positions. Teleport coming through. Archie has the blue card. We won't talk about that. What card was that? Was that a green card?
It was a green card, yes, like your shirt, Brandon, like your shirt.
Absolutely. Well, BRU, they're going to go towards the Infernal Drake now, trying to get themselves ready for this one. Great call from Team Flash, using the Rift Herald up towards the top end means they pull away attention from BRU.
Yeah, Noelle is forced to basically respond to that. It's gonna be a slow push though, but that means
Okay,
BRU
maybe
can
not
take
as
time.
great.
They can't take their time, basically.
It's walking slowly.
Yeah.
It'll get there.
gonna
You go,
waddle.
Shelly.
Go, go.
Team Flash start up the Dragon again. They have the power of the Kazakhs on their side. They have this ability to finish neutral objectives so quickly. BRU want to trade back pressure somewhere else, but we can see it's not going well in their favor.
Noel still has no teleport.
They look for the engage. They manage to jump on the Jess. Jess might just go down. That might be the pickup to start this fight off. But the engage out from Zissou is too aggressive. He gets finished off, but you have to get Golden Feet out. Golden Feet continues in the dash from the Riven. Golden Feet tries to kite them back and forth, flashing in with the re-engage back onto Shine. Finishes off Ellie.
That was a 5v4. That was a 5v4. Does Noel want more?
And Noel wasn't even in that fight. He's come back in now with the hook shot.
Exactly. It was a 4v5 situation. Team Flash knew that Noel didn't have teleport. They can go in. Destiny?
Golden Feet, are you kidding me right now? You're doing so much for the team.
Oh my god. Yeah, they were able to retaliate. Jess was picked out first by the Proto Belt Apprehend engage. But then again, they were able to kite basically at what? 4 melee champions. We're looking at Zissou, Coyote, MT as well. And I feel like when it comes to moving forward, let's take a look at that again. As you can see, Zissou went in first, but unfortunately he was the next one to fall. There was, he didn't have stasis at all to buy some time there. And I feel like a lot of the heavy damage will come from Zissou, and if he's gone, Team Flash will have a big problem in these fights.
I mean, he couldn't even use the stasis, right? He was crowd control, he was locked up. I mean, the timing was just immaculate from BRU to kind of follow through with their crowd control. And we get to see again a bit of an exchange. Gargoyle's popped a little late from to empty. At this point, he's already lost more than half his health.
I think Team Flash has to be worried about their engages because it's very linear. You know that they're going to jump in. You know Coyote is going to Proto Belt Apprehend. And there's so many easy punish. You've got VVV with the root. You've got Gold Card as well from Arshini.
BRU just going to try and brute force things. Noel off in the side lane playing for that 1-3-1. But you get to see now Archie actually making an interesting call to move together with the Camille. Maybe spot on Zissou, maybe get a pick off.
They know this.
Gold card comes in. Great apprehend. Gets some crowd control. Damage out from the Ziggs as well. An unfair fight comes across from Team Flash. That's the first pickup. Beautiful flash away from Coyote to get them a double kill.
Again, Hallbreaker gives away your position that you're not alone. If the we saw Arshini was quite nearby, so if you know that the minions don't have the green stuff underneath, then you know he's not alone.
And there's no fight to be had here for BRU. Death timer's still too long. They have to wait out 30 seconds. Archie's going to be able to come back, but he's not going to have his teleport. He's not going to have the Destiny.
To see there, 18 seconds for Noel, Arshini more or less. They want to keep. What is
flank from Ellie? A flank from Ellie means what? The Jets has to flash over the wall. A flank from Ziggs?
A flanking Ziggs. You don't see that every day. You don't see that at all.
And Team Flash clearly understand their limits here. They know Golden Feet has to check. The Baron is up. So BRU need to move in. Caught out of position. Just gets knocked back. That's the first teleport used. But Golden Feet finished off regardless. Well, they just knocked into Team Flash. Finished off. But the Piranha's the 5 on Team Flash's side.
My God. It's a domino effect, Grandin. From the bottom lane, pick off onto 2 members, Noel and Arshini. Now Golden Feet was forced to try and face check. Team Flash had a phenomenal positioning there. Destiny, they see this, but BRU cannot stop this from happening.
The only consistent factor, Triple V, the only one still alive, as Noah and Archie respawn Golden Feet and what the just go down. And now response out from Shy, looking for the solo kill with the calling, flashing for piercing light on the turret, the solo kill again.
Crazy, and he had enough mana too to be able to get that down, and they were so confident that they'd get the Baron buff, and then they even get a tower on top of that kill.
All right, watch as BRU try to respond again. Noel has to work in the side lane, work double time, work hard.
My God.
But Team Flash just punished them so badly with that.
One satchel. Nope, not enough. Okay, not enough.
They'll
not
get it
there.
eventually.
Yeah, eventually. It's 5 seconds on the clock for the Elder Drake to spawn. This is going to be very critical. Team Flash, we've seen them win fights, we've seen them win picks, and we've seen how vulnerable Arshini is. This is Proto Belt Twisted Fate. This is not Zonia's Hourglass Twisted Fate, where you can buy time when you get jumped on. This is a very aggressive gold card RFC, making sure that you can initiate for your team.
And it is surprising he's gone for that option, considering how aggressive Archie has been trying to play this game. He's been teleporting to the back, he's been trying to hit the gold cards in the front. The fact that he's gone for this aggressive option show BRU's intention with this first game.
No teleport for Noel, by the way. It's still not up. So that means he has to walk manually down, set up the wave, But look at Team Flash already setting this up. We'll see if there's going to be a key flank here.
BRU desperately need to make a play here, but Coyote once again will set themselves up for success with the pull onto what the Jets. Noel goes in too early. He's been knocked back. Empty has the body slam. Noel needs to flash away. The shield isn't going to be able to protect BRU. Team Flash get to start running them down through the mid lane. It just doesn't look good for BRU.
Running for the hills if they all burn down.
Re-engage out from Kodafi. He's made this once before, but the second time coming, Team Flash see it. And they know what to do. They know how to respond. They finish off the aggressors.
Oh my god. And after that swift domino effect from bottom lane, they're going to end the game.
Flash, apprehend, pull back the Nasus, go on to the Nexus, finish off game number 1.
What a fight. What a game from Team Flash. Again, they were losing. They lost the first fight over the Dragon because of the positioning coming from BRU. But eventually, they're like, let's not wait for the next objective to find an opportunity to kill them. Let's just, rely on Coyote, on this Darius, Protobell apprehend, and then boom, it just flowed like water the way that Team Flash. I feel like this is a team you cannot lose any fight with. If you do, then you lose the game.
I mean, we knew that Team Flash coming into the competition were looking strong, they were looking good, but the way they handled BRU in game 1, I mean, they are at peak form coming into the series.
Yeah, I feel like Team Flash, especially if they win this, I think they're going to be the standard for Wild Rift. I feel like they're going to be the bar to reach, definitely. But I know it's still early. I know we're expecting 5 games in this BO5, Grandin, so it's still a strong showing from Team Flash, though.
I hope so. I hope so. I've been dressed for it.
Yeah, look at me, all the colors. I have all the elemental Drake colors over on my
Wait,
my
do
shirt.
you?
I see this as
This is Cloud Drake.
Is this Cloud Drake though? Yeah, you know what? It's Cloud Drake.
Cloud Drake is like has a bluish tint. So
Yeah,
I kind of give it to you.
Yeah, yeah.
Then like you have
It's
Ocean.
Mountain, and then this is Infernal, the red thing, Infernal.
You're pointing at purple and calling it red. I'm very confused right now, Riku.
It's okay, I'll work on my color identification later. Yeah.
We're gonna toss it back over the panel to break down game number 1 as Team Flash pull ahead with the lead.
Thank you so much, Riku and Grandin. I get confused as well with the colors, since Riku actually pointed out all the colors depending on the on the dragons. But we're back about how clean Team Flash is. Just their response when it comes to being ganked, they're quite fast taking an action towards it. But Aski, mentioning since the start of the match, you saw how they try to close up Noel so early on.
Yeah, I mean, your reaction basically summarizes what Team Flash's game shows, right? It's, breathtaking. And
it's the right one.
No, I don't even have a name anymore. I'm just Husky. My birth certificate has officially changed to Husky. I can take it, I love it. I love my kind. Husky's the best dog breed. But
it's true.
Yeah, to me, that's my
the origin of
That's the
your name.
origin. It's that simple. It is that simple.
Continue.
Anyway, so we're talking about how clean Team Flash was, but it actually didn't start out that way, right? Because we went into game 1, we were talking about how it is very. There we go. Thank you.
Not Husky, not auto lose
I
at
am-
your service.
I am now auto lose.
You're not auto lose.
I am not auto lose.
We actually okay. Anyway,
Yeah.
screenshot will be done. Your point.
Okay, point is, it started out decent for Buriram United. BRU went for a gang, wanted to shut down the Shy. The thing is, Archini was waiting for the Destiny. He walked out of Destiny range. They pulled the trigger on the gang. Archini couldn't join. They ended up losing 2, and that's where everything starts to crumble, right? Your win condition was not able to be fulfilled, and that's how it stabilized for Team Flash. Sure, Shy went 0-2 early on, but it doesn't matter. The decision-making from Team Flash were perfect, even though Buriram won a decent team fight. Right after that, no sums, Archini got caught, and right before the Baron, what did Team Flash do? Dip into the shadows, set up an ambush, came out, picked off BRU, went to Baron, the game ends.
Just so many things that Team Flash did, just to correct whatever needed to be corrected for their side. But have to give props to BRU. Actually, this draft, I'm liking it for the side of BRU because they have a focal point. We have to shut down Shy on the top side. And as a solution, if you're going on a split push role as a solution, and you get caught by Noel on that Camille, basically that's game over for you because Archini could have easily followed up. But they adjusted. Coyote went to the side lane, right? And we saw at the bottom lane, Husky was saying, Coyote got caught out. at the end of it all, he was able to turn it around with mechanics. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, wow, Coyote might play this tanky champions, but he knows the min-max, the value of this champion, and basically, as a Darius, all you have to do is to make sure that your decimate, the outer ring, connects onto the opposing champions.
The thing is, you mentioned about Shaw have to be shot down, but all the players, they are still there. Whoever you shot it down, everybody can actually carry out the game coming up from Team Flash, which we're down to. Is there any auto-win condition coming up from BRU today?
Okay, later.
Later.
So
Later.
Okay, I mean, you have to.
Oh, there's a player of the game. And this is just about right? You asked me about the itemization, the force of nature. I did say, that, yeah, aside from the obvious merit that there are 2 AP champions on the other side, he also knew that he needed the movement speed, right, of that force of nature. 3rd item buy, the 4th item buy, just so good from Coyote.
Yeah, allows him to side lane, allows him to stay in the fight, and one of the crux of BRU's team comm is that they actually don't have enough damage to kill Coyote if he reaches the late game. So we saw Coyote just right before the game ends, Coyote brick wall 4 members from Buriram United because they could not kill him. And to be very honest, Team Flash with this draft actually set up BRU for success in the first 5 to 7 minutes. You get a melee to range matchup mid, you get a Noel Camille into a Shy Lucian, but it did not matter at the very end because Team Flash adjusted, they knew how to make the most out of the situation. You put them on the back foot, if you don't take advantage of that window, they will strike back.
It feels like the previous match where we have all the bruises are unkillable. Previously, we have the series where the Garen is just same as Coyote play when it comes to Darius.
Too soon.
It is okay, Oda.
Too soon.
I enjoy watching. I enjoy watching an unkillable Darius more than an unkillable Darius.
Oh, well, that's true.
Garen.
I mean, what do you do as a Gary, right? Spin to win. But anyway.
That was a botch game right there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That was the only win condition you mentioned before this, Husky, and that just being watched all the way.
Yeah.
And that definitely kind of snowball. You know, Team Flash is the type of team that will not actually leave any opportunity for them to actually make mistake for themselves.
Exactly. And just going back, looking at the draft right now, I love the upper thirds, right? So you have the Camille, you have the Riven, you also have the Twisted Fate, but not so much on the Senna plus Nasus, because Ellie on that Ziggs can just, throw bombs from a mile away.
Yeah, we mentioned about that. I did talk to you about how does this actually impact the game with the Nices on their side. It's not doing much this time.
It definitely wasn't.
It really comes down all the way to I made this theory I think a couple of days ago. We have this pyramid, right? Imagine a foot pyramid. The one at the top is the most important, and in this case for BRU, it is Noel on the Camille. Senna Nasus right at the bottom. You get stability in lane, you're self-sufficient, but it all has to go back to Noel. And if Noel crumbles, the entire structure falls apart.
And that's a bit wonky if you ask me personally, where you have to put everything on Noel. That's kind of a huge weakness coming from BRU. That's a flaw.
I mean, I also know that Noel plays a lot of champions, but I really like him best when he's on the Bruiser.
Oh, yeah.
What Team Flash did was to deny it outright, first picking Darius, right?
Right, they took Darius, so it kind of locks this Camille in a very iffy situation. Like, where do we want to put it? Do we want Golden Feet to play the Camille? And if Golden Feet plays Camille, Zissou has a field day. So they have to put it on Noel. And I mean, Shai is just flexing, right? Just give him the Lucian. Coyote will do the job.
We do know how Team Flash is going to win, just I don't know. But how can BRU win, really?
Okay.
Right, here we go.
Let's open up the portal and let's see what are the auto-win conditions. Mirror, mirror on the wall. There you go. Number 1, lockdown MT. MT has been just so good. And I believe that one point in dealing with MT's effectiveness is to take away the Senna. They did that. They did that. Which really, okay. Is this really an auto-win condition? I believe it was still effective. Taking it away, MT's Gragas wasn't as effective as it will be if it was paired with Senna. That's one thing that I'm sure. Number 2, Golden Feet needs to warm up fast.
Can't have cold feet on stage.
Exactly. He needs to warm up very, very fast.
You guys
because
trying
against
to punch with the
Zissou,
names.
yeah, I know. Against Zissou, it's going to be a tough task. But Golden Feet, we saw earlier today, there were flashes. But there were also, some mistakes here and there. He needs to warm up very fast, especially against the better team here. Number 3. And I'm going to do it, Filipino style. My idol. Noel, let's go. He's really, you know, my inspiration in the Baron lane. He just makes it work. Again, built different. If
Built
there's
different.
that one player that I would follow all throughout his career, it's going to be Noel.
I think they need to give him a bit of a bruise and more space to work on, not easily shut down like we saw before on the Camille. Yeah, Camille is great, but when it comes to Noel...
Yeah, well, he actually has a lot of space.
A lot of space.
A lot of space, because if you have the Camille on the side lane against the Lucian, you basically...
That's
dumpster
technically
the
an auto
Lucian.
win, right?
Right, that was an auto win condition. Again, they have to be careful. They have to be careful, especially against Team Flash, because Team Flash will just find that, you know, the very decisive moment that would just turn things around or put the lead to a bigger advantage.
Yeah, they are the type of team that like to snowball. If you start to make minor mistake, that they can actually make it so big and impact the entire game, which we're down to the draft of Game 2 in the best of 5. Buriram United Esports versus Team Flash right now. Couple of more games to go for Team Flash. They will book themselves towards the icons.
I think for Buriram going into game number 2, the idea of sticking with Noel as the focal point, I don't blame them at all. I think it could have worked out better in game 1, but I want to see how Archony match up against Coyote. In game 1, Twisted Fate into Darius, he got a free lane. He should be creating pressure around the map with that Destiny. But the thing is, because of one botch gang, we go back to that, everything fell apart for BRU. Now, for Team Flash, Coyote has such a deep champion pool. If you're Archony right now, don't bother about what Coyote is going to go for.
Exactly.
Just pick a champion that allows you to have a decent
What
lane
is
phase.
that champion though? Like Ari, possibly? You know?
Well,
something that Archony could, you know, possibly just
The Akshan,
assassinate.
we haven't seen that today.
Aksha? Oh, wow. Okay, don't remind me that Akshan wasn't picked in the earlier series. Well, BRU, right now we are seeing that the bans and the targets are actually on point, because I don't think BRU has an answer for the Akali of Team Flash. You did say that there's this thing going on with the Twisted Fate. I believe that it was used effectively by BRU at the early beginnings, or at the very first few phases of the game. Then again, Team Flash, this is Team Flash that we're talking about, the decisiveness, you know, pulling the trigger. Bang! Oh, okay.
Again, we see
Senna.
the Senna, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Team Flash banning out the commune basically is going to force Buriram to default. Do you want to pick the Darius for Noel again? That was the champion that he played the most so far in the WCS finals, but if he goes back to the Darius, we might most likely see Shy go on that Lucian.
I mean, Darius will be first.
Oh, they'll just first face it, right? Like what? They can just take it.
It will just be first pick. This is the same first pick that Team Flash had earlier in game number 1.
It's like
no reasons to you know, deviate from that. But question is, will this be a Garen? Garen versus Darius.
Garen, right?
Let's
Like
go.
it has to be. Like he's the shield. Like what does Noel go for right now? Garen seems to be there's the Renekton. Oh, there we go. They pick the Renekton for Noel. Gives it a better
We're
chance.
going back to the center, but at least this time it's not a Zig. Oh, it could still be a Zig.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Ziggs,
The
you know?
Ziggs is not being
Oh,
banned, and this is
no.
definitely going to be another Nessus. It's not impacted in a game like we had previous before, because it's very open, and also we do still have set if they want for more engagement as well, if they want to.
Okay, there's the Olaf, right?
Oh my god.
So you have okay. You have Wither, you have Last Embrace, Ragnarok. Boom.
This is
problem solved.
Almost like a game over.
In
already
fact,
for
Hey,
BRU.
have faith.
You
Have
know what
faith
this
in your
feels like,
idol.
Otto?
Idol.
Idol.
You know what this feels like, Otto? It feels like BRU right now, they're focusing on patching out some of the holes in their own ship. So the solution actually doesn't apply to solving what Team Flash is bringing to the table, which is a worrying thing. Because Team Flash now, in game 1, they've gotten the picks that they want. They were able to skill check BRU. But in game 2, they are going all in. This Olaf, who can stop him? No one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing we can say right now.
Zeus's win rate on the Olaf is 100%. Oh my
They're literally
lord.
giving him the champion that he won all the games with.
Yeah, we saw Chaz on this champion, right?
Yeah.
Now imagine Zizou on this champion. It will just be so good.
Oh,
And paired with
my
God. So many good picks coming from Team Flash here in game number 2. They want to just elevate or get another score here against BRU and put this to match point.
Yeah, like your Senna Nasus is not going to do anything. It does not matter anymore. The draft on Team Flash has completely nullified the Dragon Lane of BRU. Now, Noel is left on an island. They still need to pick the champion for Golden Feet and Archony. But the thing is, it means that we go back to game 1, the game 1 scenario. Everything rests on Noel. Oh, the Ari that you wanted came out.
At least there's Ari to just.
At least
you
there's
know,
Ari.
Just to disengage a bit, just run away with the charm. Maybe that will work. But on the side of Team Flash, we can see how aggressive this lineup can be. It's just punch in the face, answer with the Riven at that one. But it doesn't. It feels
Lucian.
a bit like the previous game, aside from the
Is
Ari.
this another Lucian, you think?
I wouldn't mind, right? It's like a
double marksman against an Asus? No, you don't do that. Just go for the Zigs.
Just
Yeah,
go.
I like the
is still
Ziggs
big.
coming out. We did see how it impacted, but
All right,
never mind,
it's an Ash.
It's an Ash.
Okay, it's a double marksman composition, but still, you know, Ash still has a very good engage, and an enchanted crystal arrow can set up team fights, right?
Yep.
Surprisingly.
Okay, I was thinking like maybe Coyote will play like a mid Ash. Like it wouldn't be a surprise, but in this case, the Corgi probably feels a bit safer.
I know. I mean, at this point, does Team Flash really have anything to, you know, any draft that they cannot make work?
They have
basically?
deep pockets,
I know.
definitely.
Deep pockets.
It's just endless for them. Their ideas are always there. They definitely know the moment they respond too fast, something is wrong. They know that they are baiting you to pick those kind of champs, and you taking the bait. They're definitely having a good go here.
Yeah, I mean, just again, right, this Olaf for Zissou, it is the neutralizer to Buriram's explosiveness. Like BRU, they can have all the draft they want, but because Team Flash got their hands on their Olaf, it nullifies your Dragon Lane. They pick the Ash Rakan, the Dragon Lane is going to be fine.
They're like, take the Senna, go ahead. We don't mind you taking the Senna. We don't really need it.
Yeah. Triple V now being able to pick Senna for BRU was supposed to be a good thing, right? But now Team Flash is able to pick Olaf, Zissou, Zissou's Olaf, and now is on the verge of just going on a rampage here in Wild Rift.
I'm sorry, guys, but it seems like a strong game. Casters, take it away.
Game 2, BRU, Team Flash, and Team Flash come in blazing, starting this one off, Riku.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting because Team Flash has managed to pick top champions that worked in their regionals. We're talking about Zissou's Olaf, still undefeated, coming from their regional performances, and now they brought it up in WCS. There is a reason why FLA 100% banned it against Team Flash.
And we see from BRU's side, they've gone for the same composition before. Game number 1 didn't quite work out for them, but they're looking to try and repeat this.
So curious to see how BRU can maneuver around the Ash pick, because this is Riven, this is Renekton, this is Nasus, melee champions that desires, that wants to go near Coyote and Ash. What do they have? Volley. Volley is so annoying because they slow you so much. Like, how can you go near?
You slow them. You use Wither.
Yeah. If you can reach them, though.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Flash in for the Wither.
Flash for the Wither.
Flash for the Wither.
I wonder if it's worth. Maybe flash Noelle into a stun.
A lot of theorizing here. A lot of theory crafting.
That's why I feel like the pressure is on Arshini again, because you're the ranged one. You can see if you can get a charm into a root, and that's how all the CCs can follow up.
My goodness, look at Arshini here in the lane, right? He's already picked up his honey fruits early, and he's trading not very well against Coyote. A lot of pressure on the Ahri to start this one off.
Yeah, and the fact that Coyote already has priority, it's so difficult to kill him. He's carrying barrier. He has Valkyrie for that safety, and you can just have again, wave clear is intense. This is Coyote pre-level 5.
We get to see what happens here because Zissou's down towards the bottom side. BRU have to be more careful about this VVV, triple V, and what the Jets have to start to back away. They're going to try and deny the Kruk can't pick up, but Zissou will still pick up a few.
Oh my
Trading
gosh.
back a little bit of damage. I mean, he's picked up a couple of souls.
Dewarding,
Triple V's getting a couple of souls.
He has his priorities, right? Like, even if I'm gonna get damage coming from Triple V, it's fine. I'm just gonna remove the vision.
I think it's worth talking about a little bit, you know, the idea of fasting Senna for some of you guys that might not be totally aware of what's happening here and why it seems like what the Jets has so much gold, has so much economy early on. It's because Triple V is playing a version of Senna that does not pick up farm. Instead, focuses on just picking up the souls. You get increased chances of getting souls when you are not farming and getting the last hits. And so this gives you the option to have a more well-rounded team instead of having a support that does not have gold. All 5 of your teammates are a little closer in gold as well.
Yeah, that's the best part, right? Because you get, just as you mentioned, you get your stats from the souls, and the fact that what the Jess can be extra tankier just because he's the one last hitting as the Nasus. And it just works so well with their composition at bot lane, which is all about infinite scaling and making sure no one dies.
At the same time, you get that wither. It's a slow.
Wither.
So close. Such a big slow. It's basically a stun.
Exactly right. It's so good. But at the same time, we saw how the Nasus just immediately explodes because he's the most vulnerable person in the team. He has no mobility at all versus the rest of BRU that is quite slippery.
Someone to watch out for. BRU need to be careful. We saw what happened towards the end of last game. Jess was in a forward position, was trying to use his spells, got punished, got caught. And we get to see here in game 2, Zissou looking for the dive, but he doesn't get to have it.
You know, Grandin, it's so hard. Like, I feel like Team Flash, when you're up against them, you can never let your guard down. Even if you're winning like 3 fights in a row, you can't let your guard down. Team Flash always finds an opening, and it feels like it's just that one little mistake that Team Flash is so happy to take to end the game and win it.
Beautiful trading out from Noel, doing a good job of holding his own in this matchup. They talked about how, the panel talked earlier about how they would like to see him either on the Garen or the Darius, something here like a Bruiser Renekton is one of the most popular pickups. As we see first spawn here. Coyote is going to go back, pick up the package, and start making his way over.
Infernal Drake is super duper important for both of these teams, especially for BRU. They want to take that because their composition is a little bit gated. Triple V bottom lane, they're fine. They've got scaling, but Renekton falls off. And then the fact that they're going to be having a difficult time going in because of the volleys.
Trading objectives here. BRU don't want to fight a Corki with package. They're not going to delay either. They're going to go straight for the Rift Herald. Managed to pick it up for themselves. Team Flash just a few seconds away from getting the dragon as well.
Okay, if Noel can't get early kills, might as well get early tower goal.
Dawning Shadow. Arrow comes across. Actually dodges away. Both sides send their global ultimates.
Oh my god, but it ain't over. Can they catch this?
He's chasing, rushing after Coyote.
Auto attacks.
Coyote's going to have the Valkyrie, but flashing forward gets the root off. Can he finish off the kill? One more auto attack, but he doesn't manage to do it. The piercing darkness, not enough. Coyote flashes on the turret. The Gatling gun will give Coyote 2.
What just happened, Grandin?
Spirit Fire? Spirit Fire! The Spirit Fire up and Jazz flashes in, trades back 2 for 2.
The Spirit Fire, wait! Mid lane, okay, the thing what happened there with Triple V is that he was so close. He knew that that one auto attack was enough after that route, but the problem was you were in turret range, therefore you didn't get the trade properly, and Zissou was there to retaliate. Let's take a look at that again. See? Triple V goes into tower range, gets
Oh
autoed.
my word.
It's so unfortunate.
He leveled, right? Coyote leveled.
Oh my god, and get health back, a little bit of health back. Of course, Jess.
That's
purple thing.
so unfortunate for Triple V, flashing in there. And you have to see, I mean, look at his items. Execution is calling Sapphire Crystal. He's going for that scaling option because of that no early game power. Team Flash will find a first turret for themselves as BRU trade up in the top side with the Rift Herald.
The fact that they're carrying a lot of these Merc treads, right? We saw how Shy is able to initiate with Proto Belt, and as well as the slowest coming from Ellie, rather, and the fact that with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow that's going to fly by downtown. Wow!
Shy has to flash away. Rift Herald gets to make a second charge. A little bit more value here to be had. The arrow zooming past Noel.
The mechanics, though, coming from Shy, is able to dodge out that route. And but
very nice.
BRU
Should be a second turret here. They're going to
Yeah.
tank it a little longer. Noel's going to get pushed away by the volley. You start to see here Team Flash collapsing in quickly. So BRU need to start running away. Coyote's running down the river.
Uh-oh.
He doesn't have the package, but he has the Valkyrie. There we go. They pull the trigger. They're going to go in first. Empty is the one that leads the charge. Has the quickness, gets the charm onto Noel. Noel flashes back in. He tries to trade back. Coldefeet has to be the one to finish off the kills. Damage comes out, but again, Triple V doesn't have enough to finish. Archie's in the fight now. He has the charm. Manages to light it onto Empty. Incredible route. Gets the one to pull back on the Olaf. Zissou goes down, and that's a triple kill out for Archie. Looking for the Quadra and finishes off the Darius.
Quadra kill for Arseny. That was the chase that Team Flash wanted to do. They knew that BRU just wanted to run away, but guess what? Arseny was the last one to go towards topside. Therefore, Team Flash didn't take into account that the Ahri can finish them all off if everybody was low health.
And they forgot about Archie. He runs down like a speeding bullet. The final shot.
See, yeah, he was like last in this fight, and that's the reason why, you know, okay, we can try to finish them off, but no, here comes the cleanup squad, here comes Arseny, has Spirit Rush, has the charm, still has everything.
My goodness, look at Ellie. Anything would have killed the Ashe. Ellie somehow miraculously manages to survive, despite almost going down to the Ignite first.
Yeah, that's true, but the Quadra kill for Arseny, this is huge. huge.
And this gives BRU the tempo. They get to reset, go for the fight again. Team Flash are going to be able to pick up the package, start to play around second spawn, the Rift Out, and the Cloud Drake.
This is Inari. This is Archity without Rabadons just yet. We'll see.
They go back into the mid lane. Chom doesn't manage to connect, but BRU are going to be happy. Constellation-wise, damage on the turret, gold over to their team.
26 seconds on the clock for the next objective to spawn. And that's a Cloud Drake that, of course, BRU will be happy to have just because of how they've been setting up these waves to destroy towers. They even got 2 towers atop.
But this time around, Team Flash have all the ultimates, Ragnarok available, and Gen Crystal Arrow, everything to get the start to fight. VVB's been caught out of position.
Oh.
They managed to take down the Senna before the fight even began. He does so well. The longer fight that continues.
Whoa,
Coyote dives in with the package, delivers himself to the enemy team, so he has to flash away. Instead, it's Ellie that's being punished for his team's mistakes, the team's aggression. They want to continue, just flashes in, gets the winner on the Coyote, but there's no one with the range to finish off the kill on the Corki.
That looked so well for Team Flash. They were able to get a 4v5, but at the end of the day, Team Flash was a little bit too deep for that, and BRU can punish easily.
I mean, Jess is so close to this kill here. Ultimate coming in for the Senna. They needed just a bit more damage.
Yeah, the damage a little bit lacking at the moment. We talked about the scaling for Triple V and what the Jess. That's why these fights still not enough. The fact that they don't have execution, just the same as how Shy operates on this Darius, makes it so hard to kill these players.
Okay, Dragon started up here by Team Flash. BRU are over in the mid lane. Noel, he's not going to be in position, so they give up this objective. But Reptile within the sights of BRU.
Oh, they can still go in.
They start this one off. Empty doesn't have the initiation, not the same that like they had before. Nice catch on the Zissou first, but the Ragnarok won't keep him safe. Instead, he's pulled the root onto his teammates. The question is, can BRU punish?
Wow, Team Flash, yeah, they're able to at least get that reset on the Rift Herald, so if they want to go again, they can go again because Empty has ult.
Yeah, Empty has ult now, but that cannot be said. The same cannot be said for Zissou. Zissou losing the Ragnarok, a huge chunk of the damage gone, so you can start to see Team Flash give up the Rift Herald.
Arshani has been doing a lot of that. It was because of Arshani's charm hitting Zissou. That's why they have the Rift Herald. That's why they can open up the mid lane.
Going into Shroud, going into cover, they want to use the Rift Herald, break open the mid lane, get themselves this entry into the game as well.
Here we go. How will they be able to defend this? That's going to be a no. There's not going to be any second charge, but look at Shy. Been split pushing this entire time. Tried to even out the map. Let's see if Team Flash is able to keep them busy. That's going to be a no.
I mean, BRU are not in a clear position yet. They are hitting gold, but just marginally. It's going back and forth. Like Team Flash are like catching up like right here, right? And this is despite the fact that Team Flash are behind 2 turrets and have 2 dragons. So you include all that additional value, Team Flash are actually ahead in this game.
That's true. That's setting up for that Elder Drake win condition. It's going to be very difficult to burst people down as Arshani, especially once the QSS comes in, once the Hourglass comes in to prevent that burst damage on
And
board.
so much the pressure is on Archie to perform because as the game progresses, you're not going to be able to touch that backline. BRU have a difficult time accessing Coyote, accessing Ellie. And so Archie really needs to step up.
We'll see if there's going to be a play here. Remember, Ellie has ult. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow can create opportunities if ever BRU wants to prevent the top lane push, but that's going to be a no.
Yeah, Team Flash just get to pick up this topside turret. I mean, BRU thought they had some kind of hard engage. Actually managed to use a Dawning Shadow. Coyote needs to get out quickly. The Ignite flashing for the stun. They walk in and punish the moves from Team Flash. Go onto Zissou. Golden Feet nearly goes down. Empty pops the ultimate, wants to jump on the Golden Feet, but Golden Feet flashes away in response.
Good read from the map by BRU, canceling out the ports back to base with the Dawning Shadow ult, and that's how BRU is able to collapse to the 2 members of Team Flash.
Ali's back at mid. Noel wants to chase in, but he's just going to focus on clearing the wave instead.
I mean, the idea was there from Team Flash, right? Push mid with the Ashe, you send an arrow downtown, and then see if they can get a tower, maybe even win a fight.
And so Team Flash are able to equalize somewhat with the mechanical moves. Even as BRU pull ahead with kills, the gold gap is not increasing very much.
Have to see if this tower is gonna break.
This could actually be quite impactful.
Oh,
Pick up
wow.
Noel. He's just been locked in place. Empty comes in, gets the exhaust off. Along with Ellie to get the crowd control, Noel goes down.
Yeah, that's the scare. We talked about this, Grandin. The volleys, the slows, the melee champions, like the Nasus, like the Riven, are not going to have a beautiful time at all. It is going to be a nightmare.
Archie in the mid lane trying to defend this one by himself. The Redemption's going to come in, so he gets the top up to full. But still, turret goes down. Team TF managed to grab themselves some second turret.
A lot of respect here just gonna deny, just gonna leave that be because there's still that flash potential, or rather the wither slow you down. And then Ellie, it's an Ashe, so very vulnerable. Divine Sunderers, Grandin, there's 3 of them.
Many Divine Sunderers for Team Flash.
It's all about that sustain. It's all about, because we noticed that so far the skirmishes have been very long drawn, so I totally see why they want to pick this up.
Yeah, but no Hullbreakers, which is an interesting adaptation. The fact is they see themselves fighting a lot more, decide they want to be together as a team. That's going to be the next spawn coming in. Dragon and Baron this time around. Team Flash are going to pick up the package. Coyote's going to come back in here, and they start the contest and start fighting for this position.
Yeah, the spell vamp and the physical vamp will be extra important for Team Flash. You know, sustain is the name of the game. They need this too.
BRU have a difficult time. They don't have that hard hit. They don't have the recon. They don't have empty on their side. Noel's looking for this flying tower. The Redemption is going to give them some vision off the Dragon Pit. They start to go in. Kodafeed's over by the side. They manage to get his first pickup onto Shine. Beautiful flash away from Shine to dodge the charm, and this gives Team Flash their out.
No one can chase them. Like, even if Noel, Golden Feet want to chase them, that volley is enough to scare them away, to slow them down. And the fact that Arshani is not on a Proto Belt Ari, it is a Zonius Hourglass Ari. Again, this is more of defensive. That means the range of the charm is not going to hit as much.
No one can pull the trigger from BRU. No one gets to start the fight.
Yeah.
Team Flash have full control from beginning to end. And they get to keep scaling up. They get to keep playing for the late game. Even if you say BRU, they have the late game scaling options. They have the Senna, they have the Riven, they have the Yari. Team Flash aren't that far behind Riku.
Yeah, it's not. Uh-oh.
I mean, Archery,
Oh,
it's an Ari.
It's an Ari.
It's an Ari.
No Spirit Rush. It's enough. Like, the flash is definitely enough. But that's an important flash, right? That means
No flash charm.
No flash charm, exactly. That means that's just a Zonius. Remember, it's not a Protobell.
Here we go. Jess is going to flash away from the stun. Instead, Kodafeed gets tagged by it. But they're going to be able to get away. The Merc Treads makes a big difference in this position. Shy gets tagged up. Damage out from Kodafeed, but he gets locked in place. He uses the Hourglass to stasis last even longer, but he goes in the back to finish off Shy regardless. Kodafeed starts to dash in again. Charm is going to make the difference maker as he managed to finish off Zisu. The right round not available for his team. Team Flash start to run away. Coyotes being tagged up. The Valkyrie over the wall, necessary to keep him alive, but instead the Flash over BBV chases after with a flash of his own. Charm managed to land. Coyote goes down.
Look at Noel. He has been split pushing all this time. It was a 4v5 scenario, and at the end of the day, BRU wins that fight.
And BRU get to continue in the mid lane, but no Baron pickup option for them.
Remember, this is a non-hull breaker Renekton, but he's able to still do a lot of damage on the structures and on the waves.
They want to find a little bit more chip damage, escort the wave in, move together as a team. A few more seconds, that's all they have. Charm comes in, they manage to get the knock up back onto Archony, but some damage as BRU start to retreat.
I don't think Team Flash has the ability to re-engage. It's hard to chase them down, but that was a magnificent fight from BRU. They have so much space now for the Elder Drake later, for the Baron later if they want to bait that out. Are they going to force this one? No. Spirit Rush forced out by from Arshani.
Yeah, Arshani's going to have to use his ultimate early, and this gives Team Flash position around the Baron. Like you mentioned, Noel needs to be that split pusher, that shield, the person that's carrying most of the weight for BRU as the rest of the team gets to do their own thing.
We'll see if Noel will be able to pick up a teleport eventually.
That's Hullbreaker, Riku.
Yeah, exactly right. That's Hullbreaker already picked up. I am guessing that Noel still has to farm a little bit to sell his boots, see if he can get that enchant on the board for teleport, because it's huge. Look at bottom lane tower. It's already half HP. That is so easy for Noel to get.
I wish I could hear the comms right now. I wish I could hear Noel telling his team, I can 2v1 this matchup, because if he can, this gives BRU so much more space. 3 versus 4, BRU automatically win a lot of these matchups.
And the thing is, BRU has been winning these matchups in a 4v5 scenario. Even if Noel is far away from his team, either way, there's just 4, they can win.
Dominance from Noel as he spotted out Shy, but we go back in the mid lane package. Hughes delivers himself into the enemy team. Chop out from Archie, they manage to finish off Jess. They go back in with the fight, re-engage out from Archie. He's in the depths of this the enemy team. Cornerfeed comes out of stasis.
Noel.
They want to chase after, but they're unable to finish off the kill. Noel joins back in now, and that's the difference maker. That's the shield of his team. He's still there. He's buying time. Shy tries to pop his spells, gets the dunk off. off.
Oh my
The charm
God.
is vouched away
Whoa.
by the Flash. He gets to go on his second target. VVV needs to run. Triple V does not get to do anything.
I love how Team Flash pulls the trigger because they know that Noel was pushing bot lane. They know that was the small opportunity that they needed to win. They immediately removed Jess, no damage soaker, no problem. That means everybody else was super vulnerable. And you saw how Noel wanted to switch targets here and there because everybody still had Flash from Team Flash, and therefore he couldn't bridge the gap after the slice and dice.
They're still picking up teleport. No, Jess is picking up teleport. VVV, he wants to stall this. He wants to stop them from grabbing this in time. Triple V's been knocked up. Empty still coming in here. Jess wants to teleport in. He doesn't use it though. They're just going to go back in the mid lane. Elder Drake over the Flash.
All 4 elements on the side of Team Flash. This is their win condition. Even though we say that Olaf falls eventually, even though that Triple V and What the Jess have that scaling, they have everything. They've got more damage, more vamp, more everything on the side of Team Flash.
And BRU are trying to get to a point where they can fight again. They need to reset. They need to come back together, move as a team together. They were this close to beating Flash in that fight, but shy of an incredible mechanical play to flash over the charm keeps them in.
You know, I said earlier that they can fight, BRU can fight 4v5, put Noel on the side lane and create pressure. Now with the Elder Drake on the side of Team Flash, they cannot afford to do that anymore.
There's no option left for BRU to side lane, so Noel's back with his team. He's again looking for that flank, but with no way to pull the trigger, no way to start the fight. It's all Flash. They get the initiate. They take down Arshini. They're chasing after Jess. They get the charm again, but that's all Flash need. This first pick off.
Yeah, that's 50 seconds on the clock without the mid laner.
Back into the mid lane. Flash start to rush this one down. They see the window to close out this game. They get the second win, and they manage to end it here.
Yeah, forget the Baron. We're going right in. We're going to end the game. That's still a lot of time for us to break. They have double 80 carry, so they can clear the waves and shred down the towers. But it looks like to me, Team Flash, they want the Baron, unless...
Noel forced to recall, but BRU, they're walking into the trap. Flash gets to go in again. They get the knockup onto Jess to finish off the Nasus.
You know how confident they are when Coyote is the first one to Valkyrie forward without a fear at all.
And Team Flash get rewarded for this kind of aggression.
Yeah.
The fact is they know how to play together as a team in these positions. Coyote's gonna go pick up his teleport, go back to base, pick up his package as well. So he gets to join back into this fight stronger than ever. Baron over to Team Flash.
Whoa!
They chase after Code and Feed. Response back from BRU as they teleport in, but it's too little, too late. There's not much you can do here, not in these fights. Noel's gonna go down. Shine, the better weapon. He comes up ahead, brings his team forward all the way through the distance. And there we have it, Flash, pick up 3.
Oh my God, and Team Flash once again turns things around, getting all 4 elements for them and ending the game.
The master of all elements, Team Flash walk in on the Nexus to finish game number 2 and get themselves a step closer to its icons.
I swear, this team with Team Flash, you can never lose a single skirmish. You can never lose a single fight. And after that, because this happens, Brandon, this happens.
Yeah, Team Flash, I mean, they just look so good right now from start to finish. There was never a moment I felt like BRU were in control. Even when they were ahead, they were really just playing to let Team Flash dictate the show.
Yeah, because they know that no one can reach them eventually. Yes, Arshini got a quadra kill, but at the end of the day, he's so vulnerable. He wants to push forward to make sure that he gets to reach the charm. But what are you vulnerable at when you move forward? The arrow coming from Ellie.
I want to see BRU go back to Initiator on Jess. I feel like this look for this team just doesn't work for them. The Senna pickup just doesn't seem to be the right option, not when they have such an incredible Initiator with Jess in the bot side.
Yeah, that's true. He has been on Nasus duty. He has been on Wither duty for 2 straight games now in this BO5. I think, yes, you're right. I think it needs to be something that can create more impact and be, set up for double engage, help Arshini, because Arshini single target engage from game 1 gold card, game 2 charm. I feel like it's not enough.
He's able to get them this first pick off, and it works in the mid game. By the time they get to the late game, what's he supposed to charm? He gets the Darius, he doesn't do anything. He gets the Rakan, he doesn't do anything. Empty, in fact, is happy about that. He's going to be like, oh, you guys are going to clump around me. I'm going to hit 2 buttons, and suddenly your entire team's getting crowd control, getting knocked up, and my team gets to respond.
And it's so perfect, too. The way that Team Flash built up a lot of Divine Thunder is because they know that all they need to do is survive the early burst, and then they can retaliate.
Look, that was a banger of a game number 2. We're going to toss it back over to the panel because I'm sure there's a lot to be said about this match.
Divine Sunder that actually shouts on BRU side to Divine surrender at that point. I'm sorry to say, but every single mistake done, they had the lead just now for BRU, but it's just turning over time again.
Just so good.
Yeah. I mean, the question is, did they really have the lead? Here's my take on it, right?
Okay.
The only way that BRU can win a game is if we remove the mid lane from the game. Because think about this. Game 1, the turning point was a gank mid. Team Flash set up a Death Brush on the top side of the river, ambush Archony, won the game. Game 2, same thing. Death Brush, ambush Archony, win the game. So remove mid lane, remove the ambush from Team Flash, and BRU will win. But
So remove the entire mid lane.
Yeah,
just
let's
not
go.
in the
Let's
game
go 2
anymore.
lanes. Why not?
That's too late.
yeah, but in all honesty, I really do want to echo what our casters mentioned, right? What the Jazz, we set him up to be this guy with huge responsibility. His responsibilities are engage, start fights, be proactive. He is that proactive support, but putting him on Nasus for 2 games in a row, you take all of that away and you put it onto Noel, you put it onto Golden Feet. Archony has to step up to the plate, but it's just not the same when it's what the Jazz.
Feels like he withered himself in there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Again, what the Jess. Also, my other idol.
Your Lodi or your idol?
My Lods. But yeah, to me though, BRU has been playing this similar to Flannel University. They have been punishing Team Flash in the early game, and you can see that there's some cracks in the armor of Team Flash. It's just so happened, that when the real fight, when the fight that really matters happened, they would find the right opening. They would find the right pickup. And again, that was the shy moment right there. The Darius with Zissou just going on a rampage.
Yeah.
Oh, the dunks.
And it all started because Noel wasn't there. If the shield is not present, the spear will thrust over and over again. I mean, this spear from the side of Team Flash, made of vibranium, 100%, unbreakable.
Vibranium. I agree on Noah, who actually didn't present himself when it comes to the mid-team fight just now. And also, he used... What is this for?
Oh, come on. Oh. We're friends.
Yeah, let's just do it. I'm sorry, too.
I'm so lost right now.
I am so disappointed.
Check chat later.
We will talk about this.
Back towards that. Even though we saw the dominance being used quite early on, even though the Renekton Noel arrived, but he couldn't just do anything.
I think
It's
that
a
was
bit
a
too late.
misstep, actually.
I feel like he mispressed the dominance, right? Like he pressed dominance, then the fight, and then Team Flash probably saw it as he showed up in the way, and they were like, okay, let's start the fight. Noel isn't there. He shows up, no ultimate.
Yeah, I will review the VOD, but...
I have a question to raise up, right? What if he actually just ignored the team fight? He just keep on pushing on bottom. That actually kind of forced the rest of Team Flash to just teleport back to the base.
I think
Can he actually?
I mean, the thing about that team fight in the mid lane is that they needed a disengage, and they didn't really have that, right? So if he didn't join the team fight, what would happen is that the 4-man team of BRU would automatically be wiped out. And then once it's already there, they can force the Baron. And Shai would be, okay, there's an open inhibitor. But you know how Team Flash would do it, right? They would get the Baron, pressure the lanes, get the Elder, at the expense of what? 1 inhibitor turret? Not worth.
Yeah, it's the same thing, right? You take Elder Drake, they take the Nexus. You take 1 inhibitor turret down bot, they take the Baron, the game resets.
Yep.
So, risk and gain, I think, for BRU, is just not worth it.
But the one that actually worth watching right now is going to be Empty, our MVP or player of the game. What's not empty right now are the numbers. Look at how much he engaged alongside with his team. Almost 80%, 79 participation when it comes to the ganks, and 11 when it comes to KDA. The Rakan, this is the support, not the mid Rakan, by the way. Just say.
Wait, what?
The only thing that is empty right now is Team Flash's lose record, because there's none. They haven't lost a single game.
Again, lockdown empty is one of my auto win condition. It was number 1, actually.
And in no mid lane for your auto win condition as well.
Right,
Husky.
Remove the mid lane.
It's just, again, Team Flash is just so good. But you won't be able to lock down empty on the other side if you keep on playing Nasus, right?
Yeah.
So, in order for it to be solved, I really think that BRU, there is a reason why they are not picking the Senna.
They
during
give
the
it
regional
away,
time.
yeah.
Yeah, basically, if that's the case, just ban it away. If you really don't want to deal with the Senna, this is actually one of the champion that I feel. I know, some people would say there's so many things to ban, but if you actually ban Senna, you're banning 1, 2, 3 champions already because Nasus will only be played with Senna, right? Gragas and Galio, meanwhile, is double effective when it's paired with Senna. So just ban the Senna.
Yeah, and in fact, with the Senna available to be picked, it kind of gives some teams this idea that, I have to take Senna, right? You default back to a draft where that Dragon Lane is self-sufficient, sure, but you have to think what comes after that. And sure, in Buriram, this is where Archony got that quadra kill.
So close.
Could have very well been a penta, could have been a golden poro moment, but at the end of the day, it did not matter. Team Flash clapped back hard. We talked about how, although it was pointed out, Team Flash picked double Marksman into a Nasus winner. Guess what? Team Flash have 4 carries. There's Jisoo, there's Shy. At least he's gonna arrow all the way, He's just gonna throw Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Jisoo and Shy, they will do the work.
Enchanted Crystal Arrows that kept on missing until that one point where they really needed that pick. So clutch one. Clutch Arrow coming from Ellie.
Like this was the fight where Noah wasn't there in the first place, and that's where Team Flash pulled the trigger, Noah shows up, no Dominus, and the Shy moment. Let's just enjoy this.
This is just...
Okay.
Right, just...
Dunk it!
Flash,
There you
reset,
go.
dunk,
boom,
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 What the heck was that? That was weird noises coming out from you guys. I can't even tell what that was, but okay, it works.
I mean, to be fair, again, Buriram United are still finding the fights that they want come early game, mid game, right? This is the same thing with Final Adversity. Is Team Flash really just, putting on an illusion that, hey, you know what, we're losing, but
we're not really
in reality,
we're just bluffing.
It's not, right?
Yeah, like it's like handling a chihuahua, right? The chihuahua looks small, looks tiny, looks harmless. You walk forward, it starts barking at you, it bites you in the arm, something like that,
That's why you
Team
prefer
Flash,
Huskies.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like Huskies are pretty dumb, like
They're
make
very
weird noises. They are very noisy.
You're attacking yourself, though.
I'm admitting I'm being vulnerable. But at the end of the day,
okay.
Team Flash might seem vulnerable, but you let your guard down. That is what happened, right? Buriram United didn't press the advantage too much, right? You knock Team Flash down. You gotta keep stepping on them. You gotta make sure that they're out cold.
Gas.
Just keep your foot on the pedal. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it feels like they love to taunt a lot when it comes to giving. Yeah, you get a quadra kill. Yeah, big deal, huh? You want a Senna? Yeah, take away the Senna. We have a lot of things going in the back end that you guys don't know, and definitely you guys watching at home, do tell us who do you think will take away for our second series today. We'll get into the icons, by the way.
Yep.
Do you remember that? This is like one game away from Team Flash.
The faces.
One game away.
The faces, the new faces of the Vietnam region is one game away from getting themselves into the icons and breaking the hearts of Buriram United. Once again, at least the first part, the first chance.
Yeah. You were telling me earlier, Otto, like if Buriram wins this, we will get 4 unique regions in icons. But if Buriram loses this, they go out to face Cerberus. That's where things are getting a bit dicey, right?
Ooh, that's true.
And remember that they've lost 2 best of 5 last year. This feels like we're going down that route again.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
But everyone progresses. That's the past. The future is very mystery for us right now, right? Just no Nessus, please. We're done with that.
We'll see.
No Senna, please.
No Senna is also
hold
good.
On. This could be a first pick Senna coming from Team Flash. Unless they want to bait it out.
They usually bait it
by
out.
By having BRU go for the Senna, it would force just on a more passive champion, right?
I'll tell you what.
By the 40 chess.
I'll tell you what. They banned Garen. I was thinking like you ban Galio and then you take Gragas, and then Buriram would just go for like Senna, Nasus, and boom, bot lane.
Are they going for assassins? Because the moment they ban out Garen, definitely they want to go for something that's really poking out or really just going to burst you down.
Shy Akali.
There you go.
One of the picks that Team Flash can
Shy
bring up.
Lucian. There's a lot. Shy Aurelia.
Hey, I'm glad they're banning out Senna. Thank God.
Goodness. Yes.
Yay. Okay. Now, the first pick for Team Flash will most likely be a very powerful pick. Could be the Zed, could be Darius. Darius,
take the Darius.
Take the Darius.
Take Darius. No, I mean, they banned Darius. What are we talking about? We forgot about the Yumi. They banned Darius because they don't want Noah to take it. They have Yuumi. Yuumi is wide open.
There's so many things you can play
All right,
around with Yuumi.
take Olaf right now, BRU. Please, for the love of this best of 5, take the Olaf away.
They need to.
Yeah, they need. Okay.
Oh!
So
All right,
if
one
this
more.
will be an Olaf, this will be Brulaf.
Brulaf?
Brulaf. Brulaf. Please.
Oh.
All right, Olaf, Team
my.
Flash.
But the
Olaf.
thing is, we mentioned about Olaf. He can just easily get into the back line with Yuumi Zoomies. The final chapter.
no.
We do know it's
Oh,
going to
no.
be AP
It's
Yuumi
coming.
all the way.
It's coming, Otto.
Oh.
It's coming.
I'm bracing myself.
This is scary.
Yeah, suspense.
Why? Just
One
make
moment.
it.
It's a no.
No.
Okay, all right, all right.
Okay,
no,
okay,
no,
okay.
Which is actually still relatively scary. Again, we did have the Meow Meow connection. Yuumi and Rengar, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing, Yuumi and Kha'Zix, and we saw earlier Kha'Zix being paired with an enchanter with a black shield was very effective for Chaz. This time round, Zizou wants to get his hands on the champion. The third pick will be a Riven, just to take it away from Golden Feet. They're trying to force Golden Feet on a different champion on game number 3. What will this be?
You talked about the Lee Sin in game 1. I think we are heading towards that direction, right? Unless they go for something like a Rengar. What else? I feel like this Lee Sin.
Jess.
All
This
right,
is Jess.
the Jess Thresh.
Okay.
This can still go
Finally,
mid, right?
we get something.
Finally.
Finally, something that
Santa's
can something that can actually move and do something and engage.
Let
What?
Jess do something.
Yeah, okay. So Jess is saying that, hey, enough of that wither. And let's just go for the hooks.
Who got the hooks?
Hook City, let's go. All right, let's move on to the next set of bans. This will be Ashe being banned. Let me guess. Jax will be banned by Team Flash, right? Because, Lee
Okay,
Sin.
yeah, Lee Sin is banned.
And most likely, the last ban will be Jax,
Will
yeah?
be Jax.
Against Golden Feet.
I don't think there's any much champions left for Golden Feet in this scenario, right? You have no
This is
Jace, you have no Lee Sin, no Kha'Zix. It feels like we might default back to a Rengar for Golden Feet because he's lost his Lee Sin and Riven.
That's hard, though. I mean, picking the Rengar...
Oh, Rengar's banned, so Jax is out.
Okay, so they go for Jax, and they say that Jax's tempo is very, very slow, to a point
Yes.
that, he can't really play Wild Rift. Kaisa!
So they're still keeping the jungler.
Wait, so Arshini is going to play Ziggs mid lane. When was the last time we saw Ziggs in the mid? Not a long time ago.
Not a long time. But there's still possibility we're gonna see. I do want to see if anybody will actually pull out this strat where Kaisa jungles. But
Oh,
that's
no,
not
no,
gonna
no.
happen.
Please no.
I love
Oh,
it.
Coyote Sin.
The divine.
And then we got excited on 2 different things,
Oh,
but
yeah,
yes, we got the same
Thunder on
split.
Ezra is so good, by
Okay,
the way.
so earlier today, Chu was saying Divine Thunder was built for almost all champions of Team Flash. Guess what? There's another champion. There is another champion in the Dragon Lane that you can pick that you can build Divine Thunder on, and that's going to be the Ezreal. Now that's going to be the Gragas for BRU. Wait, how?
It's Golden Feet Gragas. This is probably their best bet right now. You want someone to be able to set things out. Like, you have what the Jazz on the Thresh, sure, that's the first step. But you look at BRU, you look at Golden Feet, it's about the Lee Sin, it's about sometimes the Jax when push comes to shove. And with all of that removed, with no Riven as well, I think Gragas is probably one of the last resorts that BRU can go to.
And the good thing about BRU is that they have that disengage, right? If Team Flash just decides to go in, and actually, now that I think about it, this cat will favor the Riven more than the Kha'Zix. I mean, if you're the cat, right? You want to be paired with a person, not really.
Not just that, the fact that Riven can actually CC all the way while he's jumping. So it's a really good thing, but you were saying.
But there's also another case here where I'm looking at BRU's draft, and the question is, how do they prolong the game? And I believe it's easy, because you still have Ziggs, you still have Gragas, Wave Clearer will always be there, but come late game, who's stronger? I believe the Ezreal's composite, the Ezreal is far more effective, at least in this game, against Kaisa.
All comes down to Golden Feet and what the Jazz. They have to make those moves.
What we're looking right now will be them securing for the side of the Flash. Casters, are you ready? This series is going to be epic. Take it away.
Game 3 between Team Flash and BRU continues here and starts here. And Team Flash, that final step, the hardest to take, but let's see if we can close this one out, Riku.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be like year 0, where we're seeing a Ziggs mid and a Kaisa bot. This is basically a BRU thing back at year 0.
No way! They actually did it!
Right!
The Mad Lads!
Yeah, they are! Because there's no answer. Like, Coyote is on the cinch. It's not like the Ziggs is going to get harmed either way. But one thing that I want to talk about the draft is that...
Oh my word. What is happening here? Triple V and Jess are so mad. They're walking in here and they're just... any amount of damage they can do to Coyote is damage they will take.
They have better level 1. They have the death sentence. If ever they manage to catch out Coyote, maybe burn the Flash. That was their plan. And here's the thing. When it comes to Team Flash in the draft, they took this. I wouldn't call it zero wave clear, but they're going to have a hard time versus the Ziggs, versus the Kai'Sa. I was expecting Lucian if you want early game presence. I was expecting Varus if you want to poke out the Kai'Sa early game. But no, they went for this skill flashy pick, which is the Ezreal. I'm imagining Grandin. I'm looking forward to see Arcane shift forward and then final chapter into True Shot Barrage.
Look, I want to see between that and Ghost Ziggs, Archie running fast in the face of danger. I want to see those two options. Well,
Me too.
Feet's going to flash in, smite steal away the Scuttle Cramp. They are angry.
They are.
They have chosen violence.
They have! Exactly, because this is match point already for Team Flash. Of course, BRU wants to get this reverse sweep, wants to keep surviving in this series, and get that icon slot.
There's nothing standing in the way of BRU at this point.
Oh my god!
They are going full out, all out. Ellie dashes in, Arcane Shift, one more auto attack onto Jess.
That is so spooky. I mean, scary. Spooky, scary, potato, potato. I mean, this is the 2v2 that Ellie and MT wanted to take, and they are winning. That is what Autolus was asking at the panel. How does BRU survive the early game, the laning phase?
Is this a question?
Yes, I think so. Do you want it to be a question, Grandin?
He said Ziggs, Greg is wave clear.
That's true. That is the answer, right? But so far, they've always been pushed at their own tower, even with the Jess. But I think the good news is that what the Jess is so patient, not using the Flash. I feel like the Flash death sentence is going to be so important in initiating this fight.
Well, the fight continues up to the top side with Shy. First blood, first to the bot for Team Flash.
And this is what they're doing again. Zissou infusing gold kills for Noel. And we talked about how Renekton is an early game champion. If he doesn't get ahead, he's going to have a problem.
Response again from Flash. Very beautiful movement out from Triple V to rotate towards the back. Jess might go down. Ellie grabs the shield again and they manage to find a trade back. But now it's between Empty and Triple V, and the Kai'Sa should win this one. Damage here for the Ziggs as well, but it weren't able to finish off the kill. Flash already used earlier by Triple V.
Usually, when there is a Yuumi, if you kill one, you get
the
another.
other.
Exactly. So I think this is a pretty sweet deal still for Team Flash that Empty didn't fall.
First spawn coming up pretty soon. I wanted to make a really bad joke, but I'm not sure if that's a...
Try me.
You and me run it down.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess you shouldn't have said it.
You wanted it? You got it. You can't take it back now. No, I'm getting bad reactions now. I knew this was not. It wasn't gonna hit. Riku, you asked for it. Look at what you've done.
Yeah, you still pushed through it. Okay, I baited you there.
Look at what you've done, Riku.
Oh dear.
You look at the mess you've made.
It's lingering.
Ellie takes a huge chunk of damage right by the Dragon Pit, so he has to go for the recall. Question is, can BRU finish up the objective quick enough while he's gone?
Yeah, Team Flash decides to just trade objectives again. This is Infernal Drake. This is going to be very important for them, especially when we're talking about that scaling. Kha'Zix is going to scale infinitely, well, really painfully rather, but it seems to me BRU going to take that instead.
The objective trade on both sides. Flash were able to grab the Rift Turtle for themselves, just hoping to look for a hook here. The hook angle not available. They managed to get the play off. They managed to get the explosive cask off. And Coyote just has no way to access BRU.
This is the annoying part about BRU's composition, right? They just throw a cask even if you want to go in. No cask anymore, though. That's why Team Flash wanted to do a dive there.
I'm not sure they have the means to make a play happen. Coyote is going to get caught out. That's the box used. Team Flash are going to lose their mid laner. BRU with a nice little pick of their own.
Really, really sneaky. Again, how do you set up a dive, Grandin? I'm not asking a question. I'm just setting it up. How do you set up a dive? Wave clear. You need to have the waves push against the tower. What do they don't have? Wave clear. That's an Ezreal. So that's why you can't take too long or else they're going to get punished with this.
And BRU do a good job here, getting that early punish, but despite that, we still see Team Flash with the initial gold lead. A lot of that manifesting up towards the top side. This key matchup for us. Shy stealing away the Riven this time. It's been on Qeon the past 2 games. Now it's on Shy, and it's going up against Noel. He's been winning his matchup, coming ahead in goal here.
Yeah, this is far different from his usual picks, right? We saw the Darius earlier, and this gives more outplay potential. The mech checks, as we like to talk, but we'd like to say rather when we talk about Team Flash. We'll see if this dive is going to come into fruition. Again, having the Thresh on your side enables dives because you have the Lantern to go out.
Coyote gets the pull on the Triple V, but that's the Lantern to get the shield back over to the Kaisa, chasing after the Singe, but he's buying some time. Eventually, will finish off the kill, commit a couple ultimates to that though.
But that's the thing, buying some time, not a lot, because Team Flash didn't get anything across the map.
And this is actually opening up a dive angle for Team Flash. Aggressive moves from Ellie, using the Rift Town down towards the bottom side. BRU need to base now, no way to defend.
And right now, Ezreal, Ellie actually hurts at the moment. But that's without Muramana fully stacked. They're staying over here.
Surely not. I mean, this seems like a mistake. I mean, they had no way to defend. Why would you stay here? They get punished. Qeon goes down. And now aggressive moves out from Noel. Zissou trades in the back. Gets the reset on the jump. But he jumps into Anthony instead. Surprising jump scare for the Kazakhs. Empty goes down as well.
Yeah, surprise! It's not the Kazakhs doing the good jump scare anymore. It is actually Archony on the Ziggs, and that was a free kill after. And at first it seemed like it was a mistake, but for BRU it felt like it was just a bait for Zissou and the rest of TF to fully commit and dive deeper.
How the turntables have turned.
How the turntables have turned. Yes, that's what you said.
That is what I said.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, Brandon.
Riku, it feels good to get the cast review because you let me do these things.
I know.
If I tried to do this with Omo, he shut it down right away.
We'd have been very angry, but I'm just laughing, okay? But we talked about how it was a bait coming from BRU here for them to overstay their welcome, and it was exactly what they did. Again, when it comes to scaling, there is that Ziggs, there is that Kaisa, just gonna 1v5 everybody else, and I feel like this is still okay for them.
Jess sets up the dive for the rest of his team. They're looking for Shy here. Dashes back,
Whoa!
gets the execute on the turret. Triple V a little late to respond with his ultimate.
How do they keep doing this, Grandin? Every single time they decide to make an outplay, they know that they're gonna fall anyways. So as much as possible, they always get an exchange kill every single time.
And this is on timer. Like, look at what happens here. TF get to go into the mid lane, get the kill onto Archony, just as the Dragon and Riptile are about to spawn again.
It's things like that that you don't expect to happen because, hello, the wave wasn't even crashing on the mid lane tower of BRU.
Archony used Ghost Riku.
Yeah,
he was
did.
running for his life.
Exactly. He was under his tower, and Coyote, the thing that he did, he just flipped him. He was the table. Flip the table, flip the Ziggs.
They flipped Ellie as well, though.
My
Death
God.
Sentence lands on the Ezreal. And here Empty watches as his laner dies, his counterpart dies.
That's so unfortunate too because Ellie didn't have flash. They have to be careful in their positioning.
Okay, 4 versus 5. Dragon's been started up. Shy takes a tag of damage from the Academy Rain. Coyote gets the pull back. Qeon gets knocked in, but Coyote goes down here. And even as the Dragon goes over to Team Flash, BRU pick up a couple more kills.
And we talked about how Renekton can spin out of control in the early game. That's what he's for. That's why you picked that for Noel. And now he's on a rampage, and I feel like that's gonna transition over to that side lane pressure that Noel did earlier.
BRU want the Rift out, they desire it. Team Flash are gonna start walking over. But Zissou recognizes he's too late, so he's just gonna go pick up his jungle camps here. The rest of Flash as well, just gonna keep focusing on farming up.
And right now, we know that the Ezreal can deal a lot of damage. And we talked about how it was just you need to stack up the Muramana first, and even having that gauntlet for that defensive maneuver. Because they know that Noel, right now, is going to be a huge problem.
Gonna try and run back mid now. They have the Rift Tower, so that should open up another turret. I mean, we already see BRU open up all the other tier turrets. This gives them a big angle to try and get in from. Noel's off in the top side. Zissou's here, maybe looking for a setup for the rest of the team. But it's going to be difficult against the Renekton. That turret is looking low, though.
It's going to be a 1v3 scenario. They don't want to overcommit to this dive. They know that they're taking too much time, and eventually BRU is going to respond to that.
And a good call here as well, because Jess is starting to move in. If they go for the flash,
Whoa.
they're looking for the flame. He goes on top of the ward, but with the flame, nonetheless, they manage to come in. Death Sentence not used yet, doesn't manage to land though.
I think that's the best part about the explosive Kaz. Wait.
Noel responds again. He wants to go in for a flash, but Shy with a beautiful stun of his own makes sure that Renekton doesn't get an entry. Shy gets to jump in, gets that knockout back in while the Jets has to start walking away. Noel goes down first. The first casualty of this fight as Team Flash want to pursue, want to continue. Turret's still up. Golden Feet's going to be in nearby. Death Sentence misses again.
Coyote has been split pushing all this time. It was a 4v5, 4v4 rather.
Archie isn't here as well. So Team Flash just get to zone them off the turret. Look at the macro coming through here, Riku.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate that the Ziggs had to defend, not push towers, but had to defend mid lane because theirs was basically pushing towards their side. And look at that tower. It's so close to dying already at bot lane.
Only reason it didn't go down was because Archie had his ultimate and was able to use it to stop the push coming through from Coyote.
This is absolutely critical. Remember how it was Noel creating pressure on the Renekton earlier. Now this time around it's so different. With Coyote, not the Baron laner, but the mid laner, being able to, you know, clear down the waves and then knock down towards the tower's door.
And it's always that last step that's hardest to take. Team Flash, despite having the gold lead here, tooth and nail here with BRU, and BRU, they have some scaling, they have some late game options. The hyper carry option available for them with Triple V. And so BRU want things to go late.
But this is the thing, Grandin. This is not an enchanter paired with a Kai'Sa. This is a Thresh that's gonna hook you, that's gonna dive in eventually. And then VVV has to fend for himself as this Kai'Sa in there. I love to see it. That's the Hourglass enchant now being picked up for more of that protection.
Respawning up to the top side, BRU getting pulled around the different lanes. Team Flash, great wave clear, great wave management. You can see how they're setting themselves up. No one's overextending as they wait for the objectives to come back up. They get to play their own game, dictate the pace of the game. Zissou waiting for an isolated target to pick off.
Yeah, they can jump in, final chapter, and then initiate. But it seems that BRU sensed this was going to happen and then decided to pull more members down at mid.
And there is still some decent damage out from Archie. You can see he uses his ultimate a little early on. Coyote's going to come in. Look for the flip here. Moves come through from Coyote as they want to finish off the Singe. It's going to be difficult though. Final chapter Ukes. MT's going to be able to keep him alive. Mid laner still in play for both sides. Bird Tower pop from BRU.
Key ults after key ults exchange. Hull breaker for Noel. He's responding on side lane pressure of his own.
Yeah, Noel's really trying to get something done here. Push quickly. Empty's going to go onto Coyote. Top the Singe back up as they try and make a play. Riptile is going to start walking in. BRU forcing an ultimatum, but Shy's over in the back, finishing off Archie. Triple B has to be worried as well. While the Jets looking to try and peel for the team. Their sentence does not manage to connect. They don't have the crowd control to hold them in place. Noel still trying to escort the wave in, bring some pressure, open up space for the rest of his team, but BRU still forced to back away.
Noel 1v2'd Coyote and MT at that top lane push, rather. And it feels like very big brain for Team Flash, right? They did 3 different things at the same time. They got the dragon, they were able to try and start a fight with Shy, and as well as trying to prevent Noel from melting down more towers. But at the end of the day, this is a BRU win. No one can deal with Noel right now. TF has to invest more resources to kill him.
Good flash away from Zissou, dodges away from the stun from Noel. No pickup here for BRU available. Even as we look at the Baron now, it seems like only Team Flash are able to start this one up. Teleport out from Noel.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to keep doing this. He's going to keep split pushing. As you can see, that Coyote is now tag teaming with MD here on the Yuumi, just in case people jump on him. There is that final chapter as a retaliation. But something that's super interesting, Team Flash is super committed to the 5v5. Even if there are enemies that are picking up Hull Breaker, they know that they can start the 4v5 first, and they're confident at it that they'll win in the end.
BRU trying to push down the bottom side, but Shy's going to be right there to mash the sword, the spear, and the shield on both sides. But it looks like the spear is doing better as the offense comes through from Team Flash. Coyote starts to run them in. Gets the knockback, pull onto Triple V. He tries to dash out with his ultimate. Zissou's nearby. He's looking for this entry angle. He sees the isolated targets, but he isn't able to jump on anyone. Noel comes in. Coyote gets the backflip, gets the pull, gets to knock them back in. But suddenly, Team Flash get taken down.
You can tell how that mid lane tower is such a huge bane. And you can tell that Shy tried to stop Noel from joining the fight. Again, remember, Renekton, Noel, Noel is the biggest person right now. He has 5 kills on the board. And now as we trickle towards the late game, Triple V will be the next scary headache for Team Flash to deal with.
And you thought they got Triple V. You would think that they got the kill onto Noel. Instead, BRU still have fight left in them. They turned that one around. They pick up those 2 kills. Problem is now, BRU, they don't have space on the map. They can't go for Baron. There's no Elder Drake to play for.
Exactly right. The wave clear is now biting them behind. They wanted to kill that mid lane tower, but in the end it was a 5v6.
Noel's trading against Ellie here. Ellie will take a lot of damage.
Oh
Ignite and Flash up for Noel, but he has to stop backing away. Coyote's off by the side. I don't think they can punish this. Zizou starts to come in. They manage to get the catch on the Renekton, and even with the ultimate, Noel's still gonna go down.
I love this from Team Flash because we talked about how they need to invest resources to eliminate Noel. How can you jump on Coyote? He's so tanky. He has the Yumi.
He's running laps around them. He's just pulling them back. He gets to walk in, grab what the Jess. Zizou's coming in here. The rest of Team Flash, they're looking to do something. Coyote is just one piece to the puzzle.
Coyote is so annoying. He's just moving forward, and even if you want to try and punish him, there's just that final chapter where they can pull the trigger.
The question is here now, can this pick up, change things here for BRU? They get the knockback onto Ellie Flash in from Triple V. The stasis comes through from the Ezreal, but he's still gonna go down. Empty's been caught out of position, doesn't have mana, cannot get back onto Shy. This opens up their window, Riku.
Yeah, that's the buy one, take one, you kill one, you get the Yumi, and now Baron is open. No jungler for Team Flash, and this is free for BRU.
Shy far away, Noel picks up the teleport. He already had it, in fact. Now he's gonna come back into the Baron pit with the rest of his team. This gives them that first objective. Next objective, 10 seconds now on this Elder Drake.
And it all started because Zizou was too far forward, wanting to try and set up for what? For a final chapter play, but one death sentence will kill you. You do not have QSS, you do not have these defensive items to stall time. The fact that Team Flash wanted to do a 1-3-1, and yet we saw Zizou so far forward near the tower.
He thought he could get away. He thought, I'm a Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
I get to jump away. I have no flash, actually. He thought that with his flash then, that he was going to be able to get away with his leap and everything. I mean, it just seemed like it was a good decision at the moment, but we see how that can affect things and how that can change things. Here now in this game, well, Elder Drake is back up, Riku and BRU. They need this if they want to have that late game win condition.
Yeah, and they were punished so hard because Ziggs with Baron buff and the fact that you do not have wave clear, that is painful. I don't think the Gauntlet is going to help you with this.
We already start to see some of the damage from Archony. Look at what happens when you manages to land one of the bouncing bombs, manages to chunk you out. Empty has to start using mana. One of the biggest issues that Empty has to worry about is that mana consumption, right? It's percent mana. There's no way that you get to sustain past it.
And this is the pain that Team Flash has to suffer. Their tower's going down. They need the towers up to buy some time, to get space, to get to the Elder Drake. Coyote is positioning though.
That's the price you pay for drafting without much wave clear, right? You have incredible team fighting, incredible split pushing power, but when it comes to actually holding onto your turrets, wave clearing and defending and turtling, Team Flash don't have that.
Yeah, that's the price that they have to pay, just as you mentioned. True Shot Barrage, not dealing a whole lot of damage.
Some good damage here. Coyote needs to try and rush in here, try to get them that entry angle. Empty's tagged on him, but he goes in too deep, gets pulled forward as well, but Empty will get away. Coyote goes down though.
I swear, the MVP of these fights, especially trying to remove positioning of that final chapter, has been Golden Feet's task. It has been just removing the angle, basically, of what Team Flash wanted to do, and that displacement is key to make sure that the BRU, your fellow members, aren't rooted.
Coyote is going to be down for a little while, so BRU get to start moving over towards the Dragon. Team Flash, you can see how far away Shy is. He starts pinging, he wants to run over. They realize that they have to try and fight for this. 10,000 left on the other Drake.
Oh, this is so scary.
This is over by the back though. They get some vision, they have the wards. BRU, are they going to be turned off of this?
Empty has final chapter, by the way.
They're trying to pull them out the pit. Coyote's still not up yet. Final chapter going to be used early as Coyote tries to jump into the pit. Golden Feet manages to secure it for his team. Noel starts to run them down. Chases after, but he's gone too far. He's too deep. He goes down regardless. Shy starts to come in here. Coyote's not going to use his teleport. BRU, get the dragon and get out.
That's 51 seconds without Noel, without the Renekton. But at the same time, what can you do? Even if it's a 4v5, you can't push towers because the Ziggs is always there to wave clear.
But the Baron is coming up pretty soon here, Riku. Once Noel's back up, both sides get to start fighting for this objective, get to stop playing for it.
That's why this Baron is so critical. They can't push without the Baron.
Shy's off by the side lane now, trying to set up for this team. Doesn't have that teleport, but doesn't need it just yet. Gets to go back, gets to pick it up, gets to go over to Baron organically, walk over, whatever you want to do.
There's a top lane, you know, naturally building pressure because that's open already. And perfect timing. 13 seconds in, Noel's going to be up. And that means BRU can still 5v5.
No one can afford to get caught here.
Yeah.
Anyone goes down, major objectives over to the other side. Even as BRU find themselves that Elder Drake, they are only 100 gold ahead over Flash.
We've seen it before, Grandin. Elder Drake doesn't equate to winning the game. We've seen RRQ do that against Flash Wolves earlier today. That's why BRU wants to take care of this lead because TF already in match point.
Guardian Angel down on Zissou, so he can't get to play as aggressively. He's going to have to watch out against the enemy team. They need to worry about their lanes. Top side, constant super minions coming through.
God, Ellie's positioning here. Trying to set up a flank? No, they're porting back to base.
I mean, there's just so much action. At a moment's notice, anything could happen. A fight could break out.
Yeah, there's that slow wave clear at least coming from Coyote, but so risky, you know, that death sentence could have hit.
Look at how much damage he's just taking.
Yeah.
Before the fight starts, from the poke damage from BRU.
It's incredibly difficult. Right now, BRU knows that they have the wave clear advantage, so this is their avenue. They're not going to start Baron just yet. They're going to decide to make sure that the waves are shoved, and that's the time. If they can get a pick, then they can attack Baron.
I mean, Team Flash have been undefeated coming into this. They're looking so dominant. And now BRU looking to put a stain in their record. Here we have it. The fight starts once again. Kaidi's being caught out of position. He doesn't have the Guardian Angel, so he doesn't get a second chance at life. He goes down here. They manage to find something. Shy gets knocked back empty, gets killed off. Ellie in the base, flashes away, but Triple V has to worry about his own life. Still, they find a double kill onto Shy. BRU points to finally take a win over Team Flash.
And this is the late game that we're looking at.
But what's happening here? They manage to pull back onto Noel. They aren't able to end the game. Teleport picked up by Qeon wants to come back in. That's the Guardian Angel. Drop, double teleport coming in. Zissou tries to jump over for the finish off Archini, but he wasn't able to get it done.
Yeah, that's 3 members now gone for Team Flash. BRU wants to end this.
Jess gets this pull again onto Ellie. Good damage out. He goes golden, tries to survive. And here with Triple V running them down to Captain Rain. A couple more attacks to seal the deal. BRU keeps their hope and dreams alive in the upper bracket. Take a game off of Team Flash and finally bring this into a series.
Oh my God. Team Flash wanted to end it in this 3-0, but BRU bites back with a very classic composition. Mid lane Ziggs, Kaisa bot. It's such a classic from Wild Rift Year 0, and it's so nice to see them take this series back for themselves.
Not done yet for BRU. They're still in it to win it. They have this upper bracket dream going for themselves. All they need is this one more series. Either team needs this one series to qualify for the Icons. And beyond that, they drop down to the lower bracket, they have to play another to get it, Riku.
Yeah, and it's incredibly risky, right? You want to do it, you want to secure it here and now, that slot to Icons. And Team Flash, literally 1 game away to Icons, and meanwhile BRU, they're still surviving. They don't want last year to happen again. They want it here and now.
They really don't, Riku. And tell you what, since we saw the results of our first series of the day, RQ and FLA are going to have to play in the lower bracket. I don't think Team Flash want to play Cerberus again. I mean, against a team that understands you so well, to have to recreate that Grand Finals match of their own regional league. I mean, it's just so intense. Like, why go through all that pain? Team Flash want to avoid that entirely, win and close out this series.
Yeah, basically lower bracket is going to be hell for any of the teams that are going down there if they lose this. And honestly, I feel like I don't want to see a composition that does not have wave clear. You cannot stall out, you cannot take towers down. And that Ezreal pick looks really good. Like, you can use it aggressively, but I feel like it's so good when you're ahead.
I mean, BRU finally look back on form, right? Like, finally we get to see Jess on a champion he's been known for again, and I'm just so happy about this. I'm going to toss it back over to the panel, though, because I'm sure they have even more words to express how this game went.
BRU breathing back life into the rest of the team. They almost lost it, but Team Flash, that was the first loss we're looking over when it comes to them. In this series, what happened?
What the Jess? What the trash?
What the Jess?
What the trash? Give him the trash. Let him do something. You see the difference immediately. What the Jess? So many good plays, so many good pickoffs, identifying target, pulling the trigger, Golden Feet joining as well. But it all starts from proactiveness, from BRU. That was absent in Game 1 and Game 2, and now with What the Jets on the Thresh, we saw that complete shift of gear.
Can I just take a moment to say that BRU is the first team to hand out a loss to Team Flash, not just in this tournament, but from the regional playoffs. They've been on a tear. 3-0, 3-0, 4-0 against FLA. They were 3-0, so that was a total of 3, 6, 9, 13. 13 game win streak.
Now.
And then 1-2 today. So they are on a 15-game win streak. And now,
It's
finally,
After
bam!
15 games.
Yeah, after 15 games, BRU said, no, not anymore. Not anymore. We're going to defeat and end your streak.
I mean, like, what's the main reason? Just now we heard the caster saying that they have no clear creep wave sort of champions coming up from the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, no wave clear champions, and it's really hard, right? Even in situations where Team Flash won a fight, they couldn't push structures because guess what? Archani's on the Ziggs.
Exactly. Oh, the wave clears are on the other side, right? You have
They're
Ziggs
on the other
Gragas.
side, yeah. It's actually on BRU, not So it's very hard for Team Flash to take structures, and on top of that, again, proactiveness from What the Jets and Golden Feet, they did a good job. But with all of that aside, Noel. Again, Noel, we talk about the shoe of Buriram United. That game, Noel, was literally the shoe that kept the series together for BRU.
Anything to say for your lots?
Yeah, your loss, right? Your idol.
Idol.
Yeah.
I mean, beyond Noel's performance there, I just would love to comment as well. Golden Feet, man, this Gragas. It's not often that we see Gragas in the jungle, and for good reasons, right? Because Gragas in the jungle has a very slow clear speed compared to the Kha'Zix, no less. But if you actually make it work, if you get to gank the lanes that are very, very vulnerable, then it will make things a lot better for you. The damage, actually, I'm curious to see how much damage.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's actually at the mid board, very respectable. 20,000 damage for the Gragas in the jungle.
Yeah, high contribution, right? And can I just say that Triple V did Kaisa and the Thailand region justice? Because think about this, right? During play-ins, EVOS Thailand, they also play a lot of Kaisa. In fact, they default to the Kaisa. Right? Kaisa plays a lot of that champion. Hardly works out. Triple V did that justice.
Yeah.
It's a small victory for Kaisa and Kaisa Dragon Lane, in general. But I want to echo something that Riku said on Cash just now, which is the disengage that Golden Feet brings to the table with their Gragas. Sure, we talk about, there's the Yumi from MT, final chapter, so good. They Team Flash engages.
So good.
Team Flash engages, cast, boom, out of position. Can't use the final chapter, your battle formation is scattered, BRU comes together, Noel brick walls, and they win the team fight.
That was what they were missing during game number 2. They decide there you go, very well deserved.
Lovely.
Golden Feet. Yeah, I believe he has warmed up.
Finally, right? Finally, one of your auto win conditions. Golden Feet has to warm up fast.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's fast enough for the next one because we still have one more to go for these guys to actually come back. And also 15 for his KDA. I have to say, the Gragas jungling is actually working for him quite right.
That's not an ignite, by the way. That's a smite.
It's a smite.
Okay, so before we confuse the viewers, hey, did he really win the jungle with a
Wow,
smite? No, it's not
Right, like, they'll try it now. I'm gonna go in. That's why I saw Golden Feet play Gragas jungle. He took ignite instead of smite.
No, don't do that.
So the
Don't
game
do that.
automatically switches your summoner spell to smite.
Exactly.
I switch it over to
You're
ignite,
exactly
and the Golden Feet did that. No, please do not do that.
But yeah, again, the experience of Golden Feet was really felt by BRU. On that one, the pick on Zissou, that was actually what opened the game. Another, wait up. That happened in the mid lane. You said, to take away the mid lane, but the pick on Zissou was actually on mid lane.
Exactly. Well, I feel like everything ends mid, right? Everything ends in the mid lane. And I don't know how much impact that Olaf would have brought to the table, but we saw Jisoo pick up the Kha'Zix. He was being really comfortable with it. In fact, they got off to a really good start. They were able to put Noel on the back foot. Bottom lane, for Buriram, not looking too great. But you see the impact that what the Jets brought to the table. It gives so much space for Triple V to kind of pop off. In fact, this Kaisa is probably one of the best Kaisa games I've seen.
I mean, like I want to give more credit to his Noel side because he bought such a long time for the Kaiser to build up. Because we do know Kaiser skills so well when it comes to the late game, and we saw how it was crushing at first with Ali empty combo all over the place.
That's so yeah. Noel really did his part. Again, Noel isn't as flashy as the other Baron laners, but once he decides on something, you could just make sure that something is actually the right decision, right?
It's very rare that we see Team Flash getting too overzealous, right? They feel the bloodlust, they want to go for the kills, but they forgot about the fact that BRU's draft is meant to fight in tight areas. You have Coden feed on the Gragas, you have Archony just constantly throwing out spells after spells after spells, and you have what the Jess on that Thresh. We saw that mid lane fight, that was one of the neutralizers that favors BRU. Team Flash, they felt the bloodlust, they went in for a kill, they all walked into a Coden feed, belly bomb, boom.
Belly bomb?
Belly bomb.
Belly bomb.
Belly bomb.
Belly bomb, right.
Now, I have one question for you guys. Either one of you can actually answer this.
Sure.
We saw that Olaf was open just now, but it's not pick. Will it be different if it was an Olaf?
That's actually a surprise, to be honest. But I believe Zissou just wanted to go for that Kha'Zix because it allows you to really engage well in with Yuumi. You could make a case that Olaf is the same as the Kha'Zix, only that Kha'Zix presents you more assassination option. To be fair with you, if that happens, I mean, just to answer your question, if that happens again, if Olaf gets open, I'm 100% sure that that's going to get picked.
Yeah, could be a litmus test, right? They're limit testing a bit. They throw out the Ezreal Yuumi bot, not the most conventional duo that we've seen across the current meta. So maybe Team Flash are taking a step back. I think losing this one game should kick them back into shape. Overall, I still think Team Flash. Or
it could be that because it was such a long time since they suffered a defeat.
Yeah, that is. Sometimes you need to get knocked down a bit.
No,
to
it
get
is
back
like
up stronger.
one round is just, oh no, we're scratched. Our record's scratched now.
Wait, okay. I'm not trying to be prophetic here or something, but remember, BRU, back-to-back reverse sweep was what happened to them, the reason why they were not able to go to the Horizon Cup. Isn't it, just fitting to have BRU reverse sweeping the whole thing to get themselves to the Icons Global? That's a story I would write about many, many times.
Yeah, you painted the picture in my head. I want that to happen, but despite Buriram winning Game 3, Team Flash admittedly made them work really, really hard for it. Right, so even when Team Flash were put behind, they were able to make the best out of it. That's one of the strengths that we've been highlighting throughout the entire series. And while Buriram having that one game win, they still need one more to push us to Game 5.
Yeah, and right now, we can change the title for the side of Team Flash. It's no more untouchable. They're being touched by one game.
Right, like BRU have drawn blood, right?
Gods can bleed.
Gods can bleed.
This guy, God of War, can bleed.
Even God of War can bleed, right? You go into war that often, you are going to eventually suffer some injuries. And I think Team Flash just got a taste of their own blood.
Let's see. Martha. You get the reference? You get the reference.
Yeah, but speaking of next, we do know, definitely, we saw a lot of Senna previously. They're being banned out. And this time, are we looking over Olaf being picked or not? I was so devastated because we saw the late game just now. Kha'Zix couldn't do anything much. I did mention about you. Will it better for Kha'Zix to go for Hullbreak and just, split pushing?
Like on paper, it makes sense. In fact, the reaction I had when Olaf wasn't picked for Team Flash was the same reaction that Riku had when RRQ didn't pick the Olaf when it was open. I was like, no, why didn't pick Olaf?
Yeah.
It was so obvious. Again, the past is the past. I personally feel like Team Flash, they're taking a step back. Sometimes you do get tired of winning. You do get bored.
Really?
Wait a minute.
I get bored of winning.
I tell you, brother, gods can bleed.
Gods can bleed.
So we'll see. BRU really has proven something here that they're not perfect. You can beat them.
That's the winning formula, right? We've seen some glimpses of BRU giving them the right champions, letting what the Jazz actually do what he's supposed to do, carry out his responsibilities. Don't relegate him to just wither someone. Don't relegate him to just spirit fire the lane for 10 minutes in a row. Give him something that can actually make plays.
Yeah, let me scratch one of the win conditions and replace it. Because I really initially thought that what the Jazz would just, play out of his mind. Actually, my number 1 point was the lockdown empty, right?
Yes.
it's kind of related to what the Jess being able to make plays so that he can lock down empty. So yeah, what the Jess, brother, none of those withers, please, because at least in games 3, 4, and 5, we want to see you engage for your team. So, champions to pick.
Trash,
Thresh,
Rock
Rock-On, Galio,
Galio.
We have some
Gragas,
lineups,
let's
yeah.
go.
I mean, definitely we want to see that, but if it's being forced to play Naces again, I'm just gonna face
Nah, it
palm
will
all
be
the
bad.
way.
Like
I'm so done.
I had this theory that BRU only bans Senna because they're on red side and Team Flash has first pick, but regardless of whether that's the main reason, it's still good for them, right? They don't take the Senna.
Exactly. So you're thinking that if they are blue side, they won't ban
They will just take
Senna?
Senna.
No. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah. Just going back to my point, if you actually ban Senna, there are multiple champions that you ban away, right?
Yeah.
So the good pair with the Senna will be basically removed from the game as well, at least be halved when it comes to its effect. One thing to note, Coyote, did you like the cinch for Coyote? At least you got it. That was Rico's gripe overall because the wave clear wasn't there because it was it was still the cinch.
Yeah, like the idea is like you want to run at BRU, you want to kind of fling the target, but you're running to a literal minefield, right? I feel like Coyote was kind of disabled that game. Like the team just could not follow up because there's so much disengage, there's so much crowd control from BRU.
As a cinched man, I can say how difficult it is to play against the Ziggs and you are
You're
the
supposed to
cinched.
make the enemies chase you, not chase after your enemy.
The thing is, we do the biggest take I would have said about Team Flash just now is just the wave clear. They don't have that kind of champion. Previously, he played with Darius. Yeah, definitely Darius had a big problem to sustain the mid lane, but it's going to be okay because he still can actually buy time when he's clearing out the wave on the side lanes.
Okay, hold on. BRU. Okay, okay. My heart, I was
He
like,
was just about to get to his point and then
all right, they banned Senna. Thank goodness. They figure out what to do. Just keep banning that Senna.
I love it, definitely not out to lose. Hey, all right, Karma is going to be banned away here by Team Flash, which leaves a couple of options open. Olaf's still open, right?
Olaf
We
is
have
still
Camille
open.
still
Camille
open,
is still
Galio.
open. Galio is still open.
Yeah.
There's the set still up on the table.
You know what set has actually
Hasn't actually been shown, right?
Yeah,
They're not that famous in this series for now. I do want to see
I'm trying
Darius
to
for
remember. Was it picked in the prior series as well?
Not so. Not so much.
Once, right? I
It
think
was actually
by-
a couple
Patrick
of
Flash
bans.
was,
Yeah.
was picked by Ysera once in game
Really?
2.
Yeah, okay.
That was pretty much it.
Okay, now
Very
leaves
different,
out for the Camille here and also the Galio we mentioned previously. If BRU not taking it, it's going to be another triple death combo coming out
Oh,
from.
okay.
There
So
you go.
they're
Yeah.
doubling down.
So-
They want Noel to really win his lane so bad.
Yeah, even when they lost the first game against Team Flash, Noel's Camille did a decent job, right? You had Golden Feet. That was like the Riven, Camille, Twisted Fate. Now Darius is open, Sad is open, Renekton is open, and Ziggs is open. Ziggs Galio.
It's not so bad. It's not so
You
bad.
basically remove the Ziggs and the Galio whenever you see the Camille, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that we have one pick already available for BRU, what do they go next with?
Has to be the jungler.
Oh, the moment I mentioned, I want to see Varus. That actually read out on my mind, and this is exactly. You mentioned about the poking previously. For BRU,
Okay,
we don't have
yes.
enough, but Jazz with another trash. There we go.
I was thinking about the jungler, but if you pick the jungler, you basically take away the flexibility of this Camille. Not that I expect Golden Feet to be on the Camille jungle, but Team Flash, they just take that away. They take the lead in for themselves with Jisoo. And remember what we saw on Jisoo when they play FLA? Just incredible mechanics, incredible playmaking.
True. And this is the time for Team Flash to say, hey, you know what? We want this to be a good night. And so they pick mechanical champions so that they can do the mech checks that we have been raving
You
about.
want to be flashy about it.
Okay, very good ban here because we saw earlier how effective the Camille was in the side lane, having Archony really as his third summoner spell, right?
Third summon spell. Summon Archony.
Summon Archony. It was supposed to be summon Shiba, but
Oh yeah,
Shiba's
so
not here.
I was looking at the Ari as a potential ban because that's the other champion that Archony has played. He has played 3 unique champions, right? Twisted Fate, Ziggs, Ari, now they're all gone, so Archony will be forced to play
Oriana?
a new
No, that's
yeah, that's
always an option with
There's always
Archony.
an option. He could play the assassin, but I think in this case it's not. It doesn't feel like it's an assassin.
Let's see.
It's a
All right.
Renekton
If this is
out,
an Oriana, Husky has to do something.
Wait. We didn't talk about this.
I mean, we're talking about archery here. There's really something about him in balls. No, I mean,
To be
Ziggs
fair.
ball, Oriana. Oh my God.
I feel bad for Husky. He just
Yeah, to be fair,
downgraded himself when he talk about the
Let's see,
Chihuahua
let's see.
today.
I don't think we have seen Oriana before.
Oh, Kha'Zix.
Yeah, we have not, right?
No, not yet. For me, it's not that. Like, building up to
maybe
Oriana
that's not
takes a
season.
bit of long time, but this Kha'Zix definitely will have to. Will actually go very aggressive when it comes to the threat. They can actually roam, like you mentioned, roam mid, maybe.
Oh,
okay.
At least it has that NA thing.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
nothing too out of the ordinary.
Diana, Oriana. Close enough. Close
Diana,
enough,
Oriana,
guys.
so you have the Anna.
Anna.
Okay, we're 50% there.
Okay, anyway, so we're looking at the composition here by Team Flash. Now they have a counter pick. What would they go for? Is this a counter pick for the Baron lane or for the mid lane?
Feels like a mid lane for me. I mean, like Corky banned out. Definitely this.
Oh, so it's still the
I'm not like.
Coyote again, going back to that singed.
Is it going to be any different compared with last one? Definitely it's different composition, but we haven't seen his cinch.
You know what?
Well, to be fair, I think this game is slightly better for the Sinch. You have someone to back him up, right? You have the Galio, the Lee Sin, you have the Renekton. The Sinch is not on an island like Game 3 where he runs in and there's no backup. This time, his team can be behind him. The early game is still going to be in favor of Buriram though. Like he's just going to clear waves, side lane, so Buriram needs to take advantage of that.
Looking at the champions of BRU, you could play almost anything in the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
You have
Yep, it's very
Kha'Zix,
flex.
Camille. You also have Varus and Thresh. All powerful picks on the other side, though. Very early game oriented still. You have the Lee Sin paired with the Renekton. And I believe their plan here is to really accelerate Shy to be that spear.
I was
that
thinking
we
the
have.
same thing.
Yeah.
Right? This is, we talked slightly on like this is a mech check, right? So this is where Jisoo will want to push Shy as far as possible, see if they can finally break Noel down.
Let's see.
He's tensed
my
up.
idol,
That's
the
his
spear
idol.
versus the shield.
It's come to this moment.
It has come to this moment. Although to be fair, Renekton into the Camille, the later the game goes, auto win for Camille. No questions there.
Here is it really auto win? Riku and Grandin just take us for another series, another round. Take it away.
Game 4 as BRU finally managed to take a game off of Team Flash. Riku here with me. I'm Grandin. We're going to take a look at how this one plays out. A pivotal turning point as BVV gets caught out. Triple V at risk of losing his life. The rest of his team has to bail him out, fighting in the mid lane. Once again, Coyote is going to do a little bit more damage, but both teams are going to have to back off.
Level 1, Grandin. It's just that level 1, and they're trying to get first blood. They're trying to burn summoner spells, and look what they did. Triple V doesn't have flash, doesn't have exhaust anymore, so he's going to be very vulnerable if Zisoo decides to visit the second time. But what I want to talk about, Grandin, it's Renekton Lee Sin. This is a big throwback to Year 0 of Wild Rift, where you just want to make sure that you give kills to Shy, because what Autolus mentioned earlier, late game, Noel's gonna outscale Shy on the Renekton, but when you get Renekton ahead, he's gonna spin out of control.
So we really want to see that matchup happen as Noel's dropping low, the Ignite lands, but Noel lives, and Team Flash with this close to a solo kill up at the top side.
Imagine, Ignite not used just yet. They want to set up for a dive here. He's pushing the wave. No flash, remember?
No flash. Zisu's over by the back. Noel is in the tough spot. He's going to use a tactical sweep. He doesn't manage to land it, so he doesn't get that heal off. But he gets the adaptive shield again. So Shy uses the stun and will survive and brings first blood over the Team Flash.
Literally what we just... Wait a minute. Bot lane had a little bit of a fight.
Golden Feet is here again, still trying to finish off the kill. Ellie's down here with the flash, so he has to be a little bit careful about this. There we go. One more auto attack. He jumps in. Golden Feet will secure the kill.
Oh my god. One more auto attack, and that would have been the end of Jess's life. But I like this from BRU. I like this from Golden Feet. I see the Lee Sin is going to keep focusing around on top side. Let's make sure that we utilize that and then pressure bot.
Absolutely, and we get to see here BRU's tempo set themselves up for success here as Triple V was able to pick up a little bit more gold. We think about some of the more critical points here. Is not the guy set, but the Varus still needs to output a great amount of damage. And so for one of the first things that needs to be done is obviously making sure they win late. And so I'm quite happy with how this one's turning out. Coyote wanted to rotate down, wanted to try and have some impact there. But good response out from BRU. Archie this close to a kill as well.
My worry, Grandin, about this competition from Team Flash is that if they do not get Shy ahead, they're gonna do nothing in the mid game because BRU has so much damage. They have a lot of single targets.
Coyote,
now.
this is not it, right? Like, you realize Archie has flash, right? He's gonna flash in, but he misses the spell. But watch out as Zissou is coming in, but Konofi matches the timing against the Lee Sin. Where are the ultimates? The claws come in again. Archie just needs a little bit more damage, but he doesn't have the means to finish.
Just a little bit more, and the fact that MT don't!
What the Jess comes in, the auto attack onto Zissou isn't enough to pick up the kill, but maybe Jess is able to scout for another, and he's back in the mid lane. He's level 5 here.
Oh my god!
Or level 4 here, up the top side. Noel gets sold out by Shy.
And that one kill earlier, that visit towards Noel by Zissou is paying off. Shy can easily 1v1 even under tower as long as Damas is on board. And Flash wasn't even needed there, Flash wasn't online, but it just showed how confident Shy is in this matchup. But I want to talk about how Empty just wanted to soak the wave and be level 5 and make sure that he can get the Hero's Entrance to help Zissou and Coyote.
I mean, he absolutely needs it as we hit this 4-minute mark. The first spawn coming up. Again, we see that Infernal Drake spawn. And so both teams probably want to pick this one up. This time around, the difference maker is BRU. They have Kha'Zix. They get to finish the objectives faster. Team Flash have been dominating the pace of the game with regards to the objectives. And now it's finally BRU's time to respond.
Exactly right. Objectives for Team Flash are going to be slower than BRU. So that is my biggest worry. I do see a world where Team Flash will just decide to trade this, or...
Zissou walks straight into the death sentence, into the chains of corruption. They want to finish off the Lee Sin. They do it with Noel's help. Ultimate out from MD. The Heroic Entrance gets them into the fight, but Zissou already dead. Will not be able to contest the objective as Konofi grabs the Rift Tower, the Infernal Drake over for his team. Nice Moonfall over onto 2 members. Coyote trying to run into the back, but he has not much health left to play for. Noel picks up the kill. They flash in with the tactical sweep, a little bit more damage out from Konofi for yet another kill.
This is an amazing early game for BRU. And again, we talked about the layering of CC, the single target. When one connects, everything follows. We saw once the hook connected to Zissou.
Hello, Zissou. Jess is right here.
This is very... What the Jazz has been landing all of these key death sentences from game 3 and now up until game number 4. Again, Team Flash, they may have to invest on QSSs here.
Yeah, truly a case of just walking into the pit and then Jess showing up. Says, hello, I'm Jess here. What are you trying to do? You try to pick out Rift Tower? No, I don't think that's going to work, buddy.
Yeah, this is just too risky. You're at a point. They're starting it now, though.
They're running it back. I'm not sure this works out for
no
them. Archie and Coyote both over on the other side. Death Sentence manages to land first, collects onto Shy. He pops his dominance, but you have to watch out. Konofi secures the Rift Tower for his team. But it's locked up in place. The Ink will finish him off. But it's a 2-for-1 trade, and BRU also grabbed the Rift Tower.
Killing spree already for Noel. This is the best start. It was very rough at the beginning. Look at this 1v1.
What's happening here, Coyote?
I know.
You don't win this, buddy.
No, yeah. 0. Arseny was ready to pull the trigger on that Moonfall. But of course, Coyote still had Flash at least. But this is something that is very sad. I told you, if Shy doesn't get the early game, then Team Flash is in trouble. Their only consistent damage is late game. That's going to be from Ellie. Let's take a look at that again. It's What the Jazz! It's a highlight reel for What the Jazz again with the death sentence. Reeling Noel in. Chain of Corruptions are hitting for Triple V and all these single targets. I tell ya, Team Flash gotta invest in these QSSs.
Yeah, Triple V's doing damage at this point. Once he gets that passive off, he's gonna do damage against the relatively squishy composition that we see right now from Team Flash. Eventually, they will get tankier. But as it stands right now, Lisa not very tanky, Renekton marginally tankier than some of the guys that BRU have. I mean, it's just a situation where Team Flash are trying to keep tempo with BRU, and BRU doing a great job of punishing them for it.
Yeah, that's the thing, Grandin. Even if I look at Coyote on a tanky champion, but with the amount of damage champions on the side of BRU, that tankiness is going to be negated because we saw you have the Kha'Zix, you got the Camille, you've got Arseny 1v1 in Coyote already and dealing so much damage.
And Coyote wasn't even in that fight, and so you have to see how he's going to have some presence made. He's gone for the Righteous Glory, not gone for the Rocket Belt, and so it's difficult for him to get the initial pickoff. We see here BRU set up a dive under the bot side turret. As the turret goes down, it's not even a factor. Cold and Feet just picks up another kill.
Yeah, he's down. He's dead. Zissou trying to find a kill here.
My goodness, just playing with danger. Flashes away early. I respect that from him. You know, MD had his flash as well, so doesn't want to get caught in that position. Noel's going to be up in the top side, trying to make a play, survive against two members. Zissou, he's been locked in place, and now it's looking very good for Noel. He lives through this. The Tactic Street comes in. He dodges away from the damage from the Ziggs. A flash away against Shy. Gets taken down by the turret. Ellie flashes in. Gets that shield available. He heals up off the sweep, but it's not going to be enough. Ellie finally finished off the kill, but Noel finds two in that time.
Noel won the mech check against Shy and Zissou. They really wanted to get a kill. They locked them down. Triple V, unfortunately, will not be able to cancel out any ports. Let's take a look at that again. It all started because Shy was so low, so he had to leave tower aggro, and then that lock and the Hextech ultimatum and the flash from Noel managed to give him a double kill. Even if he died and was killed by Fly, it don't matter. He wins the 1v2.
My goodness, Noel took 4 people up to the top side to deal with him.
Yeah.
And even then, he takes down 2, keeps that turret up. Dragon started up by Konfi. BRU are beside themselves here. Surely the fact that they were able to give themselves so much space off that single play.
But now they have to invest more resources just to eliminate Noel. 1v2 ain't enough. Zissou Shy ain't enough anymore.
He's back in the game fully at this point. He was set behind early by Shy and Zissou's efforts. Now Noel is back in this one, and he's got the tempo on his side with 2 items completed, looking for the death stance as well.
And now that things are exploding in favor of BRU, now what do you look at for Team Flash with Shy not being able to create an early impact? Now that Noel is 5-3-2 in this game, already has 1 item ahead versus the rest of Team Flash. And we talked about the secondary thing that you have to rely on is going to be Ellie on this Ziggs. But the biggest problem is BRU has engaged. If they have engaged, you have no time to poke.
Just wants to go for a dive here against Shy, uses the lantern to get some vision on the Renekton. He used the play early. There we go. Death Sentence starts this one off. Noel comes in, looking for the Hextech ultimatum, but the Flash and Rocket Belt from Shy will get him out.
Even get another tower down. Perfect timing as the Rift Herald spawns. Team Flash, they have to destroy Noel first before they can comfortably take objectives, but with the ports back, they're going to give this up.
Rift Herald goes over to BRU, and it looks like a very different game from what we've seen. That third game started to change things here, Riku.
I know.
BRU looking so much more back on form.
And it all started with putting what the Jazz and engaged champions like the Thresh, every death sentence, are sending Team Flash to their deaths even in this game.
Goodbye, Nasus. Hello, what the Jess. He's come back into it with the impact made. They start to go into the mid lane, but unfortunately they won't be able to get the Rift Tower charged. This means the turret stands. BRU cannot finish the dive.
I love the discipline coming from BRU. Even with that dive, even though there are so many low health targets, they decide that it's okay. They can take a tower. Look what they just positioned though.
He stops the recall from Flash. They won't be able to go back to base. They have to stand and defend this turret, but eventually they're going to get taken down by BRU's poke. And that's an issue that Flash have to kind of contend with. They're going to have to recall now, but we can start to see some of the impact, the composition that BRU have drafted for.
Yeah, that's the thing. A little bit of good news coming from Team Flash. They were able to wave clear. And the thing is, BRU is going to be very ult-reliant when they go in. They need Hextech Ultimatum. They need that Chain of Corruptions. They need that Moonfall before they can comfortably dive. And Team Flash survived the first wave, and they don't have to worry about the second wave.
Archie is going to go into the side lane here. They managed to get the catch on the Zissou. That's the power of the early Thresh and Varus pickup. They prioritize this, and it's working well for them.
I bet you, Brandon, that was what the Justice, again, that sentence hitting Zissou. If this keeps happening.
Flashing in, they get the catch onto Ellie, finish off the Ziggs, wave clear, gone.
Literally. Could be an exchange.
So much impact here from Colin Fee. He's going to be able to go into his ultimate. The pull away by the Diana. So they're trying to trade back, respond here a little. Archie's been pulled away by Colin Fee. But here we have it. Noel coming in with the flank, goes into the mid lane, finishes off his first target, going on to Shine next. Coyotes on the turret. The tier 2 doing so much work for them. Actually gets taken down by Zissou. He's respawned in the time it's taken them to find this fight here. Jess comes in with the death sentence, trying to slow Zissou, dodges away from the Sonic Wave. Coyote over by the side, gets the adhesive over. The flake comes out. They're looking to finish off the kill off the Zissou. One more attack will do it.
My God, that was a series of unfortunate events for both BRU and Team Flash. BRU was in too deep. Understandable, because what the Jess has been killing it with the death sentence, with again the crowd control by starting this, because again once the death sentence hit, everything will just follow through. But at the same time it went on for so long to the point that Team Flash is able to retaliate.
Zissou can't even play the game. Golden Feet's been chunked out here as he tries to get a catch onto Ellie, but I feel bad for Zissou. He died, came back to life, walked over, and got kited, crowd controlled, and finished off again.
Yeah, it's double gray screen for Zissou, unfortunately. But that's the thing, right? It's linear. When the Lee Sin lands a Sonic Wave, you basically point at where the direction he's going to go, and then once he flies in, you death sentence him, interrupt him from landing.
Look at what happens here, Riku. 1-3-1 on the side of BRU, but he started to collapse in here again. Archie's going to come in for the flank over by the back. Just is in a spot of danger, but he gets to start walking away. Golden Feet dashes away. Heroic entrance used by Empty, doesn't match to find a target onto anything. Hook shot lands on the 2, gets the stun over, and Archie is able to finish off the first kill. Coyote is down. Empty's being chased. Zissou has to start running away from Archie. The Yana on his tail. Noel, he'll finish off the kill if Archie can.
That was too close for Zissou, but Coyote is gone. The rest of BRU still alive, and they get the dragon in the end. I don't think Zissou can come close to this. And at the end of the day, we can see the struggle of TF now in the 5v5 fights. They can't fight these fights because Shy, again, had trouble in the early game, and Noel got so many kills.
Look at the macro here. Look at the macro happening here, Riku. 1-3-1 sets the waves up well. Even as BRU start to recall, nothing's lost here. They get to walk back into lane, they get to reset and continue from their original position. And it's just such a good spot for BRU. They're controlling the game macro-wise, micro-wise, and it all starts by having a way to start these fights off.
And that is what the Jess, the biggest key here, because once he hits that sentence, that hook, it's all the CCs following through. And we talked about QSS is going to be important in this game.
And a big part of this is also Noel, right? He's 7-4-3. He's doing so much work in this game, despite losing the early game, being ganked and being focused down by Zissou and Shy. The combined efforts from Flash were not able to put him down.
Yeah, no one can deal with Noel at the moment. Just as you mentioned, 7-4-3, Guardian Angel and Death Stance. He's going to be unkillable. Imagine Divine Thunder, all of these sustained items are going to keep him in check. And Team Flash, they have to invest more members to kill him. And where's the damage, right? Just only the Ziggs, but you can't hold him down.
And BRU get to play for the late game. They get to play for the Elder Drake. They have 3 over on their side already. This means so much more power towards them. They get to play for the objectives when they want to do so. Here we go, yet another catch off on the Zissou. Zissou needs the QSS. Where is it? Coyote's been caught out as well. The arrow comes in. They finish off a second kill. Empty, he dives in, but he gets caught by the death sentence. Even with an amazing taunt, it doesn't matter. BRU are the ones ahead.
Oh no, they're going in one by one, and that's exactly what BRU wants. After one death sentence, they get a kill, and another follows through, and they are rewarded with this Baron.
Team Flash haven't even got a single turret here, Riku. Not an objective on the map has gone over to Team Flash. Every single one in BRU's pocket from the start of the game.
And we talked about this before, Grandin. It all was very reliant on Shy winning his lane, dominating that lane, and if not, their mid game is going to be very sad, and they have to wait late game for Ellie to come online. But guess what? BRU has a lot of engage. Ellie cannot poke at all.
Flash start to flood out of the base again. They will be able to defend most of their structures, but we start to see it here in the side lanes. Outer tier turrets, inner tier turrets gone, and so Team Flash only really have this mid lane to work with.
They have so much space, Grandin, to get this Elder Drake once it spawns. It's going to be a huge, huge struggle. Every single time with the Jess, look at him. He has 0 deaths, 12 assists. He's been working it.
And we think about the stability that Noel provides, the fact that in a bad situation, he was able to hold his own. That is what BRU need, that stability, that shield in the Baron side.
Yeah, it was incredibly important to keep Shy on a tight leash, to keep Zissou on a tight leash. And now imagine, yes, Guardian Angel, Death Stance, Divine Thunderer, guess what? Hullbreaker, he's going to be tankier, he's going to win the 1v2s even more.
And he gets to bring in and squat this bot side wave. They're going to be able to start pressuring the inhibitors here. Archie's off by the top side. Team Flash, they're corralled towards the top end of their map.
They need to invest more members for that, or else their tower is going to be gone.
Feed's going to be able to walk in, start stealing away Cam's Team Flash, not getting gold, not getting EXP. They're on a timer here in the well. He's still going to have the hook shot, so he can get away, but he's grounded. He's been pulled in place, but he has a Guardian Angel, so the rest of his team is here to bail him out. Zissou going to be finished off. He has the Hourglass now, but how much longer does that keep him alive? Apparently long enough. He gets back to base. Anthony comes in with the Heroic Entrance. They're trying to finish off their first target. Noel, the one that's been causing a pain point for this team. Team Flash lose all their turrets in this time. BRU flooding the base with minions.
And the base is open. We'll see if Team Flash will be able to destroy someone at least. But the recalls!
Coyote, what are you trying to do here? He pulls back Archie, but Archie loses no health in this process of 4 versus 5. BRU are here to take down the big dogs in this league, the crowd favorites, and take them to a best-of-5 full game series.
And there you go. Just as you said, we're going for a Game 5. BRU switching it up after getting what the just the Thresh, and after Noel getting that Camille winning the tower dives, winning the 1v2s. BRU holds on to this series.
Against Team Flash, a team that did not drop a game for so long. BRU will be the first to break that streak and 2 games in a row to boot.
Exactly right, and the stakes are so high. If BRU wins this, they get that reverse sweep and then get to Icons and shut down Team Flash's series streak win ever since the regionals. That's so huge.
It is, as they say, that final step hardest to take.
Yeah.
We saw this happen before with Cerberus against
That's
Flash
true.
Wolves, and Flash Wolves reverse swept their opponents here. BRU hoping they can do the same.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we were looking at, right? Today, there has been a couple of, we saw RRQ getting match point, but unable to finish the series. And now we're seeing it again. It's one of those things like, how do you end the series? How do you end a BO5?
Look, Otto's so excited. He's over there like, yeah, got that energy going, yeah. BRU bring it to that 5 games, and honestly, it looks so good from them. They've been able to change up their strategy, go back to a composition that looks good for them. Initially, we had some concerns, the fact that Triple V's come into play and how that would affect their bot side matchup. Honestly, still looking pretty good.
I know the way that they play the Varus and Thresh, it's usually, okay, I'm a wave clear, and then Jess most likely will roam around the map, but no, they decimated the 2v2 up against Team Flash.
Look, that's enough from us. We're going to toss it back over to Choo Choo and the rest, because I think they have a lot to say about this series.
Go ahead and say it. Come on, Otto.
Reverse sweep is incoming!
Yes!
Woo! It's just that it's so poetic, right? If we will have a reverse sweep, in order for BRU to come out on top and to get their passports or their tickets to the Icons Global.
Yeah, remember what we set up in the very beginning? Team Flash, untouchable, ascended to godhood. Then BRU, they are the shield to block the spears from a Team Flash. They're slowly marching up this very high hill, and they're 1 game away from reaching that, potentially reaching that pinnacle. I mean, the redemption arc, right? It's all about that redemption arc.
It's getting there, Jim.
I told you guys to give BRU some space, some games. You went for trio, you went for 3-1.
I have something in my mind that's really brutal if I want to say it out
Go
loud.
ahead.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm not taking the credit away coming from BRU, but Coyote with the Ascend is not going to work. I mean, like, right now feels like Team Flash is letting people to touch them. I want to feel a bit of a touch here. Touch me with a 2-0 or 2-4 or maybe 3-2 here.
That's something I can actually get behind,
ahead,
right? That's something I can actually get behind because we look at the Singe, something that Team Flash allow to happen to them is that they don't mind falling behind because they know how to play from behind. But it's something that BRU has taken advantage of even since game number 1. Despite them losing, we saw them take that lead, right? Argini twisted fate into Darius. What happened? 1 lane, just was not able to win the game. Yep. Singe likes the side lane. You know who likes lonely champions? Kha'Zix. Golden Feet shows up, solo kills.
I like Lodi champions too.
Lodi champions.
All right, not really a solo kill, right? What the Jess was there.
Now, huh?
But once more, playmaking. Yeah. What the Jess? What did we say?
Yeah.
What the Jess? Give him Thresh, something to make plays. It's just so good. I mean, that's it. That's I said that's my summary.
Let me just, give my homage to
To what the
Jazz.
Jazz.
That's-
You're having that pain. So you just
After you-
casually shoot a picture and just having
If
that
you win
pain.
2 games in a row on Thresh, you did so much work, you deserve it. You deserve a massage.
That Thresh was the kryptonite.
I agree.
Well,
And
that's
also-
basically, what
sorry.
made the god mortal.
The kryptonite is also that cinch, though. The moment that trash and that cinch just replaces themselves that way, we didn't see the team flash actually the first 2 games,
Yeah.
the previous one. The moment they put in the cinch in the equation, we don't see any impact from that cinch before.
I mean, we saw Coyote also being able to, really play the Singed, and there has been games in where we saw Singed also being relevant. But Singed is a champion that is not going to carry the game for you. I think that's what you're
Yeah.
asking of Coyote to do,
The,
right? Being able to carry the game. But that's not his job. Who's going to carry if you're Team Flash? It's Sai, right?
Right. That's what Otto said from the very beginning, right? When Team Flash brought in Coyote, it was
He was
all about
just-
enabling Shy, right?
Exactly.
We talked about, we mentioned in game number 4, it was all about Shy. Shy needs to get a hit. Doesn't get a hit, what happens? They fall apart. They have nothing on BRU, and the rest was history. And also, since it's a champion that likes movement, he likes the freedom, he likes to run around, but if you lock him down with the flay, with the death sentence, what do you think is
that's
going to
true.
happen? He just dies.
He's more of like a side laner and more of a nuisance to the side of BRU or to any, to any compositions. If you pick the Singe, you basically just want to make sure that you disrupt the flow of the team fight. And I believe he's still able to do that. The question of him being able to dish enough damage, of course, that's out of the equation if you're the Singe. However, Zissou is kind of dropping the ball here. And Shai, I mean, we looked at the dive on the top side. Noel with a 1v2. I'll play. Wait.
Almost a 1v3, right? Like, thankfully, Ellie was able to clean him up. But I agree. I mean, Noel, we talked about how he is the bulwark for BRU. He did a fantastic job from game 1 until game 4. It's all about the Camille Renekton, and it finally paid off.
I agree. And also the fact, remember that the Varus on the Triple V really opens up the poking coming up from their side this time. So they have the Zig. Yes, go ahead with the Zig. We're going to take the Varus this side. We don't care about your pokes. We got ourselves one as well.
With the perfect pairing as well, right? The Thresh and the Varus are the 2 perfect champions to pair together in the Dragon Lane, mainly because what is one thing Varus not good at?
No mobility.
Exactly. And what does Thresh give you? A lantern.
A lantern. Dark passage.
Can give you an early out if you basically have to, scoot, have to go away. And there you go, the kryptonite.
It has to be what the Jazz. In fact, if you play into a Thresh Varus and you don't have QSS, one chain of corruptions, one death sentence, you are gone. That's what's happened to Jisoo, right? So many times he tries to safeguard it and get some engaged up. But what the Jazz was waiting is like, what's up, brother? You want to kick me? Take a hook.
Did he die? I don't think he did, right? All throughout that game.
No, I don't think so as well. The most
He
of
was
it is like
immortal.
he literally can just walk anywhere he wants. The fact that he just everywhere all over the map. You saw how he's so active. He was not just the next. He's not like the Nenasis. So the moment I think I'm sorry, but I'm still hating the Singe. So maybe if Flash actually banned the Singe for themselves, like how they just banned themselves the Nasus for the side of BRU. Maybe we got a chance here for the Flash.
Yeah, I was. So the stats is 3-0-12. He actually
Zero.
didn't die.
See.
I was talking to Autolus and I was like, maybe Coyote should pick normal champions. And that's where the problem arises.
Singe is
The
not
normal
normal.
champion for Coyote is actually Singe. Darius. I think he played like Camille Ashmid.
Don't say the chat. I mean, if you want to consider Coyote as the Corki master, it's not really going to sell, right? Because almost any champion that is played by Coyote serves a purpose.
Yes.
And that purpose is still to enable Shy in the top lane. Will they revolve around the mid lane? We'll see. Because the composition that they have, the fact that they invested 2 picks topside already, the Renekton and the Lee Sin, they just want to make sure that Noel does not get the space that he needs to scale up and to really just win that 1v1 against the Renekton, right? So, Coyote, your role there is to basically just provide assistance to make sure that the Renekton gets the advantage and pushes that advantage to a winning lane. Didn't happen. Definitely not.
Yeah, a lot of times, you know, Coyote can't even get out of the lane because Arsene was outlaning him, he was out-trading him. So you can't, the stage could not access the side lane. Meanwhile, top side Shy was falling apart. Noah and Coldenfield were making great moves. And sure, Shy got a solo kill, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter. This was the Noel highlight.
Could be a golden portal moment. If BRU wins, are you willing to use the golden portal? I'm not trying to influence your choice, by the way.
I feel like I'm ready, right?
Oh.
Like that would be the best story. Like where else do we get?
Yeah.
We missed out a fairy tale between RQ and Flash Wolves.
Yep.
This is another one that we can look forward to if BRU finally closes out the series.
Yeah, it's just so fitting that the way that they get into Icons Global is through a reverse sweep.
Yeah, exactly how they fell last time.
Last year, yeah, dude. What a story for BRU. Really just becoming a fan favorite right now. My favorite team, my second favorite team.
Yeah, I can smell the lots all the way.
Lottie,
You mentioned Lotties and lots. But we mentioned about how the Baron laner actually being controlled for both sides. So definitely it's the battle of the Baron laner for both of these teams. We saw how they were a bit too invested when it comes to trying to shut down on Noel. Everything being sent off for the top lane to be shut down. And it was a big fail. That's why everything just keep on snowballing from the side of Team Flash.
As Noel, what he does best? Put up his shield.
Put up his shield. The spear is starting to blunt a bit, you know, if you play...
Made of what?
Huh?
Made of what? Vibranium.
Not anymore,
Oh,
not anymore.
Now I get it.
Well, it hasn't really... It hasn't broken yet, but it's certainly blunted a bit, right?
Blunted a bit.
Yeah, like I mean, if you don't sharpen your weapons, you don't use the grindstone, it does blunt due to wear and tear. If I play a lot of video games, weapons they have durability, and this is one of the few scenarios where Shy spear, the tip of the spear is starting to blunt.
Husky just saying,
Need to
it's not
repair.
just applicable in games, it actually do in real life as well.
Exactly, that's how it works.
Yeah, we'll ask Grandad about that. You know what? Let's set up a podcast. You, Grandad, just discussing about all these things, right? Because
I'm fairly confident in the general information I'm giving out about weaponry, about arsenal, because yesterday I had to sit through a full explanation and lecture by Grandad regarding weapons, and it's interesting. I actually like it.
I like it as well, but the way he explains is so detailed. Like,
Chu, you should come with us.
Yeah.
There's
How-
a
We'll
lot
get
of
you
things
on
you're
board.
missing.
what's the reason, Brandon? You know so much about this in the first place. Like, why?
I tell you, Chu, you're missing out.
You're missing out. Stay
Oh,
curious.
golden for a moment. I think you have to do it now, huh? Because they already have used the whole thing. Oh, it just
Oh,
happened.
the reaction
it's just
is
that.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. I don't think
It was
anyone
a
of
great joke. I have to say, no, outplayed them just now.
Again, no one really predict. Actually, you did predict that 3-2
yeah,
in
predict
favor
a
of
3-2
Team
in favor of Team Flash.
Flash,
right? But
but-
at least we got that 5 game. And in fact, right, we describe Noel as this shield for BRU.
Yeah.
But he's fighting back, right? They're not just giving him a shield, they're giving him a pike to, a halberd to poke out of the shield every now and then.
no, it's
He
a
gets to go
halberd
on the
now.
offense.
Okay, it's
They
all
take
good now.
like he's
Yeah,
he had
there's a lot of spears, right?
Right,
So
yeah.
what type
Many
of
type of
spear is
spears.
he?
So-
Javelin,
javelin,
halberd?
pike, halberd,
Whatever.
spear.
Which
Off
one
the
is the
so many.
strongest of all them all?
You got me right there. I am so sorry, you got me. You had to do it, right?
I mean, I think the one that is being used by some Final Fantasy character or something. But definitely, what a showing for both these teams. I kind of expected a one-sided showing, at least for the second series. You know, Team Flash just being the immortal, the invincible, but BRU is reminding everyone that, hey,
That's
not
kind
so
of true.
perfect anymore.
That's
eh.
kind of true. And this is kind of showing the other side of Team Flash. They have flaws. We mentioned about them.
Yes.
And is it, if I specifically asked you guys what's the flaw coming out from the side of Team Flash, was it from the draft? Or was it just all rounder?
Again, the pressure that is being put out by BRU early game. Fellow Adversity was able to win the early game against Team Flash, and that's what I was worried about, because against better teams, and I believe that BRU is the better team against Fellow Adversity, against better teams, you get punished a whole lot, to a point that victory is imminent. And that's what happens here, right? The picks that BRU was able to get netted them a 10,000 gold lead at one point, and from that point, I don't think you would lose a game with a 10k gold lead ahead, right?
Yeah, we emphasize that BRU have to keep their foot on the pedal, right? You knock Team Flash down once, keep stomping, make sure that they are out cold, and that's what BRU did. In fact, if we look back at all the games that Team Flash have played, whether they won or lost, there is one similarity. The early game, most of the time, was not in their favor. Won by FLA, won by BRU, but BRU were able to capitalize on that advantage a bit more efficiently, a bit more effectively.
Needs correcting, definitely needs correcting. Because Flash Wolves, I'm just comparing the other team that is already waiting for the opponent, right? If Flash Wolves gets to meet Team Flash over in the upper bracket, that's going to be the upper bracket finals. Correct me if I'm wrong, too. Yeah, okay.
Sure.
So if that happens, Flash Wolves has proven that they would not drop the early game that much, right? So these 4 teams that we have so far today are really close to each other, but there is a certain playstyle to each, and there's a certain identity to each. And I know that BRU right now, what they're saying is, I think we have decoded you guys. I think this is the time that we put the final nail in the coffin. I don't want to jinx them, definitely not. Oh, I should root for Team Flash.
You should root for Team Flash
Okay,
if you want BRU to win. In fact, out of these 4 games, the only game we saw Coyote on quote-unquote a carry champion was the Corki in Game 2. And even then, he wasn't under the spotlight, right? He wasn't the main character. It was Shy and Jisoo. The other 3 games, Darius Game 1, Game 3, Game 4, it was the cinch. And I understand the playstyle of Team Flash is very simple. Doesn't matter if they fall behind, they can always cash back up. But the catch is, Shy has to get a hit, and he gets enabled by Jisoo, gets enabled by Coyote. But what if that doesn't happen? And what if you remove one of the elements from the equation? That's what happened in Game 4. BRU took the lead, never looked back.
Just want to have a brief call back here onto the auto-lose, auto-win condition and see how correct I am or how wrong I am, at least in this.
Do you even remember your auto-win condition?
Of course I do.
Then why you have to check on it again?
I'll help him out. Shut down empty.
Yeah, shut down empty. Okay. This is a good test. Hey.
Shut down empty. Coden Fee has to warm up pretty fast. And Noel.
Yeah, my
idol.
You have to pronounce it the way I do. Though.
My idol, Noel.
I
got it.
See? I need no lower thirds. I have Husky.
I am the lower third.
You are the walking lower third.
Match made in
Thing is, so right now we're talking about how Team Flash want to win. Now, do you have any auto-win condition for Team Flash as well? we're looking at them as not flawless anymore.
Sure. This is... Okay. Trust Shy to win the lane against Noel without having to invest too much. That's one thing. That's... Of course, if I do... Oh, that's nice. Team Flash's win streak. Broken. Okay. But yeah, just going back to my point.
O's all the way. Yeah.
Oh, I know. Just going back to my point. If you actually want to win with your team right now, Shy, I believe, has to win the lane by himself. Try to help the other lanes first. And once you have enabled the other lanes, specifically the mid lane or possibly even the bot lane, then it opens up the map. Right? Now you are playing random. Now BRU can't read you because so far BRU is doing a hell of a job in reading their opponent.
Exactly. So far we saw the playstyles, well at least how the game progression was the entire series was top side heavy. It was always about jungler top, Coden Feet plus Noel, Jisoo plus Shy. And one of the reasons that Jisoo doesn't really show up mid was because that you get Coyote a hit, he's not going to contribute too much. What good is it getting a Cinch a hit, right? What good is it getting a Darius who is mid lane a hit? It all comes down to Shy, and that was how BRU read their movements. So I want to see Coyote probably going on to a more traditional mid laner, Diana, Assassins, right? Zed Akali, we've seen all of this before. Give him something that could influence the map. The Twisted Fate could be one of the options, but is Coyote willing to play?
So do we go the root cause analysis? Okay, we do the fishbone. Okay, Coyote, change your champion.
Yeah, Coyote can change champion, right?
That's it. I have to totally agree with that because right now, since they already lost their Baron lane, they need other lanes to win as well to balance it out. But the thing, the Cinch is not doing anything. And also, I'm looking over Jisoo. If he can get more aggressive, we watched a bit previously, they lost that fight. That was too much.
He got locked down.
He got locked down.
I mean, what the jizz was just landing hooks after hooks after hooks.
He was just looking for Jisoo. Jisoo shows up, gets hooked. Shows up, gets binded by the Varus ult.
Since we're talking about what the just where is actually empty, you know.
I mean, that's the point, right? You unlock empty, by giving him more resources. And the best way to give him more resources is for them to play Senna. But guess what? Games number 3, games number 4, finally BRU decides to just ban the Senna.
Yeah, it's not about them themselves picking Senna, it's about Team Flash. Don't give Team Flash the Senna.
I have one more order win condition.
What's up?
Just let Senna to pick over by the side of BRU.
BRU.
They're gonna play with Nasus. So
that's true, that's true.
BRU learned from that.
Yeah.
Thankfully. They realized 2 games in a row. It took them 2 games, but Battle League, they
Can we
never.
just do a pause and
like what?
send it over to what the just the pick, because RGD was doing this, right?
Right, RGD was doing this.
And then what the just was doing this, and some cool poses.
Actually,
I would
it's pretty
say.
cool.
Pretty cool.
some people actually look cool on it, but you guys look like you have some
Clunky.
problem.
That is.
That's so rude.
I'm sorry.
I do not like
you
that.
guys are good looking, but sorry to say, I don't think that pose suited you guys.
True, and attacking Autolus, and now Husky. Name a better pair.
Name a better pair. Nothing. Whoa, there is one. Jisoo and Shai.
Yeah, dude, the tandem that can't go without each other, right? The jungle top synergy that TF has. BRU, again, check marks on numbers 1, 2, and 3. Is this the final nail in the coffin here, Chu?
You know what the rule is? 3 strikes and you're out. Strike 1 and 2 on Team Flash already.
I'm so excited, dude.
There's gonna be best of one who gets a TCAP.
Oh, the rest gets
Yes.
bad.
Respect.
But
You
this-
have to ban the
This
Flash.
leaving out Karma, by the way, still not being banned out, but definitely
Good
it's gonna be
catch.
the next one. By the I feel it's gonna be the
I
next
mean,
one.
if
Oh,
Thresh is
no,
not
yeah.
available, go for the Rakan.
Go
So
for the
that's also-
Rakan.
Go for the Rakan. Olaf is not being noticed here.
Not the priority anymore.
Yeah.
We haven't
We'll
seen it.
We'll see. Kha'Zix is also.
Corki, there's
okay.
a lot of respect banter.
Okay.
I'm pleasantly surprised that the Corki was banned by
There's
Team
so
Flash.
many champions that are left open. by the
Yeah,
way.
I know, right? This is really nerve-wracking.
Karma.
I feel like if
We
you
have
want to,
Karma, we have Gorgaz, we have Senna. Yes, Husky.
if you want to shut down what the Jets, you want to shut down the support pool, I think Team Flash should just go all the way.
Rakan next.
I personally don't think the Corki is the main issue right now. It hasn't been prioritized. We can say almost the same for the Olaf, right?
Yeah.
Team Flash first pick, the Karma is a good suggestion. Set with Renekton, with Darius, with so many options for Team Flash. The Olaf is also on the table. They can also take the Galio if they want.
Let's see. Suspense is on for the first pick of Team Flash. That would be.
Who do they?
Galio. Oh, alright, so the Karma makes an appearance.
So many things can play around the Karma.
Senna was banned.
Yeah. Yeah, BRU don't want Senna. If not, they will pick with Nexus. So
actually,
definitely.
with Team Flash now having the Karma, they
Yeah.
now have the option to go for the carry jungler
Yes. Yep.
strategy with Zissou. That could be a Jax. That could also be a Riven. That could also be what else? Jax, Riven.
Oh, plus the Olaf is still
Olaf,
open,
Olaf,
by the way.
right,
So
that's
this is
the Olaf.
definitely it if they want to as well.
Now BRU decides that, hey, to hell with that, we are willing to play your cards by just having, consistent damage output. By picking up the Ziggs and also picking up a staple pick for Noel in the Baron lane. That's going to be the Darius.
Instead of giving BRU the Renekton, they're taking on their side this time. I do want to see who will be pairing up when it comes to Karma. Karma can actually goes along so well with any champions that really want to go for the fight all the way.
Yeah, this Karma provides a safety net for Team
Varus?
Flash, right? You have the...
Kha'Zix.
Oh,
I was
there's a
hoping for
Kha'Zix again.
Varus actually.
I was actually thinking of Varus, I was thinking of the Olaf, but it's understandable. It hasn't been prioritized the entire series. Yeah, even when it was left open, no one picked it. In BRU right now, we saw Archini playing the Ziggs mid, so it is still a mystery where this Ziggs is going to go. Noel gets his Darius. I think this is looking great for BRU. We have still a Rakan if they want
you go
to
for
get
the support. Definitely.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you
There's
go
the
for the
Rakan.
support definitely because it will be targeted down by Team Flash, and that's a very obvious choice for what the Jess. The next thing for BRU, for me, is to really ban out champions that could really outpoke you, and that's a Varus. Okay, Ashe is okay. We'll see if the Varus gets banned.
Yeah, I think the Varus has to be considered right now for
away,
BRU.
right? Oh, Olaf.
We got the Olaf ban, so because BRU hasn't revealed that jungler yet, right? And
Yep.
again, we are looking at Golden Feet. He has played the jungle Gragas. Lee Sin is one of his picks as well. So there are still some options for Golden Feet. Him being Warmna, I think it's a testament, right? That jungle Gragas, again, is within his options.
Please ban the Varus.
Oh, they banned the Kraken.
They didn't ban the Varus, and this is an option that actually leave out quite a lot for Team Flash. I do want to know, is this Karma going to go mid or support actually?
Yeah, well, it's still
It's
open.
still open, right?
Yeah, it's still open.
But the reason why I wanted Varus to be taken away is because it's so obnoxious if it gets paired with a Karma in the
That's
bot
true.
lane.
That's what I was hoping for. We definitely know the poking coming out from these two champions, and the sustainability coming out from the heals coming out from Karma is just so hard to shut them down. The dual lane.
What if BRU takes it? Just a very wow.
Which one?
Varus. What if BRU takes it?
There's
It's
no
kind
place.
of hard. Yeah, there's no spot
place in it.
anymore.
Okay, so they go back for the Kaisa. Just gonna put Archony with mid with the Ziggs again.
Game 3 draft, eh? Okay,
Kind of. Yeah, kind of a game 3 draft, right?
The only difference is that they had Gragas earlier as their jungler.
Yeah.
Now they don't have their jungler yet.
For me,
Yeah.
It's okay.
I
go
was
ahead.
just about to say that having the Jax eats so much resources, slowing down the Kaisa in the process.
There's the Lee
But I
Sin.
don't.
Oh, there you go!
God.
All right.
There's poke coming up from this.
Lee Sin is like the most obvious choice for Cold and Feet here, right?
Yeah.
I do want to see if they want to just gamble it out with a TF to come up with the Kha'Zix just to find people go for gang and pick it off straight away. They can, but it's a bit risky when it comes to sustainability, but they do have that Karma, but never mind. It's going to be Braum.
Karma mid lane?
It's a Coyote mid. It's a Coyote Karma mid. In fact, I think BRU right now is either Lee Sin or Xin Zhao. I can't think of any other junglers that would allow this Rakan to have a launch pad to start the fight. Someone has to do it, right? It has to be Cold and Feet and What the Jets. We've emphasized it a lot of times.
The best part about this is that we have Riku in the casting desk.
Yes,
and
that's the Xin Zhao.
she will be able to, explain the Karma thingy with this Team Flash composition, because to me it's not making any sense.
That I explained the Braum as
Yeah,
well.
I mean the Kha'Zix with the Karma is kind of a weird pairing if we think of it just the two of them. But this is actually a very good pickup by BRU.
Yeah,
Now they negate a lot of damage coming from the pokes of the Varus and the Karma, with the Xin Zhao heading over to Golden Feet.
Yeah, and I think previously we talked about how Shy is the focus, right? Team Flash playing top side, but with this Karma, Kha'Zix, and Renekton, I'm not really convinced. I feel like maybe Team Flash might switch that to that bot side, right?
Yeah,
Look
very
at
slow,
Ellie
yeah.
and Empty. It is still going to be really slow though. I think right now we are looking at a more individualistic draft from Team Flash, whereas BRU have so much more avenue to get things going.
We'll see. Braum earlier with RQ was the start of their downfall, I believe. Leona could have been a better option, but we will see here too.
I don't know about Braum. I'm not favoring Braum. I think Riku kind of have the same vibe with me right now today. You don't see the value in it. Definitely, it can block a couple of with that shield, but the Glacier Fisher mostly will be for disengage, but coming out from the side, I do love the Xin Zhao more on this. They can negate so many things, and at the same time, they can reach the backhand as well.
Sweep.
No!
Reverse sweep.
So Casters, Riku can't wait. Take it away.
A spot at Icons, just one game away. Team Flash versus Buriram United here, Riku.
Oh my god, this is so intense. BRU so close for the reverse sweep and heading on to Icons, and now Team Flash, they had to experience 2 straight defeats up until Game 5. Now how do they close this out? Now that they have Karma, they have Varus, they have wave clear now this time around. This composition is there's a lot to talk about, Grandin.
There's a lot to talk about, Riku. I don't really even know where to start. I mean, the first things I guess we have to talk about is that Jess doesn't get to play the Thresh anymore. He's now on the Rakan.
But it's still that heavy engaged. Not exactly very skill shot reliant, but it's AoE reliant. And after what we've seen from Jess for 2 straight games, of course this is going to be a killer Jess. And you know how I can tell that TF has respected this? They, instead of doing double disengage, they decided to get the Braum.
The Braum changes so much here for Team Flash, as now they get to have a little bit more safety with Ellie. We've had some issues with Ellie stepping too far forward. Team Flash have been punished by that with BRU on multiple occasions. Even on stuff like the Zinx, Ellie's still being caught out by Jess, and so now, full support duty. Empty is like, I'm just going to make sure you guys are safe.
Exactly. You can sense the difference in tone from the draft, that instead of being all out aggressive, you can tell that they want to be reserved with this Braum pick. But this also deters BRU from going all in. The Rakan, we all know Jess is going all in. It's going to set up dives for BRU, and what prevents that from happening? The Braum for that punish potential.
You can see Golden Feet so far away, won't be able to prevent a dive if it happened, but it didn't. Instead, Team Flash go for the blue buff, and this allows BRU to start to respond.
Archini's so low though.
There we go, engage starts for Jess, but difficult to follow up with.
It's really, really difficult because of the Braum. If you go in, you're easily gonna get those stacks into that stun. But I wanna talk about this Karma. Finally unleashed after so long. A lot of respect on this pick just because it enables so much. It helps low mobile champions like the Varus be more safe in the backline because of the movement speed and shields. And of course, it also helps you with additional wave clear because if we look at Kai'Sa, Ziggs, that's good, decent amount of wave clear. Now, Coyote can contribute to that. Luden's Echo, Rabadon's Death Cap, and then you just start to diverse with your build. Do you want to go Staff of Flowing Water for ability haste for everyone on your team, or you want to get more of that damage?
It's great that you bring that up, Riku, because that was such an interesting point. Team Flash did not opt for something like the Olaf, didn't go for something like the Riven. Instead, they've gone for the composition that they have. No one really benefits that much from Staff of Flowing Water. I mean, it helps, surely. It means a good support item. But it doesn't change the kind of the way the game goes like you would if you had that Olaf, for example.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yes, more cooldowns for Shy, I suppose, but I don't think for just one champion it will hold value. Maybe for yourself. Let's take a look at this.
All right, engage once again from Jess, and they've gone under turret. Transcendent Embrace used, but first blood against BRU.
That's how you play a Karma. Look at that visit. Even though it's all even when it comes to wave clear, even if Arshini was supposed to get that wave clear, you saw how Coyote just went towards the bottom lane, set up that dive.
So much pressure on this bot side. You can see BRU can't match with the top end. Shy's going to be able to go in, trade well against Noel. And Noel has been an incredible force to be reckoned with in these matches. First spawn coming up pretty soon, though.
And the thing is, the pressure is different. The pressure is redirected towards bottom lane because you know why? Kai'Sa is so weak in the early game, so squishy. And the Kai'Sa's not with a Gragas, not with a Braum, not a lot of protection to work with. And that's the reason why Team Flash is moving their eyes towards bot.
And Team Flash have somehow come ahead with a almost 3,000 gold lead so early on in the game, seemingly out of nowhere. So much of that comes from this top side pressure. Shy getting additional value, trading well against Noel. Additional gold for Zissou as he trades, goes into the jungle, steals the camps away from Golden Feet.
And because Golden Feet started this Rift Herald quite late, that means Team Flash can move towards this area and still contest.
You truly see the power of the Kazakhs in these situations. The fact that you're able to finish off the camp so quickly while the rest of your team can zone for you, can pull attention away from you. Now we have it, BRU committed to finishing this Rift Herald, but the reaction coming through from Team Flash. Empty starts to walk in, Golden Feet needs to make a play. He managed to get the Rift Herald, but he still goes down. Noel needs to get away, has a Rocket Belt, doesn't have to use his Flash though.
They still eliminate Golden Feet, but at the end of the day, it is that
Knock up onto Ellie, but I mean, you still have to change Corruption. Flash over from Zissou, change Corruption, travels all the way over to Noel here, and still trying to pull attention with the quickness, clearing the wave. Just survives a little longer. MP's gonna tank up the turret. Archie finally joins in, but still 2 kills over the Flash.
BRU needs to slow the pace. These are scaling champions. You've got Ziggs, you've got the Kai'Sa, and did you see the Mega Inferno Bomb damage?
Oh my goodness.
It was baby damage. Meanwhile, Ellie has, what's the opposite of baby?
Grown-up damage.
Grown-up damage, exactly, Brandon. He did grown-up damage on BRU.
Big boy damage. There we go. Exactly. Big boy damage from Ellie.
I love that better, yes.
and Noel wanted to get in position so he could help what the Jess there. But as a result, he got caught by a chain of corruption. It spread over to him. He was locked in place. I mean, that's just an unfortunate start here for BRU. Not the way you want to see a Game 5 go.
No, because BRU just wants to slow down the game. They still need Arshini Triple V to come back online. And what's happening? Team Flash is able to get dives on this Kai'Sa, is able to deal so much damage on these melee champions. Again, Noel Protobelt upper hand is not going to reach Ellie at all. It has to be what the Jess in this for con.
Look at this macro happening here. The Transcendent Embrace used trying to clear out the wave. Jess gets to get the knock up. Noel still a little too far to try and find the pick off. Trade back by Flash though up to the top side.
I think that's still pretty sweet. BRU is able to deny First Blood Tower away from TF, despite them being able to win these skirmishes here and there. So that's gold that BRU is willing to take as for them to stabilize the game.
And this is in a situation where you have the Ziggs in the enemy team. You have to watch out for that. You see a bit of a fight in the bot side, a bit of a scuffle. Very nice route used by Coyote there to make sure that Noel's always at an arm's reach away.
That's the thing. The empowered tether is so dangerous because you have to, even if Karma is out of range already, the tether's still going to connect if you all are together. So I think that's something BRU has to consider, especially, what the Jess is going to, jump in on his teammates, going to join in and make sure that he sticks with them.
They want to keep things going, though. Now we start to see here long lanes on opposite sides, right? So Noel's going to be in a spot of danger, I think. Here, he doesn't have as much mobility, but neither does the side of Team Flash, right? So Shy could potentially be caught out if they manage to go in here. Zissou spots out Conan Feet initially. Here we go. Wind becomes lightning. Jess gets the knockup. Redemption going to be used. Keeps Zissou topped up for long enough for Shy to join into the fight. Conan Feet traded back, and we see the power of the Renekton here.
I swear, did Conan Feet wait for Zissou to leap and then still be in range so as long as he can catch up? I think that's pretty sick from Conan Feet.
Mid lane left unattended means Noel drops the turret. We have the tether come across. Noel needs to try and find a play here. Flashes away instead.
That is huge. No flash for Noel. It's going to be very vulnerable. And we saw how, we talked about how the Varus, or rather the Karma, helps the low mobility of Ellie here on this Varus pick.
Yeah, really gets to top up your movement speed, right? You get to see some of that additional movement speed come into play. And now with Ellie having the Rocket Belt, having the Ghost Blade, and with that flash, he's quite slippery. You're not going to be able to take him down easily. Team Flash here get to play around the Dragon again. They managed to pick up the first one, the second one likely going over to them as well.
Yeah, that's going to be very helpful for them when it comes to the roams that they have been doing time and time again, trying to set up dives here. That move speed is going to help. We'll see how Team Flash can prevent this tower.
Right, he's going to walk in here into Triple V, into What the Jess, and he should be able to finish off the kill on the combo with the upper hand here. Get a little bit more damage, looking for the dunk. Just out of range, but he won't be able to finish it. Jess claims the kill for that one, but Shy able to trade back against Noel and Triple V. A not great fight for BRU. They start to run. Conan Feet over by the back. He's getting locked down. Now you have What the Jess against 3 members, stuck in the pit, locked up in place, and Shy chases after for the double.
BRU created a domino effect. They came in one by one, and unfortunately they took so long to kill Coyote, and that was the winner for the rest of Team Flash to finish play.
Team Flash were able to reset, keep their composure, keep things going. Game 5 stunning out, incredibly strong for them.
I know it all boiled down to this, right? It was that sneaky setup by BRU, but they couldn't finish the kill in time. They weren't able to back off, retreat, and the rest of Team Flash just followed everyone one by one.
And we start to see some issues here for BRU. Without the Thresh, they're going to have to work with the Rakan, and it's a very different play style. You still have the pick off, but you have to see the kind of danger that What the Jess puts himself in to try and get those pickups. He has to be physically in position to get that knock-up to begin with.
Exactly. I mean, there was the knock-up, but we talked about how Arshani, Triple V, no damage at this point of the game. You saw the Mega Inferno Bomb, not a lot, but that means it's all up to Golden Feet. It's all up to Noel.
And he can't even punish Shy for it. Shy still has his flash, still has his Rocket Belt, only had to use the one spell.
Yeah, that's a very telling sign. And now that Team Flash has a lot of control over bot side, they're going to get a second charge.
Yeah, Rift Herald gets the charge again. Team Flash escorting this Rift Herald. Gets a little bit more damage onto Triple V. The question is, can BRU try and trade back? The answer is going to turn out to be no. As they get harassed under turret. There we go. What the Jess pulls the trigger, gets the double knockup first. Takes down Coyote. Triple V still alive for now. Conan Feet nearly gets taken down. Arrow going to be blocked by the Crescent Guard. And so BRU at least able to find a kill back.
And that's how you put, wait a minute, Ellie.
He's aggressive.
Oh my god, he's all alone. There's no Karma, there's no MT anymore near you. He just really wanted to kill because he knows he has a lot of damage already. Muramana fully stacked. Everybody's squishy on the side of BRU. That's why he wanted to kill.
I mean, the game still feels quite early for me, Riku, but it's almost 11 minutes. We're 2 minutes away from the Baron spawn, and things start to change around that point. What we start to see here up at the top side, Shy is going to get tagged by Jess, but unfortunately not able to continue pursuing, not with Zissou right by the flanks.
Yeah, they're still, BRU might be in a little bit too deep if they wanted to commit to that. And at this point, Team Flash, they know that they're in the lead at this point. They know that they've already crossed some things on the checklist. Put Triple V behind, and then melt down these towers. Transcendent Embrace will not hit anyone, though.
Yeah, Coyote, I think, suspected someone was there, was hoping that that was going to be a good play. Triple V had left the vicinity already, and so he's going to be able to reset and then come back in. But I don't think that BRU have information or knowledge that Coyote does not have flash. So still have to play around it as if he does.
want to talk about the Karma Rabadon Death Cup. We've seen how the damage of a Karma early to mid game is pretty significant. Eventually will fall off.
Okay, surely here against
He
3
dies.
people, Shine must get picked up, but he survived
Wow.
every single time
Oh.
up until this point. So slippery, but pulled back in place. The upper hand will finally be the difference maker, but just nearly gets killed in the process.
That was too close. I thought the Ignite was going to kill him.
Response out from Coyote. The rest of Team Flash up towards the top side now. Coyote is going to look to try and finish off the kill. Instead, gets finished off himself. Golden Feet coming into position. They trade back with Achni. Caught out here. The 1v1 with the primary carries. Achni survives through the use of his flash. Noel continues to run away. Wants to pick up the honey fruit, but isn't able to get there in time. Heals up a little bit more, but it claws finish the job.
Well, look at Triple V has been split pushing all this time. He wasn't present in that fight. Wow!
Yes, nearly goes down, but a battle dance. Shield back up, and he lives through all of this.
My God, look at BRU, the responses.
I can't, Riku! It's too much!
It is too much! There's a lot happening in this game. And again, the Icons is on the line. That's why, you know, Triple V knows that if I join that fight, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna lose anyway. Might as well get gold by pushing the wave bot, use that top lane fight for pressure, and then open up something off of the map.
You get a tough match again in the lower brackets. You want to get into the Icons here and now. Continue your run. A beautiful knockup, a beautiful find out here for BRU. You could not tell me this team was behind in gold right now, Riku.
So crazy. They find that pick. They were all sitting on the ward. BRU having that intel pulls the trigger, and they succeed.
And this gives them control again of the mid lane. Next dragon to spawn is the Elder Inferno. A massive one for Team Flash. BRU must deny it. There is no question. They must deny the Elder Drake.
It's going to be incredibly important. Look at Zisu just poking them out. I know the spikes hurt, I know the pokes hurt, but this is incredibly risky. If What the Just decides to pull the trigger again, they have no disengage for 6 seconds and they have no movement speed for 4 seconds.
Baron is up. BRU want to set up some vision, but you can tell right now all the wards on cooldown, all the trinkets on cooldown. They have to wait, have to set a position for themselves first. Shy's over by the top side. They're waiting for him to walk down to the bottom, and there they can find the catch. Noel has the upper hand, but they hold out and waited for too long, so Shy gets away.
Oh my God, BRU didn't want to pull the trigger just yet, wanted to wait for Shy a little bit more. But as he cleared the waves, he just moved back, slice and dice out of there. And look at this Zisu split pushing. We're opening up more.
They're trading here. Noel's up at the top end. They managed to find a knockout over on the alley, but they have the upper hand pulling back in. Transcendent Embrace response out from Coyote. Ultimate in from Achni. They don't have the damage to finish off the kills. Golden Feet goes Golden, tries to live with the Crescent God. The rest of his team not able to back him up. Zisu coming in. He gets the bubble spike. The kill onto the Xin Zhao. Jumps in, gets the reset. The first, the second, a double kill out, checking all the boxes. They finish a triple kill, looking for the quadra. He jumps away. Instead, they find 4 regardless.
And it's just the only one left right now trying to defend. And now we get to see Team Flash wanting to push and knock down another tower.
They're running to the bot side, trying to clear out the waves, go towards Inhibitor. Jess is the only one alive at this point. Won't be able to defend this. And BRU, you can start to see the cracks appear. The goal difference too unsurmountable. They're not sure. I'm not sure. BRU can hold on here. Riku, Team Flash have identified a win angle. They're going for the Nexus to end the game, and they will not get reverse swept. They will close this one out 3-2.
Oh my God, Team Flash are going to Icons. What a way to end that series. All full game 5s. Just as you mentioned, granted, they've identified what the problem was. They've identified that they needed to shut down Triple V, and they've gotten to meltdown towers. They've gotten the early game, and it was so hard for BRU to come back from that.
Calm and collected. They get to recollect themselves, come back into game 5. I am not Riku, by the way. I'm clearly not calm and collected. They managed to come back into game 5 with their refreshed identity and managed to make it work against BRU.
Exactly. It's really difficult coming from a 2-game deficit, especially that they're always so close into winning the series, and boom, every single time they get shut down. Even if they want to win the mech check, they always get shut down. And now they've decided to, draft this composition that will win early, and they've utilized it really well.
But it is not the end for the teams that display their prowess today, because we still have the lower bracket. And so BRU, they made an amazing run, pulling 2 games away from the undefeated Team Flash up until this point. But that being said, they will drop into the lower bracket where they'll face against another Vietnamese region team, Team Cerberus.
But that's the thing, Brandon, it's happening again to BRU. Remember last year they were so close into reaching top 2, dropped to the lower bracket, dropped to the tournament. And now I feel like, I hope it's not going to happen again for BRU.
Don't remind me.
Yeah.
I don't want to think about that. Get that thought out of my head, Riku. It's
I
gone.
threw it away.
It worked. That's amazing.
You're welcome,
Yeah,
Brandon.
what are we talking about?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Well, you know what? It's still an amazing pickup here for Team Flash. We're going to toss it back over to the panel because what an amazing 5-game series we just had.
Receiving the throws coming out from Regum. What a
She
throw!
threw it away to our direction, so yeah, we have to accept
What did I tell you guys? 3-2, Team Flash.
Hey, you got that so right. You know what? You can wear it with pride today because it's
Yes.
only going to be today.
Oh my.
Good enough. I'll take any win.
Wow. Okay.
What a game. That last match was everything. The moment he dropped that cinch, yeah, this is going to be it for Team Flash. But we saw how Zizou and Shai just now, the battle for the Baron lane is exactly real.
Right, and that's the thing, right? We opened the idea of, or we opened that game
Yeah.
saying that
No one else,
now
yeah.
they need to play random. Not really random, but
Random?
they have to
Just
mix
switch
it
it
up.
up a bit,
They
right?
have to mix it up. And they said that, you know what, Shai?
Go ahead.
You're a big guy now. You can be on your own and you can just basically do things by yourself. So what they did, concentrate their first gang on the bot lane. With the Varus being unlocked, so does Shai.
Yeah, and that was exactly what we kind of touched on right before we head into Game 5, right? It's kind of a more individualistic draft. You keep Shai on an island because what's the point of bringing the Kha'Zix and Karma up top? Shai is going to do fine either way, but you have a strong bot lane. Bring that attention to bot. Coyote hit level 5, rotates down bot, gets first blood, they pull a hit, and the rest is history. Team Flash basically had a close to a flawless game. I mean, Coyote, sure, he's 0-4, but think about the space that he bought for his team.
Oh, yeah.
He has the Mantra Inspired Shield, he has a Locket, they have MT Binder Redemption. It is so hard to take down Team Flash if Coyote is alive.
I was actually surprised that Coyote did get the priority on the mid lane, right?
Right.
It just goes to show that this Karma versus Ziggs matchup, when it comes to the early stages, their wave clear is so equal, but the mana is much more needed on the Ziggs. Now that you are able to get priority on the mid lane as Coyote, you are now able to just rotate down to the bot lane. LE, MT. We did say that Varus needs to be banned away.
Banned out.
They didn't ban it out, and we mentioned about the poke coming out from Ali. Also, Archon is actually real here. They can. You saw how painful you mentioned. Oh, there's so many things I want to talk about. You mentioned about the Varus should be taken out, but the thing is, the moment Coyote is not in there, nobody to sustain him. There's no the Transcendence Embrace to set things up for the rest of the team, and also you saw how the Karma is just everything in there just now.
I think the only difference is that we have to realize back, or to call back to the drafts, how it really went. I know, Karma has to be banned, but there was really an opportunity for the Varus to be banned on the second rotation, right? On the second phase, second banning phase, as we would love to call it. Ash, I think, is a far better option to be let go of instead of the Varus.
Yeah, at least you give the Kai'Sa Rakan a slightly better time, and you also prevent Coyote from roaming down bot that freely, right? You basically kind of diminish that option and force Coyote to consider top a bit more. Force them back to what they've been doing in the first 4 games and give yourself an easier read, but that was not the case.
Exactly. At least the Ashe will have kill threat by level 5, not level 3, right?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine you have a Varus and you also have a Braum, and then you have a rotating Karma in the bot lane. Secure the first blood and basically just won them the tempo game that Omo and company and us Talents have been raving about, because in Wild Rift, once you get the tempo, and once you are, once you're a team that really knows your win condition, there's really nothing, stopping you from snowballing the game into your favor, right?
Yeah, and also even though we look at the Braum pick and we kind of drew a bit of comparison to what RRQ did, they lost that game against Flash Wolves. But in this case, because the early game went well for Team Flash, that Braum suddenly becomes so much more effective. Look at what BRU have. They have a Xin Zhao, they have a Rakan, they have a Darius. What do they all want to do? They want to run at you. What is Braum good at? Melee counter, puts up the shield, blocks the attack, stuns it with the passive. I know we talked about this, right?
You want me to?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Go ahead, guys.
So the
having
spear
fun.
and shield thingy that we have going on for the whole narrative, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The spear was actually borrowed by the Xin Zhao, right? Over to the BRU. And then the shield that we were talking about was borrowed then by Team Flash on that brawl. So yeah,
It's the
turns out-
reverse. It's the
turns out
reverse.
yeah, game number 5. It's a reverse. The shield did actually go to Team Flash, and that netted them the win. Whew.
Yeah. And now we know which one is stronger, the shield.
The shield, because the spell actually got blunted for half of it now.
Yeah, but I think overall, if we just quickly look back at the Baron lane matchup, right? Shai and Noel, they both did fantastic. I don't necessarily think that Shai is leaps and bounds ahead of Noel. They both have very bright moments. It really came down to what the team was doing, right? Coyote enabling not just Shai, but also their bot lane in game 5, and also what the Jess being the proactive one, giving BRU more space to breathe.
Now, we do want to see the highlight what really happened back then. We saw how much this is. I think this is. I feel like this is like intentional coming from Zissou, because he's definitely got the glimpse of the scanner, and this karma bought so much time for the rest of the team to turn things around, coming up from the back and stabbing every one single of BRU members.
Yeah, if you want to fight the Team Flash's lineup, you cannot trickle in. You cannot, have this domino effect. Every time you run in, MT applies this passive on you. You get stunned, you get bashed, you get control. It is so hard for you to just dive in face first and expect to get anything done. So BRU, they had a couple of moments where they group up, they get those ganks off, but because of that early game that went so well into Team Flash's favor, at one point they had more than a 10k goal lead, so whatever BRU did, it was completely neutralized.
What perfect way to really augment your team or really enchant your team than having the karma in the mid lane. We did say that Coyote's role is to not carry the games, right? He is not there to dish out damage. He is there to help out the team really perform well to their full potential. And on that karma pick, that's his calling card.
And this is definitely also give away a lot of points for the other teams who's starting for Team Flash. They do have a flaw. We're looking over on the Baron laner. If it's working quite right. And will they force, for example, Qeon to actually pick something like Singe again?
You know what I just thought of?
I'm trying to meme.
now that Team Flash is in the upper bracket finals, they will face off against Flash Wolves. We have the two Flashes in the upper bracket finals.
So who's Flasher? This is what you're saying.
Wait, what?
I didn't think of that, but thank you for leading me in. In fact, I just want to echo what you mentioned earlier on, right? We look at the player of the game, it's Zissou, but the same could be said for Coyote. In fact, I think for me, the hidden MVP, Coyote, again, 0-4 doesn't matter because his job was to let his team shine. Just like how Chuchu let us shine. And herself.
That's true.
I don't really shine,
That's
but
okay, though. I mean, we already had Coyote as the MVP during games 1 or 2, right? And now Zissou, we would need to really spotlight this guy because he was on a tear. We remember the flank from a mile away? It was almost a penta.
It was almost a penta.
It was a triple with a renekton snatching one and leave out the last member, which is going to be the Rakan, right? Coming up from Water Chest. But this is the MVP for me. Most of the game that actually being controlled by Team Flash is going to be Zissou calling out, helping on the Baron lane at first. If they can actually win on the Baron lane, definitely the mid lane is all the work they have to do is just sustain as long as they can. And they did try to move around the side lanes as well if they can. So we can see Flash, they do have flaw and spotted out BRU. They have to change things up right now.
And this is where I want to just continue what he said very quickly. Team Flash Rules that are watching this, right? They know that Team Flash gives away that early game very often. So Flash Rules, something that you guys can take note of.
But we don't want to waste any more time. We want to ask how's the winners feeling, which is going to be Zissou joining us from Team Flash. Congratulations for them, but we want to know how they're feeling right now. Hi, Zissou. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello, hi Zissou. Congratulations again from Team Flash. I'm Chuch and hope you guys are okay. How do you feel to get yourself in the icons now?
Em cảm giác như thế nào khi là đến được tới cái giải Icon thế giới?
Em cảm thấy rất là vui và tự hào khi mang màu cờ sắc áo Việt Nam ra giải thế giới. Với lại em thấy khá là hợp cho lần này. Tại vì đây là lần đầu em tham dự giải quốc tế.
He feel very happy and feel very proud to be able to represent a Vietnam region to participate in the World Icon, and it's also his first like international tournament to be able to play on stage as well. So he's a bit worried before the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very exciting moment for you and the rest of your team. But I want to ask you this, Jisoo. So, a couple months ago, Team Flash, we were starting to build up their momentum. And now, a couple months later, you guys went on a tear, completely demolished your domestic region. And here you are stepping onto the international stage, qualifying for Icons. What do you think is the biggest strength of your team?
Thì họ hỏi là đội hình của mình là các bạn vừa mới tập với nhau từ đầu năm đến giờ, nhưng mà sau đó mình qua biết bao nhiêu giải, qua thắng cả giải Việt Nam, và bây giờ được đi tới Icon, thì em nghĩ là cái điểm mạnh nhất của team mình là gì?
Điểm mạnh nhất của team em là kiểu biết nhận ra lỗi của từng người và cùng nhau giải quyết được cái lỗi đó.
Jisoo said his Flash's biggest strength is each of the team member they like immediately recognize and admit their mistakes during like each and single games, so they can immediately fix it and they can like immediately improve right after like the game right after.
There. I mean, that's a trait that Team Flash really has right now. Jisoo, I have a question. First off, I'm really curious when it comes to names. I was able to ask Shai the story about his IGN. But what about you, Jisoo? Care to share what's the story behind your IGN?
Thì một câu hỏi vui là giống như anh nói trước đó cũng tò mò về cái tên của Shai, thì không biết lấy từ đâu, nhưng mà hôm nay có em nên là anh muốn hỏi là tên của em lấy cảm hứng từ gì?
Lúc nhỏ em ngủ á, xong rồi có một vị thần tới em mơ là có một vị thần tới và đặt cho em là Jisoo.
So Jisoo shared that well, while he was a kid, in his dream there's a god. He appeared and then he say your future nickname gonna be Jisoo.
It totally fits.
Oh, yeah, I mean, God speaks to gods. Eh? All right, I have one more question for you guys. Are you celebrating tonight?
Câu hỏi cuối cùng là tối nay team có đi ăn mừng không?
Tất nhiên là có rồi.
Yeah, definitely they will.
Okay, congratulations once more.
Congratulations again for Jisoo and the rest of Team Flash. You guys advance to the next stage, which is going to be one more to go for the grand finals later on in the upper bracket. I hope you guys have a very good rest for now, and see you guys in the next series. Thank you so much, Jisoo. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My God, he looks so young.
So,
what?
He was a kid. A god appeared in a dream and he says, your name is going to be Jisoo. Remember how we
Your
described
name
him?
is Jisoo.
Remember how we described not just him, the rest of Team Flash, seemingly ascended to godhood. Right there. That is the proof. They have ascended to close to immortality, not invincible. They can still bleed, but still they are divine.
You can't even bring that, can you?
I don't know.
It's interesting, right?
I mean, so interesting, so fitting as well. And I mean,
even the translator can't hold it in just now.
I know he was laughing. Right? So if you ask me and I tell you, okay, God appeared in my dream and said, your nickname is Otolus.
That's so sad.
Like, compared to mine, it's so much more interesting. Me, it's just my favorite dog breed. But him, he's blessed.
How about you, Chu? What's the story behind your name?
We'll leave it to mystery for now.
Oh.
But hey, I'm no fan, I'm no party people, but the day number 4 for our playoff is officially done. We are looking over two teams that definitely going to go forward for Icons even, and also in the grand finals of upper bracket. Sorry, not the grand final, the finals of the upper bracket. Only the finals of the upper bracket. And so far we have the Flashes, Flash Wolves, and also Team Flash. But facing down there definitely is going to be a different story. But of all the matches inside, well, what's happening? They just can't bring it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're tossing over to us.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, we did it well.
Yeah.
Good job.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, we did so great.
I tried to high five him and he fist bumped me.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing.
I did you a favor because my palms are sweaty. I'm sorry.
Okay, just to recap the day. At first, we have RQ versus Flash. That was insane.
Oh yeah, I mean that being able to cast that series was we were watching two different fairy tales, right? Buriram had their own fairy tale, RQ had their own fairy tale. You are reminding Olulus of a very bad memory. In fact, both teams that he wanted to win didn't win.
Well, I voted for Team Flash, but
Okay.
I suddenly rooted for BRU because that was such a story, you know? Yeah, reverse sweep was denied, but they still get a chance tomorrow. Yeah?
That's true, that's true. It's not done and dusted for the teams that actually lost today because their journey to greatness is still on the run as they actually will face the teams in the lower bracket. For the side of BRU, they're facing CES or Cerberus Esports next. On the side of RQ, they're facing, this is a sad story, against FLA.
I want to quickly ask Otto right now.
What up?
You can only pick one team, right?
Okay.
The circumstances have led you to this point. Who do you think is going to take it?
I'll leave that for tomorrow because I believe I will be paneling.
Did you just
for
learn
our
that from
team.
Choo Choo?
No spoiler, no
I guess
spoiler.
that's no fun.
No spoilers yet, because tomorrow we do know BRU versus CS. Now this series is really something as well. We do know when it comes to BRU is so good at reading strat. It is so good at adaptation and adapting to their opponents, which we're gonna have the first series tomorrow. RIQ versus FLA.
The
first.
heartbreaker.
The heartbreaker game. Elderless, are you still okay?
While he composes himself.
Wait.
I'm so scared he might be.
I'll check the schedule because
Right.
I know that my schedule is for the second half, so it could be the BRUCS that I am paneling for.
I feel
And
like that's
RQFLA
better for your mental.
Can we put him on our FLA panelist? I do want to see.
I might die. We'll see though. We'll see. But yes, RQ versus FLA, the rematch is here, and what better way to have it than having the
redemption.
winner going straight to the Icons Global, while the loser being eliminated.
Yeah, it felt like they were destined to meet, right? I mean, FLA beat RRQ in the upper bracket finals domestically. Then RRQ went to the lower bracket, came back to the grand finals, beat them, and here they are. Effectively a best of 3, and it comes down to the lower
terms of
bracket.
series, yeah.
In terms of series, right?
Good
A kind of a
catch.
best of 3. In fact, just to give you some good news, at least there will be one Philippine teams in Icons.
Oh yeah, of course. I was already celebrating that. We were already celebrating that.
At least one for sure.
Maybe, 2 is too much. That was actually what I was saying.
There's a potential for Vietnam to have 2 teams if Cerberus beats BRU, right? BRU went from one Vietnam team to another Vietnam team. That is going to be
means
something
that
to
they're
look
the
at.
stronger team, stronger region if that happens, right? Or
Exactly.
the strongest region, bar none, if that happens. And I'm okay with that, right? Because at the end of the day, come Icons Global, we represent ourselves
Yes.
as one.
As one.
As one, as Southeast Asia. And that's where things will go from interesting to very much interesting. Right?
One thing that we all have in common is going to be dumplings first. Everybody have dumpling. For
Yeah,
every region that is Southeast Asia, we all have that dumpling. So definitely we are moving as one. But once again, we would like to thank you guys who have been staying with us the entire day. It was a heck of a day. But this is the WCS Finals Playoff on day number 4, which is brought to you by Riot Games. Also, Ghosty Gamers N1 Esports. I hope you guys have enjoyed for today, but for tomorrow is another 2 more slot for the Icons later, who will actually fare when it comes to the lower bracket. Be sure you guys are, tuning in. You guys are going to tune in with us and making sure you jot down all the dates and time for tomorrow. Be sure to be here with us. But for the panelists and the casters, I thank you guys. And also hope to see you guys tomorrow. Bye!
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. my dark. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh, I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, ripping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my.
take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Never get enough, we could have it all. Gonna take a chance, you can never fall. Feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. Invincible, invincible. Invincible, invincible. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. So wild and so young. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible. Oh, we are invincible. From